Zhaoyuntian returned to the city due to a marriage contract. Upon discovering that his betrothed was an unattractive woman, he resolutely called off the engagement. Little did he expect that this perceived ugly duckling was, in fact, the most beautiful woman in Beihai. She was an icy and stunning female CEO worth billions, exuding unparalleled elegance. Boom! Bang! The sound of cannon fire reverberated through the air, accompanied by the relentless patter of gunfire. In the southwestern region of Longwa, where it borders other nations, a fierce gun battle erupted. One side comprised the most dangerous drug lord faction, with approximately 200 members, while the targets of their assault were merely two individuals. To be precise, it was a man sprinting through the jungle while carrying a woman. "Battle Dragon Zero, I command you to put me down," she exclaimed. "Silence. If you wish to survive, heed my words," the man retorted as he fought and retreated. However, he had not traveled far when a sheer cliff suddenly obstructed his path. "All right then, I suppose this is a way out," he mused. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged forward. Both plunged over the cliff, tumbling into the raging river below. Everything transpired too swiftly for Ling Qingyi to comprehend suddenly. She found herself submerged, choking on the water, tears streaming down her face. She was completely unable to swim. Just as she was on the brink of drowning, two warm objects pressed against her lips, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. She attempted to break free, but he held her down forcefully. Ling Qingyi was infuriated. The very person assigned to protect her was taking advantage of her in this dire moment. As she struggled in frustration, a rush of much-needed air filled her lungs like a gentle spring breeze. 3 days later, Ling Qingyi safely returned to Longwa, awakening in a hospital bed. Several leaders stood quietly by her side, and upon seeing her consciousness return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Ling, you have finally awakened. What about that guy?" Ling Qingyi immediately inquired, glancing at the nearby individuals. "Who?" "Zero," she specified. As if recalling a memory, a blush crept onto Ling Qingyi's cheeks. The leaders exchanged glances before responding. "He has been discharged." "Discharged?" In Beihai, a young man with a buzz cut, dressed in tattered casual wear, sat in the back seat of a taxi, holding his luggage while on the phone. "I said, Master, we were serving in the military perfectly well, so why suddenly discharge me? You knave, you know full well. Consider your age the daughter of the Lin family. Do you still want her? You may have the patience, but she certainly does not." The voice on the other end roared. Zhaoyuntian replied, "Master, didn't I cancel that engagement before enlisting? Your cancellation means nothing. Did I ever agree to it? I have already made arrangements with them. Do you not realize how difficult it is to marry these days? Master, how can you be so unreasonable? We have never even met, let alone established any emotional foundation. Quit your whining. If you continue to prattle, I swear I'll come over and teach you a lesson." At this, Zhaoyuntian shivered, silenced by fear. He had initially sought refuge in the military to escape the torment inflicted by his master, hoping to live freely after years of training, only to find himself ensnared once more. After finishing the call, Zhaoyuntian felt utterly drained, rubbing his forehead with a sigh. "Young man, have you just been discharged from the military?" the taxi driver inquired. "Yes, I've spent a few years in the army. I overheard your phone conversation. It sounds like your family is pressuring you to marry." Zhaoyuntian pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the driver before lighting his own. As he exhaled, he remarked, "Indeed, they insist on a childhood engagement, forcing me to marry a woman I've never even met. You should feel fortunate about such a matter these days. Finding a wife is no easy feat," the driver chuckled. "What nonsense!" Zhaoyuntian felt a deep sense of frustration. He had seen a picture of that woman, and she was utterly unattractive, her face a mess and her features unappealing. After the first glance, he had no desire to look again. To be forced to coexist with such a woman was more unbearable than death itself. It was precisely for this reason that Zhaoyuntian had stubbornly annulled the engagement and sought refuge in the military for several years. Ultimately, he could not escape the entanglement of fate. A notification chimed on his phone, revealing the location of the woman, sent by his master, who had also left a message. "You little rascal, hurry up and get the marriage certificate. If you refuse to comply, it'll break your legs." Indeed, not a trace of kinship. Raised without parents, Zhaoyuntian was adopted by his master, growing up in a small temple nestled in the mountains. His master claimed to be the 17th descendant of Giguzi, though the truth of that was uncertain. Regardless, he possessed formidable martial arts skills and decent medical knowledge, capable of reviving the deceased. Zhaoyuntian, gifted with extraordinary talent, had inherited his master's teachings. Being his sole disciple, Zhaoyuntian was destined to carry on the legacy, which included that marriage contract. Old man, if you're looking to curry favor with some reclusive expert, you ought to have a more presentable offering, right? Your granddaughter is so unattractive. Does no one have any self-awareness? Even if she were to sell herself, who would buy? Master, I have arrived at Xianhong International. The woman he was to marry was at Xianhong International, named Lin Xinya, a name that sounded pleasant, yet her appearance was indeed hard to commend. On the way, Zhaoyuntian retrieved paper and pen from his backpack, carefully composing a letter. It was, of course, a letter to annul the marriage. This union was absolutely not to be, no matter the resistance he faced. Even if his master were to come to Beihai and smash his head, he would never marry an ugly woman. After finishing, he wrote 5 words on the envelope's front to Miss Lin, personally. Upon arriving at Xianhong International, Zhaoyuntian stepped out of the car. Master, wait for me. I'll be right back. The taxi driver replied, Sure thing, young man. I'll be waiting right here. Zhaoyuntian placed his luggage in the car and proceeded toward the address on his phone. From a distance, he spotted an imposing skyscraper rising majestically. That building was none other than Xianhong International. In this bustling commercial district, the ability to erect such a structure spoke volumes of its profound foundation. However, these considerations were irrelevant to Zhaoyuntian. His primary purpose for being there was to annul the engagement. Yet, just as he arrived, before he could enter, he was immediately blocked by a security guard at the entrance. Who are you? The guard scrutinized Zhaoyuntian, slightly furrowing his brow. Hello, I am Zhaoyuntian, he replied. What brings you here? Well, I came to deliver a letter. Could you kindly pass it on? As he spoke, he extended the letter toward the guard, who received it nonchalantly, asking indifferently, Who is this letter for? And which department? I'm not sure about the department. I only know the recipient's name, Zhaoyuntian answered. And who is that? Lin Xinya, Zhaoyuntian replied, causing the guard to freeze momentarily, followed by a scrutinizing look directed at him. What is your relationship to her? I am her fiancé. I just returned from military service, and I no longer wish to marry her. Therefore, I kindly request that you deliver this letter of annulment to her. Thank you, Zhaoyuntian stated. The guard was momentarily stunned, while others nearby erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Buddy, did you come here to entertain us? The guard scoffed, rolling his eyes in derision. Zhaoyuntian, bewildered, responded, What's wrong with that? Lin Xinya is our company's president, and you claim she's your fiancé. Had the guard not been in uniform, he might have thought Zhaoyuntian was a lunatic who had escaped from a mental hospital. You can't even look in the mirror, yet you think you can be our president's husband? And you want to annul the engagement? Do you think this is an idle drama? The guard cursed vehemently. While security personnel were expected to maintain a degree of civility, this individual found Zhaoyuntian's behavior utterly shameless. President? Zhaoyuntian paused, feeling somewhat astonished. Her grandfather was a major tycoon who had established a company of this scale, which was perfectly logical. But I truly am her fiancé. If you don't believe me, just call her down. Call her down for what? Our president is extremely busy. Why would she waste her time on a lunatic like you? The guard retorted, convinced that Zhaoyuntian was indeed a fool. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of a woman who had intended to enter. Upon noticing the scene, she approached. What's going on? Why is there a commotion at the company entrance? Secretary Zhang. The guards greeted respectfully as they recognized her arrival. Zhaoyuntian turned to look, unable to suppress his surprise at the sight of her. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a delicate oval face and star-like eyes, dressed in a professional outfit that exuded competence and simplicity. Zhang Meng frowned slightly, her expression reflecting displeasure, as if she felt uncomfortable with Zhaoyuntian's unabashed gaze. Noticing this, Zhaoyuntian touched his nose, reluctantly retracting his gaze while muttering, Wow, what a stunning beauty! Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's expression hardened, pondering, Who on earth was this man? Her first impression led her to believe that he was nothing more than a lecherous scoundrel. Secretary Zhang, this guy doesn't seem to know where he came from. He's holding a letter and insists he's our president's fiancé, one of the guards explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's expression shifted, and she turned her gaze toward him. Chapter 2. The unsightly fiancé. Had Zhaoyuntian never seen a handsome man? He felt quite uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those around him, yet he straightened his back and lifted his chin defiantly. Zhang Ming's expression stiffened momentarily as she shook her head, unable to discern any remarkable traits about this man who dared to claim he was the fiancé of the president. Such delusions were utterly ludicrous. What kind of person was the president? The founder of Xinhong International. He had transformed it into one of the most formidable multinational companies in Beihai within just a few years. Undeniably a figure of great influence in the city. How could he possibly be associated with this individual? Seeing the disbelief etched on their faces, Zhaoyuntian waved his hand dismissively. Believe it or not, that's your prerogative. Regardless, I was the one who brought this to you. Whether you choose to pass it along is entirely up to you. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. The taxi waiting outside, as she watched Zhaoyuntian stride away, Zhang Ming scoffed quietly, dismissing the notion of engaging with him further. Just as she was about to leave, the head of security spoke up. Secretary Zhang, this letter. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, realizing it was a superfluous gesture. It would have been better to toss it in the trash than to trouble his superior. Zhang Ming paused, her eyes flickering slightly before she extended her hand. Please, give me the letter. Even she was uncertain why she felt compelled to accept this letter, fully aware that the man could not possibly be the president's fiancé. It was likely a prank, yet something inexplicable drove her to take it. As the elevator reached the top floor, where only the president's personal office resided, she steadied her nerves and knocked on the door. Come in. A woman's voice, cool yet melodious, beckoned from within. Upon entering, Zhang Ming was met by a sight that took her breath away. At the desk, a woman busily attended to her work, and as she looked up, her stunningly beautiful face came into view. This breathtaking woman was none other than Lin Xinya, the president of Xinhong International. Not only was the president renowned for her exceptional business acumen, but her beauty had also earned her the title of the most beautiful woman in Beihai. Countless scions of wealthy families had fallen at her feet, and even women found themselves overshadowed by her radiance. With such a remarkable woman, it was hard to fathom what kind of man could ever be her equal. Is there something you need? Lin Xinya inquired. Zhang Ming's heart raced, and she hesitated before responding. I merely came to see if you had any arrangements, President. Lin Xinya's gaze sharpened, and she took a deep breath. You clearly have something to say. Why beat around the bush? Zhang Ming felt exposed, her thoughts laid bare, and she was quite embarrassed. The topic was rather delicate, but since she had been seen through, she felt compelled to speak. President, the matter is rather absurd. I shouldn't even mention it, but since you've already discerned it, I might as well share. Lin Xinya remained silent, her hands poised as if waiting for Zhang Ming to continue. Zhang Ming felt as though she had lost her mind. How could she dare to bring up that lunatic in front of the president? However, there was no turning back now. She had to press on. She retrieved the letter of annulment from her bag and stepped forward. Upon seeing it, Lin Xinya inquired, What is this? I encountered someone at the entrance who claimed to be your fiancé and insisted that I deliver this letter to you. Zhang Ming explained, her words. Lin Xinya's brow twitched, and her flawless face shifted slightly as her expression grew serious. Zhang Ming sensed that this was not a good sign and quickly added, That man is just a lunatic, President. I can dispose of this letter right now. No, open it and read it to me, Lin Xinya commanded, her exquisite features betraying no hint of emotion. Zhang Ming hesitated, cursing herself for being so meddlesome, but ultimately complied and opened the envelope. As she read the contents, her expression drastically changed. President, this letter, it's written so. Read it, Lin Xinya insisted, her tone brooking no argument. Zhang Ming bit her lip, loathing the man who had put her in this position. What on earth had he written? Dear Miss Lin Xinya, greetings. I am your yet-to-be-met fiancé, Zhaoyuntian. The first part is acceptable, but the latter is quite something else. A tremor crept into Zhang Ming's voice as she continued, Years ago, I once annulled a marriage proposal, citing your appearance. Far too unsightly, even more so than the sows I raised in my backyard. I cannot fathom what you consumed to grow into such a visage. Upon seeing your face, I lost all desire to pursue anything. I had hoped you possessed self-awareness and would withdraw gracefully. Yet you shamelessly persisted in pestering me despite looking like this. Zhang Ming faltered, glancing up to find Lin Xinya's expression was frozen in frost, her eyes glinting with a fierce light. Continue reading. In summary, I have no appetite for you and hope you cease this endless pursuit. One must have some self-respect, for a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Enough of this nonsense. Let us part ways amicably and never meet again. Lastly, allow me to offer a piece of advice. South Korea's cosmetic surgery industry is quite advanced. I hope you take it to heart and consider a makeover. As Zhang Ming finished reading, her heart churned violently, and she trembled. Had she known the contents of this letter in advance, she would have surely pointed at that man's nose and berated him, having never encountered such audacity. How could he claim that the president, such a stunning woman, was nothing but an ugly creature in his eyes? To label Beihai's most beautiful woman as a hideous monster? Preposterous. At that moment, Lin Xinya suddenly smiled, raising her chin and asked, "Where is that man now?" "He has left," Zhang Ming replied, sensing an ominous shift in atmosphere, her face paling as she exclaimed, "President, you can't be serious. He truly is. Put the letter down. You may leave now. Remember, this matter is to remain confidential. Utter not a word to anyone," Lin Xinya instructed, her alabaster fingers lightly tapping the edge of the desk, her gaze contemplative. After a moment, she abruptly stood, her unparalleled grace radiating a commanding presence. "Zhaoyuntian? Ha! Do you dare return?" Chapter 3. The letter of annulment. Upon leaving the Xinhang building, Zhaoyuntian made his way to the roadside and entered the waiting taxi. The driver turned to him with a smile. "Young man, have you finished your business?" "Yes, just a small matter," Zhaoyuntian replied. "And where to next?" the driver inquired. Zhaoyuntian paused, realizing that he was new to Beihai and quite unfamiliar with the area. He needed to find a place to stay urgently. "Driver, do you know where I might find rental accommodations?" The driver activated the vehicle, asking as he drove, "What kind of place are you looking for?" Zhaoyuntian thought for a moment. His requirements for food, lodging, and transportation were minimal. Given his limited funds, he could only hope for a modest single room or shared accommodation at an affordable rate. The driver chuckled. "I actually know a place. Just the other day, while running errands, I saw a rental sign posted nearby. You might find something to your liking." "Thank you," Zhaoyuntian replied. During the ride, he and the driver, Wang Jianya, engaged in lively conversation. In no time, they were addressing each other as old friends. "So, Xiao, are you planning to develop your career here in Beihai?" Wang inquired. "That's the idea," Zhaoyuntian admitted. Having just returned from the army, he felt lost regarding his future. Beihai was indeed a great city, a gem of the Dragon Kingdom, rich with talent and opportunity. Wang enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the city, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As Zhaoyuntian gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers flashing by, a thought began to take shape in his mind. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. "Little Zhao, I still have some work to finish today, so I can't accompany you to find a place. Let's exchange numbers. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. My home is nearby, and I consider you a friend now," Wang Jianya said with a warm smile. "That sounds good. I can find my way from here," Zhaoyuntian replied, waving goodbye as he hefted his luggage and walked on. In Beihai, housing prices soared, particularly in the city center, which had become one of the most expensive areas in the nation. Finding a place to settle down in such a prime location was no easy feat. Many newcomers were compelled to reside in slightly lower-priced rentals. Zhaoyuntian, having just returned from military service with some savings, was fortunate enough to avoid living in a cramped space or a basement. He sought a reasonably adequate place to stay temporarily. To his surprise, he soon spotted a rental advertisement posted on a telephone pole. However, its contents were rather peculiar. "Female, 23 years old, occupation, flight attendant, currently renting a 2-bedroom apartment. Seeking a single male roommate, all utilities included, with rent reduced by half. The only requirement is that the candidate must be strong and preferably have studied karate or taekwondo." Zhaoyuntian was taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. While co-renting was common in big cities, where one person renting an entire apartment could be prohibitively expensive, it was unusual for a woman to seek a male roommate due to safety concerns unless they were friends. What struck Zhaoyuntian as particularly odd was the requirement for strength. What was the purpose behind this? Did she seek a sturdy shoulder to lean on when the night grew quiet? The fact that she was a flight attendant only added to his intrigue. Unable to resist, Zhaoyuntian called the number listed on the flyer. A melodious voice greeted him, instantly pleasant to the ears. He couldn't help but wonder what her appearance might be like. After all, One couldn't become a flight attendant without being somewhat attractive. Hello, may I ask who this is? I just saw your co-rental information and would like to discuss it further in person. Zhaoyuntian replied, clearing his throat. Oh, I see. Please hold on a moment. After a brief conversation, the call ended abruptly, as the woman seemed preoccupied and instructed him to come over. Taking his belongings, Zhaoyuntian walked over, which was only a short distance away. This neighborhood boasted a decent living environment, and considering the average rent, a single room would typically cost around $2,000 a month. With the half-off offer, it would only be $1,000, which was a substantial saving. However, he felt that something was amiss. How could there be such an unearned windfall? Knocking on the door of apartment 401, Zhaoyuntian checked the number before rapping lightly. Moments later, the door opened to reveal a cautious little girl peering out, resembling a porcelain doll. Wait, what is going on? Isn't this supposed to be a flight attendant? Have I knocked on the wrong door? What do you want? The little girl's large, bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. I'm here to inquire about the rental, Zhaoyuntian replied. The girl scrutinized him from head to toe, her brow furrowing. You're not suitable, just go away. With that, she attempted to shut the door. Zhaoyuntian quickly wedged his foot in the doorway. Hey, why am I not suitable? For goodness sake, I'm not letting $1,000 slip away. Ineen, is that you? Is someone here? A mature woman's voice floated from inside, and upon closer inspection, it was the same woman from the phone. Aunt Lon, I've checked him out. He doesn't meet the standards. He looks like someone trying to take advantage, the little girl remarked, her tone overly mature for her age. Let him in. We can't turn away a guest, the woman replied. Reluctantly, the little girl opened the door, muttering under her breath, so shameless. Zhaoyuntian feigned ignorance, smiling as he entered, though inwardly he was cursing. If given the chance, he would definitely give that little girl a good scolding. At last, he laid eyes on the woman. She appeared to have just stepped out of the shower, clad in a white shirt with her long legs exposed to the air, her dainty feet clad in playful flip-flops, as the saying goes. To judge beauty, one must first look at the legs. Truly, she was a flight attendant, her figure impeccable, her face exquisite, with red lips and white teeth, eyes like stars, her features flawlessly sculpted, as if crafted by divine hands. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, adding an alluring touch. Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. My goodness, she was stunning. With such beauty, marrying her would be a tremendous bargain. Wait, how could he entertain such improper thoughts? It seemed she sensed his lingering gaze, her expression shifting slightly as she extended her hand. Please, have a seat. Zhaoyuntian nodded slightly and sat on the sofa, discreetly wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth. The little girl rolled her eyes at him, clearly unimpressed. Hello, sir. My name is Yun, and I am a flight attendant. The woman introduced herself. I'm Zhaoyuntian, just discharged from the army, he replied. Noticing his attire, Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. May I ask what branch you served in? I was a cook, Zhaoyuntian admitted, a hint of pride in his voice. A cook? Yun's frowned slightly before asking, did you learn any martial arts? Martial arts? No, but does butchering pigs count? Yun's expression became slightly uncomfortable. What about military boxing? I'm a cook. Why would I bother with that? But I can certainly fry, saute, and stew, Zhaoyuntian boasted with confidence. At that moment, the little girl piped up, Aunt Lon. I knew he was useless. Yun's sighed and stood up. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but you don't meet my co-rental requirements and will have to leave. Why don't I meet them? Zhaoyuntian was taken aback, still trying to understand the situation. Yun's rubbed her forehead, explaining, I need a very capable male roommate. Unfortunately, you don't fit that description. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her criteria. A capable individual. What could possibly be behind that? Did flight attendants have some peculiar preferences? Yun's seemed reluctant to elaborate further, gesturing for him to leave. But Zhaoyuntian was unwilling to walk away from such a golden opportunity. Not only was the landlady breathtakingly beautiful, but the rent was incredibly cheap, with utilities included. Where else could he find such a deal? Miss Yun, I believe I am still a suitable choice. While I may not possess martial skills or military boxing experience, I like to think I can hold my own. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his unremarkable arms. Zhaoyuntian was hardly a muscle-bound man. He appeared rather ordinary, easily overlooked. Mr. Zhao, I have been targeted by a group of thugs, and they harass me daily. If you don't have the ability to help, for your own safety, I must ask you to leave. Yun Xilan finally revealed her predicament. That moment, she held no hope for Zhaoyuntian, a cook. He wouldn't be able to solve her problems. Yun Xilan didn't wish to speak further, collapsing onto the sofa, her expression weary and despondent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness and grievance, and the little girl stepped forward, offering her a tissue. As I pondered, gazing at Zhaoyuntian, I asked, "Are you not leaving yet? If you wait for those ruffians to arrive, you might find it impossible to escape." Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside the door, accompanied by a cacophony of voices arguing. The little girl exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, and he appears." Zhaoyuntian turned his head slightly, his gaze sharpening momentarily before he rose, adjusted his hairstyle, and declared with conviction, "I believe it is necessary for me to demonstrate my capabilities." Chapter 4. A display of skill. Hurry and open the door, or I shall kick it down. Outside, a group of small-time thugs had gathered, led by a scruffy youth with yellow hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, dressed in gaudy attire. One of his henchmen shouted, "Brother Huang, why waste words? Just kick it down. Our boss is impatient, and this little girl is too ungrateful. Let us simply take her by force." "Dahu, break the door down," commanded the yellow-haired leader to a burly man behind him. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a young man who immediately erupted into a tirade. "Damn it! Are you seeking death? Causing a scene at my wife's doorstep? Do you believe I won't beat you so badly that your parents won't recognize you?" The crowd was taken aback, clearly not anticipating the appearance of a man, let alone a young one. "Who the hell are you?" the yellow-haired thug sneered, his bravado unshaken by the lone figure before him. Zhaoyuntian shook his head, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes before he closed the door and strode out confidently. Inside, the little girl remarked, "Aunt Lon, that guy is being overly bold. He won't get hurt, will he?" Having witnessed heroes rescuing damsels in distress before, she recalled how impulsive actions could lead to hospitalization. They had long since lost hope for a hero. Such figures only existed in fiction, not in reality. Yun Xilan's concern grew. After all, the man was a stranger taking a stand for her. What if those thugs harmed him? She stood to intervene but was pulled back by the little girl. "Aunt Lon, you mustn't go out. Those bad guys might kidnap you. I can't just stand by. He will be beaten," Yun Xilan insisted, her urgency evident. At that moment, a fierce scuffle erupted outside, punctuated by cries of pain. The sounds were chilling, and Yun Xilan, startled, immediately opened the door and shouted for them to stop, fearing for Zhaoyuntian's safety. As she opened the door, she was met with a smiling Zhaoyuntian, brushing dust off his hands, chuckling, "Don't worry. I know my limits." Yun Xilan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sprawled in the narrow corridor were 7 or 8 men, all battered and bruised. "Go back and tell your boss that if he dares to lay a finger on my wife again, I will twist his head off in an instant," Zhaoyuntian shouted, his demeanor more fierce than that of the thugs. "Wait, you better watch out. How dare you steal from Hongyi?" the yellow-haired thug yelled as he fled, showcasing the typical villain's bravado. Zhaoyuntian, with a burst of speed, mimicked the sound of pursuit, causing the thugs to scatter in fear, some even leaping from windows in their haste to escape. Once the coast was clear, Zhaoyuntian turned back to find Yun Xilan staring at him in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. You drove them all away," she stammered, wide-eyed. "Did you not see it?" Zhaoyuntian replied nonchalantly. "But you said you were a cook?" Yun Xilan queried, perplexed. "Who said a cook cannot fight?" Zhaoyuntian replied earnestly, stretching his limbs. "I could take on 10 of them without breaking a sweat." With remarkable resolve, Yun Xilan momentarily faltered, waves of emotion crashing within her. The little girl, astonished by Zhaoyuntian's prowess in chasing away the villains, gazed at him with newfound admiration. "Miss Yun, I trust you no longer doubt my capabilities?" Zhaoyuntian pressed, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Yun Xilan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly apologized for her earlier misjudgment. While he might not have been muscular or trained in martial arts, he had proven himself formidable, precisely the kind of tenant she needed. "Mr. Zhao, I welcome you as my roommate. Once we finalize the contract, you may officially move in," she said softly. Internally, Zhaoyuntian was thrilled, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the beautiful flight attendant. "If this is how things are going to be, I might just soar to new heights," he mused. The little girl caught onto his subtle glances and felt a twinge of concern, sensing that chasing away the bad guys had attracted a lecher. Given the shared living arrangement, Yun Xilan laid out some strict rules. Zhaoyuntian could not roam the house naked, must maintain personal hygiene, refrain from bringing friends over or hosting parties, and could not enter her room or touch her belongings without permission. Having served in the military for several years, Zhaoyuntian was accustomed to discipline, and thus, he readily agreed. Signing his name on the contract with a flourished it, was then that Zhaoyuntian learned about Yun Xilan's predicament. She had been targeted by a local gang leader who insisted on making her his girlfriend and threatened to support her. As a virtuous young woman, she could never acquiesce to such demands. Yet the thug persisted, first resorting to manipulation and then direct harassment. With her busy schedule as a flight attendant leaving little time for socializing or meeting capable individuals, she had considered hiring a bodyguard but found it financially unfeasible. Thus, she arrived at the idea of inviting a strong male tenant, believing it to be a more prudent solution. Miss Yun, rest assured, as long as I, Zhao, am here, no one will dare to harm you. If anyone attempts to do so, I will shatter their skull with a single blow, Zhaoyuntian declared, pounding his chest with confidence. While the first part of his statement was commendable, the latter veered into a realm of brutality. Yet, sometimes the most abrasive words resonate deeply. Yun Xilan felt a surge of gratitude and said, "Thank you. From now on, please don't call me Miss Yun. We live under the same roof now, so just call me Xilan." "Very well," Zhaoyuntian replied with a hearty laugh, his gaze shifting to the little girl. "Is she your niece?" "Yes," Yun Xilan nodded slightly. "Her name is Yin. Her parents passed away in an accident, and now we rely on each other." She hesitated, a hint of sorrow crossing her face. Zhaoyuntian pressed his lips together, choosing not to pry further. Personal matters were best left unspoken. Soon, Zhaoyuntian moved into his new room, which was immaculate and well-furnished, a rare find in a bustling city like Beihai for only 1,000 yuan. With few belongings, he organized everything in a matter of minutes. Just as he settled on the edge of the bed, the little girl, Yin, walked in. "What do you want, little one?" Zhaoyuntian inquired, sensing her cool demeanor towards him. "Are you a good person?" Yin asked, her large eyes blinking innocently, though her voice carried a maturity beyond her years. Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. Who posed such questions? Would a lunatic declare themselves as such? "I can't say whether I'm good, but I am definitely not a bad person. You mustn't bully my Aunt Lan. Otherwise, I won't spare you," the little girl warned, her eyes sharp with vigilance. Zhaoyuntian, who despised threats, found a strange charm in her assertiveness. After delivering her warning, Yin exited, leaving a bottle of yogurt in his hands. "Thank you for helping." Surprised, Zhaoyuntian felt a warmth spread within him, chuckling softly. This little girl is quite endearing. Chapter 5. Trouble approaches. After some time spent acquiring daily necessities, Zhaoyuntian received a phone call from the taxi driver. "Wang Jianya, little Zhao, have you found a place yet?" Old Wang inquired eagerly. "Yes, I found a decent spot in a good location," Zhaoyuntian replied cheerfully. "That's impressive. I thought it would take you several days." Old Wang said, somewhat surprised but pleased. Zhaoyuntian laughed heartily, boasting, "I was taken in by a beautiful girl who insists I'm handsome. Try as I might, I couldn't resist her charm." "You rascal, you're full of hot air. It's your first day in Beihai, and you're unfamiliar with the place. How about coming over to my house for a drink?" Old Wang invited, making Zhaoyuntian feel warm inside out. Of course, he gladly accepted the offer of a free dinner. After changing out of his casual clothes, he donned a fresh outfit from his bag and headed out. Seeing him leave, Yun Xilan asked, "You're going out now? Is there anything you still need to buy?" "A friend has invited me for dinner. I might be back late," Zhaoyuntian replied candidly. Yun Xilan nodded slightly, though a flicker of disappointment crossed her features. She had intended to invite him for a meal to express her gratitude for his earlier assistance. That discussion would have to wait for another day. "What time do you expect to return?" she inquired. "I'm not quite sure," Zhaoyuntian admitted, scratching his head. If there was drinking involved, who knew when he would be back? "All right, I'll leave the door open for you tonight," Yun Xilan said gently, her tone soft and inviting. Her words ignited a sense of anticipation within Zhaoyuntian, making him increasingly eager to share his life with this female landlord. Old Wang's house was nearby, just a few kilometers away, easily accessible by a single bus ride. As he stepped out, he found himself amidst the evening rush hour, the bus packed to the brim. In Beihai, taxis were quite costly, with the base fare starting at 8 or 9 yuan. While public transport was remarkably efficient, a 1 yuan fare allowed one to traverse the entire city. Zhaoyuntian stood in a corner of the bus, feeling somewhat bored as he took out his phone to pass the time. The bus swayed, and he inadvertently bumped into something behind him, feeling slightly uncomfortable, perhaps a bag or something similar. He didn't pay it much mind. After a short while, a furious voice erupted from behind him. "Are you done yet? You're almost squeezing the life out of my milk." The previously noisy bus fell silent, all eyes turning towards Zhaoyuntian, who had inadvertently become the center of attention. The passengers assumed they had stumbled upon a public pervert and glared at him, hoping to witness some scandalous behavior. Zhaoyuntian slowly turned his head to see a girl standing there, sporting unconventional braids, appearing to be around 17 or 18, dressed provocatively, with a tattoo on her shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that the tattoo depicted Peppa Pig. Someone has Peppa Pig inked on them. Let's give a round of applause for the socialite, he thought. The girl glared at him, her eyes blazing, and demanded, "Do you know you're squishing me? You've ruined my yogurt." "What?" Zhaoyuntian was dumbfounded. "In broad daylight, you can't just slander me like that. I'm standing right here. I haven't done anything." As he looked down, he realized that the milk she referred to was actually a bottle of yogurt, which had become crumpled and spilled all over her. "See? Is this not your doing? I don't know why you're using so much force," she retorted, her eyes flashing with anger. She was undoubtedly a feisty little firecracker, perfectly embodying her rebellious persona. The surrounding stares turned accusatory, and Zhaoyuntian felt his face flush with embarrassment, unable to find the words to respond. "Goodness gracious, I haven't done anything," he exclaimed, apologetically. "I'm truly sorry. The bus is just too crowded. How about I compensate you, and you can buy another one?" He chuckled awkwardly, and upon closer inspection, he had to admit that the girl was quite pretty, though her heavy makeup detracted from her natural beauty. "Humph, I don't want your money. Just be more careful next time. You've spilled it all over me," she huffed, rolling her eyes. Her words carried a double meaning. How could today's young women be so brash? Zhaoyuntian paused, attempting to distance himself from her, but the bus was too cramped to escape. Fortunately, it was only one stop away, and he could disembark quickly, as fate would have it. Old Wang had invited him to his home for dinner, and Zhaoyuntian felt compelled to reciprocate the hospitality. Before visiting, he stopped by the supermarket to pick up some items: a case of milk, a basket of fruit, and a pack of cigarettes. While pondering what else to buy, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a particular figure from behind. The silhouette was nearly perfect, with a ponytail and standing at around 1.70 meters, her curvaceous form was complemented by her stylish attire. Yet, he couldn't discern her facial features, for there were too many back-of-the-head beauties in this day and age. Unable to resist the temptation, Zhaoyuntian decided to approach her. As he got closer, he finally caught sight of her face. Holy cow! She's stunning. Words failed to capture her beauty. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, unadorned, and reminiscent of a classical beauty. The long dress she wore added to her allure, making her all the more captivating. While Zhaoyuntian usually wouldn't spare a glance at ordinary beauties, this one would surely rank among the elite. A beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, he thought, and immediately felt compelled to strike up a conversation. "Hello there," he greeted her, and as she lifted her head, the enchanting beauty became even more tangible, reminiscent of the poetic line about the water lily, delicate and shy in the cool breeze. "What is it?" the girl asked, bewildered by his approach. Zhaoyuntian casually picked up a drink from the nearby counter. "Can this Sprite be served with ice?" The girl paused, finding his question rather peculiar. "It can, but you'll have to pay first and do it yourself." "What about red wine?" Zhaoyuntian inquired further. "That should be fine. You can try it yourself," she replied patiently, her demeanor suggesting she was accustomed to dealing with strange inquiries. Zhaoyuntian chuckled and took out his phone, extending it towards her. "Can I add you on WeChat?" The girl halted, her mind shifting gears as she realized what was happening. The term pickup line flashed through her thoughts. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhaoyuntian, her cheeks flushing slightly. With a delicate pursing of her lips, she turned and walked away. What just happened? Was this a rejection?" Zhaoyuntian stood there, bewildered. This approach had never failed him before, as most young women would not turn him down. Who would have thought this girl would completely disregard him, leaving him profoundly disappointed? Watching her retreating figure, Zhaoyuntian sighed, feeling quite regretful. He had hoped something might transpire, but it seemed fate was not in their favor. Gathering his belongings, he settled his bill at the front desk and prepared to head to Old Wong's for dinner. The address had long been saved in his phone, and with a simple navigation, he could find his way as he walked. Zhaoyuntian's eyes lit up. That girl was right in front of him. He swore he wasn't stalking her. Perhaps their paths simply coincided. He remained silent, choosing not to follow her, merely trailing behind in silence. A few minutes later, the girl inadvertently glanced back and, upon spotting Zhaoyuntian a short distance away, her expression shifted and she quickened her pace. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, thinking that she must have mistaken him for a nefarious character. In reality, he was merely taking the same route. After a few more minutes, having navigated several corners, the girl walked briskly. When she turned back again and noticed him still following, a flicker of panic crossed her face. Zhaoyuntian found it puzzling. What was going on with this girl? Why did she keep appearing in front of him, flitting about? Could it be that after rejecting his approach at the supermarket, she was now regretting it and wanted to give him another chance? Of course, that was merely his speculation. They maintained their distance, covering quite a bit of ground. The girl, summoning her courage, turned around and approached Zhaoyuntian, her face displaying a mix of anger and confusion. "Why are you following me?" she demanded. "I'm not following you," Zhaoyuntian replied, looking utterly bewildered. "You've been behind me since we left the supermarket. What do you want?" Her voice turned icy wide. It seemed she genuinely believed him to be a stalker. "I'm simply walking in the direction of my destination," he insisted, feeling quite unjustly accused. "If you keep following me, I'll call the police," she threatened, her voice laced with fury. In her mind, she was undoubtedly convinced she had encountered a predator. "Listen, we really need to talk reasonably. While I might want to get to know you, I assure you, I am not so base as to stalk someone. We may truly just be heading in the same direction," he said with a chuckle. The girl scoffed. "Do you expect me to believe that? There are countless paths in this alley. Why not just say you live at my house?" Zhaoyuntian shrugged, seeking to prove his innocence by stepping ahead of her. "I'll go first." "All right," he declared, puffing out his chest as he strode forward. The girl's breath quickened as she glanced at him, wondering if she had indeed misjudged him. After he disappeared from view, she finally resumed her steps, walking a few hundred meters until she was almost home, when, to her shock, that figure reappeared before her once more. Chapter 6. What's the rush? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed him. The girl's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down her back. This man was utterly deranged. Not only had he followed her the whole way, but now he stood blocking her front door. She couldn't help but think of those horror films featuring psychopathic criminals who appeared ordinary yet harbored dark and violent intentions. At that moment, this man had firmly established himself as a threat in her mind. In a panic, she fumbled for her phone and dialed her family. "Where are you, girl? The guests will be arriving soon." A middle-aged man's voice echoed through the line. "Dad, there's a psychopath stalking me, and he's right outside our door," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Like a startled bird, hide somewhere. "I'll be right out to find you," her father replied. Just then, the girl froze mid-call as a tall figure overshadowed her in the dim light. Raising her gaze, she was met with his face. "What do you want?" she stammered, her heart racing. "What do you think I want?" he replied, his expression void of emotion. Upon hearing this, her conviction that he was a demon solidified, causing her to stumble backward in fear. "What is wrong with you? You claimed I was stalking you, yet here you are behind me, sneaking around. What do you want from me?" Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes. Having honed his instincts over the years, he sensed someone behind him and initially thought he was being targeted. Upon turning around, he discovered it was that woman from the supermarket. He truly couldn't comprehend what her intentions were. One should always act reasonably. Just because one is attractive doesn't grant them the right to misbehave. The girl's gaze flitted around nervously, while Zhaoyuntian stepped closer, pondering whether she might be mentally unstable. At that moment, she suddenly picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it at him. "Watch out!" Zhaoyuntian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile. His body tensed instinctively, and in a split second, he lunged forward, grasping her arm. "You lunatic, let me go!" she shouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm no lunatic," Zhaoyuntian thought, feeling a surge of frustration. The one following her was her. The one throwing bricks was also her. How had he become the villain in this scenario? Releasing her, he must have applied too much force as she crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhaoyuntian stood there, utterly bewildered. Just then, footsteps approached, accompanied by a beam of light. Turning, he saw Wang Jianya rushing over with a kitchen knife in hand. "You're here. What are you doing just standing around? Hurry inside," he urged. Zhaoyuntian shrugged. "Old Wang, there's a girl following me, and I have no idea what is going on." "What girl?" Old Wang asked, confused, as he shone the flashlight forward. "Yower," he exclaimed upon recognizing her. The girl looked up. "Dad." Zhaoyuntian was left dumbfounded, unable to process the situation. "Wait, what is happening here? Dad, that psychopath is him," she cried, wiping her tears as she recounted her tale. "Old Wang, this is your daughter?" Zhaoyuntian was even more shocked, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Old Wang glanced between them, likely understanding the misunderstanding. "Silly girl, this is just a friend your dad invited over." "What?" Now it was Wang Yueying's turn to be astonished. Staring incredulously at Zhaoyuntian, it turned out that Wang Yueying had gone to the supermarket to buy wine for her father's guest. She had encountered Zhaoyuntian, who was there to present a gift. Had he not approached her, Yueying likely wouldn't have thought much of it. There were countless passers-by on the street, and who would take the time to suspect others? However, after their supermarket encounter, in the dark alley, the sight of a man and a woman moving in tandem inevitably led to misinterpretations. "Sorry about this, but things have been quite tense lately. There's been a serial killer targeting single women at night, and several cases have occurred without resolution. That's why Yueying was a bit on edge when she saw you," Wang Jianya explained. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt relieved, yet he exchanged an awkward glance with Wang Yueying. As a man, he could shrug it off, but the girl kept her head bowed, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. Encountering such a situation on his first visit was bound to leave anyone feeling vexed. Once inside, Zhaoyuntian took in the surroundings. Wang Jianya's home was modest, situated in an old building with a palpable sense of history. The walls were covered in moss and climbing vines, reminiscent of a dilapidated tenement. Despite the numerous residents, the house was kept remarkably tidy and bright. "I should introduce you to my wife," Wang Jianya said, gesturing to a middle-aged woman entering the dining area with dishes. "You must be Xiao Zhao, truly a fine-looking young man," she smiled warmly. "Hello, sister-in-law," Zhaoyuntian greeted, hastily presenting the gifts he had brought. "You needn't have brought anything. It's enough that you came," Old Wang replied. The three of them, along with Zhaoyuntian as the guest, sat around the table. Old Wang poured wine enthusiastically. "Xiao Zhao, where are you renting?" "In the Jinfeng community. It's a decent location. That place is nice. Though not cheap, no worries. I found a good landlord," Zhaoyuntian chuckled. After a few drinks, the conversation naturally flowed. "So, you just returned. What are your plans?" Old Wang inquired. "Not quite sure yet. I'll take it as it comes," Zhaoyuntian replied, feeling rather directionless about his future. His arrival in Beihai was purely coincidental. Had he not been pushed into marriage by his master, he would still be enjoying life outside. Live in the moment. Enjoy yourself. No one can predict the future, Old Wang advised. Zhaoyuntian nodded slightly, raising his glass. "Old Wang, I admire your life. A virtuous wife, a lovely daughter, truly a winner in life." Old Wang chuckled, a bitter smile crossing his face. "Brother, you may not know my situation. My wife fell seriously ill last year, draining our savings and leaving us with substantial debt. She is still unwell, and Yueying just aced her college entrance exams. But we can't afford it." Old Wang sighed heavily, the smile fading from his face, making him appear a decade older. "Dad, why would you say such things to him?" Wang Yueying protested, pushing at her father's hand. Realizing he had spoken too freely, Old Wang quickly changed the topic. "Let us not dwell on that. Today, I'm in a good mood. Let us keep drinking until we drop." With that, Old Wang suddenly slumped over the table, snoring loudly. Wang Yueying looked embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. "I'm so sorry. My dad gets like this when he is drunk. It's nothing," Zhaoyuntian assured her. Seeing her husband inebriated, Wang's wife prepared to help him inside. "Let me assist," Zhaoyuntian offered, hoisting Old Wang up and guiding him to his bed, tucking him under the covers. Wang's wife thanked him, and Zhaoyuntian turned to her, suddenly asking, "Sister-in-law, you must have kidney disease, right?" How did you know?" she asked in surprise, having not mentioned her illness at the table. "I studied medicine for a few years, so I have some knowledge," Zhaoyuntian explained. This wasn't mere bravado. His master was a renowned physician, and even with his limited training, he had absorbed some invaluable teachings. Wang's wife looked at him in astonishment, her eyes glimmering with newfound hope. I've been told my condition is incurable. At best, I have a few more years. If I didn't have this illness, Yueying wouldn't be burdened at a tea that moment. Wang Yueying was in the living room, swiftly clearing the table, evident that she had been accustomed to such chores since childhood. What did the hospital say? Zhaoyuntian asked. The doctor said I have uremia and need a kidney transplant, which costs 50,000, and I have to wait for a donor, Wang's wife said heavily. She must have been beautiful in her youth, but now, the illness had robbed her of her vitality. Her eyes lacked luster, and she murmured, my greatest wish now is to see Yueying find a good home. So she won't have to endure what we did. Such is the plight of parents, Zhaoyuntian thought, pursing his lips, feeling a surge of compassion. Aside from a transplant, there are other options. Wang's wife paused, her eyes lighting up with interest. I have a folk remedy my master used to treat people with conditions like yours. Just give me some time, and I might be able to help you. Zhaoyuntian offered. You're a good person, Xiao Zhao. Wang's wife replied with a faint smile, thinking he was merely trying to comfort her. Folk remedies couldn't possibly cure uremia. If they could, hospitals wouldn't have so many patients waiting for transplants. Zhaoyuntian understood her skepticism, but he didn't press further. Talk was cheap, and it would be hard to convince her without evidence. Once he was prepared, he would return to treat her, and the results would speak for themselves. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle engine roared outside, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Upon hearing this, Wang's wife's expression changed. Chapter 7. The embarrassment. A group of men had arrived, led by a burly figure with a scarred face and an intimidating demeanor, wearing glasses. Where's Wang Jianya? The scarred man shouted. Zhaoyuntian and Wang's wife stepped outside, and upon seeing the group, she grew anxious. The scarred man approached menacingly, demanding, when will you repay the money your husband owes? Wang's wife stammered. Could you give us a few more days? We're working on it. Today's the deadline. It's 80,000, not a penny less, he sneered. Hearing this amount, she gasped in shock. We only borrowed 20,000. How did it turn into 80? The scarred man chuckled darkly. You've been in debt for 6 months. Do you think I want to charge interest? Wang's wife's expression shifted as she protested. Isn't this extortion? Extortion? The terms are clearly written. Even if you take it to court, you won't win, he replied with a hint of menace. Zhaoyuntian observed, quickly realizing they were dealing with loan sharks. They lure people in with low-interest loans, and once debts accumulate, they come to collect. Although the government prohibits usury, such practices persist, often exploiting legal loopholes that ordinary people cannot contend with. The scarred man stepped closer. Pressing, you were quick to borrow. Why are you dragging your feet on repayment? I don't care. You need to pay up today, or there will be consequences. As he spoke, the thugs behind him moved menacingly closer. Wang's wife had never encountered such a situation and began to retreat in fear. Wang Yueying rushed out, standing protectively in front of her mother. What do you want? This is a lawful society. Even if we owe you money, we expect fair treatment. The scarred man's gaze sharpened, appreciating Wang Yueying's beauty. I didn't realize that old Wang had such a lovely daughter, he grinned maliciously. Wang Yueying felt fear creeping in under his predatory gaze but stood her ground. Her mother was frantic, feeling helpless against these intimidating figures. Here's the deal. If you let us borrow some time, your daughter can spend the night with us. That will buy you some time until you can repay, the scarred man proposed, his eyes glinting with greed. Wang's wife immediately shielded her daughter, exclaiming, that is out of the question. That is not up to you, the scarred man retorted, his expression darkening as he motioned to his thugs, who began to close in, clearly intent on taking action. Wang Xiaozi's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene. She hastily exclaimed, Yao Yao, run. Is there any chance of escape? The scar-faced man shifted his body, effectively blocking their path. At his first glance, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the girl, captivated by her extraordinary beauty. The thought of taking her to bed was positively intoxicating. In an attempt to shield them with her own body, Wang Xiaozi was violently swatted aside by the scar-faced man, stumbling and nearly collapsing. Just then, a figure appeared beside her, steadying her. Xiao Zhao, please save Yao Yao. Wang Xiaozi clutched at her savior, desperation evident in her plea. Zhaoyuntian nodded slightly, remaining silent. His eyes, shrouded in an enigmatic calm, resembled the stillness of unfathomable depths. The scar-faced man stretched out his hand to seize Wang Yueying, his heart brimming with delight at the prospect of capturing such a stunning girl. Suddenly, a powerful grip seized his arm, rendering him immobile. "My friend, let us leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters. Why must you press so hard?" The scar-faced man turned to see Zhaoyuntian, who was now observing him with a dispassionate demeanor. Noting the man's crew-cut hairstyle, assuming he was merely a relative of Wang Jianya, he scoffed, "Remove your filthy hands, unless you wish to court death." "Are you threatening me?" Zhaoyuntian replied, his tone light, a smile gracing his lips. With a sudden surge of force, the scar-faced man felt an alarming pressure on his shoulder, as if his bones might shatter. Crying out in pain, he looked up to meet Zhaoyuntian's icy gaze. With a sharp crack, he released his grip, and the scar-faced man fell to the ground, writhing in agony. The onlookers gasped in shock, one exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare he strike first? Let us take him out." As the words left his lips, several of them rushed back to their vehicle, retrieving knives and clubs before swarming around Zhaoyuntian. Wang Yueying turned pale with fear, clutching her mother tightly, while Zhaoyuntian stood resolutely in front of them, his sturdy silhouette a barrier against the impending threat. "Xiao Zhao, you should leave now. Don't worry about us," Wang Xiaozi urged, her heart racing at the sight of the armed thugs, sensing that things were about to turn deadly. Despite Xiao Zhao's military background, she knew that one man's fists could not contend against many, especially without a weapon. The odds were stacked against him. If trouble arose, the outcome could only be dire. "Old Wang is still sleeping inside. I'll try to keep the noise down so as not to disturb him," Zhaoyuntian stated, showing no intention of retreating. Instead, he bent down to pick up a piece of brick from the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was the very brick Wang Yueying had thrown at Zhaoyuntian earlier. "Can we not sit down calmly and discuss this reasonably?" Zhaoyuntian proposed, for he despised resorting to violence unless absolutely necessary. "Reason? Brothers, let us finish off this little brat." The scar-faced man, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to his feet, cursing vehemently. His arm throbbed, fueling his wrath. Zhaoyuntian weighed the brick in his hands, contemplating that reason might be futile, leaving only brute force as a solution. The group lunged at him, their movements practiced and adept, clearly seasoned in brawls. Zhaoyuntian remained still, leading them to mistakenly believe he was paralyzed with fear. "Fool! You think a brick can take us on? Even if you were Zhang Wuji, it wouldn't help." However, as they closed in, they quickly realized the situation was far from what they had anticipated. Zhaoyuntian swung the brick with tremendous force. Crack! The most aggressive attacker was struck squarely in the face, sent flying backward. Crack! Zhaoyuntian spun around, delivering another blow to the nearest thug, who collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. More cracks echoed as the brick met flesh, and the scar-faced man watched in horror, his eyelids twitching. What on earth is this person? In the realm of loan sharks, one word sufficed. Ruthless. Yet, compared to this formidable individual, their so-called ruthlessness was utterly trivial. With each swing of the brick, he exuded an aura reminiscent of legendary heroes. The assailants fell as easily as if he were simply smashing cucumbers. In mere moments, a dozen men lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered, a gruesome sight. Notably, the most affected area was their faces, as the brutal strikes were deliberately aimed there. With the brick in hand, Zhaoyuntian posed a challenge to the world. Who could rival him? The scar-faced man trembled, his subordinates too terrified to intervene, scrambling towards their vehicle. He sensed that lingering here a moment longer could cost him his life. Suddenly, a brick soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before crashing onto the engine hood. The scar-faced man's expression shifted drastically. He turned to see Zhaoyuntian charging towards him. He hastily flung open the car door, seeking to make his escape. With a mighty punch, Zhaoyuntian's fist grazed his cheek, striking the car door with a resounding thud. Time seemed to pause for the scar-faced man, the air thick with tension as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A quick glance revealed the alloy door had been punctured as if by a drill. Yet it was merely Zhaoyuntian's bare hand. What manner of man is this? The scar-faced man, paralyzed with fear, felt his muscles convulsing as he leaned against the car, tears streaming down his face. This is too terrifying. How could anyone strike a metal door with such ferocity? This is not a flimsy Japanese vehicle, but rather a robust German model, 10 centimeters thick. Even bullets would struggle to penetrate. Had that blow landed on a human head, the result would have been catastrophic. I in despair. The scar-faced man cried out, "Bro, I was blind to your prowess and have offended you. Please spare my life." Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes in annoyance. "You are quite peculiar. I sought to reason with you, yet you refused. Now you present this pitiful demeanor. What do you wish to convey?" The scar-faced man sobbed even more sorrowfully, raising his only functioning hand to slap his own face in remorse. "Yes, it is my fault, he lamented. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently." Zhaoyuntian withdrew his fist from the metal door, straightening his attire. The scar-faced man, trembling, swallowed hard, desperately suppressing his fear. Zhaoyuntian produced a bank card, stating, "I am not unreasonable. This card contains 180,000. The remaining 20,000 will be given when I have the means." "Forget it," the scar-faced man stuttered, his legs shaking. "I can't accept this. If you give it to me, it would be akin to borrowing money without repayment, as if I were a thief. I am a law-abiding citizen," Zhaoyuntian proclaimed with righteous indignation. The scar-faced man's lips quivered, too frightened to respond. Had he not witnessed the earlier brutal display, he might have believed Zhaoyuntian's words. "Take your men and leave this place. Do not return to trouble the Wang family, or my fists shall not remain idle," Zhaoyuntian warned, lifting the scar-faced man with one hand while the other clenched into a threatening fist. The scar-faced man nodded vigorously, not daring to show any defiance. He understood that Zhaoyuntian was not jesting. Those fists were not to be trifled with. They were devastating. Within minutes, the scar-faced man and his gang fled, each one racing away faster than the last, some abandoning their vehicle altogether. They would not return to this place, nor did they ever wish to encounter this formidable man again. When Zhaoyuntian returned, Wang family mother and daughter remained in a state of bewilderment, particularly Wang Yueying, who appeared utterly astonished. She gazed at Zhaoyuntian, her eyes brimming with disbelief. "What manner of person was he?" "I have settled their debts, so they should not bother you again," Zhaoyuntian informed her. "How can we accept this?" Wang Xiaozi responded, feeling a mix of gratitude and unease. Not only had Zhaoyuntian driven away the villains, but he had also taken it upon himself to settle their debts. Such a kindness was beyond their means to repay. "Since I am an old friend of old Wang, helping out a friend with a small favor is nothing." Zhaoyuntian waved dismissively, as if it were of no consequence. Wang Xiaozi was profoundly moved, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she repeatedly praised Zhaoyuntian's kindness. "Your hand is injured," Wang Yueying suddenly pointed out, her gaze falling upon Zhaoyuntian's hand. Zhaoyuntian glanced down and replied, "It's nothing, just a minor scrape. That won't do. It could get infected." Wang Yueying insisted, pulling Zhaoyuntian inside and urging him to sit. She rummaged through the house for antiseptic and bandages. "How do you have these supplies at home?" Zhaoyuntian inquired. "My father often works odd jobs on construction sites, and sometimes he comes home injured. I help treat his wounds," Wang Yueying explained, her focus entirely on bandaging Zhaoyuntian's hand. From this vantage point, Zhaoyuntian could see her face in its entirety. Her hair cascaded down, and soft light illuminated her features, revealing a natural beauty that blossomed in an instant. Particularly captivating was her earnest expression as she tended to him. Seemingly aware of Zhaoyuntian's gaze, she briefly raised her eyes before shyly lowering them again. "Which university are you attending?" Zhaoyuntian asked, seeking to ease the awkwardness. "Beihai Medical University," Wang Yueying replied, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "That is the most prestigious medical institution in the entire Long Nation," Zhaoyuntian remarked. Wang Yueying nodded slightly, revealing that her aspiration to pursue medicine was primarily driven by her desire to help her mother. However, she felt that she was drifting further away from that dream. Once the bandaging was complete, Zhaoyuntian checked the time. It was nearly time to return. As a newcomer, he feared that arriving too late might leave a poor impression. Wang family mother and daughter accompanied Zhaoyuntian to the door, watching until he disappeared from view. Wang Yueying's gaze lingered for a long moment before she finally withdrew her eyes. Linjia Mansion. Lin Xinya returned home to find the hall brightly lit, with the elder Lin seated on the sofa, leaning on his cane, his posture erect and imposing. "Grandfather, why are you still awake at this hour?" Lin Xinya inquired upon noticing him. "Has he arrived?" Elder Lin asked in a low voice. "Who?" "Your future husband." Zhaoyuntian, Elder Lin stated, his voice rising slightly. Lin Xinya was momentarily taken aback, a hint of something unreadable flashing in her beautiful eyes. No, impossible. The Master of Ghosts informed me that Yuntian has arrived in Beihai. Elder Lin remarked, somewhat surprised, turning his head to face her. Lin Xinya took a deep breath, contemplating that she needed to have a serious conversation with her grandfather. She sat down beside him. Grandfather, I don't understand why you are so fond of that man. Is it because your granddaughter is unworthy of marriage, or is it an act of self-deprecation? Lin Xinya asserted. Nonsense. Elder Lin slammed his cane against the ground in anger. Girl, do you have any idea how much effort I put into this marriage proposal? You should feel fortunate to have such an opportunity. Lin Xinya raised her chin, pursing her lips, anger simmering within her. He possesses the best family background, the best connections, and the best lineage. Yet, I have never felt a shred of superiority. Since the day I was born, I have lived in the shadow of Zhaoyuntian. Her grandfather had always told her to maintain her virtue as a member of the Zhao family. Over time, this notion became deeply rooted in her mind, making Zhaoyuntian an indelible figure in her life. She had never seen him, knew nothing of his appearance, and was entirely ignorant of him. Yet, a marriage contract bound her tightly, leaving her no means of escape. She had resigned herself to this fate. Little did she know that he would come to withdraw from the engagement, and she was abroad studying. Never having met him in person, hearing the news infuriated her to the point of insanity. Having set aside all pride, all dignity, and all self-respect to marry him, she found herself met with indifference, a devastating blow. Once rejected was bearable, but today, he had not even shown up. He simply sent a letter of disengagement. Lin Xinya felt as if she were being trampled underfoot, repeatedly humiliated. Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes, and she could not help but shed tears of grievance. Before others, she always presented herself as the icy CEO. A breathtaking beauty, a decisive businesswoman. No flaws, no emotions. But who knew the turmoil that lay concealed within her heart? She questioned whether she truly meant so little before that man. Call him, finalize the marriage, my girl. You may find me overbearing now, but in time, you will understand my good intentions. Elder Lin's tone softened, gently patting her shoulder before rising to leave. Lin Xinya bent down, burying her head in her knees, weeping uncontrollably. Miss, are you all right? A maid approached, concern etched on her face. Lin Xinya lifted her head, wiped her tears, and resumed her usual icy demeanor. She shook her head and ascended the stairs. Ultimately, she made a significant decision, slowly retrieving her phone to dial a number she had stored away for ages but never used. Chapter 8. The brick to the face buzzing. Just as Zhaoyuntian returned home, a call came through. Believing it to be Yun Xilan, he hesitated to answer, thinking it unnecessary to waste phone credit now that he was home. He took out his keys to unlock the door, stepping into a pitch-black silence, the door to Yun Xilan's room firmly shut. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a note on the table. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Zhaoyuntian glanced at it, pocketing the note while observing a cup of cold tea on the table. Feeling slightly parched, he disregarded everything else and drank the tea in one go. At that moment, Yun Xilan's door creaked open. Hearing movement outside, she stepped out, and upon turning on the light, she saw Zhaoyuntian and felt a wave of relief wash over her. You're still awake? Zhaoyuntian asked. Yun Xilan, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, exuded a charmingly languid allure. The warm weather left her attire minimal, accentuating her curves in the dim light, making her extraordinarily enticing. Zhaoyuntian felt a rush of heat. His throat dried out. I couldn't sleep, Yun Xilan admitted, moving to the table and pulling out a chair, crossing her legs in a way that highlighted her alluring form. How was your evening? She inquired. I didn't do much, just had dinner, Zhaoyuntian replied with a smile, taking a seat beside her. I have something to ask of you, Yun Xilan said hesitantly. Zhaoyuntian's eyes sparkled with interest. Speak freely. If it's within my capabilities, I won't decline. Why are you still awake at this hour, dressed so provocatively? You seem to be playing COYIS. This your way of expressing gratitude for my bravery? Zhaoyuntian's mind raced with possibilities. I have a flight abroad tomorrow, and may be gone for a week. I was hoping you could look after Enin for me, Yun Xilan confessed, nervously brushing her hair back. Although they had only known each other for a day, entrusting such an important matter to him felt somewhat abrupt. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, his expression stiffening. realizing that this request diverged significantly from his earlier assumptions. Is that inconvenient for you? Inconvenient. It's fine. Zhaoyuntian scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Taking care of a child was hardly a delightful task. Moreover, the little girl seemed quite spirited, clearly not the obedient type. Thank you. I appreciate it, Yun Xilan said, her face lighting up with joy. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, thinking this was a prime opportunity to seize the moment and act decisively. It's no trouble at all. But I'm curious if there's any benefit for me in this arrangement. What do you desire? Yun Xilan lifted her head, and in that fleeting moment, the gazes of the two collided. Zhaoyuntian's eyes held a profound meaning, reminiscent of a man admiring a beautiful woman. Feeling shy under his gaze, Yun Xilan's face and delicate neck flushed crimson, her ears warming slightly. She thought to herself, what does this fellow intend to do? Surely he won't act recklessly. If he does, what can I do? A frail woman like me cannot possibly withstand him. Her heart raced, and she realized that his reaction was unusual. She was not as frightened as she should be, and there was an unspoken anticipation for his next move. Yun Xilan's breathing grew labored in the charged atmosphere, her doe-like eyes glistening with a dreamy allure. Zhaoyuntian edged closer, his plan meticulously crafted in his mind. Embrace her, pin her down, and, well, that goes without saying, right? The night was enchanting, a solitary man and woman. Just at that moment, his phone rang obnoxiously from his pocket. As if jolted awake, Yun Xilan hurriedly stood up, saying, I'm a bit tired. I'll head to bed first. With that, she turned and slipped into her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Zhaoyuntian found himself grasping at thin air, caught off guard. Wait, I doubt if only I had been a moment quicker, perhaps she would have been in my arms. Damn it, the duck that was almost in my grasp has flown away. Frustrated, Zhaoyuntian pulled out his phone, eager to discover which imbecile had thwarted his plans. Upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, his irritation surged. It was undoubtedly some telemarketer. Without a second thought, he hung up. In this day and age, those hawking products are more enthusiastic than a mother. The gentle breeze was pleasant, the night just right. Silver trees stood tall, adorned with a blanket of snow, and Lin Xinya, clad in a sleeping robe that replaced her professional attire, epitomized elegance. The renowned beauty of Beihai was well-deserved, her brows furrowed, anger evident on her face. Clutching her phone tightly, veins began to surface beneath her flawless skin. Several times, she contemplated smashing the device against the ground. Zhaoyuntian, how brazen you are. After 2 calls, one unanswered and the other abruptly cut off. How could Lin Xinya be so insignificant in his eyes? To provoke such disdain? She, who commanded 100 billion group, wielded power in Beihai, and had always given others a glimpse of her authority, had never encountered such disrespect. The idea of canceling a marriage engagement and hanging up was unprecedented. Which man around her had not been eager to please? Her face, pristine and flawless, flushed with indignation, clearly agitated. One last time. She dialed one final call. If Zhaoyuntian failed to answer, she would no longer concern herself with him. Let him do as he pleased. That evening, after a spicy meal followed by a glass of iced tea, Zhaoyuntian found his stomach rebelling. While squatting in the restroom, he, despite being a martial arts master, was still bound by his mortal flesh. And the cycle of life was inescapable. Defecating required no explanation, being the protagonist is truly exhausting. Zhaoyuntian's expression turned grave, hands clasped, eyes focused, teeth gritted. His entire being tensed. It had been ages since he had encountered such difficulty. Just as he was absorbed in his endeavor, his phone vibrated once more in his pocket. Buzz. Whoosh. His phone slipped from his pocket. Plop. It fell into the toilet, splashing cold water everywhere. Hearing the noise, Zhaoyuntian's face changed dramatically. He turned his head and instantly lost all desire to relieve himself. Who could be calling? Can't I have a moment's peace to do my business? The phone vibrated frantically in the toilet, slipping further into the depths. Without hesitation, Zhaoyuntian executed a swift maneuver, retrieving his phone. Upon seeing the number flashing on the screen, his expression mirrored that of a husky being rubbed into the ground. This number again, this persistent pest? How tenacious could one be? It felt as if they were destined to follow him to the ends of the earth. Without even wiping the phone, Zhaoyuntian cautiously pressed the answer button with a single finger. You fool, how long do you intend to persist? As soon as the call connected, Zhaoyuntian unleashed a torrent of curses. Are you brain dead? How can one be so shameless? I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Yet you force me to answer, fully aware of the imminent rejection, and still you cling on like a leech. And what else with your late-night calls? Right now, get lost as far away as you can. If you continue to pester me, I swear I'll. Zhaoyuntian's mouth fired off like a machine gun, not allowing the other party a single word. After venting, he hung up without hesitation. To be harassed by telemarketers at such an hour. They deserved every bit of scorn. Zhaoyuntian grimaced, pinching the edge of his phone, his brows deeply furrowed. All along, he had believed that those who dropped their phones into toilets were fools, but now. Meanwhile, in another location, Lin Xinya stood frozen, her silence prolonged, a chilling glint forming in her eyes. It was as if a long dormant sword had suddenly revealed a sharp, cold light. Zhaoyuntian, you are quite something. Without the biting words of rage, without the fury that could ignite a blaze in that instant, she seemed utterly indifferent, detached as if it were none of her concern. She set down her phone, reclined on the sofa, and picked up a glass of red wine, her luscious lips gently sipping from the rim of the glass, her gaze deepening like the enigmatic night, becoming inscrutable. Those who understood her knew that Lin Xinya, in her quiet moments, was the most dangerous, the most ruthless in a lavish private room of a high-end leisure club within a bustling night market in Beihai. A middle-aged man sat, a sultry beauty nestled in his left arm, a cigar held in his right hand, exuding the aura of a gang leader. Before him knelt two trembling figures, one with disheveled hair, the other sporting a scarred face. If Zhaoyuntian were present, he would certainly recognize these two. Master Hong. The yellow-haired man looked up, trembling as he addressed him. Master Hong took a drag from his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke, his eyes flickering with a piercing light. You two are among my most capable subordinates. Yet today, what happened? One was tasked with capturing a woman and returned as a swollen mess, while the other was sent to collect a debt, leaving behind over a dozen of our brothers and wrecking a vehicle. The yellow-haired man, feeling wronged, cried out, Master Hong, the girl you were interested in suddenly had a soldier boyfriend who could fight like a demon. Even with several of our brothers, we couldn't handle him. Thankfully, we escaped quickly, or we would have had more brothers in the hospital. Master Hong slapped the table, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils. What a useless bunch. Just a soldier, and you let him do this to you. Did you mention my name? The yellow-haired man dared not speak, lowering his head in silence. You did, but it made things worse. Hong Master turned to the scarred man. The scarred man trembled, his expression one of sheer terror. Recounting, Master Hong, I took over 10 brothers to collect the debt, but we encountered an even tougher opponent than Brother Huang did. We threw everything we had at him, and he took us all down with a piece of brick, even punching a hole in the car door. Upon hearing this, Master Hong's brow furrowed deeply, a contemplative look crossing his face. Two of his subordinates had encountered trouble on the same day. Could there be some mysterious force targeting him? Chapter 9. Mysterious forces. After a night of interrupted relief, Zhaoyuntian was determined to complete his unfinished business in the restroom first thing in the morning. This time, he was cautious, keeping his phone in hand while squatting. This way, it wouldn't fall into the toilet again. Scanning the news and playing games, he was suddenly interrupted when the restroom door swung open, revealing a hurried figure rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning. Oblivious to someone occupying the restroom, she acted purely on instinct. Perhaps she had forgotten that a man now shared her space. The atmosphere froze in that moment. Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened. The person who entered was none other than Yun Xilan, and this unexpected scene startled him. Hey, what are you doing? Zhaoyuntian exclaimed. Yun Xilan, alerted by his voice, seemed to snap awake, and in an instant, she realized something. Slowly turning her head, she found Zhaoyuntian squatting there, his expression one of bewilderment, the air stilled, silence enveloping them. The dripping faucet echoed in the stillness, each drop resonating clearly in a heartbeat. Yun Xilan's drowsiness evaporated, her face blooming like a ripe peach, flushed and embarrassed. Ah, she shrieked, dashing out of the restroom. It took Zhaoyuntian a long while to regain his composure, utterly dumbfounded by the bizarre turn of events. 10 minutes later, Zhaoyuntian emerged from the restroom, where Yun Xilan awaited him. Upon seeing him, she glared, her eyes wide with indignation. Why didn't you close the door when you went to the restroom? I did close it, Zhaoyuntian protested. Looking innocent, Yun Xilan paused, Realizing he was right, the door was closed, but not locked. Don't you know how to lock it? Zhaoyuntian coughed awkwardly. Have you ever seen a grown man lock the door while using the restroom? Am I supposed to guard against peeping toms? Yun Xilan's expression turned icy as she insisted, remember, you must lock the door from now on. Not wanting to escalate the situation, Zhaoyuntian nodded in agreement. It was best not to quarrel with the woman. Otherwise, things could spiral out of control. Yun Xilan had no time to argue further. She needed to make her way to the airport. After a quick touch-up, she emerged from her room, and when Zhaoyuntian laid eyes on her again, he was momentarily spellbound. The flight attendant's uniform, paired with nude stockings and striking red heels, accentuated her enchanting figure to perfection. Yun Xilan's makeup was professional yet alluring, her vibrant red lips and artfully defined eyes exuding an irresistible charm. Truly, she was a natural beauty. Zhaoyuntian pondered whether having such a stunning landlady was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Isn't my Aunt Lan beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. If I could marry her, that would be even more wonderful, Zhaoyuntian blurted out, immediately regretting it as he noticed the little girl beside him. Somehow, the little girl had settled next to him, sipping from a cup of fresh milk, her face smeared with milk stains. Yun Xilan picked up her flight attendant's suitcase and addressed Zhaoyuntian. While I'm away, you'll be looking after Yinyin. Zhaoyuntian nodded seriously, assuring her with a pat on his chest. Yun Xilan then turned to the little girl, reminding her, Yinyin, listen to uncle and don't be mischievous. The little girl obediently replied with a soft not crying or causing a fuss. Watching this, Zhaoyuntian was somewhat astonished. The girl appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years old, an age where most children would still be clinging to their parents. Yet here she was, remarkably clever. A few minutes later, Yun Xilan hurried off, leaving behind an alluring silhouette. Turning to the little girl, Zhaoyuntian asked, when your aunt is at work and no one is home, what do you do? I'm alone. There's food and drink in the fridge, and I don't go out. I watch TV and play on the computer. Time passes easily, the little girl replied, raising her head. Zhaoyuntian was at a loss for words. It was hard to believe such wisdom came from a 5 or 6-year-old. Your aunt entrusted you to me, so tell me where you want to go play. And I'll do my best to make it happen while I have the time, Zhaoyuntian suggested. The little girl's eyes sparkled as if she could see through his intentions. You want to impress me? Zhaoyuntian's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned calmness. Why would I want to impress you? Because you want to woo my Aunt Lan, the little girl replied, adopting a serious adult demeanor. Impossible. What do you know, you little brat? Zhaoyuntian maintained his facade of calm. Your eyelids twitched involuntarily, which shows you're lying. Your shoulders shake with your breath, revealing your strong emotional response. My secret is exposed. Also, your unconscious smirk only serves to mask your embarrassment. What the heck? Zhaoyuntian stared incredulously at the little girl before him. Where did you learn all this? From books. Otherwise, I'd be bored at home. She pouted. What kind of books do you read? Psychology, detective stories, Sherlock Holmes, and the secrets of the anatomy room, the little girl recited proudly, counting them off on her fingers. Zhaoyuntian was left speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief. Goodness, are children these days so impressive? So don't lie in front of me, and don't treat me like a child. Men who try to outsmart me are the most foolish, she declared seriously, her words ringing with conviction. Zhaoyuntian felt his sense of superiority as an adult evaporate, overwhelmed by the intellectual prowess of this child. All right then, where do you want to go? Zhaoyuntian conceded. Relinquishing control, the little girl hopped off her seat, her short legs carrying her into the room. Moments later, she emerged holding a poster, presenting it to Zhaoyuntian. Let us go here. Zhaoyuntian took the poster and discovered it was for a newly opened amusement park. Raising an eyebrow, he thought it amusing that she hadn't asked for something more extraordinary. She was simply a child at heart. After gathering his belongings, Zhaoyuntian took the little girl out. Yinyin donned a small straw hat, paired with shorts, a cartoon backpack, and red shoes, her porcelain-like face utterly adorable. The amusement park was not far away, and a short taxi ride later, they arrived in half an hour. The little girl was brimming with excitement, bouncing around energetically, her mood shifting unpredictably. It's the ticket booth. Zhaoyuntian purchased tickets and entered the park. It was likely a holiday, as the place was bustling with visitors. Holding the park map, he asked, where do you want to go? Roller coaster, pirate ship, swinging pendulum. The little girl shook her head, boring, not thrilling. Not thrilling. What do you want that thrilling? Zhaoyuntian was at a loss. I don't know, she replied. Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes, finally realizing how difficult it was to please this little princess. Enin, we're here. You have to tell me where you want to go. They wandered aimlessly through the amusement park, Zhaoyuntian smacking his forehead in exasperation. Enin remained silent, her eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Asking her yielded no response, so he could only follow her helplessly. How about we go to the haunted house? Not scary, not going. Let us ride the carousel. Too childish, boring. Zhaoyuntian was truly at his wit's end. He regretted agreeing to Yun Xilan's plea. It was not the exhausting antics he feared, but rather the endless loop of indecision. Finally, Enin's eyes lit up, a glimmer of excitement gracing her face as she tugged at Zhaoyuntian's sleeve, pointing towards a specific direction. Zhaoyuntian lifted his gaze and surveyed the throngs of people. This was not a mere amusement park, but rather a venue for competition. This amusement park, constructed by the city, was not solely for commercial purposes, hence certain areas were frequently utilized to host various competitions. It was a Go tournament. Are you interested? Upon realizing this, Zhaoyuntian's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he turned his head. Do you know how to play Go? The little girl inquired, looking up at him. Zhaoyuntian's demeanor stiffened, a hint of pride flickering across his face. What a jest! I am well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Aside from food, there is truly nothing in this world that I do not excel at. Enin remarked, this tournament is organized by the city to promote the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom and is open to all citizens. The prize for first place is 100,000 yuan, and the second place also receives 50,000. Are you here for that? Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. Why else would I be? Enin retorted. What does that have to do with us? Do you wish to compete? Zhaoyuntian was increasingly astonished. Did you not say you could play Go? We should enter together. You will win the second prize, and I will claim the first. Enin flashed a mischievous smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. Why would I settle for second? Because you surely cannot defeat me, Enin declared confidently. They had come to the amusement park but felt no interest in the rides, solely motivated by the prospect of the Go tournament, and more accurately, the monetary reward it promised. Was this truly a 5-year-old girl? She seemed intent on reaching for the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Now that they were here, there was no choice but to brave it. Zhaoyuntian, too, found himself tempted by the substantial prize. He currently had only a few thousand yuan left in his pocket, and a 5-figure sum was certainly not insignificant. The registration process was straightforward. Fill out a form and present an ID or student card for registration. The tournament officials would swiftly arrange matchups. However, a small hiccup occurred during sign-up. Sir, are you certain your daughter wishes to participate in the Go tournament? The staff member looked at the little girl. Barely reaching knee height, with a bewildered expression, I asked that not allowed. It states that there are no age restrictions. What of a 5-year-old? Ambition knows no age, Zhaoyuntian asserted with conviction. The staff member, unable to argue further, thought perhaps she was merely a curious onlooker, and thus provided a registration form. Onlookers nearby expressed their astonishment. A child so young is entering the competition. This is absurd. She probably cannot even distinguish between the black and white stones. Perhaps she is a child prodigy. Fang Zhongyong could compose poetry at the age of 10. How ridiculous. This child seems far too young. I believe her father is simply seeking attention. Zhaoyuntian, overhearing, scoffed dismissively. Attention? What nonsense. I am here for the prize, plain and simple. Naturally, he harbored doubts about the little girl's abilities. Could she truly play Go? While her intellect was undoubtedly exceptional, playing Go required a level of skill that transcended mere cleverness. It demanded formidable calculation abilities and profound analytical thinking. She might possess some talent in this regard, yet it was unlikely she would prove formidable. As the little girl filled out her form, a sudden commotion arose from the crowd. People craned their necks, gazing in one direction. Zhaoyuntian, intrigued, joined in observing the spectacle. In the distance, a young lady clad in a flowing white dress was invited onto the stage, surrounded by admirers. She was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Why heavens, has Li Xianer truly arrived? Surely, I must be mistaken. The foremost talent of Beihai City. She recognized characters by age 3, completed all junior high courses by age 5, and by 12, had mastered all traditional instruments, boasting profound expertise in Go. Indeed, at the age of 15, She had engaged in a 3-day match against a renowned 9-dan-go master from Korea, ultimately triumphing with a score of 4-1. She is hailed as a once-in-a-century Go prodigy. It is rumored that she is a celestial being descended to Earth, possessing unparalleled beauty and extraordinary intelligence. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt a stirring within. Could this stunning girl truly be so remarkable? Given her exceptional talents, perhaps he should seize the opportunity to make her acquaintance. Chapter 10. The genius Go girl Li Xian'er's appearance ignited a fervor throughout the venue. It turned out she was the champion of the last citywide Go tournament. This time, she was invited by the organizers to participate in a special championship round, where the top 3 contestants would compete against her. To clarify, she would be facing 3 opponents simultaneously. Upon this announcement, the atmosphere surged to new heights. Li Xian'er radiated a star-like presence, drawing the attention of numerous reporters. Naturally gifted and possessing an extraordinary intellect, she had become a favored child of fortune. Even without entering the entertainment industry, her popularity eclipsed that of first-tier celebrities, boasting 200 million followers on Weibo. Once, when she hosted a live stream to showcase her talents, the platform's service system was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of viewers. In an age where live streaming has become increasingly popular, with platforms boasting highly refined technology capable of accommodating millions of concurrent visitors. Being overwhelmed is no small feat. Not a celebrity, yet more famous than one. Not a web influencer, yet surpassing them in fame. In summary, she was a girl embodying talent, beauty, and an aura of distinction. It was no wonder that such a Go tournament attracted such a massive crowd. The venue was utterly packed, with no room to spare. Zhaoyuntian mused, could it be that the art of Go has become the prevailing trend of our times? Now, witnessing the fervor surrounding Li Xian'er, all his doubts were rendered moot. However, facing 3 opponents at once seemed excessively ambitious, did it not? Could she truly keep pace? After all, who is she? Even the world's top 9-dan masters falter before her. Participants in such tournaments are generally amateur players. It is akin to a king battling bronze-level opponents. What an absurdity! Incredible! My goddess is indeed formidable. She does not merely make a sound. She makes a resounding impact. Before the competition commenced, discussions intensified with Li Xian'er's arrival. Major live streaming platforms, prominent news outlets, and even the city's official newspaper were present. The organizers had undoubtedly made a masterful move in inviting Li Xian'er. Miss Xian'er, what motivated you to take on the role of this tournament's Go champion and make the astonishing decision to face 3 opponents at once? During the interview, a reporter posed a pointed question. Li Xian'er, though young, handled the situation with remarkable ease. Go possesses a rich and lengthy history, being one of the many cultural treasures of the Dragon Kingdom. As descendants, it is our duty to promote and elevate it. I am keenly aware of the profound depth of Go, and my primary motivation for this challenge is to test and surpass my own limits. Li Xian'er spoke calmly, her smile unwavering, her innate celestial grace captivating the audience. Do you believe there is anyone among this year's competitors who could be your rival? Another reporter inquired with ulterior motives. There are always those who are stronger among the strong. The mountains are always higher than the mountains. In the realm of art, there are no ultimate heights to be attained, Li Xian'er replied softly, exhibiting humility and grace. The audience erupted in applause. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian withdrew his gaze, beginning to regard Li Xian'er with newfound respect. He could not deny that she was an extraordinarily capable woman, possessing both high intelligence and emotional acumen. Oh no, why is she here? The little girl beside him grumbled, her small face serious, her lips pouting in displeasure. Zhaoyuntian found her reaction amusing and asked, you know her? I have watched videos of her matches. She is quite impressive, the little girl replied earnestly. The more she acted this way, the more Zhaoyuntian struggled to contain his laughter. If we win against her, we can claim the ultimate prize, a BMW. Are you not excited? Zhaoyuntian remarked, now realizing that beyond the first prize, there was indeed an ultimate reward. The little girl maintained a stoic expression as she replied, no one has ever defeated her. Ah, why are you so lacking in confidence? It is not a matter of confidence. It is a matter of skill. The little girl spoke with a gravity that belied her years to 80 times. Zhaoyuntian truly questioned the little girl's actual age. With the intellect of someone far beyond her years, it was astonishing. But even more remarkable was her mind. Calm as still water, difficult to decipher. The competition is about to begin. You should prepare yourself. Do not falter in the preliminary rounds, the little girl suddenly stated. Ha, do I look like I would lose? I'm not concerned about you pretending to be formidable. Once the real competition begins, you will be swiftly eliminated, Zhaoyuntian scoffed. Just wait and see. The little girl refrained from arguing, turning to enter the competitor's passage according to her number. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, choosing not to stoop to a child's level. At this moment, they were not playing face-to-face. Rather, they were connected to various computers through a local network, with the official system facilitating match arrangements. This greatly enhanced efficiency, allowing them to progress from preliminary rounds to semifinals in a matter of hours. As they walked through the competitor's passage, they entered a computer room filled with thousands of machines. Each competitor had a number and took their designated seats. Upon seeing this little girl for the first time, the people around Enin displayed expressions of shock. Goodness, how can such a young child be participating? Incredible. At my age, I still did not know what Go was. Most competitors were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, with only a few youths and adolescents. Children under 10 were scarcely seen. Consequently, the little girl was undoubtedly the youngest participant present. Go tests intellect and patience, unlike competitive gaming, which tests reflexes. Youth does not confer an advantage here. Naturally, Li Xian'er was an exception. Zhaoyuntian and Enin sat side by side, having registered simultaneously. One was assigned number 137, the other 138. The computers were all powered on, ready for play, and the operation was straightforward. The mouse controlled the movement of the pieces. As the match commenced, everyone focused intently on their games, unaware of the skill levels of their opponents. Thus, they could only give their all to avoid mistakes. Only Zhaoyuntian lounged with his legs crossed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he glanced around. Enin was indeed formidable. Previously, Zhaoyuntian had doubted her ability to play Go, yet now he recognized just how fierce this little girl was. Within mere minutes, she had crushed her opponent's major formation, decisively securing victory in Go. A major formation refers to a line of pieces whose movements resemble a dragon on the board, hence the term. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian had not been idle. After living in the mountains for 18 years with few recreational activities, he often played a few games with his master. Over time, he had progressed from being thoroughly defeated to matching his master's skill evenly. What an absolute novice! Do you think you can outmaneuver me? Your flaws are glaringly obvious. You charge in recklessly, a true bull-headed child. You wish to escape. Once you've entered my domain, there is no way out. Zhaoyuntian muttered under his breath as he played. The little girl frowned at his chatter. One should observe in silence. Focus on your game, not prattle on, she admonished. This adds to the rhythm of the game. Zhaoyuntian retorted. The little girl rolled her eyes, stating, Who plays Go with rhythm? Do you think this is a game? Do not speak. It will distract you, and if you encounter a skilled player, you will be doomed. The little girl cautioned. What skilled players? They are all novices, and I can defeat them within a few moves. Indeed, there were some inexperienced players in the beginning, but the quality of the matches improved significantly as the rounds progressed. The opponent before him seemed to possess some strategy. He nearly fell into a trap. After several minutes, Zhaoyuntian suddenly remarked, You were showing off, and now you've encountered a master, have you not? I hope you do not find yourself eliminated from the top 100. In response, the little girl gleefully retorted. She casually glanced at Zhaoyuntian's screen and gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, You advanced to the semi-finals so quickly? I entered an hour ago. Once I defeat this old man, I will reach the finals, Zhaoyuntian replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Enin looked up at the scoreboard. 10 wins, 0 losses. Within just an hour and a half, he had played 10 matches. Are you truly a monster? Enin was taken aback. She had not been paying attention to Zhaoyuntian's progress, having only glanced at the beginning, where she believed he had some familiarity with Go but assumed he was merely a novice. Little did she know, he had stealthily advanced to the final stages of the semifinals. Why are you staring at me? Focus on your own game. Zhaoyuntian shot Enin a glance, straightening his posture. In the control room, all competitors' match footage and latest scores were uploaded. Aside from the staff, several elderly gentlemen were present, laughing and chatting. One was clad in a Zhongshan suit, while another wore a traditional Chinese jacket. Both appeared to be in their 60s or 70s, yet remained quite vigorous. The man in the Zhongshan suit stated, The enthusiasm of citizens for Go is remarkably high. This year's participant count has surged to 3 times that of previous years, with several professional players in attendance. Indeed, We must thank the little fairy from the Li family. Without her, we likely would not witness such a grand event today. The man in the traditional jacket chuckled. We are all contributing to the cause of Go, a precious art that has been passed down through a millennium in the Dragon Kingdom. It cannot be allowed to perish in our generation. The man in the Zhongshan suit said earnestly. The man in the traditional jacket nodded slightly, glancing at the large screen with a smile, saying, I have heard that several of Li's esteemed disciples are also participating, among whom the most outstanding is named Zhang Hua. His skills are second only to Xian'er among the younger generation. The man in the Zhongshan suit smiled but remarked, he still needs several more years of practice. If he maintains this pace, he will quickly enter the national team. Shall we observe his matches and see if his skills have improved? Xiao AI, please bring up Zhang Hua's footage. The man in the traditional jacket instructed the staff member at the console. After a moment of pressing buttons, the staff member replied, Chairman Zhang Hua was eliminated in the preliminaries. His record was 0 wins and 1 loss. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed dramatically. The man in the traditional jacket quickly asked, is it possible there is someone with the same name? There are no duplicate names. The identity information matches perfectly. Upon confirmation, the attendee's expressions shifted once more. Li Modeo inquired, who defeated him? Zhang Hua's loss was indeed surprising. His skill level should have secured him a place in the semifinals without question. Though this Go tournament is filled with hidden talents, it is hard to believe a professional player could fail even to advance past the preliminaries. It seems he simply had poor luck and faced a formidable opponent right from the start. The individual who defeated Zhang Hua is a certain Zhaoyuntian, the staff member reported, pulling up the scoreboard. Zhaoyuntian? It seems there is no such figure in the Go community. He should be an amateur player. Yet to best Zhang Hua is no small feat initially. Everyone assumed Zhaoyuntian was a seasoned player in his 50s or 60s, only to discover he was in his 20s. Yet, that was not the most astonishing aspect. He had achieved 11 wins and 0 losses, becoming the first to advance to the finals. Alas, who is this remarkable individual? How could he possess such extraordinary prowess? The crowd, led by Li Modit, was left utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was utterly unforeseen. The atmosphere was still charged with shock. Neither the city nor the provincial team, nor even the national team, seemed to have any record of Zhaoyuntian. He must be a figure from beyond the realm of Go, Chairman Li remarked. Having just reviewed the match, it was evident that none of his opponents had managed to advance beyond 50 moves. The sheer dominance of his skill was palpable. Someone glanced at the data on the tablet, trembling with trepidation. Suddenly, the room was enveloped in silence. At that moment, the door swung open, and a figure clad in white stepped inside. It was none other than Li Xian'er, who had just received a call from her grandfather. From the tone of his voice, the situation seemed quite grave, prompting her to rush over. Grandfather, what is the matter? What has happened? Li Xian'er inquired as she entered. Li Modit remained silent, instead gesturing for her to look at the large screen. Li Xian'er lifted her gaze. On the wall-s display, a Go board appeared, featuring one side represented by a young man with a buzz cut, while the opposing side was occupied by a retired 9-dan player from the national team. Isn't that Uncle Yang? Why is he participating in this tournament? It seems rather unfair for a renowned professional to enter such an event, Li Xian'er remarked with a chuckle as she observed the 9-dan player. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, she paused momentarily, then noticed the crucial detail. Zhaoyuntian 15 wins, 0 losses. Li Xian'er's beautiful eyes narrowed. Just half an hour ago, Zhaoyuntian had achieved yet another 3 consecutive victories, propelling himself directly to the finals, securing the top position on the leaderboard. Who is this person? Li Xian'er asked. The people around her shook their heads, equally oblivious to the identity of Zhaoyuntian. There had never been any mention of his feats. Yet suddenly, he had emerged like a comet, astonishing all. His playing style was peculiar, devoid of any discernible pattern, yet rife with lethal intent. Could it be a branch of the cosmic flow? No, it seemed even more profound. Likely a lost art of Go. Minutes later, the 9-dan master was defeated. Zhaoyuntian stood at 16 wins, 0 losses. He led the leaderboard by a wide margin. They gradually regained their composure from the shock of Zhaoyuntian. Their eyes fell upon the second-place contestant, and they were once again taken aback. The second place with 13 wins and 0 losses. What was most astonishing was not the record, but the age. From the perspective of the contestant's image, it was clearly a little girl, if I'm not mistaken. She must be only 5 or 6 years old, Chairman Zhang exclaimed, his jaw almost dropping to the floor. The second-place contestant was named Yunin, and she had just turned 5. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the room, plunging it into utter silence once more. The crowd exchanged glances, speechless. Li Xiener's gaze sharpened, slowly gathering her thoughts, revealing a hint of complexity on her face. Wang Jianye was taken aback. Upon waking and learning of the events from the previous night, he was utterly astonished. Those usurers didn't do anything to Yao Yao, did they? Xiao Zhao handled everything, paid them 180,000, and waived all the interest. Wang's wife replied, "It is well known that the principle of loan sharks is not substantial. It often reaches an unmanageable level solely due to the compounding interest, which constitutes the bulk of the debt. With a principal of 200,000, the interest could amount to 600,000. They agreed. Wang Jianye inquired, genuinely surprised. Wang's wife nodded and said, "Xiao Zhao is quite capable." Those creditors were brought to heel by him. Wang Jianye was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend. He had drunk too much the previous night, and in his drunken stupor, he had not anticipated that so much had transpired. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had Xiao Zhao not visited, the consequences could have been dire. At the time, he had simply felt a connection with the returning veteran and befriended him, never anticipating that this individual would assist him in such a significant manner. Where is Xiao Zhao? He went home last night. I must thank him in person. Wang Jianye felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He rummaged through his belongings and immediately dialed Zhaoyuntian's number. At that moment, Zhaoyuntian had just completed all his matches and was stretching, loosening his muscles. The little girl sat beside him, visibly disgruntled, her face filled with indignation, casting resentful glances at Zhaoyuntian, as if he had committed some grave offense. "Inin, you have considerable talent. If you work hard and practice diligently, one day you might surpass even a toe of your uncle's," Zhaoyuntian said in a serious tone, adopting the demeanor of an elder. As he spoke, he was absent-mindedly picking his nose. The juxtaposition of earnest advice and such a casual act somehow felt entirely incongruous. "Aren't you in the military? How do you play Go? And so skillfully at that?" the little girl questioned. Zhaoyuntian shrugged. "Who says soldiers can't have hobbies? You play a few games when you're free, and before you know it, you get the hang of it." The little girl's lips twitched, left speechless. "Do you think this is like a mud fight where you just pick it up as you go along? This is Go, a national art." She had thought herself formidable, only to realize the true meaning of being a small fry in the presence of Zhaoyuntian. The little girl gazed at Zhaoyuntian, pondering the nature of this peculiar individual who seemed to have ulterior motives regarding her Aunt Lon. Chapter 11. Astonishing all. Beyond the thousands participating in the Go tournament, outside the competition venue, a massive electronic screen displayed live match footage, akin to a sports broadcast. A multitude of spectators, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered to watch, with a dedicated commentary team to enhance the atmosphere. Prior to the matches, the commentators selected formidable players to feature on the electronic screen, amplifying the audience's engagement. Previously, Li Modit's proud protege, Zhang Hua, was one such highlight. To heighten the excitement, the commentator recounted Zhang Hua's illustrious victories, proclaiming how formidable and impressive he was. They ultimately even asserted that he would undoubtedly reach the finals. The first match broadcasted on the electronic screen was Zhang Hua's inaugural battle. The outcome, as one might expect, was a swift defeat. The commentators were left in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they wiped cold sweat from their brows, their faces flushed with embarrassment as if they had been slapped. Perhaps Zhang Hua was overconfident. No matter, there's still the next skilled player, a veteran in the Go community, who has mastered the Wugong style to perfection, truly remarkable. The commentator regained composure and continued with the next name on the list. As the match commenced, it sparked a tremendous uproar. The Wugong expert was pitted against a 5-year-old girl. The commentator jokingly remarked, "The children are just playing house. It's purely for fun." What was expected to be a one-sided affair turned into a dramatic upheaval. The 5-year-old girl emerged victorious. The commentator was dumbfounded, sitting up in shock, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Numerous skilled players from the commentary list fell one by one, suffering unexpectedly humiliating defeats. 2 unexpected dark horses emerged, sweeping through the competition with astounding force. One was named Zhaoyuntian, and the other, Yunin. The electronic screen outside became their stage. Their scores skyrocketed. They ultimately claimed the first and second positions. The commentators were left speechless. The organizers were in disbelief. The audience, who had come merely to watch Li Xian'er, found themselves swept up in the exhilarating atmosphere, inexplicably filled with fervor. Zhaoyuntian is incredibly skilled, single-handedly slicing through half the tournament. That little girl is impressive too, employing numerous strategies and exhibiting formidable calculation skills, always staying a step ahead of her opponents. By heavens, this Go tournament is indeed a fierce contest. Li Xian'er, aiming to take on 3 opponents, might find herself in over her head. An amateur player speculated. Impossible. Goddess Xian'er is so formidable. How can 2 mere newcomers compare? A besotted fan insisted. What was once a foregone conclusion in the championship battle turned tumultuous with the emergence of these 2 dark horses. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly electrifying. In contrast to the discussions outside, Zhaoyuntian and Yunin were busy negotiating the distribution of their prize money. The first place prize is 100,000, plus your 50,000, totaling 150,000. Yunin. We struck gold today. Zhaoyuntian grinned like a simpleton weighing 120 pounds, his excitement palpable. The ultimate prize was a BMW sedan. Let us take her down. Xian'er. The little girl flashed a grin, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Didn't you say you couldn't win? Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow. Yunin shot him a glance and muttered, Your performance has surpassed my expectations. I admit I underestimated you. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, ruffling the little girl's hair, his nose in the air. Now you know your uncle is impressive, don't you? But don't underestimate her. Li Xian'er is not as easy to deal with as you think. We must prepare ourselves. The little girl spoke earnestly. We need to devise a strategy to disrupt her mindset. Don't worry, Uncle will take her down in no time. The championship battle, the most crucial final segment of this Go tournament, would not be conducted in a computer-simulated format. Instead, it would be a face-to-face contest on the Go board. Li Xian'er arrived in resplendent attire, donning the traditional garb of the Dragon Kingdom, a tang suit. Dressed in pure white, she exuded an unmatched elegance. At this moment, her innate classical beauty radiated brilliantly. A poem comes to mind. Pure waters emerge from the lotus, unadorned by embellishment, perfectly encapsulating the essence of such a spirited maiden. The applause from the audience soared to new heights. Xian'er, I love you. Moi, a burly man bellowed. Go, Xian'er. I've always supported you. You are our eternal goddess. The Go arena became the focal point of attention. Li Xian'er took her seat first, with 3 Go boards arranged before her, corresponding to the first, second, and third rankings. Zhaoyuntian and Yunin, alongside an unfamiliar third contestant, entered the arena. Zhaoyuntian sat opposite her, while Yunin occupied the right side. Li Xian'er smiled gently, slightly bowing in the ancient manner to acknowledge the 3. Her gaze inadvertently lingered on Zhaoyuntian for a moment, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through her eyes. Zhaoyuntian, beholding this prodigious girl up close, stared in awe, resembling a pig-headed man smitten by a beauty, making sounds of admiration, almost drooling. Had it not been for the Go board obstructing his view, one might well imagine his face pressing against hers. Yunin poked Zhaoyuntian with her little finger, saying, What are you doing? Where'n't you going to disrupt her? I'm executing my strategy. Zhaoyuntian replied with utmost seriousness. Yunin was left speechless. The strategy she referred to was meant to be implemented within the game, not through such blatant staring. A grown man brazenly fixating on a girl was simply embarrassing. Facing Zhaoyuntian's unabashed gaze, Li Xian'er furrowed her brow slightly. Initially, she was curious about Zhaoyuntian, assuming he was a concealed talent. However, his current behavior made her feel a sense of distaste. That lecherous gaze made her profoundly uncomfortable. Observant audience members noticed this, incensed, feeling as though their goddess was being disrespected. What the hell? No one stop me. I'm going to take this scoundrel down. How shameless. How can someone be so brazen? The crowd was seething, ready to take action. Fortunately, a sufficient number of security personnel maintained order. Li Xian'er cleared her throat, signaling for Zhaoyuntian to behave, but he only escalated his antics, becoming even more audacious. Hey beautiful, let us exchange WeChat after the match. Zhaoyuntian grinned, licking his lips, his gaze still roaming over her. Finally, a staff member could no longer stand it and approached directly. Sir, please mind your behavior. Do not disturb the other players. Only then did Zhaoyuntian sit up straight, yet his expression was one of disappointment, akin to longing. Meanwhile, Li Modit and Chairman Jiang sat side by side, observing the scene on stage. Li Lao, how much of a chance do you think Xiener has? With two unknown variables in play, the outcome is truly uncertain, Li Modit replied cautiously. Chairman Jiang nodded, resonating with his sentiment. To face three opponents was a rare occurrence in the annals of Go history. While such a display might seem ostentatious, it was akin to playing with fire. Unless one's skill had reached an unparalleled level, making them invincible, few would possess the audacity to attempt such a feat. At that moment, facing three adversaries, each with a different style and strategy, the challenger needed to possess rich experience, formidable skill, and meticulous calculation abilities, none of which could be lacking. Xiener's willingness to undertake such a challenge indicated her capability to master all. As the formalities concluded, the championship battle commenced. The sound of pieces being placed on the board echoed as the three entered into a state of concentration. Only Zhaoyuntian was distracted, glancing around, his eyes darting left and right. He was not only slow to play his own moves, but also craned his neck to peer at the other two boards, shaking his head and pouting intermittently. Li Xiener chose to ignore him, focusing her energy on her other two opponents. These two competitors were quite formidable. Particularly the 5-year-old girl, despite her lack of systematic strategy, exhibited astonishing calculation abilities, able to foresee 10 moves ahead. With proper training, she could undoubtedly become a master of her generation. As for the third contestant, his skill was considerably lacking. Li Xiener effortlessly dismantled his defenses, achieving victory with little effort. Half an hour later, the opponent, clearly outmatched, sighed in defeat and exited the stage. Upon witnessing this, the audience erupted in excitement. She took one down. Goddess Xiener truly is invincible. Ha ha ha. Now, with one opponent eliminated, it seemed that victory was merely a matter of time. That first-place contestant is utterly shameless, attempting to disturb Xiener in such a manner. Thankfully, such petty tricks are powerless against absolute strength. The spectators were exhilarated, their spirits soaring, as they anticipated the eventual outcome. The disdain for Zhaoyuntian's shameless behavior only intensified. The little girl furrowed her brow tightly, glancing in Zhaoyuntian's direction, thinking, what is wrong with this guy? Is he intending to concede? Since the beginning, they had only made 10 moves, and as the strongest among the three, he should have taken the lead in offense, drawing Li Xiener's focus away from the other two battles. Yet, he seemed to be merely lazing about. Although Li Xiener was formidable, with some effort, there was still hope. How could he harbor such a defeatist mentality? Yunin felt exasperated, recalling how Zhaoyuntian had confidently proclaimed before the match that he would win the BMW and gift it to her Aunt Lan. At this rate, it seemed like a mere fantasy. What a boastful braggart! Zhaoyuntian let out a soft hum, feeling utterly despondent towards Zhaoyuntian. Indeed, men are utterly unreliable. Soon, Li Xiener freed up her hands, resolutely organizing an offensive against Yunin. The young girl fought valiantly in resistance, yet ultimately could not reverse the dire situation, and after half an hour, she was defeated. Dejected, she left the arena, casting a fierce glare at Zhaoyuntian before departing. The second and third competitors fell in succession, leaving Zhaoyuntian as the sole warrior. Fighting alone, Li Xiener took a deep breath, her delicate features turning serious as she faced her final adversary. Resorting to despicable means to influence her state of mind, he was indeed a shameless individual. However, no matter his actions, he could not alter the inevitable tide of events. With the other two eliminated, this final battle would surely not prolong for much longer. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Xiener's eyes. She was eager to conclude the match. Competing against such a person was utterly repugnant. Zhaoyuntian stretched his arms, straightening his posture. His previously languid gaze suddenly transformed, revealing a fierce brilliance, akin to a tiger awakening from slumber. Li Xiener's heart skipped a beat, sensing a hint of danger. Their gazes clashed, sharp as needles, as they measured each other. Zhaoyuntian grasped a white piece from the go bowl, and in an instant, his aura shifted dramatically, as if he had become an entirely different person. Thud! Zhaoyuntian placed his piece. Li Xiener focused intently, picking up a black piece. Fly, follow. Connect. Fly again, follow. Disassemble. Initially, Li Xiener dismissed it, believing Zhaoyuntian was merely putting on a show. Yet, Zhaoyuntian remained silent, placing his pieces deliberately. Gradually, Li Xiener's eyes narrowed, a serious expression gracing her face. What was this strategy? There were even unexpected twists. Half an hour later, Li Xiener's complexion finally altered, as if facing a formidable enemy. How could this fellow be so strong? It felt as though all her tactics were laid bare under his scrutiny, always detected a step ahead. When she looked up again, Zhaoyuntian had shed his earlier nonchalance. His gaze now profoundly focused, sharp as a sword unsheathed, unyielding. It turned out his previous act was all a facade. Yet, she could not fathom his true intentions. Was he attempting to lull her into complacency? No. He had no need for such tactics. Even if she exerted all her efforts, it would be futile against him. Suddenly, a realization struck Li Xiener. The light in her eyes shifted in hue. He wanted her to eliminate the other two, allowing him to engage in a final duel without distractions. 1 against 1, fair and square. Li Xiener understood Zhaoyuntian's intent, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. He had deliberately held back, not wishing for an unearned victory. Another hour passed. The game lasted a full 2 hours, and with a crisp sound of a piece being placed, the outcome was settled. Li Xiener pressed her lips together, a bittersweet smile appearing. Nevertheless, she accepted her defeat with grace. The onlookers, largely unfamiliar with the intricacies of Go, rushed to inquire. Has the match concluded? Who won? Xiener lost. When this verdict was announced, it sent shockwaves through the crowd. A ripple of disbelief. Impossible. How could Xiener lose, especially when he was the last opponent? Could there truly be a reversal? My heavens, this fellow has been biding his time, likely waiting for Xiener to lower her guard. How despicable. Brothers, let us remain rational. That person's skills were evidently superior to Xiener's in the final match. Both players exerted their utmost. Xiener truly fell short. The crowd gasped in astonishment, yet remained incredulous. The seemingly invincible Li Xiener had actually lost. Li Moding sighed, shaking his head as he remarked, "Talent emerges in every generation, each leading the way for centuries." Who is this Zhaoyuntian? Chairman Zhang chuckled. Experts often conceal themselves among the masses. Who could have anticipated such a figure emerging in a municipal competition? On stage, Li Xiener rose, bowing her head respectfully towards Zhaoyuntian. Your talent is remarkable. I concede defeat. Zhaoyuntian waved his hand, laughing heartily. You flatter me. I merely relied on luck. As he spoke, he turned to wink at Yuninin, as if to boast. Look how formidable your uncle is. Little Yuninin stuck out her tongue playfully, making a silly face. Following her defeat, Li Xiener felt no despondency. Instead, she was quite elated. The greatest fear for anyone is the absence of worthy opponents. This echoed her previous statement to the media. There are always stronger players. One mountain is higher than another. In this match, she lost with exhilaration, her heart content. Zhaoyuntian, this individual, she would remember. The subsequent events involved ascending the stage for awards and delivering remarks. The host stood beside Zhaoyuntian, inquiring, Mr. Zhao, your Go skills have left the audience in awe. Even Ms. Xiener has fallen to you. Surely, you must have been trained by a distinguished master. Might I ask who your teacher is? My teacher. Zhaoyuntian grasped the microphone. Just a butcher from my village. Nothing worth mentioning. What? A butcher? The audience was taken aback by this response. Surely, he must be joking. When has a butcher ever possessed such high skills? To butcher pigs while playing Go. The host was at a loss for how to proceed. This answer had truly left him speechless. And what are your thoughts after winning the competition? Do you have any words for the younger generation in the Go community? Fortunately, the host quickly shifted the topic. I have no particular thoughts. I came primarily for the prize money and the BMW. By the way, when will I receive that money? Online transfer or cash? Zhaoyuntian stated bluntly, his expression eager, as if fearing the organizers would default on their promise. Initially, he had no desire to engage in this exchange, yet they insisted on dragging him into it. Very well, if I must. Then I shall speak freely. Upon hearing this, the audience was left in a state of disbelief. My goodness, what kind of person is this? He truly dares to say anything. While it may be honest, one should not be so straightforward. Even the host felt awkward, eager to conclude the awards ceremony hastily. Chapter 12. An unmerited victory as long as the prize money is secured. Who cares about reputation? Zhaoyuntian, accompanied by Yuninin, joyfully collected his winnings that very day, yet the BMW could not be claimed immediately. The organizers had not prepared for it, as they had not anticipated Li Xiener would lose. Only a mere empty check is a gimmick. In reality, The car remained at the dealership. Zhaoyuntian was relentless. The 10,000 yuan was trivial compared to the BMW. The organizers promised the vehicle would be ready within a week. The Go tournament came to a close, and as time flew by, it was nearing evening. Someone approached Zhaoyuntian, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, with Li Xianer following closely behind. Zhaoyuntian deduced that this man was likely a relative of hers. "Mr. Zhao, greetings," Li Madeng introduced himself. "I am Li Madeng, the mayor of Beihai City." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian was momentarily taken aback, his expression tightening slightly. "The mayor? My goodness, this is quite a high-ranking official, particularly in such a major city." Despite his surprise, Zhaoyuntian maintained his composure and poise. "Greetings, may I inquire what the esteemed mayor wishes to discuss with this humble citizen?" Zhaoyuntian asked. "Mr. Zhao, your Go skills are extraordinary. At such a young age, you possess such achievements. I am eager to get to know you." Li Madeng did not adopt the demeanor of a high official, appearing amiable like a kind elder. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt slightly flattered. "You must already be acquainted with my granddaughter beside me. You are of the same generation and should become good friends." Li Madeng gestured towards Li Xianer with a gentle smile. Li Xianer felt a bit bashful, playfully protesting, "Grandpa, ha ha ha, Mr. Zhao, you are welcome to visit my home sometime." "Here is my number," Li Madeng said, taking out a piece of paper and handing it to Zhaoyuntian. Zhaoyuntian accepted it without hesitation. They exchanged pleasantries briefly before Li Madeng prepared to leave. As the mayor, he had pressing matters at hand, and spending half a day at a Go event was already quite a feat. "Li Xianer, please wait a moment." Zhaoyuntian called out. Li Xianer turned her head, asking, "Do you need something? Can we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Li Xianer inquired, puzzled by his words. Zhaoyuntian waved the paper in his hand. Smiling, "May I trade this mayor's phone number for your WeChat?" Upon hearing this, Li Xianer paused, unsure of how to react. "Are you joking? The mayor is my grandpa. Why would I need that number?" Zhaoyuntian replied earnestly, "I am serious." Li Xianer recognized that this fellow was clearly teasing her. How bold he was to act so after learning of her grandfather's identity. "Fine, deal." Li Xianer's eyes gleamed momentarily as she took out her phone. The two scanned each other's codes and added each other as WeChat friends. Zhaoyuntian chuckled. Returning the slip of paper, Li Xianer caught it, asking, "This is the mayor's number. You really don't want it? Do you know how many people strive to obtain this number? Why would I want an old man's number? There's no comparison to a beautiful girl's allure." Zhaoyuntian scoffed. This response left Li Xianer momentarily speechless. Li Madeng, not far off, nearly stumbled upon hearing this remark. Turning back, he shook his head and smiled. "This fellow truly is no ordinary person. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to message me. I have no other hobbies, but I delight in helping others, especially beautiful young ladies." Zhaoyuntian patted his chest, adopting a brotherly demeanor. Li Xianer found it amusing. What troubles could she possibly have? Even if there were, it would hardly be something an ordinary person could resolve. The two parted ways, and Zhaoyuntian gleefully gazed at his newly added WeChat friend. Unable to tear his eyes away, Li Xianer's WeChat name was only envious of the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Upon viewing the other's moments, he discovered he lacked access. Zhaoyuntian's forehead creased, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. The observant little Enin let out a soft hum, crossing her arms and wearing an adult-like expression. Zhaoyuntian glanced down. "Little brat, what do you understand? Having more friends means more opportunities. This is called networking." "Humph, just admit you're a lecher. Why bother explaining?" Little Enin rolled her eyes, hitting the nail on the head. Zhaoyuntian cleared his throat, not wishing to discuss this matter further with the little girl. "We've earned so much. Let us go. It's time for a feast," Zhaoyuntian declared, waving his hand. A few minutes later, at a roadside stall, little Enin looked at the plate of barbecued skewers, her mouth twitching. "This is your idea of a feast? Lamb skewers, octopus tentacles, teppanyaki, crayfish, and quail eggs. Everything that flies in the sky and swims in the water is included. What else could it be if not a feast?" Zhaoyuntian asserted, munching on skewers while downing beer. "Do you have some misunderstanding about what a feast is?" Little Enin pouted. "Misunderstanding my foot. Just eat." Zhaoyuntian placed a bowl of fried rice before little Enin, his eyes wandering on the street. "Oh, look, so plump, and her legs look quite nice. Look at that girl in the ultra-short denim shorts. Her hourglass figure is mesmerizing." Little Enin tilted her head skyward, rolling her eyes in disbelief. I'm a child. Is it appropriate for you to say such things to me? Zhaoyuntian gulped down his beer, burping. You should learn while you're young. Skills are never excessive, YI for women is impeccable. Little Enin didn't wish to converse with him any longer, silently eating her rice. She resolved to ensure Aunt Lon kept this fellow at a distance. Buzz. Zhaoyuntian's phone rang, and upon checking, it was Wang Jianya calling. Zhao, why didn't you answer my call earlier? I'm sorry. I was busy making money and had my phone off, Zhaoyuntian replied. Thank you for last night. I have no way to repay you, old brother. Wang Jianya expressed his gratitude, his excitement palpable even through the phone. It's nothing, just a small matter, by the way. I'll come up with a treatment plan for your wife's condition shortly. Chapter 13. Adding WeChat friends. Wang Jianya was somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend Zhaoyuntian's words. A treatment plan? Are you a doctor? Wang Jianya cautiously inquired. No, I just learned a few things from my master. Zhaoyuntian replied. Brother, you mean well, but your wife's condition is rather serious. Wang Jianya remarked. Currently, the only medically recognized cure for uremia is a kidney transplant. Otherwise, one must rely on dialysis, which entails weekly hospital visits, an unbearable expense for an ordinary family. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Zhaoyuntian assured him. Wang Jianya chuckled awkwardly, uncertain how to respond, for he simply did not believe Zhaoyuntian possessed any method to cure an illness as serious as uremia. The city's experts had already assessed the situation, and a transplant was the sole option. Could it be that Zhaoyuntian would somehow procure a kidney source? Thus, Wang Jianya only saw Zhaoyuntian's words as a form of consolation, not taking them to heart. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. Little Enin looked up at him, curious. What does your master do, exactly? Why do you ask? Zhaoyuntian responded. Little Enin said, Didn't you mention your master is just a butcher from the village? How does he play Go? And why does he teach you medicine? Mentioning his master made Zhaoyuntian's eyelids twitch. Although he often found his master insufferable, he had to admit that the old man was quite remarkable. There was hardly anything he couldn't do. All of Zhaoyuntian's skills were inherited, and speaking of this, he couldn't help but recall that marriage contract. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He wondered what he had done to incur his master's wrath, resulting in such a punishment. While it was true that marrying in this day and age was costly, was it really necessary to find such an unattractive bride? When he was younger, Zhaoyuntian had been overjoyed to learn that his master had arranged a marriage for him. Feeling grateful and blessed, he thought his master was the best person in the world, considering even his disciple's lifelong happiness. Such meticulous care. His master was exceedingly pleased with the chosen bride, often whispering in Zhaoyuntian's ear about her beauty and grace. Zhaoyuntian was almost convinced, filled with longing, even seeing her as his dream girl, eagerly awaiting the day he could marry a beautiful and wealthy woman and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Until one day, when his senior sister revealed the truth about his unseen fiancée, Zhaoyuntian realized it was nothing but a terrifying nightmare. Upon seeing the woman's photo, he nearly lost his lunch. Damn, she was hideously ugly. What's wrong with you? Did you eat a fly? Little Enin asked upon noticing Zhaoyuntian's sudden change in expression. Zhaoyuntian paused, waving his hand. It's nothing, just some unpleasant thoughts. Little Enin was astonished. Oh, is there anyone in the world more disgusting than you? How can you say such things? Eat your food. Zhaoyuntian ruffled the little girl's hair, causing her to squeal in protest. If you keep this up, I won't help you any more. Little Enin pouted angrily, though her voice remained sweet and childlike. Zhaoyuntian scoffed. Ridiculous. I'm a grown man. What do I need your help for? Fine. Once Aunt Lon returns, I'll tell her you're bullying me. Zhaoyuntian clasped her hands before her chest, perched atop a plastic stool as she swung her legs, emitting a soft huff from her nostrils. In an instant, Zhaoyuntian's previously indifferent expression transformed into a welcoming smile. Come now, little ancestor, I was merely jesting earlier. Do not take it to heart. It is late, and I am quite upset. With a grin that could charm the birds from the trees, he added, Where else could you find such an outstanding man like me? For the sake of Aunt Lan's future happiness, you ought to assist me. Outstanding. All I see is a lecherous man, Zhaoyuntian retorted, tilting her head to the side. While Zhaoyuntian played around with the young girl, suddenly he turned his gaze towards a certain direction, his smile fading and a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Stay here. I shall return shortly, Zhaoyuntian announced, rising from his seat. Hey, where are you going? I'm still angry. Zhaoyuntian called out from behind as she noticed his departure. Zhaoyuntian ignored her and continued on his path. Pretending to be serious, he must have spotted a girl, Zhaoyuntian muttered darkly, pouting as she picked up a skewer of lamb from her plate, eating with indignation. A man in a short-sleeved shirt and a duckbill cap leaned against a telephone pole, holding a phone in his hand. Yet his gaze was not on the device. Instead, he occasionally glanced towards a particular spot. Something smooth in his pocket glimmered. It was a miniature camera. The short-sleeved man lowered his head, feigning interest in his phone for a few seconds. When he raised his gaze again, he found that his target had vanished. Where did they go? He exclaimed, scanning the area but finding no trace of the person he sought. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Hey, brother, could I borrow a lighter? Turning around, he saw a buzz-cut youth with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, grinning at him. The sight of the man's face caused the short-sleeved man to stiffen momentarily. What on earth is he doing here? He thought, panic rising in him. I don't have a lighter, he stammered, attempting to leave. But the buzz-cut youth firmly gripped his shoulder. With all these cigarette butts at your feet, how did you light up without a flame? Mind your own business. No flame means no flame, the short-sleeved man retorted, brushing off the youth's hand. However, the other suddenly yanked him forward, sending him crashing to the ground. Are you out of your mind? The short-sleeved man seethed. The buzz-cut youth, with a grip like iron, lifted the hefty man as if he were a mere child. Startled, the short-sleeved man thought, goodness, this guy is incredibly strong. So, you're not going to cooperate with me, huh? Zhaoyuntian sneered, his eyes narrowing with a chilling glare. The short-sleeved man, clinging to a glimmer of hope, stammered, brother, you might be misunderstanding me. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you want a lighter, I can get you one. He hastily fished a lighter from his pocket. That moment, the youth swiftly reached out, retrieving a small black sphere, a hidden high-definition camera, effective at a distance of 150 meters. 2 terabyte version, capable of storing 100,000 photos and 1,000 Blu-ray quality videos. Zhaoyuntian mused, twirling the black sphere in his hands. Brother, this is a spy gadget. The short-sleeved man felt a jolt of fear. You've been tailing me for a while, haven't you? I imagine you've captured hundreds of photos of me, Zhaoyuntian remarked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. If you fancy me, just say so. No need for all this nonsense. Your physique is quite appealing to me, and it would certainly be a thrilling experience. How about we find a secluded grove right now? The sight of the youth's lascivious gaze. The short-sleeved man panicked, exclaiming, brother, I'm not into that. Not at all. Why not? Don't be shy. Everyone has their first time. Step out of your comfort zone, and a whole new world awaits you, Zhaoyuntian chuckled, his tongue teasingly flicking across his lips, reminiscent of a lecherous man eyeing an innocent girl. Suppressing his nausea, the short-sleeved man finally admitted, actually, I'm a private detective, hired to follow you. It's not what you think. Hired by whom? Zhaoyuntian inquired. The short-sleeved man hesitated, knowing that revealing his employer's identity was a serious breach of conduct in the detective world. It seems you're lying. Let us not prolong this. We should head to that grove, Zhaoyuntian declared, abruptly tossing the man over his shoulder. The short-sleeved man felt a wave of dread. He realized that resisting any longer might lead to dire consequences. In his mind, images of grim scenarios flashed, causing an involuntary shiver down his spine. Brother, I'll tell you everything. Just let me go, he pleaded, desperately shielding his back with his hands. Minutes later, the short-sleeved man fled in a panic, sprinting faster than a rabbit, as if something truly terrifying was chasing him. What in the world was that? I ended up tailing a complete pervert. I'll never take on such a job again. In the grand scheme of things, integrity outweighed profit. After all, a man's dignity is invaluable. Zhaoyuntian cracked his neck and spat on the ground, his expression darkening. Lin Xinya, what kind of deranged woman are you? Am I truly so worth your obsession? Compared to that short-sleeved man, your actions are even more repulsive. Resorting to such despicable tactics to possess my body? How shameless. When Zhaoyuntian saw Zhaoyuntian return, she inquired, did you just go to the restroom? Not at all. Why do you ask? Zhaoyuntian instinctively replied, plopping down on the stool. Then why do you have that look on your face, as if you just ate something unpleasant? Zhaoyuntian said earnestly. Zhaoyuntian shot her a glance, remained silent, and grabbed a beer from the table, downing it in one go. What's wrong? Can't swallow it? Need a few more bottles to ease your throat? Zhaoyuntian spat out the beer he had just swallowed. You little brat, can you not speak with such malice? Xiao Yining giggled, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. Seeing him make a fool of himself lifted her spirits considerably, while Zhaoyuntian wore a displeased expression, sighing heavily. Is it possible for you to be unhappy? Xiao Yining asked, her curiosity piqued. What's bothering you? There's a woman pursuing me, and it's quite vexing. Zhaoyuntian waved his hand dismissively, his voice lacking energy. Please, which woman would be foolish enough to pursue you? Do you know Lin Xinya? Zhaoyuntian queried. Xiao Yining puffed her cheeks and nodded, of course. She is the president of Xinhong International. Who in Beihai doesn't he know her? That very woman. She has been relentlessly pursuing me, even sent a private detective to spy on me just now. How lonely could she possibly be? I've turned her down countless times, Zhaoyuntian sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. Xiao Yining's expression turned blank. This was the most outrageous claim she had ever heard. What kind of international joke was this? Lin Xinya pursuing him. He must have been drunk or lost his mind. There must be a limit to self-absorption, and only someone as shameless as Zhaoyuntian could harbor such delusions. Xiao Yining remained silent, nibbling on her octopus. Though she may be wealthy, she is quite unattractive. If she were even half as beautiful as Aunt Lan, I might consider it, Zhaoyuntian rambled on, his face reflecting disdain. Wow, that might be the harshest criticism Aunt Lan has ever received. Lin Xinya, the most beautiful woman in Beihai, and you are belittling her like this? You must be out of your mind. Enough already. I understand. Xiao Yining interrupted, unable to listen any longer as his exaggerations grew increasingly absurd. With a heavy sigh, Zhaoyuntian concluded, It appears you grasp my predicament. Understand. What on earth is there to understand about your tall tales? That evening, in the Xinhong building, atop the executive office, Lin Xinya was diligently working late. A significant government contract worth billions was in the pipeline, and she had to work tirelessly to meet the deadline. Only during work could she avoid dwelling on other bothersome matters. Yet, ironically, trouble found her regardless. The phone rang, her personal device. Miss Lin, I may not be able to take your case. Why not? Lin Xinya straightened up. Taking a deep breath, I've been discovered. The individual is quite alert, the caller replied regretfully, avoiding certain shameful topics. That's so. Very well then, Lin Xinya responded with a quiet acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Just as she was about to hang up, the voice on the other end added, Miss Lin, the person you asked me to follow has instructed me to convey a message to you verbatim. Oh? Lin Xinya's brow furrowed with intrigue, a glimmer of light igniting in her eyes. The caller fell silent for a moment. Sensing something was amiss, Lin Xinya urged, Feel free to speak. After a brief pause, the voice suddenly declared, You perverse, ugly woman. Know when to stop. Do not continue to harass me. Chapter 14. The Grove. After finishing their meal at a roadside stall, Zhaoyuntian led Xiao Yining home. As they passed through a narrow alley, he noticed walls plastered with advertisements, colloquially referred to as cowhide disease. Scanning the wall, Zhaoyuntian paused, his gaze fixed. Xiao Yining, momentarily taken aback by his serious demeanor, murmured, What are you looking at? There are no girls' WeChat IDs here. What do you see on this wall? Zhaoyuntian feigned profundity. Xiao Yining tilted her head, scrutinizing the wall, then replied earnestly, I see advertisements for painless abortions, surgical procedures, and inflatable dolls for sale. Zhaoyuntian's forehead creased with annoyance. Stop talking nonsense. Are you seeking treatment for your kidneys from these ads? Xiao Yining asked innocently, her eyes wide with curiosity. Get lost? Zhaoyuntian waved his hand dismissively. Don't you realize I'm scouting for business opportunities here? Not at all. The little girl shook her head seriously. I only saw your eyes linger on that model for 3 seconds. Zhaoyuntian didn't want to prolong the conversation with her. Clearly, continuing would only serve to infuriate him. He was not merely browsing these flyers. He was genuinely seeking job opportunities. Having just returned from military service, he needed a means of livelihood. Without it, he lacked the confidence to pursue women. Xiao Yining ceased her playful banter and inquired, Are you looking for a job? Finally, a sensible question, Zhaoyuntian replied. Do you have any special skills? Aside from my short hair, I have no shortage of skills, Zhaoyuntian boasted, confidently ruffling his buzz cut. Stop looking. There's nothing decent here, Xiao Yining remarked, glancing at the wall before pulling Zhaoyuntian away. Since you're quite skilled in combat, why not become a security guard? Absolutely not. Watching over someone else's door is no fun. Can you drive? Maybe you could buy a car and drive for ride-sharing services. That won't work either. It doesn't pay well. Zhaoyuntian proposed several jobs, all of which Zhaoyuntian dismissed. Frustrated, she asked, then what's your ideal job? At her question, Zhaoyuntian's eyes lit up. I want a job where I can see beautiful women daily. If something more happens, even better. It shouldn't be too exhausting, and the pay should be decent, allowing me to utilize my strengths. That's about it, he concluded. Zhaoyuntian frowned, realizing once more the extent of Zhaoyuntian's shamelessness. You're not particularly good-looking, yet your expectations are sky-high. There's a profession online called rental boyfriend. Why not pursue that? Clients specifically seek beautiful women, and you can set your own price if you do well. You might even get to enjoy some of their company. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, noting that the notion of a rental boyfriend was merely a popular joke circulating online, a form of self-deprecating humor intended to amuse. Yet Zhaoyuntian, whether feigning ignorance or genuinely oblivious, failed to grasp the sarcasm. Wait, why didn't I think of that? This idea is absolutely brilliant. It's tailor-made for me, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Zhaoyuntian rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. Do you really mean it? Upon returning home, Zhaoyuntian immediately grabbed Aunt Lan's laptop and began tinkering with it. What are you doing over there? Zhaoyuntian leaned in closer. Busy with serious matters. Zhaoyuntian replied without turning his head. Curiosity piqued, she approached and discovered that he was indeed busy, creating an advertisement for rental boyfriends. Zhaoyuntian's expression turned startled, realizing he was audacious enough to pursue such a venture. However, creating such an advertisement was utterly shameless. After a few glances, she found it almost unbearable to watch. Zhaoyuntian, brimming with excitement, asked, "Inin, what do you think of my writing? Isn't it exceptionally talented and unparalleled? As Valentine's Day approaches, are you still troubled by being single? Are you envious of your friends who are paired off? Are you weary of your elders' incessant nagging? Worry no more. To address the unspoken needs of countless female friends, I hereby launch my rental boyfriend service. In this challenging economic climate, as a future CEO of the Dragon Kingdom, a pioneer of the new era, an elite in the IT industry, and a man of striking appearance, I am willing to lower my standards and serve the community, starting from scratch, accumulating wealth gradually through my own efforts. Rent me at varying rates. Ladies without boyfriends, take note. As Zhaoyuntian read on, she felt her heart sink. A wave of expletives bubbled up within her, but she held her tongue. Is that all? It gets even more shameless. The audacity of Zhaoyuntian continued, as he even listed prices for various services. Visiting parents, 800, transport reimbursed, answering phone calls with lies, 80 dining together, 100 shopping together, 150, first 5 kilometers, 20 for each additional kilometer, moon gazing, 150, half price on cloudy nights, smoggy weather, 300 strolling the streets, 180. Legally operating, integrity-based, providing hand-holding services, small-scale operations, cash payments only, no invoices provided. The above prices apply to beautiful girls. Ordinary girls will be charged at the beautiful girl rate, while unattractive girls will be charged double, and those resembling dinosaurs will incur a 500 fee, with no overnight services provided, not even for any amount of money. It was shocking, absolutely astounding. What kind of person could compose such an advertisement? This was merely a fraction of the content. The rest was too excruciating to recount. Zhaoyuntian feared her heart might not withstand it. Are you planning to make this a career, to grow and expand? She pondered aloud. Zhaoyuntian, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, Of course. I am a man with aspirations. Fine, go ahead and develop your career. I want to accompany you in this farce. Zhaoyuntian shook her head, rendered speechless. After finalizing the advertisement, Zhaoyuntian published it online, and not just on any platform, but on a legitimate job recruitment site. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Chapter 15. Rental boyfriends. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke the next day, Zhaoyuntian had scarcely slept, rising at 5 in the morning. He was not one to indulge in slumber, adhering to a strict regimen within his squad. Once normalcy returned, he continued to maintain this discipline. The plans of a year are laid in spring. The plans of a day are laid in the morning. The morning is the most precious time of the day. Each morning, Zhaoyuntian's first act upon awakening was to sit in a spot where he could bask in sunlight and enjoy the flow of fresh air while meditating. Since childhood, he had practiced martial arts, and by the age of 18, he had fully acquired the true teachings of the Ghost Valley sect. The essence of a martial artist lies within the dantian, above which lies the small and great circulations. Breathing in and out is the path to the operation of the small circulation. As 2 hours passed, the sky brightened, and Zhaoyuntian, feeling the fullness of his small circulation, finished his practice and rose. At that moment, Zhaoyuntian awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning repeatedly. "You're up so early," she remarked, slightly surprised to see Zhaoyuntian on the balcony. "Why linger in slumber when one can live? Sleep is the greatest desecration of life," Zhaoyuntian asserted emphatically. "But if everyone must die, then why live at all?" Zhaoyuntian retorted. At her words, Zhaoyuntian felt a moment of awkwardness, momentarily at a loss for a response. He had intended to impart wisdom to the girl, only to find himself schooled by her. "What do you wish to eat?" he inquired, stepping back inside from the balcony. Zhaoyuntian lifted her gaze and asked, "Are you implying that you can cook?" "No jest. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Name a dish, and I assure you, I can prepare it," Zhaoyuntian boasted, thumping his chest confidently. Zhaoyuntian regarded him skeptically. "Is that so? Are you not exaggerating? As long as you dare to name it, I can whip it up in a heartbeat," he replied, striding into the kitchen and deftly tying on an apron. "Then how about a bowl of corn stir-fried with grapes?" Zhaoyuntian said nonchalantly. "What?" Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Didn't you claim to cook anything? What on earth is corn stir-fried with grapes?" "I've never heard of such a dish. That merely shows your lack of knowledge," she scoffed. "You just said you could cook. Is this little challenge too much for you?" "Well, that I actually can't make that. Choose another." Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing the absurdity of such a dish. "How about mooncake stir-fried with chili?" Zhaoyuntian suggested, astonished. "You must be joking. Mooncakes can't be stir-fried with chili. Are you sure you're not teasing me? Looking at you, it's clear you can't make that either." "Fine. Let us settle for braised durian," Zhaoyuntian sighed, her expression one of disappointment. Zhaoyuntian's demeanor stiffened as he pressed his hands on the countertop. "Unable to begin cooking. Forget it. I won't trouble you any further. It's clear your capabilities are rather limited," she remarked, her disappointment palpable. Then she suggested a shocking dish. "How about melon fried with pork tenderloin?" Zhaoyuntian finally lost his composure, exclaiming, "Can you not propose something normal? Were those dishes even real?" "Of course they are. They're featured on the menu of a prestigious university canteen," she argued, casting him a disdainful glance. "I suspect those cafeteria ladies are just bored out of their minds," Zhaoyuntian retorted, removing his apron and tossing it onto the table. "Forget it, I'm done. You, with your lack of humility, have no understanding of the basic principles of being a good chef, which include having a broad mind to embrace all." Zhaoyuntian chastised him. "To hell with your broad mind." Ultimately, the two resolved their morning meal at a small noodle shop. After breakfast, Zhaoyuntian took Zhaoyuntian to the flower and bird market. As he needed to procure some items, to avoid unnecessary detours, they headed straight to the largest market, spending 50 to 60 yuan on a taxi ride, which pinched Zhaoyuntian a bit. Upon arrival, Zhaoyuntian, like a curious child, gazed around, and had she not been holding his hand, she would have likely wandered off on her own. "What brings you here?" she asked curiously, her eyes blinking. "Of course, to buy things," he replied. "Flowers, perhaps? Are you planning to gift them to some girl?" Zhaoyuntian teased. "You wouldn't understand." Zhaoyuntian seemed reluctant to divulge the nature of his business, knowing that even if she did, it would only confuse her further. After browsing several stores without finding what he sought, disappointment crept in. He mused to himself that the item he was searching for held little value to the average person and lacked any aesthetic appeal. So it was not surprising that he couldn't find it. The market boasted a plethora of offerings, including pet shops. While Zhaoyuntian showed little interest in flowers, she was quite taken with the cats and dogs. "Big Wolf, shall we buy a dog?" she suggested, lingering at a pet shop entrance, her eyes glued to a golden retriever puppy in an elegant cage. "What's so special about that dog? It's just a silly creature that rushes to anyone." Zhaoyuntian scoffed, honestly not impressed with these foreign breeds. "Don't you think the golden retriever is adorable?" Zhaoyuntian's big eyes sparkled. "Cute? That one fill your stomach," Zhaoyuntian replied dismissively. Unable to resist the girl's pleading gaze, he relented. "All right, let us at least ask about the price." So, He took her inside the pet shop. "Hello, are you here to choose a pet for your daughter?" The shopkeeper greeted them as soon as they entered. "How much for this golden retriever?" Zhaoyuntian asked, pointing at the puppy Xiaoyining had taken a liking to. "I'm sorry, but that puppy has been reserved." The shopkeeper replied with a forced smile. "Perhaps you would like to choose another?" Xiaoyining pouted, clearly disappointed as she reluctantly shifted her gaze from the puppy. "I want this husky," she declared excitedly after a moment of looking around. Huskies, known for their wolf-like appearance yet possessing the intellect of a pig, are not exactly ideal pets, Zhaoyuntian thought. They're known for their mischief. The saying goes, 1 husky can battle 3 tigers, and 5 can fight God, while 10 can obliterate the Jurassic era. In a way, if you bring that home, your Aunt Lon will surely kill me, Zhaoyuntian firmly refused. Mentioning Yun's island made Xiaoyining cower. "Then how about an Alaskan?" she proposed. "No, they eat too much. I can't afford that." "What about a poodle?" "Poodle? Are you joking? How about a corgi?" "They eat less, are clean, and aren't noisy. Their legs are too short. They look like hot dogs." Several dog breeds later, Zhaoyuntian had rejected them all, and Xiaoyining was getting frustrated. "Are you going to buy me a dog or not?" she demanded, her eyes narrowing. Zhaoyuntian glanced at the prices. The cheapest dogs were 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. With that amount, he could feast on hot pot for an entire month. "You can buy a dog, but the price must not exceed 100 yuan. If Xiaoyining knew Zhaoyuntian's thoughts, she would have jumped up in outrage. 100 yuan for a dog? "Is there a dog pen behind the store?" Zhaoyuntian suddenly asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, skilled in reading people, discerned that while the child was eager to buy, the parent was not inclined. "Yes, would you like to check out the dog pen?" he inquired. In larger pet shops, there are usually dog pens where dogs of good lineage are displayed for sale, while the less desirable or sickly ones are kept in pens, often sold off cheaply or to dog meat traders. "Yes, that's the idea, but is it convenient?" Zhaoyuntian asked. The shopkeeper paused, his eyes flickering. He thought, even a mosquito is meat. Those useless dogs just sit there. If I can sell 1 or 2, it would be a small profit. "All right, follow me," he said, leading them to the back. They walked down a long corridor to a large storage area behind the shop, where a locked iron gate led to a yard filled with barking dogs. Compared to the cleanliness of the pet shop, this place was a mess, reeking of filth, with several garbage bins near a drainage ditch, food scraps collected inexpensively from hotels just to feed the dogs. The dogs here were not fed dog food but were given leftovers. Upon opening the warehouse door, a swarm of dogs rushed forward, tails wagging and tongues lolling, excited at the sight of newcomers. Dogs are intelligent creatures. Unlike the aloofness of cats, they greet humans with enthusiasm, but their eagerness is driven by a purpose. These dogs understood that if chosen, they could escape this dark corner in the pen. Many dogs of various breeds appeared, all scruffy and emaciated, yet their eyes burned with fervor. Upon seeing them, Xiaoyining's expression changed. Zhaoyuntian pressed his lips together and said gently, "Choose one. Your decision might save a life." Compared to the pampered pups in the shop, these dogs faced a far more tragic fate. Xiaoyining felt touched, understanding the weight of Zhaoyuntian's words. As she looked at the dogs in the pen, she felt a deep emotional impact. Not everyone is born cute, nor does everyone have the fortune of a good lineage. Lacking desirable traits often leads to a grim fate, possibly ending in the slaughterhouse. If humans can suffer such fates, how much more for dogs? Xiaoyining's mood turned somber, devoid of the cheer she had felt upon entering the pet shop. At this moment, she even wished to escape this place. The shopkeeper, indifferent, urged, "Hurry and choose. I don't have much time to stay here." Biting her lip, Xiaoyining stepped forward, scanning the dogs. Each dog's gaze resembled that of concubines waiting for royal favor, with the strongest pushing to the front. Struggling to make a decision, she turned her gaze to Zhaoyuntian, hoping he would make the choice for her. Reluctantly, he obliged in the back of the pen. A gray puppy caught Zhaoyuntian's attention. The dog was not particularly attractive and appeared weak. It was likely a local breed, resembling a small wolf dog. Wolf dogs are not popular pets, as modern aesthetics favor cute, obedient dogs like huskies or Samoyeds. This pup might have been brought here for sale, but due to its unappealing looks, it had been neglected. Upon closer inspection, this was not an ordinary wolf dog but a renowned military dog breed, the Wolf Qing. While other dogs clamored for attention, this little wolf dog sat quietly in the corner, its gaze calm and undisturbed. "That one." Zhaoyuntian pointed at the wolf dog. Upon hearing this, The shopkeeper opened the pin and pulled the puppy out. Zhaoyuntian produced a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper frowned. Isn't this a bit low? It's sufficient. You'd hardly get a better price selling that dog elsewhere. Consider it a favor, Zhaoyuntian replied politely. Seeing that he understood the market, the shopkeeper didn't press further and accepted the money. A few minutes later, Zhaoyuntian emerged with a cardboard box containing the dog. Xiaoyining followed closely behind, looking rather glum. Zhaoyuntian turned to her. What's wrong? Didn't you want this dog? Why aren't you happy? This dog is ugly and dirty, like a little mutt. She complained. One should not judge based on appearances. The pretty dogs will always find homes, while these may not see another day without your help. The gratitude of a dog you save will be eternal. It will recognize only you as its master, Zhaoyuntian counseled earnestly. Xiaoyining lowered her head, silent. She leaned closer to the box, her curiosity piqued. The little wolf dog looked up at her, extending a paw and whimpering softly, its pitiful gaze melting Xiaoyining's heart. In that moment, her youthful affection surged. Let me hold it, she requested eagerly. Didn't you say you didn't like it? Zhaoyuntian teased. I've changed my mind. Is that not allowed? Xiaoyining retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Zhaoyuntian chuckled and handed the box to her. Xiaoyining held the puppy close, her face beaming with joy. Big Wolf, let us give this dog a name, she exclaimed suddenly. Before long, she had given Zhaoyuntian the nickname Big Wolf, and despite his attempts to correct her, she continued to call him Big Color Wolf. Finally, he conceded. How about we name him Gray Tai Lang? Zhaoyuntian paused and casually suggested a name. That name is too arbitrary. You're not being sincere, she said, rolling her eyes. Little kids know nothing. A simple name is easier to care for, he replied dismissively. What about Zhao Ergo? She proposed playfully. Zhao Ergo? Zhaoyuntian responded without hesitation. Get lost. You can't name a dog with a surname, especially not mine. I think it's quite good, she insisted. If you don't agree, I'll return this dog. Zhaoyuntian threatened her. True to her nature, she relented. Fine. Gray Tai Lang it is. It's better than having no name at all. Zhaoyuntian scoffed. Humph. I'll find a way to deal with you. The name Zhao Ergo unsettled him, as it felt oddly resonant with him. While strolling down the street, Zhaoyuntian's eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting a flower shop, prompting him to walk in without hesitation. He didn't glance at any flowers, but headed straight for a pot of purple gold bamboo. After a closer inspection, a look of delight spread across his face. Sir, are you looking to buy flowers? The shop attendant approached him. I'm not buying flowers. I want this bamboo, Zhaoyuntian replied, pointing at the purple gold bamboo. The attendant smiled. You have good taste. This is a premium pot of purple gold bamboo, exceptionally well grown, and currently on promotion for 11,800. For a mere stick of bamboo? Only a fool would buy this. Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes in disbelief. Then I want take the bamboo. You don't want the bamboo? Then I'll take the pot, Zhaoyuntian stated earnestly. Want the pot? The attendant was taken aback. In all his years selling flowers, he had never encountered a customer interested solely in the pot. If you want a pot, you should go to a hardware store. What are you doing here? I'm not joking. I'm serious, Zhaoyuntian insisted. However, to the attendant, he seemed to be fooling around. The attendant, feeling uncertain, thought to himself that this man might be causing trouble. He promptly signaled to a nearby individual, who understood the cue and entered. Stop looking around. I merely want to ask if you are selling this pot, Zhaoyuntian stated, his voice firm. The attendant chuckled dryly, remaining silent, increasingly convinced that this person was indeed here to stir up trouble. At that moment, a woman of striking beauty emerged from the flower garden. As she approached, the air around her filled with a refreshing fragrance that was utterly captivating. In an instant, the sweet scent enveloped the space. This aroma was subtle yet immensely pleasant, not derived from perfume but emanating from her very being. Zhaoyuntian's gaze sharpened as he took in her appearance, acknowledging her as a rare beauty, exuding the ripe allure of a peach. Unlike the delicate fragrance of jasmine or the boldness of roses, her beauty was profound, resonating deep within, showcased in every smile and movement, radiating charm. She wore a colorful pleated skirt that hinted at depth amidst her tranquility. The first impression she left was that this woman had a story to tell. Her eyes and expression carried an inescapable air of melancholy. Sister Wu, this gentleman wishes to purchase the pot, the nearby attendant remarked, clearly reporting the situation. Zhaoyuntian paused, straightening himself. He needed to maintain his composure in front of such beauty. Zhang Wunyang lifted her head to look at Zhaoyuntian, her gaze momentarily narrowing, reminiscent of a drop of rain sliding from a leaf into a tranquil well, creating ripples. "Sir, we are a flower shop and do not offer pots for sale," Zhang Wunyang stated politely. "However, I have taken a liking to this particular pot. Why not suggest a price?" "It would be unreasonable to turn away a customer," Zhaoyuntian countered. Zhang Wunyang's expression shifted as she noted his earnestness. He likely wasn't here to cause trouble, but genuinely admired the pot. "Xiaowan, please fetch a similar pot from the back for this gentleman," she instructed. "I believe you have misunderstood my intention. I desire only this pot. I shall not settle for any other, even if it bears a striking resemblance," Zhaoyuntian insisted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wunyang furrowed her brows, and the expressions of the other attendants shifted as well. Just moments ago, they had thought him refined, but now, he appeared to be unreasonable once more. "Sir, although we are a flower shop staffed by young women, it does not give you the right to bully us." Zhang Wunyang's tone turned icy. Yinyin, standing behind Zhaoyuntian, observed the unfolding scene, her thoughts racing. What was this man up to? Could it be that he was infatuated with the beautiful shopkeeper? Zhaoyuntian scratched his head. "I assure you, I do not intend to make things difficult for you. I simply have a great fondness for this pot. It's just an ordinary pot with nothing remarkable about it. Why do you insist on this one?" Zhang Wunyang found it hard to believe Zhaoyuntian's words. She remained convinced that he was merely seeking to provoke. "Fine, I shall forego the pot, but may I at least have the soil within it?" Zhaoyuntian relented slightly, but then proposed a request that left them speechless. The attendants could no longer hold back, exclaiming in anger, "Sir, if you continue to be unreasonable, do not blame us for being impolite." One attendant stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with coldness. Zhaoyuntian's pupils contracted slightly in surprise. The attendant before him was, in fact, a martial artist. At that moment, her hair billowed, and the dust at her feet stirred, indicating an outward release of internal energy. This attendant was a master of the internal energy realm. Martial artists are categorized into 3 stages: body refinement, internal energy, and force cheat. A body refinement martial artist possesses a punch with a force of 500 pounds, akin to the strength of a bull. Their physical resilience approaches the limits of human capability, excelling in both reaction speed and endurance. An internal energy practitioner, however, can deliver a punch exceeding 2,000 pounds, capable of killing unseen within 100 meters. Who could have anticipated that such a formidable expert would be found in a seemingly ordinary flower shop? Judging by the display, the shopkeeper might be even more powerful. "Since you are in the business of serving customers, you should strive to meet their requests. Initially, I sought to buy a pot, which you denied me. Now I merely request the soil, and you refuse. Who, then, is truly being unreasonable?" Zhaoyuntian argued. The attendant retorted, "Whether you take the pot or the soil, the purple gold bamboo cannot survive without its pot. If you want the soil, you must also purchase the bamboo. The bamboo is too expensive, and I have no use for it. I only want a small amount of soil," Zhaoyuntian insisted stubbornly. The attendant's patience wore thin, her anger flaring. This was akin to going to a dealership to buy a car, only for the customer to demand a single wheel from a model for sale. Who would acquiesce to such a ridiculous request? "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to force a sale? If you take one more step forward, I will call the police," Zhaoyuntian declared, retreating slightly and pulling out his phone. Upon hearing this, the attendant halted. "Xiaowan, move the purple gold bamboo to another pot and give this gentleman the soil," Zhang Wunyang commanded. "Sister Wu, this." The attendant's face changed upon hearing Zhaoyuntian's request. Ultimately, she said nothing more, merely casting an angry glance at Zhaoyuntian before proceeding with the task. Zhaoyuntian observed with a smirk, feeling a sense of relief. If that woman had truly resorted to violence, it would have been a hassle. Transplanting a pot is a meticulous task that requires considerable time. Any minor mistake could lead to the death of the plants within. While waiting, Zhaoyuntian wandered around the flower shop, glancing about. Suddenly, a peculiar flower in the garden caught his attention, and he strode over to it. As he approached, a voice called out from behind, "Stay away from that flower." It was Xiaowan, and Zhang Wunyang's gaze turned icy as she too looked over. Ignoring their warnings, Zhaoyuntian circled the flower a few times before shaking his head. What made this flower so extraordinary? It was growing on a piece of withered wood, resembling a lotus but yet to bloom, surrounded by a fence, and the soil beneath was covered in dry ice. Those who saw it might think it a new species. But in truth, this flower was older than human history itself and had a resounding name. Tianshan snow lotus, also known as the Millennium Snow Lotus. It was so named due to its exceedingly slow growth rate and stringent environmental requirements. It takes 10 years to grow just an inch, and to fully blossom, it requires at least 100 years. Tio witnessed its bloom could take the efforts of 3 generations. This flower shop had indeed surprised him. First, there were several high-ranking martial artists, and now, a Tianshan snow lotus. Zhang Wunyang approached rapidly, her expression turning cold. "Sir, please leave immediately." While she had remained composed in the face of Zhaoyuntian's earlier unreasonable requests, her demeanor shifted the moment he drew near to this flower. Zhaoyuntian remained unmoved, bending down to inspect it closely. Seeing this, Zhang Wunyang could not allow him to act recklessly and prepared to eject him. However, Zhaoyuntian spoke. "This Tianshan snow lotus is of average quality. Although you care for it with great attention, your methods are flawed. I presume this flower is approximately 80 years old, nearing its flowering period, but due to your mismanagement, its bloom has been delayed by 20 years. Life, after all, offers few opportunities for 20-year waits." Zhang Wunyang's expression froze in surprise, her body halting. The attendants who had rushed over were equally astonished upon hearing his words. "You actually know the origin of this flower?" Zhang Wunyang exclaimed, her tone filled with disbelief. "Of course I know," Zhaoyuntian replied. Not only did he know about this flower, but he also had a vast number of them planted on the back mountain, where a pig named Huachi lived, renowned for its fondness for flowers. He would crush the petals and mix them into pig feed, and one meal would sustain the pig for an entire month. This flower should not be planted in such a place, and it was natural that it could not bloom, Zhaoyuntian remarked. Zhang Wunyang's brow furrowed, and she immediately questioned, "Who exactly are you? Since you have discerned the truth, I shall no longer conceal my identity," Zhaoyuntian replied, slowly raising his head and gazing upwards, his eyes reflecting a hint of distant memories, as if he carried untold stories. Zhang Wunyang's heart stirred, speculating whether this man was a figure of great renown. Yet, Zhaoyuntian suddenly declared, "Indeed, I am a consumer." Consumer. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Wunyang's expression stiffened, feeling as though she had been mocked. "To know about the Tianshan snow lotus was no ordinary feat. This flower is wasted in your hands. It is not that I look down upon you, but your skills truly leave much to be desired," Zhaoyuntian bluntly stated, scoffing dismissively. Zhang Wunyang's expression darkened, a hint of anger flashing across her features. No one had ever dared to tell her that her floral artistry was lacking. This was akin to telling a master swordsman that they could not wield a sword. While recognizing someone who understood the Tianshan snow lotus was rare, to question her skills was something Zhang Wunyang could not tolerate. In her domain of expertise, being ridiculed was intolerable for anyone with pride. "Today, you must provide a reasonable explanation." "I, Zhang Wunyang, do not take kindly to being belittled," she coldly retorted, her expression revealing an icy glare. "So, your name is Zhang Wunyang, an interesting name, and you certainly appear to be quite defiant," Zhaoyuntian remarked with a chuckle, sighing, "Well, if a frog at the bottom of a well never sees the vastness of the sky, it will never know how limited its perspective truly is." "Arrogant words! Do you know who I am?" Shaowen could no longer hold back, unable to tolerate such pretentiousness. Just as she began to speak, Zhang Wunyang interrupted, "Sir, if you cannot enlighten this frog at the bottom of the well, you may find it quite difficult to leave this establishment today." Feigning shock, Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that you want to allow me to leave? Are you planning something nefarious tonight? I am but a humble man. If you intend to act, please be gentle. After all, it's my first time, and I can't handle so many of you." At this, the attendant's expressions darkened. "What nonsense is this?" Seeing his demeanor, it was clear he was thinking of something entirely inappropriate. The attendant barked, "If you cannot satisfy us, we will have no choice but to take your head." "What head?" Zhaoyuntian feigned panic. "There are so many of you. I fear I might not be able to meet your demands." "Shameless!" The attendants were infuriated, having never encountered someone so unashamed. Zhang Wunyang interjected, "Enough with the verbal sparring. Show us your true skills." Zhaoyuntian widened his eyes, exclaiming, "How did you know I am quite skilled? I can balance a coin against the wall without it falling for ages." Zhang Wunyang's shoulders heaved as she struggled to contain her inner fury. Zhaoyuntian continued, Miss Zhang, if I can make this Tianshan snow lotus bloom, will you grant me a request? If I fail, I, Zhao, will accept any consequences, even if it means I cannot leave this door. What request? Zhang Wunyang inquired. I have teased you multiple times, and you have remained unperturbed, indicating that you are indeed a woman of great breadth of mind. Zhaoyuntian's initial compliment was soon overshadowed by a remark that sent her blood pressure soaring. If I succeed, may I experience a touch of warmth in this winter? Zhaoyuntian boldly made this shameless proposition. Zhang Wunyang's expression turned frigid as she enunciated, as you say. After hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt a surge of excitement, as though he had been invigorated. It was merely a jest, yet the other party had genuinely agreed. Grinning, he thought, how could he refuse such hospitality? I shall give you 1 hour. If it does not bloom within that time, you shall see what I am capable of, Zhang Wunyang warned. Zhaoyuntian's repeated provocations had already ignited her murderous intent. Even if she did not take his life, he would have to pay a price for his insolence. How dare he hope to make the Tianshan snow lotus bloom? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Xiao Wan and the others were certain that Zhaoyuntian could not possibly achieve this incredible feat. Rolling up his sleeves, Zhaoyuntian picked up a bucket, filling it with soil and water, and plunged his hands in to mix it vigorously. Observing his outrageous claims, they assumed he must have a hidden trick, but instead, he was simply making a mess. The Tianshan snow lotus, a rare and extraordinary flower, could not be forced to bloom even with modern agricultural hormones. What could a bucket of hastily mixed mud possibly achieve? Zhaoyuntian offered no explanations, allowing their doubts to fester. In truth, his master had once cultivated a Tianshan snow lotus, treating it like a treasure that no one was allowed to approach. As a child, Zhaoyuntian had often played near it, only to be caught and soundly punished. On one occasion, he had fallen from a rock near the lotus pond, injuring himself severely, yet a miraculous event occurred. The Tianshan snow lotus bloomed overnight, filling the entire pond with blossoms. From that moment on, Zhaoyuntian realized that his blood held extraordinary properties, capable of reviving dying plants. His master claimed he had fallen from the heavens, emerging from an egg. Zhaoyuntian had never believed such nonsense. Surely, the old man was just spinning tales. Why not say he was plucked from a trash bin or given as a promotional gift? Of course, this secret was known only to his master and elder sister. Returning to the present, Zhaoyuntian's mixing of the mud was merely a ruse. He could not very well cut his finger in front of them. With a gentle slice of his nail, a drop of blood fell and mingled with the mud. Sister Wu, what is this man trying to do? Zhang Wunyang shook her head slightly, her gaze fixed intently on his bizarre actions, unsure of his intentions. I believe he is merely putting on a show, she mused. Oh, make the Tianshan snow lotus bloom. Does he think himself a deity? No one in this world can achieve such a feat. Humph! If it does not bloom, I will show him what true despair feels like. After finishing with the mud, Zhaoyuntian began to shake and sway, chanting, Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, Grand Supreme Elder Lord, reveal your power. At this, the onlookers were left in shock. They had never witnessed such bizarre antics during a floral demonstration. What on earth is this man? His series of almost surreal actions left everyone baffled. Iron Crutchley, return to your place. Nanhai Guanyin Bodhisattva, come swiftly. Ultraman Tiga, transform. Balala the fairies. Zhaoyuntian continued to astound everyone with his strange rituals. Some could no longer contain themselves and grabbed shovels, ready to confront him. Enin, too, was present, face-palming in disbelief. What a disgrace! What do these absurdities have to do with floral artistry? Just moments ago, he had mocked Zhang Wunyang for being like a frog at the bottom of a well. Could it be that this was his true skill? The audience was left dumbfounded. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Zhaoyuntian poured a bucket of muddy concoction over the Tianshan snow lotus. The onlookers gasped in horror, rushing to stop him, but it was too late. The entire flower was buried beneath the muck. After completing his actions, Zhaoyuntian clasped his hands together, proclaiming, Umitba, well done, well done. Zhang Wunyang, consumed by fury, charged forth, as expected. She was also a master of internal energy. With a single step, she moved like a meteor racing across the moon, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before Zhaoyuntian. Anticipating this very moment, Zhaoyuntian wasted no time and raised his hand to block her advance. Suddenly, Zhang Wunyang halted, her body frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, her exquisite visage reflecting utter shock, their gazes locked. And in that instant, the air around them became palpably tense. In this critical moment, Zhaoyuntian unleashed an unparalleled technique, the Shaolin Temple's grappling art. Initially intending merely to use the move to fend her off, he inadvertently miscalculated, and it landed in an awkward position. Zhaoyuntian swore to his conscience, "I absolutely did not intend for this to happen." Chapter 17. The Shaolin grappling art onlookers gaped in disbelief at the scene. The young girl, In, shyly turned her head away, while the small gray puppy in the cardboard box, oblivious to the unfolding drama, looked around, its eyes covered, murmuring, "Gray wolf, let us not watch." Zhaoyuntian chuckled awkwardly, uncertain where to place his hands. "You shameless scoundrel! You've ruined my heavenly snow lotus and sullied my body. I will kill you." Zhang Wunyang's face flushed crimson, her delicate neck blushing deeper until it reached her ears, appearing as if she might weep from embarrassment. Upon seeing her readiness to strike, Zhaoyuntian knew he could not relent as she was captured. Zhang Wunyang felt her body weaken, a jolt of electricity coursing through her, an indescribable sensation enveloping her entire being. "You lecher! Let go of me," she coldly admonished, her shame palpable. "If you don't strike, I will release you." Zhaoyuntian brazenly pushed his luck, shockingly attempting to negotiate in such a moment. Zhang Wunyang, furious beyond measure, wished she could obliterate the man before her in an instant. Yet his grip on her weakness forced her to relent. "You let go first? Do you think I'm a fool? If I let go first, what if you strike me?" Zhaoyuntian retorted, his voice unwavering. "I may be uneducated, but I've at least completed 9 years of compulsory education." His defiance was reminiscent of a stubborn pig, unwilling to release her, seizing this rare opportunity to hold on for another moment. Zhang Wunyang, helpless and on the verge of tears, implored, "What do you want from me? You possess martial prowess, indicating you are of the Jianghu. Those of the Jianghu uphold trust and loyalty. Now, swear an oath to me," Zhaoyuntian proposed. "You want me to swear a deadly oath?" Zhang Wunyang questioned. Before he could respond, the observing Shaolin could no longer endure the sight of Wunyang being bullied by such a shameless individual, and boldly stepped forward. Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian quickly warned, "Don't move, or I will." He trailed off, finding it difficult to voice his threat. The scene resembled that of a gunman surrounded by police, holding a hostage, thus preventing any rash actions, and Zhang Wunyang was indeed his shield. "Let go of Wunyang. If there's any trouble, direct it at me," Shaolin declared, brimming with determination. Zhaoyuntian glanced at her, then shook his head seriously. "No." The last words remained unspoken, but the preceding statement was already sufficiently hurtful. Shaolin was infuriated, feeling pierced by the disdainful gaze he cast upon her, causing her to feel both humiliated and enraged. "Will you let go or not?" Zhang Wunyang demanded again, her charming face etched with frost, her eyes alight with murderous intent. "This is a gentleman's agreement. Do you wish to be untrustworthy?" Zhaoyuntian's mind raced. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, she seemed intent on a mutual destruction. "What betrayal? Nonsense. Hadn't we agreed? If I cause the heavenly snow lotus to bloom, I shall be granted your warmth. Now, I am simply claiming what is rightfully mine," Zhaoyuntian stated earnestly, his demeanor resolute and unrepentant. Not wishing to dwell on the topic, Zhang Wunyang's anger flared anew. "The heavenly snow lotus has perished. How can it bloom? The more precious the item, the less it could withstand destruction. One bucket of muddy water poured over it, and not even a cactus could survive. Yet this man had the audacity to make such claims," Zhaoyuntian shouted defiantly. "Who says it's dead? Open your eyes and look closely." Just as the two were on the verge of another confrontation, an unexpected rustling sound emanated from the nearby flower bed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wunyang turned to investigate, only to witness an astonishing sight. Beneath the mud, something writhed, desperately attempting to break free from its confines. At last, a small bud emerged, fervently absorbing the surrounding air. The flower stem shot upward, growing at a visible rate, reaching ever higher. Those who witnessed this spectacle were left in awe, unable to believe their eyes. With a flourish, the bud blossomed, its white petals unfurling, each one as pure as jade. Shimmering radiantly, the air filled with a sweet fragrance. Zhang Wunyang's eyes widened as she covered her mouth, utterly captivated, and the others were equally entranced. Heavens! The heavenly snow lotus truly blooms. I must be dreaming. Xiaowen exclaimed, "It has really bloomed, truly bloomed." A girl nearby was overcome with joy, weeping uncontrollably. Even Yin, who had never seen a flower bloom before, was astonished, especially since the flower in question was the legendary heavenly snow lotus. Seeing Zhang Wunyang distracted, Zhaoyuntian gradually released his hold and took a cautious step back. Once at a safe distance, he spoke, "I did not deceive you, did I? I fulfill my promises." Zhang Wunyang turned to him, astonished. "How did you manage this?" "I have my methods, which I cannot disclose. However, you have now received the outcome you desired," Zhaoyuntian replied. Zhang Wunyang took a deep breath. The shock of the heavenly snow lotus blooming had eclipsed her previous anger. As Zhaoyuntian had stated, the flower blossomed, and he was merely claiming what he was owed. Yet, this was something personal to her, and the fact that he had taken it without asking weighed heavily on her conscience. Zhang Wunyang pursed her lips, her gaze flickering, still grappling with feelings of humiliation. Zhaoyuntian took a few more steps back, fearing she might change her mind. Suddenly, Zhang Wunyang declared, "I accept the wager. I concede." Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian exhaled in relief. He felt a twinge of luck. Had the flower not bloomed, a fierce battle would have surely ensued. Though he was not afraid of these women, entanglements could prove quite troublesome. With events unfolding as they did, Zhaoyuntian felt a twinge of anxiety and, unwilling to linger, gathered the soil and scooped up little Yin before fleeing. Zhang Wunyang watched his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. "Wunyang, who is this person? How could he make the heavenly snow lotus bloom?" Xiaowen approached, her voice filled with astonishment. Zhang Wunyang shook her head, murmuring, "This person is extraordinary. He must be someone formidable. Should we investigate him?" Xiaowen inquired. "Though he caused the heavenly snow lotus to bloom, such lewd behavior cannot simply be overlooked. We are already concealed within this bustling market. There is no need to invite further trouble." Zhang Wunyang replied slowly, her desire to learn more about him waning. "Sister, do you truly intend to let his lewd actions go unpunished?" Xiaowen protested. Zhang Wunyang remained silent, diverting her gaze and returning to the flower bed, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at the heavenly snow lotus. Yin, trapped under Zhaoyuntian's arm, was whisked away at breakneck speed. The girl, jostled about, felt dizzy and exclaimed, "Why are you running so fast? They want to catch up. What do you know? What if they do catch up?" Zhaoyuntian snapped, glancing back occasionally. "Are you scared of women? Those girls are all beautiful. If they catch up, wouldn't that be just your luck?" Yin teased. "Who said I'm afraid? I'm a gentleman, navigating a sea of flowers without a leaf touching me. I detest others offering themselves, yet my charm seems to draw such troubles." Zhaoyuntian lamented. Yin huffed, "If you didn't have that charm, I might believe you." Zhaoyuntian was momentarily speechless. The girl's tongue was sharp, and if she continued to grow, who knew what she might become? Upon entering a taxi, Zhaoyuntian finally sighed in relief, while Yin's face paled slightly, feeling unwell after being jostled about. "I can't fathom what you, big fool, are plotting. After all this scheming, I thought you had some grand scheme, but it turns out you only wanted to bring back a pot of soil." Yin mused, staring at the bag of soil Zhaoyuntian held, utterly perplexed by his intentions. "Little girl, you don't understand, do you? This soil is not ordinary," Zhaoyuntian replied, brimming with pride. He opened the bag and grasped a handful of black soil, rubbing it between his fingers. "Soil is soil. What is the difference? Seeing you act so proud, I thought it was embedded with diamonds." Yin rolled her eyes, finding Zhaoyuntian's logic baffling. "This is dustless soil, rare for cultivating precious treasures, exceedingly scarce in the mundane world, only found deep in the mountains." Zhaoyuntian explained, "I chanced upon it at the flower and bird market. Never did I expect to find it." Yin scoffed, uninterested. "Stop with your theatrics. If this soil were so extraordinary, scientists would have discovered it long ago. How could they wait for you to grin like a fool?" Zhaoyuntian knew arguing with this little brat was futile. How could a 5-year-old grasp the benefits of dustless soil? Dustless soil is not inherent but cultivated. When a naturally growing spiritual entity dies, its remains decompose into the soil over time. the essence merging with the earth through the cycles of the moon and sun. This process is somewhat akin to oil. However, dustless soil is even more valuable. Oil cannot be utilized straight from extraction. It requires refinement. Similarly, dustless soil, when used directly, behaves like ordinary soil and yields no miraculous effects. Thus, he had left the purple gold bamboo behind. You seem to have lost your mind, carrying around a bag of soil as if it were a rare treasure. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were holding a sack of gold. Yining shook her head, further perplexed. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, opting not to argue with the child. Half an hour later, they arrived home. Yining, having just bought a dog, was overjoyed, even if it was an unattractive wolf dog. After hearing Zhaoyuntian's words, her perception shifted, and she adored it even more. She rushed off to the bathroom with the puppy. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian busied himself. Yun Xilin, in her leisurely manner, had cultivated many flowers on the balcony. Some empty pots were left in a corner. He casually picked one and poured the dustless soil into it. The activation process was simple, requiring just one step, a drop of Zhaoyuntian's blood. His blood was indeed a panacea, capable of accomplishing many tasks. Carrying the pot back to his room, he prepared for the activation to produce a remarkable phenomenon. Had that little girl seen it, she surely would have been astounded. Upon entering the room, he locked the door, then approached the window and drew the curtains. Once everything was ready, Zhaoyuntian stood before the pot. The previous cut on his hand still unhealed. He gently squeezed, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the soiled eye in an instant. The black soil shimmered with a golden light, illuminating the dark room. Zhaoyuntian shielded his eyes from the dazzling brilliance, which was overwhelming. Thankfully, he had prepared for this. Otherwise, should others witness it, chaos would ensue. Dustless soil initially possesses a viscous nature, but after absorbing a drop of blood, the once cohesive soil transformed into golden granules. Moments later, the light faded and tranquility returned, and of course, this merely completed the first step. The activation? For true utilization, time was still needed. Zhaoyuntian refrained from engaging in any further tasks. He simply needed to place the pot on the balcony to sunbathe for a few days, allowing the soil to fully solidify before achieving his goal. As Zhaoyuntian exited his room, Yin had just finished bathing the little wolf dog. The girl was drenched, likely from the puppy shaking off water, and at that moment, she held a towel over the dog, wielding a hairdryer with great enthusiasm. Blowing air at it, "Gray Wolf, has it been vaccinated?" Yin turned to Zhaoyuntian and asked. Zhaoyuntian chuckled at her innocence. Of course not. A dog costs only 100, while a single vaccine costs 300 to 400, and pet hospitals charge even more. I don't know. If I bathe it and it catches cold, wouldn't that make it sick? Yin fretted. Don't worry. This local dog breed is far sturdier than foreign breeds. At most, it will need a rabies shot. Any other vaccines would just be a waste of money, Zhaoyuntian reassured her. Upon hearing this, Yin sighed in relief, her curiosity piqued. How do you know so much about dogs? Well, your uncle was a soldier. We had these dogs in the unit, Zhaoyuntian replied. Yin's eyes lit up with understanding, and she gleefully hugged the little wolf dog, rubbing against it. Then when Gray Wolf grows up, won't it be just as formidable as a military dog? You're overthinking it. Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes, explaining, military dogs are exceptional, and even with rigorous training, only one in a litter can be chosen. Chapter 18. Dustless soil. The little wolf dog they had bought appeared frail and sickly, lacking any vitality. Its ribs were visible beneath its fur, a clear sign of long-term malnutrition. Yin offered it a few morsels, and it devoured them greedily, resembling a starving wolf that had just found food, gulping everything down. She tossed it cucumber, and it ate. She tossed it candy, and it devoured that too. Even when she threw down cabbage, it gobbled it up eagerly. Yin marveled. Why does it eat everything? Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes. Of course. If you starved for 10 days, you'd eat anything too. Yin shot him a resentful glance. You're the one who eats everything, Zhaoyuntian cautioned. Don't feed it too much. It's been starving for too long. If you suddenly give it rich food, it might cause digestive issues, and that could be fatal. Upon hearing this, Yin panicked, having just fed it a myriad of foods. The little wolf dog still looked hungry. It's fine. Local dogs are not that fragile, most. It might have a few days of diarrhea. Just keep its diet light for the next few days, Zhaoyuntian reassured her. Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. gently stroking the little wolf dog's head. Her eyes filled with tenderness. "Gray Wolf, from now on, I will ensure you never go hungry again. Will your Aunt Lan agree to you getting a dog?" Zhaoyuntian suddenly realized a crucial point that couldn't be overlooked. "Of course not," Yining replied without a second thought. Zhaoyuntian widened his eyes. "Then why did you let me buy a dog? Are you trying to stir up trouble?" Yining raised her chin haughtily, displaying an attitude of indifference. She had long desired a small animal to keep her company, as being alone at home felt dull. She longed for a cat or a dog to liven things up. However, Yun Xilin had never been fond of small animals. She had been bitten by a dog in her childhood, leaving her with lasting trauma. "You're quite bold. If you bring that home, you'll surely be reprimanded." Zhaoyuntian scratched his head, feeling exasperated. "I'll just say it's your dog. That way, Aunt Lan won't blame me," Yining cleverly proposed. "Besides, it was you who paid for it. The little girl wishes to divert trouble elsewhere?" Zhaoyuntian scoffed. "Fine. I'll just say I bought a dog meat stew." Upon hearing this, Yining immediately panicked. "How dare you? If you dare to eat Gray Wolf, I'll tell Aunt Lan that you are taking advantage of a girl and shamelessly asking her for her WeChat ID, leading you to lose all chances." Caught off guard, Zhaoyuntian's brow twitched as he thought, for the sake of lifelong happiness and to embrace the beauty, he would bear this burden. Sure enough, a few hours later, the little wolf pup began to have diarrhea, vomiting and writhing on the ground, howling pitifully. Yining was distraught, tears as big as pearls swirling in her eyes. "Gray Wolf, what's wrong?" "Diarrhea. It's too severe. It hurts." Zhaoyuntian glanced over and replied, "Of course it has diarrhea. It was bathed upon arrival and fed all sorts of nonsense. This is a trial every puppy must endure. If it gets through this, it will bounce back, resilient to all ailments. What should we do? Should we take it to the hospital?" Yining asked anxiously. "Take it to the hospital for what?" Zhaoyuntian retorted dismissively. "Buying this dog cost only 100. A trip to the vet would easily cost thousands. Nowadays, pet clinics charge more than hospitals for humans. But we can't just watch it suffer," Yining exclaimed angrily, feeling Zhaoyuntian lacked compassion. Shaking his head, Zhaoyuntian couldn't bear to see the little girl's woeful expression, so he squatted down and gently grabbed the little wolf pup by the scruff. "Be gentle," Yining protested. "If I don't hold it like this, what if it jumps on me?" Yining huffed, muttering, "So rough." Zhaoyuntian ignored her, placing his hand on the pup's belly and gently kneading it. Initially, the little creature squirmed about, but after a few minutes, it ceased its cries and the frantic kicking stopped. Soon, the little wolf pup fell into a deep sleep. Zhaoyuntian placed the dog in Yining's arms. "All right, from now on, don't feed it random things. Once it grows stronger, you can do whatever you want with it." "Is that all it takes?" Yining asked in surprise, having seen Zhaoyuntian merely give it a casual rub without any further actions. "What else did you expect?" Zhaoyuntian replied. "Don't let appearances fool you. It took quite a bit of effort. The vital energy of a martial artist is precious, and I can't believe I wasted it on a dog." Yining cradled the little wolf pup and snuggled it close. Half an hour later, rain poured outside, a torrential downpour. Zhaoyuntian hurriedly closed the window, realizing this downpour would likely last a while, making it impossible to go out today. Thus, he opened his computer and began browsing the web. He still had work matters to resolve. Otherwise, how could he expect to woo a wife while lounging at home, waiting for death? The foundation for courting a wife lies in having a house, a car, and plenty of money. His master, that old man, possessed no real estate or inheritance. The most valuable asset was a bicycle from the 1990s. Spending his days on the mountain, he exuded the air of a recluse, oblivious to worldly affairs, focused solely on seeking the path of immortality. Zhaoyuntian found that kind of life utterly dull. Indulging in wine, meat, and flirtation was his true calling. Therefore, having entered this mundane world, he could not escape the daily tribulations of life. The housing prices in Beihai City were indeed staggering, with prices within the first ring reaching around 100,000 per square meter. Even in the suburbs, it was still 30 to 40,000. Enough. Recently, perhaps due to overconfidence, he dared to think about houses in the millions or even tens of millions without even having a job. Zhaoyuntian focused his thoughts, dismissing such grand ideas, and opened the recruitment advertisement he had posted online. He discovered that his information had sunk like a stone into the sea, receiving no responses. Could it be that the fees were too high? Or perhaps the service offerings were insufficient? Zhaoyuntian pondered seriously, concluding that his profile was lacking point. One must first strengthen oneself to forge ahead. To shine, one must be gold. He began to improve his profile, uploading personal details such as height, weight, and photos, along with a summary of his experience. Enin approached, cast a glance, and then scoffed, still daydreaming? What daydream? Zhaoyuntian retorted. This is my career. Only a fool would take you seriously. What kind of business is this? You think beautiful women are lacking boyfriends? Enin observed coldly, aiming to undermine him. Precisely because there is no such business that someone must be the first to explore it. Paths are forged by walking them, Zhaoyuntian declared with feigned profundity, filled with hope for the bright future he envisioned. Enin snorted, Are you eating crab? You're eating grenades. Is that how you speak? Get lost and stay where it's cool. Zhaoyuntian snapped, initially brimming with confidence, but this little girl's incessant chatter quickly soured his mood, even pushing him toward a breaking point. Enin had no intention of leaving. She had seen Zhaoyuntian stumble many times and now finally found an opportunity to strike back. She was determined to make him question his existence. Why not lower your standards? Target wealthy women. They love your kind of little wild dog. Enin laughed mischievously. This is a legitimate profession, not some escort service. Zhaoyuntian declared sternly. I see you are just wasting your time. Look at your ad. It's been up for a day, and no one has responded. The comments are all saying you're a toad trying to eat swan meat. How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? Short-sighted individuals cannot fathom the grand endeavors I'm pursuing, Zhaoyuntian retorted indignantly. Meanwhile, in the office of a media company, a manager was on the phone. Mom, I know, I'll definitely come home for the new year. Huh. You want to introduce me to someone again? Actually, I already have a boyfriend. After finishing the call, Yang Yuyin felt drained. Every new year, her mother relentlessly pushed her towards marriage, year after year, without fail. Was she really that desperate to marry? Yang Yuyin was the vice president of a media company, an elite who had studied abroad, earning $1 million annually. Not only was she young and wealthy, but she was also stunningly beautiful, possessing a captivating beauty that could silence time and dazzle the world. Currently, she was in the prime of her career, wholly focused on work, with other matters seeming trivial. To resolve this incessant hassle once and for all, she thought of a solution. Find a fake boyfriend? This way, she could appease her family's inquiries while maintaining a distance from the situation, saving herself from a multitude of troubles. As the thought took root, it spread uncontrollably like wild grass, prompting her to search online. Previously, news articles had reported on people renting boyfriends for the new year, dismissed as a joke at the time. Yet it turned out to be real. Sure enough, a search engine yielded an intriguing result. Yang Yuyin's gaze sharpened, and with a click, she entered the link. Zhaoyuntian? The name sounded decent at first glance. He seemed to be disciplined and responsible. His height was about right, and his appearance was passable. The fee structure. Haha, this person seems quite interesting and appears professional. Not bad. The more he treated it like a business, the more at ease she felt, as it would eliminate unnecessary complications. Suddenly, Yang Yuyin's mind sparked with an idea. She didn't want to waste time on tedious matters. Since there was a method to resolve her troubles efficiently, why not give it a try? Thus, she decided to place an order. I'll leave it here. If someone places an order, I'll swallow my computer, Enin declared grandly, slapping the table. Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes, his expression darkening. Little girl, don't speak so confidently. You might end up with a slap in the face. Slap in the face? Enin laughed recklessly, smugly declaring, That's impossible. Who do you think you are? Renting a boyfriend? It's laughable. Zhaoyuntian was truly infuriated. Is it easy for me to start a business? This idea was yours, and instead of support, you're being so heartless? Ha ha ha. Enin was riding high, feeling victorious. It was so exhilarating. Who told this big bad wolf to constantly prance around her, causing her discontent? Now, he was tasting the consequences. Heh, this ante is not to be trifled with. Ding ding. Just as Enin was reveling in her triumph, a notification from the recruitment site pinged. Dear customer, a client has placed an order. Please contact the other party promptly. Zhaoyuntian glanced down. His previously morose expression instantly transformed into one of joy, bursting into a hearty laugh. Enin's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. How is this possible? Zhaoyuntian twisted his neck, grinning broadly. Who was it just now that said they would swallow their computer? Enin's expression darkened. Cough, cough. It must be a mistake. It has to be. Other than that possibility, who in their right mind would be foolish enough to order from this fool? Ding dong. A chat window opened, and the client who placed the order contacted Zhaoyuntian first. Is this Zhaoyuntian, who offers a boyfriend rental service? Upon seeing this, Inin's expression froze, a torrent of expletives racing through her mind. What the hell? There's really a big fool. Zhaoyuntian turned his head, sneering. The client contacted me by name. Do you think it's a mistake? Inin remained defiant. Humph. I bet the person on the other end is just a desperate, unattractive, overweight woman who can't find a man. So she's looking at you. Zhaoyuntian retorted. Enough with the chatter. Better swallow that computer. Inin's throat tightened, her face stiffening. Who could possibly swallow such a large computer? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and swallow it. Or are you dissatisfied with this brand and wish to exchange it? Zhaoyuntian teased, his expression one of triumphant delight. The tides had turned. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One should not underestimate the youth. This little girl was still so cocky in front of him. Humph. I've eaten more rice than you've shat. Zhaoyuntian sneered, feigning a seasoned demeanor. Inin knew she couldn't escape this, thinking, if she had to swallow the computer, it would surely choke her to death. Knowing Zhaoyuntian was in a mood to strike while the iron was hot, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and proposed, let us make another bet. I bet that the woman on the other end is definitely a big ugly one. If I win, we'll forget about the computer swallowing incident. And if you lose? Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow. Inin hesitated. She hadn't considered that, as she didn't believe she would lose. It was already a miracle that someone placed an order. If the person turned out to be a beauty, it would be a divine miracle. Who would rent a boyfriend if they were beautiful? Such a thing could never happen. If you lose again, you'll also have to swallow this table, Zhaoyuntian said, tapping the iron table on which the computer rested ominously. Inin steeled herself. It's a deal. In truth, Zhaoyuntian also felt uncertain. What if it really was an ugly woman? And he was doomed? He agreed mainly to give her an out. He certainly wouldn't make this little girl actually eat a computer, considering how expensive it was, as Zhaoyuntian pondered. Hoping for someone decent? He thought, at the very least, they should be presentable. Hello, how may I assist you? Zhaoyuntian typed, responding to the other party. After a brief exchange, he requested the other party's personal information under the pretext of understanding their needs. But really, he just wanted to see the other person's photo. If they looked decent, the business could continue. If not, he would decisively block them. The other party hesitated before replying, do you need a photo? Of course, without a photo, what am I looking at? Zhaoyuntian thought to himself, maintaining professionalism, this is essential. An unedited photo would be beneficial for accurately assessing your needs and providing the most suitable service. Rest assured, we guarantee your information will remain confidential. All right, the other party replied, but a long silence followed. Seeing this, Inin felt a glimmer of hope, convinced her guess was likely correct. I told you, it must be an ugly one. When the photo comes, it will surely be heavily edited. You should know how terrifying photo editing technology is. Even a pig can be transformed into a fairy. You shut up. Why so much nonsense? Zhaoyuntian retorted, clearly annoyed. Did this girl take pleasure in watching him fail? Ding dong. Just then, the other party sent over a simple personal profile. It contained only a photo and basic information about the individual, while everything else was filtered out. Zhaoyuntian's eyes were glued to the photo, which he zoomed in on. 3 seconds later, Zhaoyuntian's previously anxious expression transformed into one of vivid excitement. Inin, on the other hand, felt as if she had swallowed a fly, hastily exclaiming, this is impossible. It must be edited. Just look at that outline. The editing marks are so obvious, even a blind person can see it. Edit my foot. That's a no-makeup photo, Zhaoyuntian shot back. How do you know it isn't edited? Photos are all fake. I still don't believe it. Inin continued her stubborn resistance. What a joke. If she's ugly, I'm going to be in big trouble, Zhaoyuntian thought, realizing he was caught in a dilemma. What do you want to do? Zhaoyuntian asked Inin. The little girl's eyes twinkled with mischief. Let us meet her in person, I'll go with you. Don't say she had plastic surgery if she turns out to be pretty, Zhaoyuntian replied coldly. Inin straightened her back, exuding confidence. Don't worry, I'm not that shameless. All right then, let us see you in despair, Zhaoyuntian declared, and soon, he began negotiating with the person on the other side, quickly settling on the meeting place and time. After seeing the other party's photo, Zhaoyuntian's demeanor shifted, eager to impress. Hemph, Enjoy your moment. If she's an ugly monster, I'll see how you escape. Inine huffed, pouting and crossing her arms in defiance. The location was set at a nearby CAF for the following afternoon. From their brief conversation, it seemed the other party was a career-driven woman with a busy schedule, only available in the afternoon. Zhaoyuntian dared not be careless for his first business venture. Rummaging through his wardrobe, he finally found something presentable. Due to the hasty return, he hadn't prepared a new outfit for himself. Well, as long as it's acceptable, after all, a man's charm lies in his innate aura. Those overly groomed little boys could never compare to his own robust presence. Inine, eager to see the other party's true appearance, insisted on tagging along, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Zhaoyuntian knew well her temperament. If she caused a scene at a critical moment, it would spell disaster. Thus, Zhaoyuntian established 3 rules with her. Glancing over at the adjacent table, forbidding any approach. "Do you think I would engage in sabotage? Who knows what you might do? This is my first business deal, and I cannot allow you to jeopardize it." "Humph, I am not that foolish." Inine expressed her disdain. "Foolishness indeed. Where do you derive such confidence?" Time flew by, and the next afternoon arrived. Zhaoyuntian arrived early at the CAF, securing a nearby table. Sitting down with Inine, he needed to observe and inspect beforehand. If something felt off, he could make a swift exit. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, the agreed time approached, and finally, a person entered through the door. Upon seeing that individual, Zhaoyuntian sprang up in shock, only to be forcibly restrained by Inine, whose face displayed a schadenfreude expression. "Your client has arrived." Zhaoyuntian was filled with dread, exclaiming internally, "What on earth?" The person was a 200-pound woman, her flabby body shaking with each step, causing the very ground to tremble beneath her. "Let us leave. She is far too grotesque for me to bear." Zhaoyuntian shook his head vigorously, utterly disheartened. Inine clung to him stubbornly. "No way. You accepted this order, and even if you have to do it through tears, you must see it through." "What on earth am I supposed to do?" "Inine, please spare me. Let us bury the hatchet and forget our past grievances." Zhaoyuntian was on the verge of tears, his mind racing with a singular thought. "I must escape this place." But Inine was relentless, standing up and shouting towards the entering woman. "Miss looking to rent a boyfriend? Over here. Over here." She even jumped to ensure the woman wouldn't miss her. Zhaoyuntian, tears brimming in his eyes, felt utterly hopeless, bowing his head, wishing desperately to remain unseen. Hearing the commotion, the woman glanced over, seemingly puzzled, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Inine was left bewildered. What just happened? This is not how I envisioned it. Just as she was lost in confusion, another woman entered the CAF. As this woman appeared, it was as if she were accompanied by a radiant aura. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, not in the ethereal way of flowing long hair or the pristine freshness of a white dress. With shoulder-length hair and a sharp professional outfit, complemented by a simple yet elegant makeup, she strode confidently in high heels, exuding poise and grace. When splendid words meet genuine beauty, they can appear utterly inadequate. Amidst the mountains and rivers, one discovers a path anew. Zhaoyuntian swallowed hard, his gaze fixing upon her, instantly rejuvenated, straightening his attire. The woman who entered was identical to the photograph he received yesterday, only her makeup had slightly changed, and the most significant difference was that she was even more exquisite in person. Beside him, Inine was left speechless, her eyes wide in astonishment. The flickering flame of excitement in her heart was suddenly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. An old woman? Overweight? A master of photo editing? With her looks, editing would be the greatest insult to her beauty. What on earth? Such a stunning woman wants to rent a boyfriend. Are you kidding me? The sudden reversal shattered Inyin's entire worldview. My goodness, how could Zhaoyuntian, the big bad wolf, have such incredible luck? Did he step in dog poop? No, stepping in dog poop wouldn't guarantee such fortune. He must have eaten it. Zhaoyuntian paid no mind to the young girl, striding directly toward the woman. Miss Yang? Zhaoyuntian confirmed her identity, though he still asked tentatively. She nodded slightly, extending a hand as white as jade. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. The young lady had initiated a handshake, which was unexpected, and of course, one should never refuse a gift that falls from the sky. Ah, her hand is so soft and fair. Zhaoyuntian gently squeezed it, careful not to overdo it. They chose a prime spot in the CAF, sitting across from one another. Miss Yang, greetings. I am Zhaoyuntian, specializing in renting boyfriends for many years, with abundant experience to resolve all your concerns. Might I inquire about your needs? This script was familiar to him, having practiced diligently the night before to avoid faltering in front of clients. Yang Yuan's eyes flickered as she appraised Zhaoyuntian, her fingers, as delicate as white jade, stirring her coffee gently with a small spoon. This man resembled his online photos quite closely, just barely passing muster. Why would someone of her beauty need to pay for a boyfriend? With a mere wave of her arm, countless suitors would respond. Ultimately, paying signifies a transaction. In a transaction, there is no need to invest anything extraneous. I need you to act as my husband, Yang Yuyan stated directly, laying bare her intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian nearly spat out the coffee he had just taken a sip of. He looked up in utter astonishment, almost convinced there was something wrong with his ears. Chapter 20. Terrifying as it is to act as your husband? Are you certain you're not joking? Didn't you say you could resolve anything? I am in need of a husband. Yang Yuyan spoke nonchalantly, as if a husband were merely a toy to be traded. From the end of July until the 5th of August, 6 days in total, I will pay you 10,000 yuan. How does that sound, Miss Yang? This. Zhaoyuntian was momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed there was no category for being a husband in his business offerings. We agreed on renting a boyfriend. How did it morph into a husband? What, are you unwilling? I am not unwilling, just inexperienced. Your demands are rather overwhelming. Zhaoyuntian smiled wryly. You misunderstand. It's just a pretend husband, essentially, an unmarried fiancé. Yang Yuyan clarified, taking a discreet sip of her coffee. Maintaining her composure, a fiancé? Isn't that essentially a boyfriend? Zhaoyuntian exhaled in relief. Being called a husband right off the bat had startled him. The title of boyfriend felt rather unstable, but if it was a fiancé, it seemed much more secure. Whatever you prefer is acceptable, Yang Yuyan softly replied, her eyes shimmering with light. Zhaoyuntian pondered. Earning 10,000 in 6 days surpassed several months' wages for an ordinary person. Upon careful consideration, it was a surefire profit. Miss Yang, since you hold me in such high regard, I shall graciously accept, but I do have a minor request. Zhaoyuntian paused, smiling. Yang Yuyan raised her head slightly, softly urging, go on. Would you be able to provide a portion of the deposit up front? The reason for requesting a deposit was primarily to ensure that the other party was not merely toying with him. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuyan paused briefly, her gaze flickering. That is acceptable, but you must allow me to see if you are worth my advance payment. Zhaoyuntian's expression sharpened. As expected, she was not an easy woman to deal with. He then glanced at Yang Yuyan and smiled as if basking in spring sunshine. Miss Yang, you must be a high-ranking executive in a well-known listed company, likely part of a multinational corporation. This year, you are 25, hailing from Jiangxing and a returnee elite. Yang Yuyan's expression shifted slightly. How could this stranger know? Perhaps he had searched for her name online. Her reaction indicated he was rather clever. Yang Yuntian remained unfazed, continuing. You wear the classic Armani fragrance, Chanel No. 93 lipstick, Lancome New Generation powder water, and Yves Saint Laurent eyeliner. Around your neck hangs a Swarovski limited edition angel heart necklace. And your watch is a Patek Philippe Elite Edition, adorned with 13 diamonds. Yang Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, attempting to maintain her composure. You possess quite an eye. It seems you have perused luxury brands extensively. Zhaoyuntian smiled, raising his hands as if to peer through her. You have 3 close girlfriends. One is a female teacher, another a police officer, and the last a popular model. Every 15th of the month, you gather together. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuyan was struck with astonishment. Such information was deeply private. An ordinary person could never know that. Could it be that this man had been following her? Perhaps this was all part of a scheme. Before Yang Yuyan could voice her thoughts, Zhaoyuntian added, This morning, you visited Starbucks and ordered a matcha, along with 2 desserts, strawberry jam and apple mousse. Hearing this, Yang Yuyan's expression turned incredulous, her suspicions growing. Moreover, you are scheduled to meet a major client in the West District later today, whose name is James Wade. At this moment, Zhaoyuntian's smile radiated brilliantly. Yang Yuyan, however, was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly exposed. How do you know? Just deduction, Zhaoyuntian replied casually, as if he understood everything. What else do you know? Yang Yuyan's expression darkened, her eyes turning icy. Surely, this man could not have orchestrated all of this. How could someone possess such omniscience? Even deduction could not explain it, and the only conclusion was that he had investigated her secretly. Zhaoyuntian lifted his head, smiling. That's all, Miss Yang. I hope my performance meets your satisfaction. Yang Yuyin couldn't help but scrutinize him closely, filled with doubt but unable to ascertain the truth. She finally said, "It seems you know quite a bit, so tell me how much money I have in my pocket. If you guess correctly, I will give it all to you." I asked this a test to see if he had been stalking her. Zhaoyuntian hesitated, his gaze sharpening. Yang Yuyin, noticing his silence, coldly remarked, "What? Can't guess? Isn't your deduction supposed to be impressive?" Zhaoyuntian fell silent, his brows furrowing. "Humph. I see you don't have any real deduction skills. You must have been secretly following me, orchestrating all of this. Speak. What is your true intention?" Yang Yuyin said, her expression stern, her gaze frigid. "In truth, you are nothing but a complete fraud. I suspect your true motive for this meeting, and I will report you to the police." Yang Yuyin pulled out her phone, preparing to dial. 8,607 yuan. "By the way, there are also 2 steel balls among them," Zhaoyuntian suddenly interjected, then smiled as he looked at her. Yang Yuyin's heart skipped a beat as she immediately checked her wallet, revealing exactly 8,607 yuan. No more, no less. At that moment, Yang Yuyin's eyes widened in disbelief, her astonishment beyond words. "Miss Yang, please excuse my earlier behavior." Yang Yuyin, being a woman of the world, quickly regained her composure after the brief shock. She understood that she had indeed encountered someone remarkable. Her gaze focused on Zhaoyuntian, as if attempting to see through him. Yet Zhaoyuntian remained calm, revealing no flaws. After a moment, she said, "The money is here. I will wait for your call." With that, she turned to leave. Zhaoyuntian called after her, "Miss Yang, you forgot to give back the 2 steel balls in your bag." Yang Yuyin froze momentarily, then fumbled in her bag, placing the steel balls on the table. As she walked away, she glanced back twice, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Zhaoyuntian watched her departing figure, shaking his head. The lingering scent of her perfume wafted from the now-cold coffee cup. Captivating his senses, he sipped his coffee, smiling in silence. Everything seemed like meticulous deduction, yet there was another layer of strategy at play. When a martial artist's perception becomes sufficiently powerful, they can easily see through facades and discern the essence. It's akin to X-ray vision, though slightly less effective. However, his master was exceptionally formidable, capable of observing the village widow bathing from the mountaintop. In comparison, Zhaoyuntian had only grasped the surface. Of course, it sufficed to deal with ordinary individuals. Expanding his perception, nothing within Yang Yuyin's bag could escape his notice. Identification, makeup box, photos with her friends, a post-meal receipt, and a pending contract. Reading them off was child's play. As for the amount of money, counting it one by one was all it took. There was quite a bit of cash, hence the slight delay. Chapter 21. Airport pickup. In watched Zhaoyuntian's impressive series of maneuvers. Stunned into silence, he could conduct business like this? Zhaoyuntian picked up a large stack of cash from the table, gleefully flipping it in his hand. In approached, pouting, clearly unimpressed, and plopped down on the opposite side. "Little girl, did you see that? My first business deal went so smoothly. Surely you noticed? The client was a quintessential beauty with a heart-shaped face and long legs. This should earn your respect," Zhaoyuntian boasted, brimming with pride. In tilted her head to the side, snorting dismissively, "I'll go prepare the computer and desk. Just wait to be dazzled." Zhaoyuntian chuckled, exuding an air of triumph. "Big bad wolf, have you no shame? Competing with a child. You lack both generosity and grace." In's chest nearly exploded with frustration. "Are you admitting you're just a little brat?" Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow. Sneering, In pouted, falling silent. "I could let you off the hook, but if I pursue Aunt Lan, you must help me out and not interfere," Zhaoyuntian proposed, retreating to advance. "Dream on. I want to push Aunt Lan into a pit of fire." In firmly refused. "How am I anything like a pit of fire? A good man like me is hard to find. Once this village is passed, there won't be another," Zhaoyuntian boasted. "Regardless, I will not assist you. If you want help, then go home and start your splendid performance. Devour the computer and eat the iron desk," Zhaoyuntian retorted. He thought this would make the young girl submit, but unexpectedly, she burst into tears, her sorrowful visage evoking a deep sense of pity. Zhaoyuntian was left bewildered. Hey, why are you crying? Big Bad Wolf. Sniff. When Aunt Lon returns, I will tell her you bullied me and made me eat the computer. Inine cried out, tears streaming down her face. Nearby patrons turned to look at the commotion. Zhaoyuntian, witnessing this, hurriedly said, All right, stop crying. I want to make you eat the computer. I was just trying to scare you. Did you really believe that? You said so yourself? Inine lifted her head, her face glistening with tears, looking utterly wronged, as if Zhaoyuntian had committed some heinous crime. Yes, I did say that, Zhaoyuntian confirmed. No sooner had he spoken than Inine ceased her crying, swiftly wiping her tears away, returning to her normal state as if nothing had occurred, leaving Zhaoyuntian utterly astonished. So you were just acting? The meeting with Yang Yuyin was scheduled for the end of July, and it was only mid-July now. Zhaoyuntian had ample time to prepare. In his view, preparation was unnecessary. Regardless of how well one prepares, it could never surpass the spontaneity of the moment. After all, different strokes for different folks. Who knows what kind of son-in-law her parents prefer? Having been paid, one must help to alleviate the troubles of others. Zhaoyuntian understood that this matter could not be taken lightly. The first business deal was crucial, and if it flopped, future opportunities would be jeopardized. Therefore, no matter what, he had to ensure that this first transaction was executed flawlessly. To please the young girl, Zhaoyuntian wandered around outside, purchasing a plethora of items, though they weren't toys but rather books. Inine had an insatiable thirst for knowledge, stopping dead in her tracks whenever they passed a bookstore. Many of the titles Zhaoyuntian had never even heard of before, but she eagerly insisted on bringing them home. The Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon? The World's 10 Unsolved Murder Mysteries? A selection of modern poems? Zhaoyuntian casually picked a few up, then lost interest and inquired, Can you even understand these books? Inine replied, What is there not to understand? I can read. Zhaoyuntian shook his head, astonished. Today's children are far too mature. This little girl, at merely 5 years of age, displayed such boldness that if she continued to grow, she might break through the limits of this world. Inine, cradling a dog and nibbling on a book, found herself in the solitude of her home, thoroughly engrossed in the scene before her. Time passed serenely, and she reveled in the simplicity of her life. Caring for children and walking the dog brought a unique charm. If only a lovely girl could warm her bed at night, it would be even more delightful. In recent days, Zhaoyuntian finally had the chance to showcase his remarkable culinary skills. Upon seeing the array of dishes, Inine was astounded, her disbelief evident. You didn't order this from a hotel, did you? Do you think I have nothing better to do with my money? A banquet like this from a hotel would easily cost 2,000 or 3,000. Zhaoyuntian was quite irked by Inyin's suspicion. She pondered for a moment, realizing that someone as miserly as a big bad wolf wouldn't go to such lengths just to prepare a meal. Despite his questionable character, she had to admit the dishes were quite visually appealing. She was merely left wondering about their taste. Eager to try, Inine picked up her chopsticks, sampling a piece of meat, and a satisfied expression blossomed on her face as she chewed. She tried each dish, her delight growing with every bite. The little wolf dog beside her, witnessing this, began to drool and bark excitedly. Big Bad Wolf. Where did you learn such skills? Inyin's eyes sparkled, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Zhaoyuntian tossed a chicken leg to the little wolf dog and chuckled. Did I not mention? Your uncle was a cook in the army. Are the cooks in the army that impressive? Not the cooks, but your uncle is exceptional, Zhaoyuntian replied with pride. Inine held her tongue, deciding to let him bask in his moment of glory. She then dug in wholeheartedly, her petite frame surprisingly capable of consuming an astonishing amount of food. After devouring 3 or 4 bowls of rice without a hint of a burp, Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. Have you not eaten in ages? Are you that hungry? You haven't tasted my Aunt Lan's cooking, Inine lamented. It's horrendous. Not only is it bad, but sometimes you can find bizarre items in the food, like rags, spatulas, or even rings. She recounted matter-of-factly, as if recounting an everyday occurrence. Zhaoyuntian's lips twitched at her words. Previously, Yun Xilan had mentioned wanting to treat him to a meal. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, Zhaoyuntian received yet another call from his master, who berated him. What is the matter with you? You promised to keep me updated. Yet there's been no word for ages. Zhaoyuntian felt overwhelmed, having anticipated this call, but it seemed his master was unaware of his second marriage annulment. The reason for the call was likely due to his lack of progress reports, leading his master to believe he was dragging his feet. "Master, it's not that I'm not trying to hurry, but my status is too lowly to even enter their company's doors. I've yet to meet anyone from there." Zhaoyuntian expressed his grievances. His master exploded in anger. "How can you be so useless? Have I wasted all these years teaching you? Can mere mortals stand in your way? Have you turned into a coward?" Mentioning the past made Zhaoyuntian blush. He muttered, "Master, we live in a lawful society, a civilized one. We must respect local customs and adhere to some decorum." "What decorum? If you delay any longer, such a wonderful wife will run off with someone else. Why are you so unhurried?" His master scolded from the other end of the line, exasperated. "Run off? I prefer that. Why would I be anxious over someone so unattractive?" Zhaoyuntian naturally kept his true feelings to himself. Feigning compliance, "Master, rest assured. I will expedite matters and secure her soon. I'll give you a few more days. If there is still no progress, I'll call her family myself." "Please don't do that," Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, startled, his heart racing. "She is such an outstanding girl. Marrying a rough man like me would surely leave her with grievances. I need to take it slow. Winning her heart is just as important as winning her over in the first place. Living with a shell of a person is pointless, don't you agree?" He suspected his master wouldn't want to see that unfold. "I didn't expect you to think so thoroughly." "Well, I feel a bit more reassured. But don't take too long. Knowing she is exceptional means you should give it your all." His master's tone softened, chuckling with satisfaction. "Give it my all? More like willingly march to my doom." After a brief chat, they hung up. Zhaoyuntian clasped his chest, exhaling deeply, feeling as though he had just walked a tightrope. His master was certainly going to great lengths to push him into a pit of fire. What good is exceptional if one isn't attractive? He was still young. How could he endure living with an eyesore? Days flew by, and Zhaoyuntian kept a close watch on the developments regarding Wachintu. During this time, he visited Wang Jianyar again. The family was immensely grateful and presented him with a plethora of local specialties, which he accepted with modesty. Unfortunately, Wang Yuyao was not at home, as she had taken on a summer job. Working on the assembly line for a monthly salary of 2,000, though not much, it was enough to help support her family. Zhaoyuntian thought he might pay her a visit when he had the chance. That evening, having eaten her fill, Yining lounged in her chair, patting her bulging belly like a lord. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhaoyuntian, who was tidying up the dishes, and suddenly inquired, "Are you prepared for tomorrow?" "Prepared for what?" Zhaoyuntian asked, bewildered. "You silly, Aunt Lan is coming home tomorrow. Such a splendid opportunity, and you are not going to make any gesture?" Yining replied, exasperated. Had she not seen him perform admirably these past few days? She wouldn't have bothered to remind him, "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten," Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, jolted into alertness. "But don't get too excited just yet. Aunt Lan has many suitors, several of whom are wealthy young men," Yining added, hoping to provoke a reaction. To her surprise, Zhaoyuntian seemed intrigued, narrowing his eyes. "Really? That's splendid. Having admirers only proves Aunt Lan is a catch. The more valuable a person is, the more admirers they attract. Aren't you even a little worried? Those rich second-generation kids have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. I fear you might not be able to compete with them," Yining warned. Zhaoyuntian burst into laughter, a booming sound that echoed like a bell. "Whether I can compete or not, I'm not sure, but one thing is certain." "What is that?" "I can definitely make their parents not recognize them," Zhaoyuntian declared confidently, clenching his fist. Yining fell silent, feeling a lack of common ground with him. Yet, she couldn't help but acknowledge his fighting prowess. Those rich second-generation kids, weakened by indulgence, would likely stand little chance against him. Learning that Yun Xilan was returning the next day excited Zhaoyuntian, so much he couldn't sleep that night. He thought he needed to secure this girl as soon as possible, preferably by cooking the rice before it was fully cooked. Only then could he report back to his master. Otherwise, he would be forced to deal with Lin Xinya again, a thought that made him feel as though he would rather meet a grim fate. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, with Yun Xilan's flight arriving at noon, Zhaoyuntian set off 2 hours early for the airport, even more anxious than those catching flights. "You could go alone? Why bring me along?" Yining grumbled, waking up groggily. "Aunt Lan is coming home. Don't you care at all?" Zhaoyuntian replied, feeling that Yining was ungrateful. "What is the point? She is in the air for 10 days out of the month. Am I supposed to run over every time?" Yining retorted, shaking her head in disbelief. "Why bring me along, then? I'm just a third wheel. You'll be my backup, Zhaoyuntian stated earnestly. The reason for their early departure was the rumor that Yun Xilan had other admirers. To prevent anyone else from getting ahead, he had to be prepared an hour later. They arrived at the airport, and Zhaoyuntian positioned himself at the entrance, waiting eagerly. Yin, struggling to keep her eyes open, leaned against a nearby pillar, nearly dozing off. Zhaoyuntian paid her no mind, his focus solely on the entrance, glancing at his watch from time to time. You're here too early. The plane hasn't even landed yet. Yin mumbled, her eyelids heavy. Zhaoyuntian paused, then replied, All right, let us find a place to sit for a while. Chapter 22. Unprecedented. When does time seem to crawl? When waiting for someone, especially in a dull manner. With nothing to do, Zhaoyuntian settled into a chair against the wall in the hall, propping his leg up, listening to music through his headphones while his eyes darted around. His expression was lively, as if he had discovered a new world. He had thought the bustling pedestrian street was filled with beautiful women, but the airport was teeming with even more. These beauties hailed from all corners of the globe, including a fair share of exotic foreign girls. Zhaoyuntian was not fond of playing video games. His greatest passion in life was admiring beautiful women. Even if he couldn't touch them, just watching was enough. Some beautiful women merely brushed past him, oblivious to the hungry gaze fixated upon them, while others lingered in one spot, clearly discomforted by Zhaoyuntian's piggish demeanor. Big bad wolf. Can you restrain yourself a little? This is a public place. Yin, initially intent on napping, felt uneasy upon noticing the strange glances thrown her way thanks to Zhaoyuntian's antics. She shifted her position, creating some distance as if signaling to others, I have nothing to do with this guy. What do you know? I'm merely appreciating beauty from an artistic perspective. Zhaoyuntian defended himself, his eyes still roving. Even more shamelessly, upon spotting a particularly attractive girl, he eagerly approached her. When she noticed his unwelcome presence, she deliberately moved away, only for him to shamelessly follow her around. He ambled behind her, sometimes stroking his chin, other times squinting his eyes, and occasionally snapping photos with his phone. The girl, possessing a certain grace, cast him a glance with a slight frown but chose not to confront him, simply turning to leave. Had Zhaoyuntian not been waiting for someone, Yin was certain he would have chased after her like a lovesick puppy. Keep your distance from me, Yin exclaimed in disgust. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, pleased as he flipped through the recently captured photos on his phone, clicking his tongue in delight. Do you even have any shame left? Yin chastised, flustered, her words caught in her throat. I'm merely admiring openly. Zhaoyuntian retorted without a hint of guilt. Yin felt utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend his thought process, her perception of shamelessness being thoroughly redefined. Could you possibly be any more brazen? Who is shameless? Who is shameless? Zhaoyuntian yelled, glancing around. I've seen people without legs or arms, but I've never encountered anyone without a face. Where are these shameless people? Finally, after much effort, Yin concluded that communication with this person was futile. The airport bustled with people arriving and departing, some disembarking from flights while others were preparing to board, along with those there to greet them. Zhaoyuntian had sent a message to Yun Xilan beforehand. Once her plane landed, she replied, indicating she would be exiting through the staff entrance. Big bad wolf, your rival has arrived. As Zhaoyuntian and Yin reached the staff exit, they spotted a well-dressed young man with slicked-back hair waiting there. This individual, clad in designer labels from head to toe, exuded arrogance, holding a bouquet of roses in his hands. He stood there with an air of superiority, and passing girls couldn't help but steal glances at him, their hearts fluttering. This man was Chen Fan, a wealthy second-generation heir who had been pursuing Yun Xilan for a considerable time. Unlike other wealthy young men, he was a graduate of a prestigious university, refined, courteous, and accomplished at a young age. Yin commented on his status, inadvertently praising him, then turned to see Zhaoyuntian's reaction. Typically, when faced with a competitor of superior background, the weaker party would feel inferior. She mentioned this to provoke Zhaoyuntian. However, to her disappointment, he displayed no discomfort, instead wearing a knowing smile. Aren't you afraid? Why would I be afraid? Zhaoyuntian countered. He is so impressive. Don't you feel embarrassed comparing yourself to him? Yin stated as if it were obvious. Zhaoyuntian laughed heartily, choosing not to respond. Instead, he strode directly toward Chen Fan. With a sudden crash, he collided into Chen Fan's chest, causing him to stagger backward and drop several petals from the bouquet. Watch where you're going, Chen Fan snapped, his anger palpable. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I wasn't paying attention, Zhaoyuntian replied, bowing apologetically while carelessly wiping his hand against Chen Fan's chest. Remove your filthy hands and keep your distance, Chen Fan coldly commanded, his brows furrowing in disdain. Zhaoyuntian bent over, feigning embarrassment as he smiled apologetically. Chen Fan adjusted his attire, clearly displeased. He reminded himself that he had important matters to attend to today, so he refrained from stooping to the level of this oblivious individual. Zhaoyuntian moved aside, heading directly toward Chen Fan's car, leaving Yining confused about his intentions. She wondered what he was up to with such behavior. Soon enough, Zhaoyuntian's actions revealed his intentions. Chen Fan had arrived in a flashy sports car, and to elevate his status, he had dressed impeccably and prepared his eye-catching vehicle. The car was parked on the driveway behind him, indicating he had come fully prepared. Presumably, once Yun Xilan emerged, he intended to present her with the roses, creating a small surprise before effortlessly taking her luggage and leading her to his car, all the while engaging in light-hearted conversation, showcasing the elegance of a successful man. A classic romantic drama scenario that few young girls could resist. Zhaoyuntian, however, would not allow such a cliché to unfold. He hadn't merely bumped into Chen Fan for no reason. In that fleeting moment of contact, he subtly pilfered the keys to the sports car. Oh, a Ferrari 488. He is definitely a wealthy young man. Zhaoyuntian mused as he stepped outside, approached the car, and took a look around before sliding into the driver's seat. He inserted the key into the ignition and, with a flash of determination in his eyes, revved the engine, speeding away with great force. Zhaoyuntian driving someone else's car was not a matter of theft. Stealing a car was a laborious and thankless task, not only difficult to sell but also easily traceable, with severe penalties for such crimes. Thus, most car thieves would rather steal a few electric bikes than attempt to swipe a car, especially not a globally limited supercar. The airport's traffic control is exceedingly stringent, with explicit regulations dictating which lanes are designated for specific vehicles and the times they may traverse them. Furthermore, patrol officers are perpetually on duty. Originally, Zhaoyuntian merely intended to maneuver the other party's car a bit further away, depriving them of an instrument for flirtation. However, he was abruptly confronted by the sight of a traffic officer conducting inspections at the upcoming intersection. Several vehicles parked in violation were promptly apprehended. Observing this, Zhaoyuntian's mind sparked with an idea, and he pressed the accelerator, racing forward. The roar of the sports car shattered the tranquility, reverberating through the air. Zhaoyuntian halted directly at the pedestrian crossing, removed the keys, turned off the engine, and exited the vehicle. This sequence of actions was executed in one fluid motion, and upon completing them, he turned and strode away. The audacity, the bravado. He exuded an air of ostentation. Mere meters away, several traffic officers were observing this spectacle, utterly bewildered. Realization dawned upon them. Their expressions shifted dramatically, anger igniting within them. How outrageous! How brazen! To dare park a vehicle on the sidewalk right in front of the traffic officers. They had witnessed street racing, illegal parking, and reckless driving before, but always in the absence of law enforcement. No one had ever dared to act so openly. Yet today, here was an individual who seemed unafraid of consequences. How utterly audacious to flaunt a sports car. Did driving such a vehicle grant one the right to disregard traffic regulations? Without uttering a word, the officers advanced, issuing a stern warning. Sir, please move your vehicle immediately. Zhaoyuntian, with his nose in the air, responded haughtily, Why should I? You are obstructing the sidewalk. Parking here is prohibited. The officer replied firmly. And what if I refuse to move? Zhaoyuntian retorted with a disdainful scoff. Showing no respect whatsoever in that case. We will have no choice but to deduct points from your driving record and have your vehicle towed to the impound lot. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian let out a hearty laugh, dismissing their threats with arrogance. Do you even know who my father is? If you dare to touch my car, you'll regret it. Oh, daring to threaten a traffic officer, how utterly presumptuous. One officer exclaimed. Sir, regardless of who your father may be, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, you are obligated to adhere to traffic laws, the officer asserted, standing tall and resolute. Zhaoyuntian merely smirked, showing utter disdain. The younger officers nearby were seething with rage. Had they not been in uniform, they would have relished the opportunity to confront this arrogant fool. Zhaoyuntian crossed his arms, sneering, "Go ahead. I'll just stand here and watch how you handle this." The officer in charge, his demeanor icy, retrieved his radio and commanded, "Tow truck, please proceed to the airport roadway. A vehicle in violation is awaiting processing." This, Zhaoyuntian merely chuckled, shaking his head. "I have plenty of money. I don't need this junk of a car." He then turned and walked away, as though he were discarding not a sports car, but a piece of refuse. The officers stood in stunned disbelief, their anger simmering just beneath the surface. The officer in charge, struggling to contain his fury, declared, "Retrieve this individual's driver information, impose a 12-point deduction, and mandate moral education." As this unfolded, Yun Xilan emerged from the airport, dragging her suitcase and stepping in her high heels, her professional flight attendant attire accentuating her curves. Chen Fan, having waited for some time, immediately brightened upon her arrival and hurried forward. "Xilan, welcome back," he exclaimed with a smile, presenting her with a bouquet of roses. Yun Xilan paused at the sight of him, her expression momentarily blank as she scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. "Xilan, what's wrong?" Chen Fan asked, glancing around in confusion. "Nothing," she replied with a smile. "Why are you here again? I learned that you just finished your flight, so I came to pick you up," Chen Fan explained, offering the roses again. "You wouldn't intend to refuse my kindness, would you?" After a moment's hesitation, Yun Xilan accepted the roses, lowering her gaze. "I feel rather embarrassed." "It's too much trouble. It's the least I could do," Chen Fan replied, placing his hand in his pocket, likely to retrieve something more. Just then, a hand clapped on Chen Fan's shoulder. He paused and turned to see Zhaoyuntian standing behind him. Upon recognizing him, Chen Fan's expression soured, and he lowered his voice. "What do you want now, sir?" "You dropped something," Zhaoyuntian said, pointing to the ground. Chen Fan looked down and noticed the key to his Ferrari at his feet. "Oh? How did my key fall?" he wondered, bending down to pick it up. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian stepped closer, grinning at Yun Xilan. Upon seeing him, she first looked surprised, then smiled warmly. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just arrived myself," Zhaoyuntian replied, taking Yun Xilan's suitcase. "Let us go home." Inin ran over, and upon seeing her, Yun Xilan was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" "This guy dragged me along." Inin pouted, full of complaint. "What is going on?" Chen Fan was utterly baffled by this sudden turn of events. This annoying fellow knew Yun Xilan. Moreover, their demeanor suggested a close relationship. "Xilan, who is this person?" Chen Fan inquired, gesturing toward Zhaoyuntian. Before Yun Xilan could reply, Zhaoyuntian casually wrapped an arm around her waist and interjected, "Apologies, but the lady you are pursuing is actually my wife." "Wife?" Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock. Not only was he taken aback, but Yun Xilan also appeared stunned, her body stiffening. What on earth was Zhaoyuntian attempting to do? Zhaoyuntian turned to Inin, giving her a meaningful wink. The quick-witted girl caught on immediately, wrapping her arms around Yun Xilan's leg. "Mommy, let us go home. Daddy has prepared a gift for you." Yun Xilan was utterly bewildered by this strangely coordinated act between the two, unable to comprehend the situation. "Sir, I must trouble you. My wife is indebted to you for your prior assistance, and I am sincerely grateful," Zhaoyuntian said, fully embracing the role of Yun Xilan's husband. Chen Fan's expression flickered, resembling someone who had just swallowed something distasteful, grappling with the absurdity of a sudden husband appearing out of nowhere. Not only was he married, but he also had a child. Chen Fan was incredulous. He had previously investigated Yun Xilan and found her to be single, with no boyfriends, let alone a husband. This man must be an imposter. Resolving to uphold his suspicions, Chen Fan regained his composure and nonchalantly remarked, "Xilan, your friend certainly has a knack for humor. He almost had me fooled." Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian was intrigued, pondering, "Oh, this fellow has quite the mental fortitude, doesn't he?" He wasn't even fazed. Perhaps he possesses some skill. Zhaoyuntian and Yun Xilan's relationship was not intimate enough for such reckless antics. If familiarity was the gauge, Chen Fan had known her longer. Yun Xilan took a step forward, distancing herself from Zhaoyuntian, and with a faint smile, said, "It was merely a joke. Let me introduce you. This is my tenant, Zhaoyuntian." Zhaoyuntian withdrew his arm, raising an eyebrow slightly. This woman was too reserved, not cooperating at all. Inin shrugged, her expression suggesting she could only assist to this extent. Chen Fan, having seen through the ruse, was in high spirits, laughing heartily. "Mr. Zhao, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Indeed, I am well," Zhaoyuntian replied, though inwardly he scoffed. "Laugh all you want. Soon enough, we shall see who has the last laugh." As the two rivals faced off, their outward politeness belied the tension that crackled between them, sharp as blades hidden beneath their cordial exchanges. "May I inquire what profession Mr. Zhao is engaged in?" Zhaoyuntian probed, attempting to gauge his opponent's background. "I've just retired from military service. I'm currently unemployed," Zhaoyuntian stated candidly. "Ah, a soldier. It's an honor to meet you," Chen Fan exclaimed, his amusement deepening. "A former soldier dares to vie for a woman's affections against me. He clearly doesn't understand his own standing. I happen to have a job opening available. Would Mr. Zhao be interested?" Chen Fan offered, subtly exuding a sense of superiority. Zhaoyuntian saw no reason to grant him the satisfaction of a response, dismissively saying, "Not interested." Chen Fan's expression shifted momentarily. Seeing his dismissal, he turned to Yun Xilan, saying, "Xilan, let us go. I've reserved a hotel to welcome you back." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhaoyuntian and asked, "Mr. Zhao, did you drive here?" "No, I'm part of the no-car club," Zhaoyuntian replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's sense of superiority intensified, yet he feigned politeness, offering an insincere apology. "I'm afraid my car only accommodates two, so you'll have to take a taxi." "Very well, then I shall take my leave," Zhaoyuntian said, pulling Yin along as he departed. Seeing this, Yin appeared bewildered, whispering, "Big bad wolf, are you giving up? Don't be disheartened. Unleash your shameless spirit. How can you so easily relinquish love?" "Who said I was giving up?" Zhaoyuntian replied. "Then why are you leaving, allowing that other fellow to take Aunt Lan away?" Yin questioned, puzzled. "Give him a chance. He won't be able to take her," Zhaoyuntian scoffed, striding toward the exit and hailing a taxi. As Chen Fan witnessed Zhaoyuntian's departure, he felt a twinge of realization. This man had some sense, perhaps recognizing their differences and wisely withdrawing. Yun Xilan's expression tightened slightly, caught in contemplation. She had intended to call out to Zhaoyuntian, but ultimately refrained. Was it possible her earlier actions had hurt him? Had he taken offense? "Xilan, let us go," Chen Fan urged with a smile, and Yun Xilan, regaining her composure, found her gaze wandering toward Zhaoyuntian's retreating figure. "Huh?" Chen Fan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he looked around. "Where is my car? Is it not parked here?" "I don't think so," Yun Xilan replied. Chen Fan recalled firmly, it was definitely parked here. He scanned the street, but his car was nowhere to be found. "What on earth is happening, Mr. Chen? It seems you, too, are without a vehicle," Zhaoyuntian remarked from the roadside, laughing heartily. Chen Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Impossible. I drive a Ferrari, worth 5 million. Xilan, I believe Mr. Chen simply forgot to drive and only brought his key along," Zhaoyuntian quipped, watching as Chen Fan frantically searched for his car. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian pointed toward the side of the road and exclaimed, "Wow, a brand new Ferrari 488. It looks incredibly sleek." Chen Fan followed his gaze and spotted a red sports car being towed on a truck. Upon closer inspection, he realized, "That's my car. How did it get towed?" Panic-stricken, he sprinted after the truck, abandoning all semblance of composure as he shouted, "Hey, stop right there." Chen Fan chased after the tow truck like a madman, but the driver paid him no mind, accelerating away. Zhaoyuntian remarked, "Mr. Chen certainly has a unique taste in leisure activities, opting to chase after his car instead of driving it. Is this what the country advocates as environmentally friendly travel?" Yun Xilan, bewildered, struggled to grasp the unfolding situation. Zhaoyuntian seized the opportunity to pull her into a taxi. Yin, as a bystander, observed the entire spectacle and suddenly seemed to understand something, letting out a light chuckle. "Don't make such jokes in the future," Yun Xilan said slowly in the taxi. Zhaoyuntian feigned ignorance. "What joke?" "You know exactly what I mean," Yun Xilan replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. "The one where you claimed I was your wife. Wasn't he that a joke?" Zhaoyuntian asked, momentarily taken aback before realizing her intent. "Are you suggesting you might take it seriously? That would be inappropriate. We've only known each other for a few days. However, if you're willing, I could reluctantly accept." Zhaoyuntian sighed dramatically, feigning helplessness. Yun Xilan, amused by his antics, shook her head and playfully chided, "You certainly know how to take advantage of a situation." Chapter 23. The debt. "Did you do that thing?" Yun Xilan suddenly inquired. her eyes narrowing slightly. From her understanding, Chun Fan was not someone prone to making careless mistakes. Losing a car was a blunder beneath him. If it wasn't his doing, someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. What thing? Zhaoyuntian feigned ignorance. The incident with Chun Fan's sports car being towed, Yun Xilan clarified. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian put on a show of sympathy. Sighing, Mr. Chen is a promising young man, quite the dashing figure. It's unfortunate he couldn't adhere to the simplest traffic laws and parked illegally. It's only natural his car was towed. Enough, Yun Xilan interjected, sensing Zhaoyuntian might launch into another lengthy monologue. If Chen Fan were to hear such remarks, he would likely be infuriated. The taxi drove on for some time, and as Yun Xilan realized they were heading in the wrong direction, she inquired, "Driver, aren't you going the wrong way?" "The route is correct. We're heading to the Auto City," the driver replied. "The Auto City?" Yun Xilan exclaimed, perplexed, as she realized they were not headed home. She suddenly turned to Zhaoyuntian. "Are you going there?" Zhaoyuntian nodded slightly, not offering a clear answer. Curiosity piqued, Yun Xilan pressed, "What business do you have there?" "I'm picking up a car," Zhaoyuntian responded. Yun Xilan was taken aback. "You bought a car?" Before he could respond, Yining chimed in. "While you were away, Zhao Uncle and I participated in a citywide Go competition and secured first and second place, even defeating the previous champion, thus winning a special award." Yun Xilan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "You can't be serious. Are you pulling my leg? Why would I do that? I have all the proof right here," Zhaoyuntian said, producing a prize voucher bearing the city government's official seal. Yun Xilan examined it closely, confirming its authenticity with astonishment. "A BMW?" Her eyes widened as she looked at Zhaoyuntian, her surprise deepening. "This prize is rather substantial, isn't it?" Yun Xilan remarked. As one of the three prestigious luxury brands, BMW's emblem of blue skies and white clouds has long been an indelible dream in the hearts of the populace. The prestige of BMW is undeniably high. However, its prices are equally staggering, with the cheapest model starting at $300,000. Aside from this BMW vehicle, we have also received a bonus of $150,000. Yining stated. Before Yun Xilan, this girl appeared particularly obedient, speaking with utmost politeness. $150,000. A flicker of excitement passed through Yun Xilan's heart, a sum that equaled more than half of her salary. "You can even play Go?" Yun Xilan exclaimed in surprise. She was aware that Yining had studied Go, but she also knew that Zhaoyuntian could play and had even secured the top position in the city, indicating his skill had reached an extraordinary level. "I merely learned a bit. It's hardly worth mentioning," Zhaoyuntian chuckled, brushing it off. Yun Xilan smiled faintly, opting not to pry further. However, her curiosity about Zhaoyuntian deepened. This man seemed far more complex than he appeared. Soon, the taxi arrived at the Auto City. As the name suggests, Auto City is a hub for various brand 4S shops. Typically, each city has only one or two Auto Cities. But Beihai, being a major city with high consumer capacity for vehicles, has established them in every district. The other brands were instantly filtered from her view as they headed straight for BMW. Today seemed to coincide with a special occasion, as the entire Auto City appeared to be hosting a car exhibition event. Some were offering limited-time discounts, while others were unveiling new models. Each 4S shop was bustling with crowds, the streets teeming with cars. On the surface, each brand appeared vibrant and flourishing, yet behind the scenes, they were fiercely competitive. BMW's two strongest rivals were none other than Mercedes-Benz and Audi. The rivalry among these three luxury brands resembled a celestial battle, with other brands relegated to mere spectators. By sheer coincidence, all three luxury brands launched their events on the same day. The intent was unmistakable, as their mutual conflicts were not new. Zhaoyuntian, however, paid little mind to such matters. His sole purpose for being there was to collect his vehicle. He intended to retrieve the car and swiftly depart. Yet, things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Upon entering, he encountered an obstacle. The BMW salesperson, upon noticing a customer, hurried over with a servile demeanor, inquiring if they were there to purchase a vehicle. However, when Zhaoyuntian presented his prize voucher and informed the salesperson of his intention to collect his car, the salesperson's expression shifted dramatically, their attitude undergoing a complete transformation. "I understand your situation, but unfortunately, we have no cars available at the moment." "How could there be no cars? Are all those vehicles merely for display?" Zhaoyuntian challenged, incredulous. Was this person assuming him to be blind? Today's grand exhibition was underway, and yet they claim to have no cars. Was that not a blatant lie? Those cars are not eligible for the prize. The salesperson replied with indifference. At this remark, Zhaoyuntian felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. All models were present and accounted for, yet they claimed not a single one fell within the prize criteria. Implicitly, were they suggesting he was to receive a uniquely crafted vehicle? I have no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Summon your manager. Zhaoyuntian's temper flared. It seemed this 4S shop was attempting to evade responsibility. Without hesitation, the salesperson retorted, I'm sorry, but the manager is not in the store. Hosting an exhibition, and the manager is absent? Zhaoyuntian's frustration mounted as he began to comprehend the situation. The sales staff had likely been instructed in advance to avoid fulfilling the voucher. It was a strategy of delay and evasion. Most ordinary individuals would find themselves powerless in such a predicament, forced to accept their misfortune. However, Zhaoyuntian was not one to easily concede. Yun Xilan approached, softly asking, What's wrong? Can't you redeem your prize? Zhaoyuntian nodded, his expression darkening. Yun Xilan, having witnessed such scenes before, understood that merchants often prioritized profit over integrity, crafting a facade of value while honesty became an empty promise, a mere jest under the guise of regulation. Sometimes, taking things too seriously leads to defeat. Yun Xilan advised, perhaps we should let it go. We've already received the 150,000 prize. Yet Zhaoyuntian was precisely the type of individual who took matters seriously, especially since this vehicle was intended as a gift for Yun Xilan. How could he simply relinquish it? A car costing 300,000 to 400,000. He would feel the sting even if he lost a few dollars, let alone a sum so substantial. It's infuriating. These people are clearly trying to cheat us, Inine exclaimed indignantly. She realized that these seemingly well-dressed individuals were even more shameless than Zhaoyuntian. At least Zhaoyuntian had principles in his shamelessness, while they lacked any sense of integrity. Chapter 24. The car smash event. Zhaoyuntian, you must not act recklessly. Upon witnessing Zhaoyuntian's agitated demeanor, Yun Xilan's heart raced with concern, fearing he might lash out and cause a scene. Damaging private property and disturbing public order could land him in jail for a time. If one acquired a blemish on their record, their future could be irrevocably ruined. Ha! Zhaoyuntian chuckled, his demeanor resembling a tranquil lake with hidden depths. Resolving issues with brute force has never been the wisest approach. Upon hearing this, Yun Xilan was momentarily taken aback, prompting her to inquire, then what do you intend to do? Call the police. This is a civil dispute, and the police likely want to intervene. File a lawsuit. That would just be a futile endeavor. Yun Xilan struggled to fathom Zhaoyuntian's intended course of action, and observing his grave expression, it seemed he had no intention of letting this go. Anyone who dares to cheat me must pay the price, Zhaoyuntian declared with a cold snort, his voice brimming with resolve. If the manager continues to hide, even if he comes running to shine my shoes, I won't deign to acknowledge him. Big Bad Wolf, we're on the same side. Could you please stop putting on airs? Inine rolled her eyes, unable to contain herself. She understood Zhaoyuntian was upset, but self-deception in such matters was unwise. Yun Xilan frowned, admonishing Inine, how can you speak like that? Inine pouted, muttering, it's true. Those people are despicable. If they intend to cheat us, we genuinely have no recourse. Zhaoyuntian stretched his neck, pondering that further words would be futile. Mere threats lacked substance without action. His boldness stemmed not from empty bravado. Upon entering, he had glanced toward the car exhibition. BMW had recently launched a new model, the X-Series off-road vehicle. Surrounding this model, BMW had pulled out all the stops with a plethora of eye-catching advertisements. Among them, the most famous was the car smash event. What is a car smash event? It is not to be taken literally but has a deeper significance. Participants are invited to test the vehicle's durability by attempting to damage specified parts, such as bending the bumper or stepping on the chassis. Attendees are promised astonishing rewards for successfully damaging designated areas of the car, earning them a brand new X-Series BMW. Such an incredible opportunity. Who would want to miss out? At this moment, a throng of eager individuals surrounded the new CR. In the heat of the event, they all clamored to participate. A dozen people clambered onto the chassis, straining with all their might. The vehicle swayed slightly, yet remained unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Zhaoyuntian couldn't help but chuckle. Crucial components of automobiles are crafted from alloys, and regardless of the brand, even a poorly made vehicle cannot be easily distorted by human force. It's akin to the hardest egg never breaking against a stone. Moreover, BMW vehicles are renowned for their quality. Unless subjected to tremendous mechanical force, not even a crowd of dozens could hope to deform the chassis. The dealership, confident in their strategy, had already calculated the outcome. After witnessing the failed attempts, the audience praised the vehicle's quality. This, in turn, achieved the event's intended effect. It alleviated concerns about the car's durability and bolstered customers' confidence in making a purchase, ultimately indirectly increasing sales. Zhaoyuntian had initially no intention of stirring up trouble. After all, running a business is no easy feat, and there was no need to humiliate the other party. Yet, this BMW 4S shop's lack of ethics compelled him to reconsider. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. Thus, Zhaoyuntian offered the salesperson one final opportunity, stating gravely, "Now, if you hand over the car according to this voucher, I shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, be prepared to face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the salesperson laughed, a dismissive and scornful chuckle. "Who do you think you are? Dire consequences? Such grandiose claims. You truly overestimate yourself. In truth, this 4S shop had only recently opened. To promote the business, they had partnered with various events, including sponsoring the City ESCO tournament. Naturally, they couldn't miss out on the publicity, so they set up a special grand prize. The management had calculated that Li Xianer, a formidable player, would easily secure victory, thus garnering them both fame and attention without any loss. An instance of reaping benefits without sowing. However, they had not anticipated Zhaoyuntian's unexpected emergence, defeating Li Xianer decisively. The BMW 4S shop was incensed. Initially, they had intended to hand out a cheap car as a mere formality, but feeling slighted, they resolved to renege on the prize. After all, they assumed he was just an ordinary individual who wouldn't dare to make waves. "Sir, you exaggerate. The store truly has no cars available. Perhaps you could come back another time," the salesperson replied, maintaining a polite facade, though the undertone dripped with sarcasm. "I am taking my car today. No one can stand in my way," Zhaoyuntian declared, his voice resolute as he rolled up his sleeves. The salesperson, taken aback, retreated, fearing that Zhaoyuntian might resort to violence. However, Zhaoyuntian ignored him entirely and marched directly toward the exhibition area. The salesperson, momentarily stunned, sneered, "What a fool, utterly nonsensical. Zhaoyuntian, what are you doing?" Yun Xilan, ever vigilant, feared he might impulsively act foolishly. "I'm going to retrieve what belongs to me," Zhaoyuntian replied. "Have you lost your mind? They made it clear they don't intend to give it to you. If you try to take it by force, that's illegal." Yun Xilan's face paled in alarm. "I want to steal. I'll make them willingly hand over the car," Zhaoyuntian asserted with unwavering confidence. Inin shook her head, pouting, "Here he goes again," boasting. Yun Xilan, unsure of Zhaoyuntian's intentions, followed closely behind him, ready to intervene should he act rashly. However, Zhaoyuntian's demeanor was unexpectedly calm and composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips, utterly devoid of the earlier fury. "What exactly is this guy plotting?" Yun Xilan pondered, scratching her head in confusion. Upon entering the exhibition area, they were met with a sea of people. BMW's allure was undeniable. Even a newly opened 4S shop could draw a crowd. The atmosphere was electric, with the car smash event in full swing. Chapter 25. Silent as the grave. Where did that guy go? Who? The fool who came to redeem his voucher. He has gone to the exhibition area. In the manager's office, a rotund man reclined in a chair, squinting his eyes while sipping tea from a floral porcelain cup. He looked up and asked, "What is he doing over there?" The salesperson shook his head, unclear. Perhaps he knows he has no chance of redeeming the car and is merely browsing. A poor man like him can only look. The plump manager twisted his neck and slowly instructed, "Keep an eye on him. Ensure he doesn't cause any trouble. Rest assured, if he dares to act out, we have plenty of security on standby." The car smash event was in full swing, with numerous burly men eagerly lining up to participate. Among them were also some women and elderly individuals, all attempting to dislodge parts from the BMW. Remember, as long as they could deform the specified areas, they would earn the promised rewards, a brand new X-Series BMW, which starts at a minimum price of $700,000. Such an incredible opportunity was not to be missed. Among the crowd, a 300-pound man spat into his palms, lunged forward, and slammed into one of the car doors. The immense impact caused the vehicle to shake momentarily, but he was rebounded backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. A staff member rushed over to inspect the vehicle. The door remained intact, showing no signs of damage. The man, seeing this, could only grin ruefully and shake his head in disappointment. "Sir, your physical prowess is commendable. But alas, the vehicle remains unscathed." Nearby, a designated host was present to help regulate the atmosphere. Sometimes, the host's words proved far more effective than the alluring car models. "This gentleman has failed," which only serves to demonstrate the superior quality of our vehicles. There is no luck or chance involved. If anyone has doubts about the car's quality, feel free to come up and give it a try. Following this, several more individuals emerged from the crowd, stretching and preparing to give it a go. However, they were slightly more astute than the previous participants, opting to target the front and rear bumpers rather than the doors. The BMW doors were seamlessly welded. Not even the force of several hundred pounds could jeopardize them. Nonetheless, the bumpers were relatively weaker in comparison, and of course, this was merely their subjective assumption. In reality, the bumpers were even more challenging to damage, especially on an off-road vehicle, designed to absorb the initial impact from external forces, thereby possessing considerable strength. A group of young men stepped forward, well prepared, shedding their outer garments to reveal their muscular physiques. The atmosphere in the venue became electrifying. A crowd of onlookers eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Ineen observed from the sidelines, muttering, "A mayfly shaking a tree. They truly overestimate their abilities." Zhaoyuntian glanced down and chuckled. "Let us not speak too soon. What if one of them is a strongman and actually manages to tear off the bumper? A strongman wouldn't suffice, especially against the factory-welded original bumper that is integrated with the car body. The maximum force generated by human muscle is only a few hundred pounds. Ultimately, the force exerted will be around 100 pounds. The bumper can withstand several tons of external pressure," Ineen explained. Endeavoring to clarify for Zhaoyuntian, to further illustrate her point, she added, "When off-road vehicles get stuck in a pit, they often need another vehicle to pull them out, with the force applied at the bumper. Even a few tons of weight exerting sudden force cannot break the bumper. You really think a few men can compete with the power of a vehicle?" Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian chuckled. Stroking Ineen's head, he had to admit, this girl had not wasted her time studying. Even a 5-year-old could see through this problem, while the surrounding adults remained oblivious, charging forward like fools, believing they could move a steel beast with mere flesh and blood. As expected, the muscular men's attempts failed. They even tried to devise a scientific approach, assigning one person to each side and positioning themselves strategically for maximum force. All at once, they exerted themselves, turning red in the face, their muscles bulging and veins prominent, gritting their teeth in determination. Yet, the bumper remained utterly unaffected. Not even a crack appeared, and ultimately, the exhausted men descended the stage, defeated. Upon witnessing the scene, the host erupted into hearty laughter. As you can all see with your own eyes, the facts once again demonstrate that the quality of BMW automobiles is unassailable, while indulging in the exhilarating experience that high-end vehicles provide. Such a safety assurance is surely the shared aspiration of every driver. Applause erupted around him, accompanied by enthusiastic cheers. What a fool! Not just BMW, even if it were the neighboring Baojun conducting this kind of event, the outcome would be the same. Ineen scoffed, letting out a sigh. "There's no business without deceit." "Don't say that. They are still quite decent. At least they've given everyone a chance to try." Zhaoyuntian chuckled lightly. Ineen rolled her eyes dismissively. A futile attempt that can never succeed is no different from a worthless promissory note. Previously, she had witnessed a vendor inviting people to smash tempered glass to prove its quality, promising high rewards for anyone who could break it. In truth, the strategy employed by BMW in this event bore a striking resemblance to the glass-breaking stunt. Following several earlier attempts, hardly anyone dared to join in anymore, having firmly established in their minds that the quality of BMW cars was indestructible. Although they didn't win any rewards, witnessing the safety and reliability of the BMW made everyone feel their visit was worthwhile. "Let us head home. This has lost its charm," Ineen remarked with a hint of boredom. Yun Xilan nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. She had been anxiously standing next to Zhaoyuntian, fearing he might act recklessly. "Why go back? The real show hasn't even begun," Zhaoyuntian interjected, suddenly revealing a knowing smile. "You're not thinking of going up to smash the car, are you?" Ineen, having a grasp of Zhaoyuntian's nature, recognized his intent. The moment she saw his demeanor, it was clear he was preparing for an attempt. You guessed it right, Zhaoyuntian affirmed. Can we not make a scene? After all, I've said so much. And you Haven T absorbed a word. Human strength cannot possibly damage the car's sturdy structure. Inin replied, exasperated, even rolling her eyes in disbelief. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian laughed heartily. That depends on who is trying. Inin, exasperated, huffed. Big bad wolf, can you not flaunt your skills for once? I concede you're quite formidable, but do you really think you can bend steel? How will we know unless we try? Zhaoyuntian replied, stretching his arms, a glint of determination in his eyes as he strode confidently towards the stage. Upon witnessing this, Yun Xilan intended to stop him, but Inin held her back. Aunt Lon, let him be. This guy won't turn back until he hits a wall. Hearing this, Yun Xilan focused her mind and sighed softly. It was blatantly impossible. Why would he even attempt it? Wasn't he being a bit too straightforward? Is there anyone else who wishes to test the quality of our BMW? Our event is nearing its conclusion, and if no one steps up, I shall declare it perfectly finished, the host declared passionately. Scanning the crowd for volunteers, it appeared this event had been a resounding success. Just as everyone believed no one else would participate, a voice suddenly rang out. I'll do it at this. The crowd turned to see a buzz-cut young man striding forward. It's just you. Sir? Don't you need to bring some help? Zhaoyuntian replied. I'm more than enough. This statement elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. The host paused momentarily but maintained his smile. It seems there are still those who harbor doubts about the quality of our vehicle. Splendid. Where there are doubts, validation is required. Let us invite this gentleman to demonstrate for us once more. The crowd anticipated that the challenger would be a robust and brawny man, believing that only someone with considerable physical strength could unleash remarkable power to achieve the seemingly impossible. However, the individual stepping onto the stage was neither particularly muscular nor tall, appearing rather average. Consequently, murmurs of skepticism arose. He must be out of his mind to think he can smash a car. Looking like that, doesn't he even want assistance? How reckless. I bet he can't even budge the door. Who knows? There are always oddities among us. Perhaps he genuinely possesses the strength, some spectators remarked, adopting a tone of ridicule. Others chimed in with sarcastic comments. If this guy manages to detach a single part from that car, I'll eat it. Another remarked, that would be quite the challenge. Meanwhile, Inin face-bombed, too embarrassed to look on, feeling utterly humiliated. Yun Xilan pondered, resting her chin on her hand, murmuring, we must have faith in him. What if a miracle occurs? Aunt Lon, you can't be dreaming too, can you? Inin responded, astonished. That's a steel-crafted BMW. The vendor specified that the target area for smashing is the car's most robust section. How can an egg break a stone? No one in the audience held faith in Zhaoyuntian, and some chose to leave, opting instead to visit a nearby car exhibition showcasing attractive models. The host, equally disinterested, leaned back against the table, seemingly preparing to conclude the event. Zhaoyuntian approached the car and opened the door. I've just arrived. Which areas can I damage? The host raised an eyebrow. Reluctant to explain but adhering to professionalism, he patiently replied, the 5 doors, the central beam, and the front and rear impact beams, as well as the surrounding pillar beams. Zhaoyuntian inquired again, so I need to destroy them all to receive a reward? This question prompted another round of laughter. This guy just here for comic relief. Destroy them all. Just deforming one is already impossible. The host clarified, as long as you damage one area, you will receive a reward, implicitly suggesting that damaging even a single spot could yield a car. Zhaoyuntian pondered, then asked, so, if I damage one area, I could win a car? The host internally scoffed but maintained a neutral expression. That is correct. I see, Zhaoyuntian responded, his gaze drifting around the car, his fingers pointing as he counted. 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars. The crowd thought he must truly be a fool, counting cars before even attempting to smash anything. The host said, as long as you can smash it, take as many as you can. Observers regarded his actions as mere folly, viewing him as a joke. Zhaoyuntian did not immediately smash the car. Instead, he slowly opened each of the 5 doors one by one. The crowd looked on in bewilderment, wondering why he was taking his time. Sir, why aren't you making a move? The host asked, his tone tinged with impatience. Zhaoyuntian lifted his knee and stretched, saying, I'm contemplating how much force I should use. The host's expression stiffened. At first, he didn't quite grasp the meaning behind his words. Upon reflection, A wave of incredulity washed over him. Are you joking? How much force? Do you think you're a martial arts master? The host had never encountered someone so absurdly clueless. True strength was one thing, but this was sheer folly. As a professional host, he could not publicly berate him and instead managed to smile. As long as you're happy, sir. All right then, Zhaoyuntian paused, raising his hand in a gesture. Initially, the host didn't grasp his implication until Zhaoyuntian said, "Step back a bit, so you don't get hurt." What? Hurt me? The host's mouth twitched involuntarily, realizing this man must be mentally unstable. He didn't know what delusions he was harboring in his mind. In this day and age, who would still imagine themselves as a martial arts expert? Why not pull out a transformation device? That would be even cooler. The host stepped back, genuinely fearing for his safety. Should Zhaoyuntian fail and lash out in anger, who knew what he might do? Unhinged individuals could act unpredictably. Ha! Zhaoyuntian suddenly roared, lifting his leg high. Foshan's shadowless kick. The foot halted midair but did not strike down. Inin covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Aunt Lon, I think we should leave. My eyes can handle it, but my heart cannot. Laughter erupted once more, the crowd's mirth echoing. Now that we've seen the Foshan shadowless kick, are we to expect the great knife King Kong fist or the 18 dragon-subduing palms next? Someone quipped. Just as everyone was enjoying the spectacle, a loud clang resonated as Zhaoyuntian's poised leg shot forward like a cannonball. With a thunderous impact, it struck the car door, which seemed to absorb the force as if it were a speeding locomotive. The door flew off, a perfect footprint imprinted on the iron panel, soaring a dozen meters before embedding itself into the wall. Dust swirling around in an instant, laughter ceased, and the crowd gaped in stunned silence, unable to utter a sound. The atmosphere grew tense. What on earth did we just witness? Everyone widened their eyes, gasping in disbelief, but the shock only deepened as Zhaoyuntian shouted, "The great power King Kong fist." Another resounding clap of his palm met the indestructible impact beam, which crumpled like a piece of fragile tofu the moment his hand made contact, even tearing away the rear bumper. The host stumbled, nearly dropping the microphone as he teetered on the edge of falling, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Unable to process the scene unfolding before him, it was terrifying. Who was this man? And how could he be so formidable? Kicking the car door and slapping the steel beam. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, who would dare believe such an occurrence? But that wasn't the end. No. Everything was only just beginning. 18 dragon-subduing palms. Zhaoyuntian shouted once more, and the audience fell silent, each person frozen in shock. Bam! 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 Each resounding crash felt like a hammer striking the hearts of the onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. Zhaoyuntian circled the vehicle with a relentless barrage of strikes, the doors crumpling like clay under his blows, either punctured through or twisted beyond recognition. Some severely damaged parts even sent fragments flying. The host, panicked, thought that if he had remained in his original position, those shards might have impaled him. Crack! The car's toughest section, the central beam, snapped under Zhaoyuntian's fierce kick, causing the vehicle to tilt precariously. Previously, a dozen people had stood atop the beam, exerting force without any effect, yet at this moment, a single casual kick rendered the seemingly sturdy beam to splinters. In just a minute, a once mighty BMW had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal, as if it had been crushed by a truck. The security personnel, drawn by the commotion, initially suspected an explosion had occurred. Yet upon witnessing the scene, their hearts trembled in disbelief. After completing this destruction, Zhaoyuntian stepped back 3 paces. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, maintaining a safe distance from the wreckage. Gulp! The host felt his throat tighten, overwhelmed with fear, rendered speechless. Yin was dumbfounded. She had never imagined Zhaoyuntian could do anything to the car. However, when reality contradicted her expectations, she was left utterly stunned, her face paling in shock. Yun Xilan delicately covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with astonishment, her exquisite features displaying disbelief. Earlier, she had sensed that this man could perhaps create a miracle, but she never anticipated it would be so brazenly wild that as for the spectators, they felt their scalps prickling, exchanging incredulous glances, each reflecting the profound shock they felt in witnessing this spectacle. Chapter 26. The Butterfly Effect Manager. Manager, something terrible has happened. The sales representative who had once attended to Zhaoyuntian rushed frantically into the manager's office. Inside, the portly manager was enjoying a moment with his secretary, and upon seeing someone burst in without knocking, his expression turned cold, startling the secretary into a hasty retreat. "What is the fuss about?" the manager snapped, clearly annoyed at the disruption to his leisure. The sales representative gulped nervously, disregarding his superior's irritation, and exclaimed, "That guy is smashing cars. So what if he is? It's not like he is stealing them. Let him do as he pleases," the manager dismissed, rolling his eyes. "Manager, this is far worse than theft. That guy is smashing cars, not just one or two, but 7 or 8. The sales representative's face was ashen. "Given the quality of our cars, unless someone drives a truck into them, no one could possibly cause damage by mere human strength." The manager shifted into a more comfortable position, leaning back slightly. "Calm down. It's not a big deal." The sales representative, nearly on the verge of tears, struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally stammering, "Manager, you should just go see for yourself. What is so interesting about a fool smashing cars? Does he really think he can break ours?" The manager scoffed dismissively. The sales representative, exasperated, insisted, "The reality is far from simple. The brand new BMW X Series is utterly wrecked. It looks like it's been chewed up by a dog, completely ruined, a sight for sore eyes. In short, it's a disaster." Ultimately, the sales representative uttered the damning words, "Our car has been totaled. How can this be?" The manager's face turned pale. "You really should go take a look," the sales representative urged again. Hearing this, the manager's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily exited his office, moving faster than his considerable weight suggested. Upon reaching the scene, he was met with a sea of onlookers surrounding the car-smashing event. IT took considerable effort to push through the crowd, and when he finally caught sight of the demonstration vehicle, it was a mere pile of scrap metal, the 4 wheels deflated and lying pitifully to the side. The manager was utterly dumbfounded, shouting, "Who did this?" "I did," Zhaoyuntian replied. The manager turned to see a buzz-cut young man standing calmly, his expression indifferent. "You did this to my car? You're finished. I'm calling the police right now," the manager bellowed, preparing to pull out his phone. The host rushed forward, quickly grabbing the manager. "Manager, don't call." "Why not?" the manager retorted. "This guy has disrupted the order and maliciously damaged our vehicle. He must pay dearly for this," the manager shouted, his temper flaring, even chastising his staff. "What were you all doing? Why didn't you stop him? And where is his tool?" The host finally understood. The manager believed Zhaoyuntian had used some sort of tool to inflict the damage. "Manager, you don't understand? This guy smashed our car with his bare hands," the host exclaimed. The manager paused, bewildered. "How is that possible? With no tools, just his fists and feet, he could dismantle a 3-ton steel beast into this state?" Before the plump manager could collect his thoughts, Zhaoyuntian turned to the gathered crowd and declared, "Esteemed friends present, I beseech you to bear witness. The rules of the car-smashing event are explicitly inscribed in black and white on the banner, and the host has reiterated them. For each designated part that is destroyed, a BMW car shall be awarded. I have accomplished this, yet this manager leaps forth, intent on calling the police to apprehend me. Pray tell, where is the justice in such a scenario?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers, eager for chaos, rallied together, with one voice rising above the rest. "Hasten to reward him. Spare us your idle chatter, lest we take this 4S dealership to the Commerce Association for deceiving consumers. Indeed, he has followed the rules, and if the quality of the BMW is subpar, akin to tofu, they must fulfill their promise. We have it all recorded on our phones." A throng of people inexplicably surged into the car exhibition. The 3 luxury brands were not only competing in terms of strength, but also in minimizing their blunders. Following BMW's misstep in the car-smashing event, the other 2 brands swiftly seized the opportunity. Whether they enlisted the help of internet trolls is uncertain, but the BMW 4S dealership suddenly found itself besieged by detractors. BMW had attracted a vast audience through this event. Even those who did not purchase cars that day would potentially become hidden customers in the future. In this strategic gamble, BMW had gained a significant lead in traffic flow and market impact over the other 2 brands. Just as BMW reveled in its tactical brilliance, it was blindsided by a self-inflicted wound. The competitors, seizing the chance, launched a relentless behind-the-scenes assault. Such a grand automotive event also attracted numerous investigative journalists, akin to flies drawn to a scent, flocking towards the drama. The plump manager, wiping the sweat from his brow, realized the gravity of the situation. He had clearly incurred the wrath of the crowd and silently regretted his hasty words. Little did he know that someone could indeed tear apart a BMW. I have destroyed every designated part as stipulated in the event, and you are obliged to reward me with 5 brand new BMW X Series off-road vehicles, Zhaoyuntian asserted, addressing the plump manager. Point 5. The manager's heart raced, and his face paled. Even the base models would sum to over 3 million. Why don't you just rob a bank instead? Buzzing with anxiety, the manager's phone rang. That moment, he had no time to answer, but upon glancing at the caller ID, he was startled to see it was the big boss calling. As soon as he answered, the furious voice of the boss erupted. You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? You're ruining me! The plump manager trembled, too intimidated to respond. The words he had just spoken spread like wildfire across the internet, becoming common knowledge. The revelations were too sensational. Tearing apart a BMW? Such news was unprecedented. There had been tales of tearing paper and even bowls, but a car? No one had ever heard or seen such a thing. Anyone even slightly curious would be irresistibly drawn in. Articles condemning BMW sprouted like mushrooms after rain. BMW X Series off-road vehicle. Quality in question, video evidence of an enraged bystander tearing it apart. Revelation. BMW vehicles harbor significant safety hazards. The internet operates on whispers, and even the most impeccable reputation can be shattered by the slightest crack, leading to the collapse of a hard-earned image. In a matter of minutes, an unparalleled upheaval in the automotive world quietly unfolded. Zhaoyuntian had not yet departed when a swarm of reporters rushed to interview him. Among them was a particularly eager female reporter, gazing at Zhaoyuntian as if he were a handsome stranger in a bikini. May I inquire, sir, why did you choose to participate in this car-smashing event? And what are your thoughts on the quality of the new BMW off-road vehicle? The female reporter asked. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He promptly produced the prize voucher. Donning an expression of resignation, his eyes filled with a world weariness, he recounted the incident of the staff refusing to allow him to claim his vehicle, embellishing the tale with a few fictional details. The plump manager, overhearing, was frantic, wishing he could rush over and cover Zhaoyuntian's mouth. The crowd, upon hearing Zhaoyuntian's ordeal, was incensed, collectively condemning the 4S dealership's unscrupulous actions. Zhaoyuntian had no intention of leaving any room for negotiation. He had previously threatened that anyone who provoked him would pay dearly. The quality of the BMW is atrocious. If it were a Mercedes or an Audi, I might not have been able to remove even a single wheel. These junk cars should never be purchased. Buying one is tantamount to endangering your own safety and a desecration of life. Zhaoyuntian passionately proclaimed. Who is more despicable? Who is more shameless? Zhaoyuntian's actions proved who truly surpassed the other in dishonor. He fervently condemned BMW before the media. The plump manager was at a loss, nearly spitting blood in frustration. If he confronted Zhaoyuntian, it would only exacerbate matters. To the onlookers, it would appear as an attempt to cover up the truth. The crowd was aflame with fury, chanting in unison, BMW, get out of Beihai, damn it, they almost tricked us. If they are this fragile, they're worse than domestic cars. I will never trust BMW again. To hell with their blue skies and white clouds. The collective outrage soared, transforming what was supposed to be a splendid car exhibition into a shocking spectacle at the last moment. Witnessing this scene, Zhaoyuntian felt a surge of exhilaration. He had finally released the pent-up frustration within him. The plump manager, witnessing the uncontrollable momentum, sat down in despair. It's over. Everything is over, he thought, gazing blankly at Zhaoyuntian, consumed with regret. The documents had claimed that Zhaoyuntian was merely an ordinary individual without background or threat, which is precisely why they dared to deny him his car. Indeed, he had no background, but the notion that he posed no threat was utterly misguided. The entire 4S dealership was on the brink of being toppled by him. At that moment, the sales associate who had attended to them was dumbfounded. When Zhaoyuntian made his bold claims, he had dismissed them as the ramblings of a fool. Little did he expect reality to deliver such a resounding slap in the face. Who on earth is this guy? In the end, Zhaoyuntian indeed received 5 BMW vehicles, or rather, 6, including the one noted on the prize voucher. The incident sent shockwaves through the BMW Group's management in the Dragon Nation. Though it originated from a small 4S dealership, the repercussions were severe, tarnishing BMW's reputation. The financial losses amounted to billions. The most valuable asset of a company is not merely its wealth but its brand image and influence. The debacle of the 4S dealership not only sullied BMW's name in the Dragon Nation but also threatened the launch of the new BMW X off-road vehicle, which had been positioned as the spearhead of BMW's global strategy. Substantial investments had been made during the research and development phases, and countless resources had been allocated for marketing, promotion, operations, and production. This vehicle was supposed to swiftly conquer the global luxury SUV market upon its release. However, an unknown individual had unexpectedly shattered those ambitions. Although only one car was damaged, the entire strategic plan and grand vision for the X series were obliterated in an instant. The regional manager of BMW in the Dragon Nation was held accountable by the German headquarters, and the plump manager, as the instigator of this chaos, was promptly dismissed. The major investor behind the 4S dealership was blacklisted from any future collaborations with BMW in a bid to mitigate the damage. BMW promptly honored its commitment and delivered the promised 6 vehicles to Zhaoyuntian. The regional manager drove over to personally apologize. At that moment, Zhaoyuntian was utterly flabbergasted, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. He mused that at this juncture, BMW must harbor the deepest animosity towards him. Yet they not only provided him with cars, but also sent representatives to placate him. It was undeniable that large corporations possess a level of grace. The regional manager, a foreigner named Hill, embodied the quintessential German demeanor, punctilious and earnest. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by the 4S dealership. The headquarters takes this matter very seriously and has sent me to extend our apologies. Please feel free to express any needs you may have, and I will do my utmost to accommodate them, Hill earnestly stated. Zhaoyuntian understood the intent behind Hill's visit, to resolve the situation that had spiraled out of control. Mr. Hill, your intentions are commendable, but I must apologize to you. I feel immense guilt for the losses incurred by your company. I merely sought justice, never anticipating such widespread repercussions, Zhaoyuntian replied with a wry smile. His words were heartfelt, not merely for show. The true culprits were the 4S dealership, not BMW, which had innocently become a scapegoat, suffering the consequences without justification. The two men, sharing mutual respect, engaged in amicable conversation. Hill regarded Zhaoyuntian with a thoughtful gaze, remarking, Mr. Zhao, there is an ancient saying in your country. Do not judge a person by their appearance, nor the depth of the sea by its surface. This is particularly apt in your case. Mr. Hill, our acquaintance has flourished through this ordeal, akin to the bond of gentlemen. If others show me a foot of respect, I shall reciprocate with a yard. Should there be an opportunity to rectify the losses incurred by your company, I shall endeavor to do so, Zhaoyuntian replied earnestly. Hill laughed heartily, clearly delighted. The idea of compensation was not his primary concern. He merely hoped that Zhaoyuntian would refrain from further disturbances. The car-smashing incident had reached a resolution, yet its far-reaching effects were far from quelled. It would likely take a considerable duration for BMW to regain its former glory, especially as the latest BMW X series had already lost its competitive edge against the Mercedes E-Class and Audi Q series. Suddenly possessing 6 vehicles, Zhaoyuntian felt as though he were living a dream. Yet, even with so many cars, one could only be driven at a time. Thus, he decided to liquidate the 5 surplus off-road vehicles for cash at their original prices, totaling $380,000. For a company, such sums are mere trifles. Their primary focus lies in brand image and credibility. On the day of vehicle acquisition, he completed the paperwork and license registration in mere hours, a process that typically takes half a month. As promised, Zhaoyuntian gifted one of the vehicles to Yun Xilan, registering it under her name. When he requested her identification card, she looked perplexed. Why do you need my ID? To claim your car, Zhaoyuntian replied decisively. Yun Xilan was bewildered. Why do you need my ID for your car? Suddenly, Enin interjected, Auntie Lan, this is an agreement between me and the big bad wolf. If we win money, we split it. If we win a car, it goes to you. Yun Xilan was taken aback, hastily declining. But that's too valuable. I can't accept such a gift. What's there to be concerned about? It's yours by right. Enin contributed as well. Since we made a promise, we must uphold it. You wouldn't want me to be seen as someone who goes back on their word, would you? Zhaoyuntian reasoned with sincerity. Enin chimed in, Auntie Lan, just accept it. Haven't you always wanted a car for convenience? But Yun Xilan hesitated, and Zhaoyuntian feigned anger, threatening, "You wouldn't force me to take it by force, would you? If I did, you wouldn't be able to stop me." Seeing his mock fury, Yun Xilan felt a twinge of fear. After all, this was the same person who dared to tear apart a car. Ultimately, in the vehicle registration envelope, her name was entered as the owner. Not only did the BMW belong to Yun Xilan, but the 350,000 in cash was also transferred to her bank account, as Zhaoyuntian had no bank card. He once possessed one, but in repaying Wang Jianya's debts, he had surrendered both card and cash to the creditor. Thus, unable to lug 350,000 in cash back home, Zhaoyuntian had to temporarily deposit the funds into Yun Xilan's account, intending to transfer it back once he obtained a card. After a day filled with hustle and bustle, evening fell, Yinin's stomach growled, prompting the trio to seek a dining establishment to resolve their dinner dilemma. Zhaoyuntian took the wheel, with Yun Xilan in the passenger seat and Yinin relegated to the back. The BMW 7 Series was a luxurious vehicle, its interior adorned with opulence that exuded an air of understated elegance and sophistication. With leather seats, wooden accents, and a large multimedia screen, it boasted every conceivable luxury feature. In 3 words, it was simply magnificent. Yinin reclined comfortably in the spacious seat, and the central armrest housed a multimedia control screen. With a gentle swipe, she summoned an upbeat melody. "Big Bad Wolf, I'm in love with this car," Yinin exclaimed, utterly captivated by the unparalleled experience of riding in such luxury for the first time. "Just wait until I get a sports car. You might just weep," Zhaoyuntian chuckled. Yinin scoffed, "You're all talk?" Yun Xilan was curious. Having received one vehicle, Zhaoyuntian had converted the remaining 5 into cash. Did he not intend to keep an SUV for himself? Zhaoyuntian replied, "I don't quite fit with luxury cars. I'll just head to the used car market and find a van." Yun Xilan was taken aback, even chuckling, "I've never encountered someone like you. You prefer a van over a BMW? Truly, you are an enigma." Zhaoyuntian grinned, boasting, "This just shows your ignorance. As the saying goes, on Akiyama Mountain, few travelers pass by, yet often there are racers competing. The roads remain, but the seasoned drivers of you are nowhere to be found. How could an ordinary person comprehend the prowess of a Wuling Hongguang? Beneath the Wuling Hongguang, all renowned vehicles are mere refuse." As he concluded, he exuded a commanding presence. Yun Xilan burst into laughter, and even Yinin found Zhaoyuntian's jest amusing, treating it as a joke. Zhaoyuntian drove them to a vibrant food street, where Yinin eagerly declared her craving for seafood. Thus, he took them to feast on crayfish. Summer was the peak season for these delicacies, and the street vendors bustled with activity, specializing in a plethora of crayfish dishes: garlic crayfish, spicy crayfish, fried crayfish, marinated crayfish, countless variations to choose from. Crayfish were not native to the Dragon Nation but were classified as an invasive species. Upon hearing the term invasive species, one might assume they were formidable. After all, how could they invade without being so? In other countries, such actions are labeled as invasion. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, they can only be described as a path to self-destruction. The invasive species of crayfish proliferate uncontrollably in North America, yet in the Dragon Kingdom, they can only rely on artificial breeding to survive. Bullfrogs, another invasive species originating from the Americas, suffer an even more tragic fate in the Dragon Kingdom, as wild specimens have never been observed. Thus, for invasive species, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are a formidable force. Wild boars wreak havoc in Australia, while in the Dragon Kingdom, they are classified as a second-level protected animal. Similarly, wild rabbits overrun Australia, yet they are deemed a third-level protected species in the Dragon Kingdom. The conclusion drawn is that in the Dragon Kingdom, there are no invasive species, only protected animals, with a chuckle. Let us return to the main topic. Zhaoyuntian ordered a plate of garlic prawns, a serving of grilled fish, a large bowl of egg fried rice, and 3 bottles of red can iced tea. Initially, he intended to drink alcohol, but upon realizing he had to drive, he dismissed the thought. Yinin, aware of Zhaoyuntian's frugality, could not fathom that he would be stingy to such an extent, resembling a miserly old rooster. Previously, he had earned 100,000, only treating people to street food. While 100,000 is not a significant amount, wanting to save is somewhat understandable. However, today he had made over 3 million and still opted for street food. This is not mere slander. This fellow is truly incorrigibly miserly. Upon Zhaoyuntian's return, he immediately sensed the lingering resentment emanating from Yinin, prompting him to say, "Ahem, You chose to eat from the ocean. Please do not look at me with such eyes. Crayfish are seafood, so you cannot possibly have a misunderstanding about seafood, can you? Ineen, maintaining a blank expression, replied, not wishing to waste any more emotion on him. Why not? They traveled across the ocean for us to eat. It's no easy feat enough. You are simply stingy, Ineen bluntly stated. Zhaoyuntian's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a tinge of awkwardness at being called stingy by a young girl. Yun Xilan smiled gently, thinking that the two were quite the pair of lively treasures, with no apparent generation gap. I think crayfish are delightful. They are not only inexpensive but also delicious, a rare culinary treasure. Ineen pouted, feeling displeased at seeing her Aunt Lan defending the big bad wolf. With a huff, she turned her body away, sulking. Zhaoyuntian glanced over, wiped his nose, then stood up. All right, I will get you some seafood. At that moment, Ineen finally smiled, while Yun Xilan shook her head helplessly and playfully chided, You little girl, you really are impossible. Anyway, the big bad wolf has money. If we don't spend it, he will surely squander it on other girls. Ineen softly remarked. Yun Xilan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, What other girls? Realizing she had misspoken, Ineen quickly covered her mouth, chuckling as she shifted the topic. Aunt Lan, where did you fly to this time? Southeast Asia, Yun Xilan murmured. Wow, the scenery must be incredibly beautiful, Ineen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She had never even left her province, let alone the country. Seeing the young girl's dreamy expression, Yun Xilan felt a pang of guilt and quietly said, If there's a chance in the future, let us travel the world together. Ineen kept her head down, appearing exceedingly happy. After a while, when Zhaoyuntian had yet to return, Yun Xilan furrowed her brows and mused. It's strange. Where do these food stalls get their seafood? Ineen crossed her arms, playfully chiming in. Maybe he went to the nearby seafood store. Anyway, I don't care, I just want to eat seafood. You just enjoy tormenting others. Yun Xilan sighed, not saying much more. Just then, Zhaoyuntian returned. Ineen was overjoyed, expecting him to bring a grand seafood feast, but her expression fell when she saw what he held. Zhaoyuntian placed an iron tray on the table. Hurry, hurry, eat while it's hot. It loses its flavor when cold. On the table sat a platter of grilled squid, with only 3 or 4 skewers haphazardly arranged. Ineen was at a loss for words. Is this what you brought me for seafood? Yes, is it not seafood? You've read so many books. Surely you know where squid is caught. Zhaoyuntian replied earnestly. Ineen fell silent, her chest trembling with indignation. What's wrong? The seafood has arrived. Why are you still angry? Zhaoyuntian scratched his head, asking, Is it that the grilled squid doesn't suit your taste? Wait a moment. I'll get you some oysters, and no need. I'm already full, Ineen retorted, puffing her cheeks and refusing to look at Zhaoyuntian again. Full already? The lobster hasn't even arrived yet. Zhaoyuntian was taken aback and then sat down, picking up the squid from the iron tray and munching on it, exclaiming, not bad, delicious. Xilan, have a skewer. Yun Xilan glanced at the pair, unable to stifle her laughter, truly surprised that 2 people with such an age gap could bicker so playfully. After a few minutes, the lobster was served. Zhaoyuntian, while eating, began to peel the shell, extracting the tender meat and offering it to Yun Xilan. No, I can manage myself, Yun Xilan said. Feeling somewhat no worries, I peel them quickly, Zhaoyuntian assured her, glancing at Ineen, who had tilted her head away, refusing to even glance in his direction. Aren't you eating? Not eating, Ineen said proudly. Zhaoyuntian laughed heartily. Perfect, that means I can have an extra portion. I was worried this plate of lobster would be insufficient. Subsequently, Zhaoyuntian showed no restraint, rolling up his sleeves and feasting heartily. He made various sounds while eating, quite oblivious to his manners, with grease adorning his mouth as if he hadn't eaten in days. Finally, Ineen could not help but steal a glance at the table. Her stomach audibly grumbled, and suddenly, the pangs of hunger struck her. She thought, perhaps I should eat a little. I cannot starve myself just to spite this guy. Just as she was about to reach for the food, Zhaoyuntian, with a shrimp claw in his mouth, proclaimed, Lobster tastes much better than seafood. You should try it. Upon hearing this, Ineen felt even more irritated. Huffing, I said I wouldn't eat, and I won't. Yun Xilan observed the two, both full of life, and found herself unable to interject. It was evident that engaging in a battle of wills with Zhaoyuntian would yield no benefits. Zhaoyuntian's gaze flicked over to the young girl, silently chuckling. He knew just to tease her a little. Youngsters are still growing, and I mustn't let her go hungry. Besides, she has quite the appetite. By now, she must be ravenous, holding on only out of spite. I'm going to the restroom. Xylan, take your time eating. Zhaoyuntian stood up and walked off in a specific direction. Enin twisted her head, sneaking a glance, and upon realizing he had vanished, immediately seized the opportunity to shove food into her mouth. Xylan watched and chuckled. Why bother? Enin's cheeks puffed up as she chewed, grumbling. I just can't stand to see him so smug. He is too stingy, lacking any sense of a man's generosity. I will secretly eat everything to make him feel heartbroken. Heartbroken? How much could this possibly cost? Zhaoyuntian was fully aware that the young girl was sneaking food. He had merely stepped away for 2 or 3 minutes to find a convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes, settling down in a corner. If he returned too early, it would embarrass the young girl. So he allowed her some time to fill up. With a cigarette between his lips, he exhaled, observing the myriad of human interactions around him. To his surprise, there were quite a few attractive women in the vicinity. In the short time he sat down, multiple beauties strolled past, each with slender waists and long legs, captivating to the eye. The big city is indeed splendid, especially in summer. Strolling down the street is filled with alluring sights. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian exhaled slowly, his eyes revealing a complex glimmer. His elder often said that one should seize the joy of life while it lasts. Perhaps it was time to indulge a little. With this thought in mind, Zhaoyuntian glanced around, stealthily approached his BMW, unlocked the door, and headed straight towards the nearby bar street. A luxury car worth over $1 million is not particularly impressive. However, it should suffice for a date. Meanwhile, Enin, feeling pleasantly full, rubbed her stomach and let out a contented burp. Has he fallen into the toilet? Why hasn't he returned yet? Enin remarked with surprise. Xylan paused for a moment. Checking her watch, it had indeed been almost half an hour, which was somewhat odd. After a moment's hesitation, Xylan picked up her phone and made a call. A few seconds later, it connected. Where are you now? Sorry, I have some matters to attend to. You two can take a taxi back after finishing. Oh, all right, Xylan replied softly before hanging up. Upon hearing this, Enin scoffed. I bet he is off chasing pretty girls again. Enin, don't speak recklessly. Zhaoyuntian must have encountered some urgent business, Xylan murmured, signaling the waiter to settle the bill. Hello, miss. Your total is 180 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or via WeChat? The waiter approached with the bill. Cash, please, Xylan responded, pulling out 2 bills from her bag. Suddenly, Enin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This guy is too stingy. He didn't even settle the bill before leaving? I've never seen someone so shameless. Xylan turned to her with a gentle smile. All right, don't sulk. He probably just forgot. If anything, we can always have him treat us another time. A meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. Enin felt increasingly aggrieved. She was indeed correct. Zhaoyuntian was just as she surmised, busy trying to charm women. Chapter 28. This woman is so cold. This is truly. Zhaoyuntian strolled around the street, encountering several women, only to find that they showed no interest in his BMW. One woman he approached even scoffed. BMWs are so common nowadays. Who still drives such a car to pick up girls? With a cold huff, she walked away, leaving Zhaoyuntian bewildered. What? Is a BMW no longer a good choice for attracting women? He felt utterly perplexed. $1 million luxury car had fallen to such a fate? At this moment, Zhaoyuntian found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he concluded that approaching women on the street might not be the best idea. Therefore, he parked his car, wandered around for a bit, and decided to try entering a bar. Suddenly, he was captivated by a striking figure. The woman wore a sharp business suit, yet her expression was deeply melancholic. After parking her car, she walked straight ahead. Zhaoyuntian watched closely and realized she was driving a Bentley, a globally limited edition worth over 5 million. But the price was not what mattered. It was the aura she exuded that captivated him. Her face was flawless, radiating an air of aloofness and coldness. She was truly a stunning beauty. Zhaoyuntian had seen countless women of all kinds, yet few could rival the impression this woman left on him. It was puzzling. Why would someone of her caliber be in such a place? Despite his thoughts, Zhaoyuntian did not dwell on them for long. After adjusting his attire, he approached her without any preparation, acting on impulse. Excuse me, miss, wait a moment, Zhaoyuntian called out. Upon hearing, the woman turned her head. That moment, a gentle breeze ruffled her long hair, revealing her stunning features like a breathtaking painting, dreamlike and surreal. "Is there something you need?" she asked, her expression devoid of emotion. Her starry eyes held a depth that seemed to pierce through one's soul, making Zhaoyuntian feel as though his intentions had been laid bare. He stood there, feeling somewhat lost and confused. "Are you trying to ask me out?" she inquired, her voice icy and devoid of any sentiment. Zhaoyuntian scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Well, wanting is wanting. Not wanting is not wanting," she replied coolly, her gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light. "I do want," Zhaoyuntian said without hesitation. "I'm not interested," she replied, turning away and walking into the bar. Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian was momentarily dumbfounded. Then a wry smile appeared on his face as he shook his head. This woman is quite intriguing. Zhaoyuntian was not one to give up easily, even though she had rejected him. He had no intention of leaving just yet. As soon as the woman entered the bar, he followed her in, however. His mind was no longer filled with wicked thoughts. The impulse had come and gone swiftly. The trendy bar was a nationally renowned chain, a place of nightlife in every city. Upon entering, the deafening DJ music filled the hall, with countless men and women swaying to the rhythm on the dance floor. Some were drinking, scanning the crowd for potential targets. This place indeed allowed one to forget the chaos in their mind and immerse oneself in the atmosphere. In the past, Zhaoyuntian might have indulged, but now his focus remained solely on that woman. Unsurprisingly, she had come to drown her sorrows. She chose a bar counter and ordered a round of potent spirits, drinking alone. Captivating women always draw attention wherever they go. Even in this dimly lit haven of revelry, she became the focal point. As soon as she appeared, several eager hunters turned their attention toward her. One man in a floral shirt approached her, holding 2 glasses of alcohol. As he stood up, the others, restless and eager, had no choice but to suppress their excitement and sigh in resignation. Such a beautiful woman has caught Hong Xiao's eye. "We won't stand a chance now. I've played in bars for years and have never seen such a gem before. Miss, would you like to share a drink?" Hong Xiao said with a smile as he approached the cold woman. He was quite handsome, tall and well-built. Typically, women seeking excitement in bars would find such a man irresistible. However, the cold woman merely glanced at him, completely ignoring his presence as she continued to drink. Hong Xiao's expression stiffened. It was his first encounter with a woman who refused to acknowledge him, which only piqued his interest further. "I can see you have something on your mind. Why don't we enjoy a drink and have a good chat?" He took a seat beside her, adopting a friendly demeanor. The cold woman paid him no mind, remaining silent regardless of what he said, as if he were invisible. Meanwhile, her drinks were poured one after another. At that moment, Hong Xiao's expression grew somewhat unnatural, even a hint of darkness creeping in. He gradually reached his hand toward her shoulder. "Remove your hand," she commanded. Hong Xiao, undeterred, felt that her resistance was merely a facade, prompting him to grow even bolder. "Beautiful lady, don't be so fierce. We can have an engaging discussion about life," he said with a lecherous grin, his eyes glinting with desire. "Get your hands off me," the cold woman said, her tone growing even more frigid. Hong Xiao remained unconvinced. In the nightlife scene, he had encountered numerous women who feigned an air of superiority, appearing aloof on the surface while being debauched at heart. "Do you know who I am?" he boasted. "Here, a casual inquiry will reveal that everyone knows me. Hong Xiao, if you end up in my bed, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." With a threatening allure, he did not withdraw from her proximity. Instead, he brazenly continued to overstep boundaries, a smug expression plastered on his face. "I do not know who you are, nor do I wish to. But you must understand this. If you touch me once more, you shall lose an arm." The woman's voice was icily resolute as she suddenly turned, her gaze sharp as a drawn sword, sending chills down the spine of anyone who met it. "I call you beauty because you possess some charm. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. If I do not teach you a lesson, you shall not learn fear." Hong Xiao's anger flared. This woman was unlike any he had encountered, her refusal to cower leaving him utterly embarrassed. Seizing the moment, he reached out, intending to take advantage of her. Impudence. Chapter 29. Luzhou Laojiao. The woman released her grip and, swift as lightning, seized his wrist. Crack! Hong Xiao cried out in sudden agony, his facial muscles spasming from the intensity of the pain. That delicate hand, seemingly fragile, wielded immense strength. "If you touch me again, you shall lose that arm." The icy woman's eyes glinted with a chilling light as she lightly shoved him away, causing his hefty frame to stumble backward and crash onto the floor, writhing in pain. Onlookers gasped, their expressions a mix of shock and fear as they regarded the stunningly beautiful woman. Good heavens! This woman is astonishingly fierce. Unfazed by the attention, the cold woman withdrew her hand and continued to pour herself a drink. Zhaoyuntian, seated not far away, had witnessed the entire exchange. Initially, he had considered intervening as Hong Xiao attempted to accost the woman, but he was taken aback to discover that she possessed martial prowess. Her seemingly effortless maneuver was, in reality, a masterful application of the 8th technique of the grappling arts. The cunning snake emerges from its hole. Judging by her speed, she had evidently attained a remarkable level of skill. This woman was exceptional. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but she also hailed from an affluent background. The fact that she possessed such formidable abilities was truly astonishing. In this mundane world, to find such an extraordinary figure was almost unimaginable. The display of her prowess immediately subdued the ill-intentioned onlookers, who hastily withdrew their predatory thoughts. Hong Xiao was helped to his feet, his swollen hand throbbing painfully. His companions, eager for retribution, questioned, "Hong Xiao, shall we let this woman go unchallenged?" Hong Xiao grimaced, the pain evident in his expression. From a distance, he had not seen her face clearly, but even then, he sensed her beauty was extraordinary. Yet, at that moment, as she turned to reveal her visage, his heart nearly leaped from his throat. And why heavens, it is her! In that instant, all thoughts vanished, and the pain in his hand paled in comparison to the terror that gripped his heart. How could she be here? He felt like a mouse cornered by a cat, panic-stricken. Though the woman did not recognize him, he was acutely aware of her identity. She was Lin Xinya, the granddaughter of the venerable Lin family, the most prestigious of the 5 great clans in Beihai, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Beihai. To speak of her was to recount a legend in terms of both beauty and talent. She was unparalleled among her peers. Even the recently acclaimed genius of the Li family, Li Xianer, who was said to be a once-in-a-century prodigy, could not hold a candle to her. The patriarch of a prominent family once lamented, "If a daughter of the Lin family were a man, she would surely conquer empires." Such a woman was not to be trifled with. To linger in her presence was akin to courting disaster. Hong Xiao, with his entourage, fled in disgrace, leaving the onlookers astonished. They were seasoned observers of the world and recognized the significance of what had transpired. The fact that Hong Xiao had suffered such a defeat without uttering a word indicated that the woman's status was extraordinary. Even if she lacked a powerful lineage, her recent display of skill alone would deter anyone from challenging her again. Zhaoyuntian, observing the unfolding scene, felt a growing curiosity towards the woman. Often, curiosity can be a perilous inclination. At the very least, it had ensnared Zhaoyuntian, and no one dared to disturb the icy woman any longer. She sat alone, sipping her drink, her expression shadowed by a profound melancholy akin to the dusk following a rainstorm. Zhaoyuntian, taking a drag from a cigarette, regained his composure and approached her with a buoyant demeanor. He had little resistance to beautiful women, particularly this one, whose perfection left him utterly captivated. The icy woman had an empty space around her, as none dared to sit beside her, likely intimidated by her formidable presence. Yet, Zhaoyuntian's approach elicited a reaction from her. She turned to glance at him, her striking eyes revealing a hint of intoxication, though the underlying chill remained palpable. "What brings you here again?" Zhaoyuntian, feigning nonchalance, addressed the bartender. "Bring me 10 bottles of erguotu." "What?" The bartender was taken aback. "Are you joking? We don't serve erguotu here." "Sir, I apologize, but we do not carry erguotu." Zhaoyuntian paused, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Then bring me a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao." The bartender forced a laugh, suppressing his disbelief. "Sir, we do not have those either. If you wish to drink white liquor, I recommend trying Volga." "Then a bottle of Volga, please." Zhaoyuntian leaned back, clearing his throat. The icy woman turned back, resuming her drink. A bottle of Volga was placed on the table. Zhaoyuntian seized it and gulped it down. They each drank in silence, Zhaoyuntian avoiding her gaze, and she, likewise, did not spare him a glance. Time passed slowly as he consumed several rounds. To his surprise, the Volga was indeed potent. A typical person would likely be incapacitated after a few sips. Yet the icy woman was also drinking strong spirits, brandy. By Zhaoyuntian's reckoning, she had downed at least 10 bottles. Even seasoned drinkers would be sprawled on the floor after 2 or 3. Yet she appeared unfazed, her complexion merely flushed, her frosty demeanor softened by a slight haze of intoxication. The dim lights of the bar illuminated her face, rendering her beauty ethereal. You possess impressive tolerance. Any ordinary person would either end up in the hospital or completely inebriated after consuming this amount of vodka. Suddenly, the icy woman spoke, her gaze shifting towards him. You are quite remarkable yourself. I observed your technique earlier. If I am not mistaken, it was indeed the 8th technique of grappling. Cunning snake emerges from its hole. As she spoke, Zhaoyuntian deftly twirled his fingers around the rim of his glass, miraculously not spilling a drop. The entire maneuver occurred in an instant, defying gravity itself. This, the icy woman's eyes lit up in surprise. You can perform that move as well? I learned a bit, Zhaoyuntian replied, not intending to boast. The icy woman continued, ordinary people cannot master such intricate techniques. Where did you learn it? From an old butcher in a village. Zhaoyuntian replied candidly, not fabricating his story. As his mentor indeed made a living through that craft, he was quite skilled. I find it more intriguing that a wealthy person such as yourself, possessing such beauty, would also learn such skills. Zhaoyuntian remarked. One can never be too prepared, the icy woman replied coolly, her tone devoid of emotion, perfectly aligning with her frosty demeanor. People tend to drink heavily only during 2 occasions, in moments of joy or sorrow. I suspect you might be troubled, Zhaoyuntian ventured. Since they had initiated a conversation, it was only natural to delve deeper. A superficial exchange would likely lead them back into silence. The icy woman pursed her lips, setting her glass down. Since you wish to know me, I shall grant you a chance. Guess what I am thinking. Huh? Zhaoyuntian halted, taken aback by her unexpected challenge. He had not anticipated her to speak so unpredictably. With no other option, he steeled himself and scrutinized her, attempting to discern any hints from her demeanor. The icy woman remained silent, allowing his gaze to roam over her. You are not lacking in wealth. Driving an exquisite car, thus your life must be comfortable. I doubt you are troubled by career matters. Zhaoyuntian began. The icy woman merely raised an eyebrow, offering no substantial response. With your beauty, you cannot possibly be distressed over personal shortcomings. If there is one reason a woman would indulge in heavy drinking, it surely relates to a man. Zhaoyuntian squinted, pondering. I suspect you are heartbroken. This, the icy woman chuckled, though it was a cold, derisive laugh. I do not think so. Zhaoyuntian's heart sank. Could such a woman truly be unaffected by a man's heart? What kind of man could conquer such a woman? Am I mistaken? He ventured. Then perhaps you were troubled by family matters, coerced into doing something you despise. At his words, a flicker of emotion crossed the icy woman's face. This fleeting detail was instantly seized by Zhaoyuntian. His heart stirred. He had likely touched upon something significant. He merely guessed. Yet the observation rang true. The more powerful the individual, the less control they often possess over their own lives. This woman clearly hailed from a wealthy family, suggesting her destiny might not be hers to command. Perhaps an arranged marriage. Suddenly, the term family alliance flooded Zhaoyuntian's mind. Recalling her reactions upon their first encounter, his suspicions deepened. Is it that your family is pressuring you to marry a man you do not love? Zhaoyuntian blurted, his gaze locked onto her face, searching for any involuntary reaction. Upon hearing this, the icy woman exhibited a pronounced response. She did not utter a word but instead lifted her drink. Taking a delicate sip, from her breathtaking profile, Zhaoyuntian discerned a hint of resignation, a trace of sorrow, even pain. His heart ached for her. He could not bear to see a beautiful woman in distress, particularly when tears were in the equation. Bartender, a glass of lemonade, please. Zhaoyuntian called out, raising his hand. Moments later, a glass filled with ice-cold lemonade was placed on the table. Zhaoyuntian took it and pushed it towards the icy woman. Try this. The icy woman glanced down at the glass, then set aside her drink to grasp the lemonade. Funny enough, I find myself in a similar situation. You may think I am fabricating tales to connect with you, yet I genuinely share your troubles. Zhaoyuntian sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. My troubles are trivial, merely that my family insists I marry a woman I do not fancy. They claim she is exceptional, with a great family background, wealth, and capabilities. They assure me that marrying her would secure a life free from worries. Zhaoyuntian scoffed, while I lack certain abilities, I am no leech. A man of stature cannot depend on others. The icy woman raised an eyebrow, her voice softening. You are not being truthful with me. At her words, Zhaoyuntian's expression shifted. Her keen insight was evident, and no subtlety could escape her notice. All right, he conceded. The truth is, she is not particularly attractive. If she possessed even a fraction of your beauty, I might not be troubled at all. In reality, my lifelong ambition has been to live off a woman. This time, he spoke sincerely. The icy woman's gaze sharpened, and she smiled at his honesty, her smile breathtaking, as if time itself paused in admiration. Do you think me vulgar? Zhaoyuntian inquired. Not at all. It is merely human instinct. Men are drawn to beautiful women, and women to strong men. This principle has governed species evolution for millennia, the icy woman articulated, dissecting the matter with clarity. Zhaoyuntian was momentarily stunned. He had never encountered such an enlightening perspective. The man your family wishes you to marry, is he unattractive, short, and portly? Zhaoyuntian jested. The atmosphere, once tense, had lightened considerably. Zhaoyuntian's boldness in conversation had grown. I have never seen him. I know nothing of his appearance or character, the icy woman replied, sipping her lemonade, her demeanor shifting uneasily at the mention. Oh, for a man to be worthy of you, he must come from a wealthy family or possess remarkable talents, either scholarly or politically powerful. Not at all. He is just an ordinary person. Ordinary? Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. What ordinary person has the fortune to entangle themselves with such an extraordinary beauty? He felt a twinge of envy, wondering why he lacked such luck. He does not like me. In fact, he seems to disdain me, the icy woman said nonchalantly, a hint of self-mockery gracing her melancholic expression. What? Disdain you? Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened in shock. That man must be a fool. How could anyone not cherish such an exceptional woman? He felt a surge of frustration toward that man, filled with envy and resentment. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian felt a surge of emotion as he stifled a laugh, nearly wanting to pound his chest in exasperation. What a fool he must be, utterly blind to his fortune. Achoo! Zhaoyuntian sneezed suddenly. Wiping his nose as he pondered, was someone just cursing me behind my back? You need not feel sorrow. A man so oblivious to his good fortune is clearly a fool. Any man with a semblance of sense would recognize your brilliance, Zhaoyuntian reassured her. Yet, immediately after speaking, he sneezed again, unable to contain it. The icy woman turned to face him, her expression serious as she asked, Do you think I am ugly? At her question, Zhaoyuntian paused, uncertain of her intent. Are you unable to answer? She pressed. Zhaoyuntian chuckled lightly. No, it's just that women are quite peculiar. What do you mean? Slender girls often lament their weight, claiming they need to lose a few pounds. Girls from affluent families, surrounded by luxury cars and mansions, bemoan their poverty. And you, despite your stunning beauty, ask others if you are unattractive. It baffles me. I truly do not know how to respond as he spoke. Zhaoyuntian's eyes twitched, shrugging his shoulders. The icy woman smiled, her demeanor thawing like melting ice in the spring breeze. Zhaoyuntian found himself captivated by her beauty. Suddenly, she brushed a strand of hair from her face, a bittersweet smile forming as she said, But that man thinks I am quite ugly. What? Zhaoyuntian was once again taken aback, his mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront the woman before him, demanding, Tell me that man's address. I'll deal with him in no time. Previously, when he referred to that man as a fool, he had merely been jesting, never anticipating that the man was genuinely blind. It had been confirmed. He was in the late stages of cataracts, beyond any hope of treatment. There was no need to stoop to the level of such a person. His aesthetic sensibilities likely lingered in some prehistoric era, oblivious to the concept of beauty, the kind that could make fish sink and swans fall from the sky. The only kind of creature he might be attracted to would probably be a hefty wild boar weighing 500 or 600 pounds. Zhaoyuntian spoke candidly, his frustration growing with each thought. He felt as though fate had dealt him an unfair hand. Why were some individuals so fortunate while others, despite being utterly lacking in merit, could possess such stunning women, only to squander their affections? It was nothing short of bestial, a travesty of justice. Little did he realize that he himself yearned for such fortune, Chiu. Zhaoyuntian sneezed again, perplexed by the day's peculiarities, wondering why he was sneezing incessantly. Damn it. Who among you wretched souls has been cursing me in secret? He pondered. What on earth is wrong with your family? Are they truly pushing you into a pit of fire? Had it been me, I would have exploded long ago. How dare they treat my lifelong happiness as a mere joke? Zhaoyuntian slammed his fist down, his anger palpable. You are not a weak-willed woman. How can you allow yourself to be manipulated like a marionette? Even family does not have that right. You should bravely seek your own happiness. As for that scoundrel, he is not worth your consideration. He may fail to recognize your worth, but there will always be someone who can appreciate your beauty. His words were fervent and impassioned, brimming with righteous indignation. The cold woman looked up at him, her once stoic gaze finally stirred by a hint of emotion. I fear you might laugh at my plight, she confessed, but my family is pressuring me to marry a woman I have no affection for. I could not bear it any longer and resisted fiercely. Even if that woman clings to me desperately, I remain steadfast in my resolve. I believe that through my efforts, I will one day free myself from her grasp and attain the happiness I so fervently desire. No matter how distant that dream may seem, I shall never abandon it. Zhaoyuntian clenched his fists, his passion surging with every word. The atmosphere felt akin to a pre-battle rally, charged with emotion. Remarkably, the icy woman found herself somewhat stirred, a flicker of warmth igniting in the depths of her previously dim heart. The two engaged in conversation at the bar for quite some time. Eventually, as the hour grew late, the cold woman prepared to take her leave. Thank you for being my listener today, she smiled, shedding her former frostiness. Not at all. We merely offered each other solace, haha, fellow wanderers in this world. Zhaoyuntian replied with a grin. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket. If you don't mind, may I scan your QR code so we can become friends? The cold woman paused, then nodded slightly. Producing her phone, they exchanged friend requests, and Zhaoyuntian, wanting to make a note of her name, inquired, by the way, what is your name? Let us remain strangers, she replied softly, waving her hand as she turned to leave. Zhaoyuntian stood there, momentarily stunned, regretting not having learned her name. At the very least, he had obtained her WeChat. Time was on his side. There was no need to rush Duckling, he mused, recalling her WeChat name, speculating that perhaps it contained the character for win. He attempted to browse her moments, only to discover they were set to private. Raising an eyebrow, he thought, are young women today so closed off to strangers? How tightly sealed, offering no opportunities at all. With a sigh, he finished his last drink and prepared to settle the bill. Sir, your tab has already been covered by that young lady, the server informed him. Covered? Zhaoyuntian paused, glancing toward the exit, where a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. After leaving the bar, he drove home. Half an hour later, upon entering, he found the house shrouded in darkness. It was likely that Zhaoyuntian and Yin had already gone to bed. He headed straight for his room, but just then, the door beside him opened, and Zhaoyuntian peered out. You're back? Yes, are you still awake? Zhaoyuntian replied, surprised it was already 2 in the morning. I've been waiting for you. Did everything go smoothly? Zhaoyuntian inquired softly. Not too bad, Zhaoyuntian responded, feeling a warmth in his heart, especially as he sensed Zhaoyuntian's concern, which stirred a peculiar feeling within him. Then you should get some rest. See you tomorrow, she said, giving a brief greeting before closing the door. Zhaoyuntian gazed at the door, a complex expression flickering across his face. Chapter 31. A startling exclamation, ah! The next morning, Zhaoyuntian was jolted awake by Zhaoyuntian's startled cry from outside. Her voice filled with fear. Responding instantly, he dashed out to find Zhaoyuntian cowering in a corner, a small wolf dog wagging its tail and panting just a short distance away. Zhaoyuntian was in a state of panic. Her face drained of color. Upon seeing Zhaoyuntian emerge, she rushed into his arms without hesitation. Zhaoyuntian, there's a mouse, a huge one, she exclaimed, her voice trembling, unable to look back. Shaking uncontrollably. A mouse? Zhaoyuntian chuckled, realizing that she was genuinely frightened. It was merely a small, fluffy creature. A puppy, not a mouse at all. Zhaoyuntian slowly lifted her head, her eyes widening in realization. A dog. Suddenly, she turned to look more closely, and there, lying on the floor, was indeed a little wolf dog. Zhaoyuntian gasped in shock. How did a dog get here? Zhaoyuntian paused, recalling that Yin had mentioned Zhaoyuntian's aversion to dogs due to a childhood incident where she had been bitten. Just then, the door opened, and Een, the little girl, emerged, still drowsy from sleep. Upon seeing Zhaoyuntian and Yun Xilan in their somewhat compromising position, she raised an eyebrow. "Did I interrupt something?" she asked innocently before turning to leave. Yun Xilan, realizing the implication, quickly stepped back, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Een, you stop right there," she called out, causing the little girl to turn back slowly, a hint of awkwardness in her expression. "I swear, I didn't see anything. You two just carry on," Een said, trying to defuse the situation. "What do you mean carry on?" Yun Xilan's face turned even redder, understanding that the little girl had misunderstood the situation. She then posed another question. "Did you buy this dog?" Een adored dogs and had previously begged Yun Xilan for one, but she had firmly refused, stating that they couldn't keep a dog at home. Therefore, upon seeing the little wolf dog, Yun Xilan's first instinct was to assume that Een had secretly purchased it while she was away. Een hesitated, glancing at Zhaoyuntian, her eyes darting back and forth, as if seeking guidance. Zhaoyuntian scratched his head, wanting to feign ignorance, but knowing he would need Yin's support to win Yun Xilan's heart, he sighed and stepped forward with a loud voice. "Xilan. Actually, I bought this dog." His words. Yun Xilan turned to him, her expression one of astonishment. "You bought it?" Zhaoyuntian nodded, a hint of sorrow crossing his face as he wiped away a tear, as if on the verge of crying. Yun Xilan looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "You see, during my time with the team, I served as a dog trainer for a while, responsible for raising military dogs. One particular wolf dog left a lasting impression on me. When floods struck the south, I took that search and rescue dog with me on missions, and after 3 days and nights, it tragically died from exhaustion amidst the rubble." As he spoke, Zhaoyuntian choked up, tears welling in his eyes. Yun Xilan was moved, biting her lip in sympathy. Een was taken aback, thinking to herself, "Wow, what an actor. He previously claimed to be a cook, and now he is a dog trainer?" Zhaoyuntian continued, his voice deep and serious. "To be honest, while I was at the market, I saw a little wolf dog that was about to be slaughtered as a meat dog. Suddenly, I was reminded of that painful memory, so I spent 100 yuan to rescue it from the butcher, hoping to make amends for my past regrets." By the end of his story, Zhaoyuntian was openly weeping, overwhelmed with emotion. Een was left speechless, thinking, this guy should really consider acting. "He is so good at spinning tales." Yun Xilan, touched by his story, offered her condolences that a dog that has passed cannot return to life. "I'm sorry for your loss. I apologize for bringing this dog home without your permission. I truly feel terrible," Zhaoyuntian said, his eyes red with guilt. Yun Xilan glanced at him and bit her lip. "It's fine. Having a dog at home isn't such a big deal." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian quickly expressed his gratitude, his reaction as if she had saved his life. Yun Xilan not only believed him but also felt deeply sympathetic. Seeing this unfold, Een secretly sighed with relief, delighted that the big wolf could stay. She was also amazed by Zhaoyuntian's acting skills. It was a shame he wasn't pursuing a career in acting. Though Yun Xilan agreed to keep the dog, she still harbored some fear and kept her distance, while Een delightedly played with the puppy. That morning, Zhaoyuntian showcased his culinary skills, and after tasting his cooking, Yun Xilan praised him, exclaiming, "I had no idea you had such talent. Why not consider opening a restaurant? I'm sure it would thrive. Cooking at home is fine, but being a chef is a different story." Zhaoyuntian chuckled, "I have grand aspirations. If I were a chef, how would I have the opportunity to engage in deeper conversations with beautiful women? This wonderful skill of yours is being wasted." Yun Xilan lamented, wishing he would pursue it more seriously. "Cooking for you is all that matters. How can you say it's wasted?" Zhaoyuntian countered. Yun Xilan smiled, and then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, how is your job search going?" At the mention of his work, Zhaoyuntian's demeanor brightened. "I'm currently starting my own business, venturing into a field that has never been explored before. The market is vast, and the potential for growth is enormous. I believe that with my efforts, given time, I can certainly make it succeed. One day, I'll rent an entire floor of an office building and establish my company. In the near future, I'm sure Zhaoyuntian will have a place in the business world of Beihai." With a flourish, Zhaoyuntian painted a picture of a bright future, and Yun Xilan's face lit up with excitement. However, after all this talk, she still had no idea what kind of promising venture he was pursuing. "What kind of business are you in?" Yun Xilan asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhaoyuntian feigned mystery, raising an eyebrow and saying, Why don't you take a guess? IT industry? That sector is rapidly growing. If you can find a good project, you could really achieve something, Yunzailan speculated, thinking of the internet industry. Zhaoyuntian shook his head. Not quite, guess again. Yunzailan continued, the restaurant industry? He shook his head again, remaining enigmatic. What about transportation? Healthcare? She tried several more guesses, but Zhaoyuntian dismissed each one. Yunzailan was becoming increasingly bewildered. She could not fathom what industry could possibly generate the economic value Zhaoyuntian described. Inin, why don't you tell your aunt about the noble enterprise uncle is involved in? Zhaoyuntian gestured to Inin, who had been quietly eating. Inin looked up, having been trying to pretend she hadn't heard anything. Now, she was caught off guard. I'm not saying anything, she replied, puffing up her cheeks and continuing to eat. What is there to be shy about? Such a glorious and mission-driven endeavor, a grand project that benefits humanity. How could that be hard to express? Zhaoyuntian insisted earnestly. Inin nearly choked, exclaiming, Aunt Xilan, I think it's better if you don't know. Yunzailan looked puzzled, instinctively asking, why not? It's just going to ruin your worldview, Inin said succinctly before returning to her food. Zhaoyuntian, feeling thwarted by Yin's lack of cooperation, had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. This performance had to have a beginning and an end. Times are changing. Outdated views will not suffice. Back in the 90s, people regarded those in the information industry as frauds, dismissing gaming as a waste of time. But when the tide of change surged forth, it ushered in a brand new world where internet giants became the world's wealthiest individuals. And esports emerged as a legitimate field, Zhaoyuntian asserted, weaving historical context into his argument. Inin rolled her eyes, thinking, you can't even compare your endeavor to those legitimate careers. Yunzailan asked in astonishment, Zhaoyuntian, what exactly are you doing? With a proud smile, Zhaoyuntian declared, I'm a rental boyfriend. At this, Yunzailan was taken aback, momentarily speechless, before responding with a bemused, you must be joking. This is a serious profession. I'm not joking, Zhaoyuntian insisted with utmost seriousness. Yunzailan's eyes twitched, and she forced a laugh, finally understanding why Inin had scoffed at him. If she were in Yin's position, she would probably feel the same way. However, to her surprise, Zhaoyuntian revealed that he had already secured his first client. Chapter 32. A fortuitous encounter rental boyfriend? Forgive me for saying so, but I've never heard of such a profession. Even if it exists, it's likely just a plot device in television dramas, a ridiculous storyline that couldn't possibly translate into reality, Yunzailan said, still in disbelief. Don't underestimate it. This profession holds untold potential for development. Zhaoyuntian replied, launching into one of his enthusiastic speeches, seemingly capable of spinning tales at will. Well, I wish you great success in your endeavors, Yunzailan said, her tone encouraging. She could hardly criticize someone who was so determined to pursue their path. And even if he ultimately failed, it would at least serve as life experience. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, startling Zhaoyuntian. He went to answer it, only to find an unwelcome visitor, the same brash young man who had previously harassed Yunzailan. Upon seeing Zhaoyuntian, the young man was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, as he had come with a purpose. What do you want? Zhaoyuntian asked, his tone growing increasingly unfriendly as he sized up the young man, who stood alone at the door. The young man hesitated before feigning bravado. Hey, my boss wants to meet you. He'd like to get acquainted. Tonight, there's a banquet at Yin in spring, and we hope you can bring Miss Yun along. At this, Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, realizing that the man behind the scenes was looking to confront him. Just as well, even if that fellow doesn't come looking for me, I shall seek him out myself. After all, if matters are not resolved thoroughly, unforeseen complications are bound to arise in the future. Very well, I shall certainly keep my appointment, Zhaoyuntian declared. The young man with the yellow hair trembled. Having conveyed his message, he turned to leave, only to be seized by Zhaoyuntian, who caught him off guard, causing him to panic and exclaim, What do you intend to do? Zhaoyuntian grinned menacingly, saying, I seem to recall warning you that should you dare come here again, I would make you regret it. Nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? The young man with the yellow hair grew anxious, his face contorting in distress. Buddy, you must be mistaken, so you think my memory is so poor that I can't even recall a simple phrase. Zhaoyuntian scoffed, glaring fiercely at him while simultaneously raising his fist in a threatening manner. The young man was so frightened that he lost control, a stream of liquid warmth soaking him as he pleaded for mercy, crying out for his parents. Zhaoyuntian frowned and said, I shall spare your life today. However, should you dare to cause trouble at my doorstep again, you won't be so fortunate next time. With a thud, the young man fell to the ground, scrambling away in terror. Zhaoyuntian closed the door and turned around to find Yunxilan approaching, inquiring, who was that just now? Zhaoyuntian shrugged nonchalantly, replying, oh, just a bothersome fly that I shooed away. He had no intention of divulging this minor trouble to Yunxilan. After all, if he could not handle such a trivial issue, it would be a disgrace to his former reputation. Zhaoyuntian stepped out, needing to attend to some matters. The time for the Wuchentu was nearly upon him. After nurturing it for another 2 or 3 days, it would be ready for you. Not underestimate that pot of soil. It possesses the miraculous ability to transform decay into vitality. Plant a small ginseng root, and 1 day of growth is equivalent to a year. Grow it for 100 days, and it is as if a century has passed. What of 1,000-year ginseng or fire Ganoderma? Planted in Wuchentu, it will not be long before it takes shape. Moreover, its efficacy is indistinguishable from that of naturally grown treasures in the wild. The power of Wuchentu is astonishingly formidable, yet its flaw is equally pronounced. It can only be used once. Once expended, it becomes mere waste soil. Zhaoyuntian's master's medical skills are exceptional, having pushed traditional Chinese medicine to its zenith, extending into even higher realms. Unfortunately, Zhaoyuntian had little interest in such matters. Thus, he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of medical practices. Yet, he was more adept than his master at addressing certain difficult ailments that even his teacher found challenging, effortlessly resolving them using the Wuchentu to cultivate medicinal herbs. Where there is illness, he simply procures some seeds that can treat the symptoms, plants them in Wuchentu, and within days, he can harvest them, boil them into a broth for the patient, and in no time, the ailment is eradicated. Aunt Wang suffers from uremia. If treated using modern medical methods, she would require a kidney transplant, which carries its own risks. The innate rejection of foreign organs is a significant hurdle. After all, it is someone else's tissue. Even if the body can adapt in the short term, over time, complications will arise. Conversely, treating with herbs cultivated in Wuchentu not only acts quickly but also leaves no side effects. With Wuchentu, Zhaoyuntian merely needs to acquire some seeds. In rural areas, he can simply forage for them, but in Beihai, a concrete jungle, finding such things proves somewhat challenging. However, they are not entirely elusive. A few traditional Chinese medicine shops might yield results. Zhaoyuntian opened an electronic map and searched, and to his surprise, he found several places listed. He visited them one by one, calling multiple establishments, only to be met with disappointment. They had only medicinal herbs, not the seeds. After some inquiry about where to purchase herb seeds, he was told, you can only go to a herbal cultivation base. Zhaoyuntian looked it up online and discovered that these cultivation bases were located far from Beihai, requiring 2 or 3 days for a round trip. Ultimately, he dismissed that notion and decided to continue searching. Following the options listed on the map, he tried several more places, returning empty-handed. Finally, only one establishment remained. It was somewhat distant, beyond the 5th Ring Road, nearly in the suburbs. Zhaoyuntian hesitated, pondering whether he should take a chance. What if they had what he needed? He decided to go after all. Zhaoyuntian drove to the final location, and after about an hour's journey, he finally arrived at the point marked on the electronic map. Here, the towering skyscrapers had vanished, replaced by a quaint, town-like atmosphere. Although the construction could not compare to downtown Beihai, it was still superior to many 3rd and 4th-tier cities. Beihai. Zhaoyuntian wandered through the streets several times before finally arriving at his destination. Looking up, he saw 3 bold characters inscribed with vigor, the calligraphy undoubtedly crafted by a master. Beihai was bustling with patrons, the business thriving, and as Zhaoyuntian approached, he couldn't even find a parking space. Eventually, he located a spot several hundred meters away and walked over. Upon entering the hall, it was packed to the brim with patients, every seat occupied. Most visitors were there seeking medicine, many clutching a small celadone bottle. After a brief inquiry, he learned that these were the special remedies of Zhaoyuntian, priced steeply at 5,000 yuan a bottle. Goodness, that's as much as a kidney. What kind of medicine is so valuable? Some patrons were trying it out on the spot, and Zhaoyuntian stood nearby, catching a whiff of the aroma, his brow slightly furrowing. Intrigued, he realized he had discerned 8 or 9/10 of its composition. A single bottle contained a dozen medicinal ingredients, some precious, others ordinary, and the formulation appeared to be quite impressive, likely crafted by a renowned physician. While it may not be a miraculous elixir, it could certainly address minor ailments, in his master's medical records. There were thousands of formulas, any one of which could easily outperform the concoction in that small bottle. He could not fathom why such a commonplace potion was so fervently sought after by the masses, especially at 5,000 yuan a bottle when the production cost was at most 20. The profits involved were staggering. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian's mind sparked with an idea. Why not attempt something similar himself? However, he decided to set that thought aside for the time being and focus on the task at hand. Zhaoyuntian stood patiently, waiting for an opportunity. After a long while, he finally managed to catch one. Excuse me, do you sell medicinal herb seeds here? The person addressed was an apprentice, who turned to glance at Zhaoyuntian, taken aback by the inquiry that I've never encountered someone looking to buy herb seeds before. Are you looking to buy medicine or seeds? I wish to purchase seeds, Zhaoyuntian replied earnestly. I'm sorry, but we don't have any here. The apprentice stated that a hint of disappointment flickered across Zhaoyuntian's face. Even though he anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Sir, why do you need herb seeds? Our special waning water at Zhaoyuntian can cure all ailments, and it's reasonably priced at 5,000 a bottle. The apprentice began a sales pitch. Not interested, Zhaoyuntian waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. Why would he spend 5,000 yuan on that inferior concoction when he could create something far superior with one of his own formulas? Since they had nothing he desired, Zhaoyuntian prepared to depart. As he was retrieving his car, he noticed someone in front of it, energetically wielding a bucket. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an oil-based paint bucket. Upon seeing this, Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened in disbelief. He hurried over, shouting, "Stop! What are you doing?" He saw the individual was using a brush to write on his car's hood. A shocking line of bold red characters sprang into view. "Your car. Parked very nicely." Zhaoyuntian was furious, and looking up, he discovered the writer to be a girl. This girl looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Yes, that distinctive little messy braid. It was the same nonconformist he had encountered in the car previously. The scene was vividly etched in his memory. "What are you doing here?" Zhaoyuntian exclaimed in surprise. The girl paused, sizing him up, and she too recognized him. "Oh, it's you?" The nonconformist retorted, pointing at the car ahead. "Is that your vehicle?" "I say, miss, this is a car I just picked up. Do you realize how much it's going to cost me to fix this?" Zhaoyuntian replied, speechless. Were she not a girl, he would have kicked her away ages ago. "Why did you park in front of my house? Didn't you see the 2 lines of bold characters? No parking, consequences are your own responsibility," the nonconformist said coldly. With an air of arrogance in his haste, Zhaoyuntian had not noticed the warning. The writing had faded significantly, and unless one looked closely, it would be easy to miss. Yes, only been 10 minutes. There was no need to take it this seriously, right? You could have just called my number on the car to inform me, Zhaoyuntian said, wearied. "Not even for a minute. This is a matter of principle," the nonconformist declared, her tone devoid of any hint of leniency. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes. Faced with such a principled girl, he found himself at a loss, forced to accept his misfortune. To encounter such a situation just after acquiring a new car was truly unfortunate. The paint covering the entire hood would likely cost him tens of thousands to repaint. Zhaoyuntian felt the sting in his heart. "Quickly move your car. Driving a BMW doesn't make you above the rules," the nonconformist said coolly, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Zhaoyuntian shook his head, unlocking his car and preparing to get in. The nonconformist set down the paint bucket and picked up a watering can. Initially, he had no intention of looking closely, but he noticed that the plants she was watering were not flowers but medicinal herbs. Upon realizing this, Zhaoyuntian paused and approached her. "Aren't these summer withering herbs?" Zhaoyuntian inquired. The nonconformist hesitated for a moment, slightly surprised. "You know about Chinese medicinal herbs?" "Of course. I came here specifically to find these," Zhaoyuntian replied. The small patch of land was not large but was filled with various common medicinal herbs, such as banlanjin, dandelion, and fish mint. "I've learned a bit about herbal knowledge. You must be growing these to brew some herbal tea for yourself?" Zhaoyuntian asked, looking up. The nonconformist fell silent, her expression darkening as she said, "Are you leaving or not? Don't block my way." "Well, to be honest, I have a favor to ask. Could you spare me some of these herbs?" Zhaoyuntian stated earnestly. The nonconformist flatly rejected him. "They're not valuable, just go buy some at the pharmacy." Those are dried herbs. I need fresh ones, Zhaoyuntian clarified. I need live plants. The ones from the pharmacy won't suffice. Not giving, not giving. Just hurry and leave. The nonconformist waved her hand dismissively. Wait, how about I pay for them? Zhaoyuntian offered. The nonconformist frowned, displeased. Why do you always think money can solve everything? First, you ruined my milk, and now you want my herbs, thinking money can buy everything. Faced with this sudden rebuke, Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. He merely wanted a few herbs, and there was no need for such hostility. No, these herbs are genuinely useful to me. Please, just sell me a few, Zhaoyuntian pleaded, his expression earnest. The nonconformist's eyes flickered, and she asked, Why do you need these? They can't be sold for money. I plan to plant them at home. Zhaoyuntian replied with a smile, then continued, The reason I came here was to find fresh herbs. I couldn't find a parking spot within a kilometer radius, so I had no choice but to park in front of your house. I sincerely apologize. The nonconformist studied him for a moment. He seemed to be lying, and these herbs weren't particularly rare, so it didn't warrant deceit. Wait a moment. I'll get you a few. The nonconformist, after some contemplation, ultimately decided to grant Zhaoyuntian's request. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt a surge of joy but also a sense of resignation. When had acquiring a few fresh herbs become such a challenge? This was more exhausting than fighting a battle. Alas, there was no other choice. Beihai was a big city, where luxurious items were ubiquitous, yet the herbs that should be commonplace were nowhere to be found. The nonconformist girl took a small shovel and carefully dug up a few summer withering herbs from the soil, making sure to place them in a small paper box to prevent them from drying out. May I ask your name? Zhaoyuntian suddenly inquired, in such a vast Beihai. Running into her twice seemed like fate. The nonconformist girl did not look back as she replied, If you know it's presumptuous to ask, then don't I just wanted to get to know you. Zhaoyuntian chuckled awkwardly. It was strange. This girl was quite unique. On the surface, her appearance suggested she was a rebellious girl, but as he interacted with her, he realized she was quite principled. She was not materialistic. She had a distinct personality. Her words might be sharp, yet her heart was kind. Luo Beichen, the nonconformist girl finally stated. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian murmured the name. Smiling slightly, That sounds nice. Since I told you my name, you must tell me yours, Luo Beichen insisted. Zhaoyuntian laughed heartily and replied, Zhaoyuntian. Zhaoyun. Upon hearing that surname, Luo Beichen eyed him with a hint of curiosity. Sizing him up, then, her interest seemed to wane. Zhaoyuntian sensed the sudden shift and asked, Do you know me? No, then why the strange expression? Zhaoyuntian inquired, curious. Luo Beichen clearly did not wish to answer. Handing over the summer withering herbs she had prepared. Here, the items you asked for. Zhaoyuntian quickly accepted them, glancing into the box to find not only summer withering herbs, but also banlanjin and fish mint, all carefully wrapped in soil, demonstrating her meticulous attention to detail. Thank you, Zhaoyuntian smiled. Luo Beichen set down the small shovel, brushing off the dirt from her hands. All right, you can leave now. Zhaoyuntian hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit awkward. They had just gotten to know each other, yet she remained so cold. Reluctantly, Zhaoyuntian moved to clear his car. Luo Beichen took out her keys and opened the roll-up door, causing Zhaoyuntian to turn and be utterly astonished. Why goodness! This is a garage. Inside stood a yellow supercar. Upon closer inspection, it was a Lamborghini. Not just any Lamborghini, but one equipped with gull-wing doors. As the doors rose gracefully, it was nothing short of spectacular. Zhaoyuntian was astonished, realizing this girl was actually from a wealthy family. To be honest, he had never guessed. Riding the bus, growing herbs, she seemed so down to earth, like a child from the streets. Before the car doors opened, Zhaoyuntian had assumed she was merely the daughter of an ordinary family, as she showed none of the arrogance typical of the wealthy. There was no ostentation or disdain, just an authentic demeanor. People cannot be judged by appearances, nor can the sea be measured by a cup. No wonder this girl was so audacious, boldly riding on the hood of a BMW with a paint bucket. It turned out her little stallion was merely blocking her family's prized bull's exit. A BMW standing in the way of a bull. Zhaoyuntian's previous annoyance vanished in an instant. The roar of the engine filled the air as Luo Beichen drove off in her Lamborghini, leaving Zhaoyuntian in awe. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. I concede defeat. Without delay, I hastened home, for the tender seedlings of fresh herbs are not suited for prolonged storage. Once uprooted, they must be swiftly replanted in soil. Upon arriving home, Zhaoyuntian glimpsed Yun Xilan wandering on the balcony. At this sight, his heart skipped a beat, as if a sudden realization struck him, prompting an immediate rush towards her. However, as he reached the balcony, he found Yun Xilan busily tending to her plants, wielding a small spade. Seeing Zhaoyuntian approach in a flurry, she raised her gaze, questioning with concern, "What is the matter?" Zhaoyuntian refrained from answering her inquiry and instead asked, "Where is that pot of soil I left on the balcony?" At his words, Yun Xilan recollected, "Are you referring to that pot of golden soil?" Yes, precisely that one," Zhaoyuntian affirmed. As Yun Xilan shifted aside, he noticed a small pot behind her, which contained the very soil he sought. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. "What have you planted in the soil?" The golden soil had become damp. Its granular form transformed into clumps, the once brilliant luster now dulled, indicative of its use. "We bought a watermelon yesterday. After enjoying it, I saved the seeds and planted them in there," Yun Xilan explained. Zhaoyuntian stood aghast, his eyes twitching with disbelief. Noticing his odd demeanor, Yun Xilan inquired, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhaoyuntian, feeling utterly despondent yet forcing a smile, replied, "No, as long as you're happy. This soil is quite remarkable. Where did you acquire it?" "I'd like to get some too," Yun Xilan asked cheerfully. Girls typically have little resistance to colorful things. This is not merely soil, it is a hormone. Zhaoyuntian stated slowly, his tone grave. "What?" Yun Xilan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. The reason Zhaoyuntian labeled it as a hormone was due to the impending extraordinary phenomena that would soon transpire. A watermelon that normally requires 1 to 2 months to grow could sprout within mere hours. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that the watermelon would grow uncontrollably. Fruits and similar vegetables possess little limitation in size. They can continue to grow indefinitely, corresponding to the length of their developmental cycle. Unlike herbs, which undergo minimal change in shape over decades, only their internal medicinal properties alter drastically. Fruits, during their growth cycle, can essentially grow without bounds, especially watermelons and pumpkins. There are frequent reports online about the emergence of gigantic pumpkins and watermelons, attributed to their inherent unique characteristics, resulting in astonishing miracles. The growth cycle of a watermelon spans approximately 2 to 3 months. Under ordinary conditions, once it reaches a certain size, the stem withers, a phenomenon encapsulated in the idiom, "when the melon is ripe." It falls, however, if placed in the golden soil. That time frame could extend thousands of times. A day could equate to a year. Have you ever witnessed a watermelon growing for a year? One can only imagine how enormous it would be. 3 months comprise a total of 90 days. 90 days equate to 90 years. A watermelon that has lived for such a duration would surely become extraordinary. Zhaoyuntian trembled internally, horrific images flashing through his mind. If the watermelon were to grow without restraint, would it not fill the entire house? Hormone? Yun Xilan was greatly surprised, having assumed it was merely an unusual pot of soil. She intended to plant some small watermelons for amusement, but upon finding the pot missing from the balcony, she had resorted to using this golden soil indeed. Zhaoyuntian nodded solemnly. Should he mention the hormones, it would be difficult to explain the watermelon's growth once it emerged. Even the most extraordinary soil could not produce a gigantic watermelon. "Why did you buy these substances?" "To hasten ripening." Yun Xilan blinked curiously. Zhaoyuntian scratched his head, uncertain how to respond. Just then, the pot stirred, a green seedling visibly sprouting from the soil at an astonishing rate. Noticing Zhaoyuntian's gaze, Yun Xilan turned to observe, and upon witnessing the spectacle, she gasped and covered her mouth, her expression one of sheer astonishment. While germination is not inherently remarkable, seeds that had just been planted sprouting within less than 10 minutes would undoubtedly astonish anyone witnessing it. This. Yun Xilan found herself at a loss for words, utterly flabbergasted. Zhaoyuntian paused, his expression equally unnatural, clearing his throat twice. "This is high-purity hormone. The ripening effect is quite remarkable, a normal occurrence." Yun Xilan's fair complexion paled. This was no ordinary occurrence, but rather an aberration. Just as she thought that was the extent of it, the seedling, having just emerged from the soil, began to grow wildly, starting as thin as a thread, then swelling to the size of a thumb within mere breaths. Yun Xilan gasped, questioning her own vision, stepping back in fright. Heavens! It's still growing. For others, This would be unexpected and surreal, yet for Zhaoyuntian, it was entirely anticipated. What on earth is this hormone? How can it be so terrifying? Yun Xilan turned to Zhaoyuntian, demanding answers. Zhaoyuntian stammered, having initially spoken offhandedly, now unprepared to respond. Do you tell? Yun Xilan urged, as the contents of the pot continued to grow, the seedling transforming into a vine before their eyes. Zhaoyuntian's throat felt parched, hesitating for a long moment before finally uttering, Golden Kila. What? Golden Kila? Chapter 34. Master Zhang. Indeed, a single line necessitates countless others to uphold it. Yun Xilan urgently sought an explanation from Zhaoyuntian, who, naturally, could not divulge the truth. After all, such bizarre occurrences would hardly be believed and would likely lead others to label him a lunatic. Thus, Zhaoyuntian's mind raced, fabricating a tale about his background in biochemistry and his research endeavors. One day, inspired by a sudden idea, he sought to create a hormone that could expedite plant growth. After diligent research, he finally developed this hormone, which was now represented by the pot of golden Kila before them. Following Zhaoyuntian's account, Yun Xilan was momentarily stunned. She gazed at him, his expression earnest and sincere, seemingly devoid of deceit. Is all of this true? She asked, still a hint of disbelief in her voice. Of course, I've been engaged in this research for quite some time. It was only recently that I made a breakthrough. I never anticipated that you would unwittingly utilize it before I could conduct proper experiments. Zhaoyuntian replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Yun Xilan connected the dots and began to believe Zhaoyuntian's words. She was increasingly astonished, realizing that this man was, in fact, a hidden scientific genius. Curiosity piqued, she asked, why would you develop such a thing? Aren't hormones currently being shunned? The news often reports the serious dangers posed by hormone-induced foods to human health. Zhaoyuntian cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he began to spin more elaborate fabrications. Every matter has its pros and cons. Opium was initially used for medicinal purposes but was later exploited as a narcotic by unscrupulous individuals, causing harm to humanity. Furthermore, the hormone I created was intended for the benefit of mankind, aimed at shortening plant growth cycles while maximizing their nutritional value. After listening, Yun Xilan's eyes sparkled with admiration. You're quite impressive. I never imagined you harbored such noble aspirations. Despite the praise, Zhaoyuntian remained composed, secretly relieved at his quick thinking, realizing he had managed to turn a challenging situation around. Meanwhile, Yun Xilan had grown increasingly convinced, even developing a sense of admiration for his endeavors. At this moment, the watermelon vine was growing wildly, heedless of its surroundings, unrestrained. Within minutes, it had begun to bloom and bear fruit. Several small watermelons were already forming on the vine, gradually increasing in size. Yun Xilan, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, how long will this vine continue to grow? Zhaoyuntian glanced over and replied, it should be nearing its end. Yun Xilan was taken aback. While the golden soil was indeed remarkable, it still adhered to the law of conservation of matter. The nutrients were abundant, yet water was lacking. The moisture in the soil was nearly depleted. As long as no more water was added to the pot, the vine would cease to grow. True to Zhaoyuntian's predictions, the vine halted its growth, and even the small watermelons, upon reaching a certain size, ceased to develop. Upon witnessing this, Yun Xilan let out a relieved breath. Having been on edge throughout the entire spectacle, it was simply too terrifying. Watermelons weren't supposed to grow this long. The shock was akin to watching a horror film. When Yin returned from walking her dog, she was astounded by the sight before her. Her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. She hurried over to the balcony, scanning the scene in disbelief before exclaiming, goodness, what happened here? Zhaoyuntian and Yun Xilan exchanged glances, remaining silent. Initially, Yin assumed the vine was merely a decorative element, reminiscent of a pastoral aesthetic. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the vines were indeed real. In less than half an hour, she had been gone, and a vine had sprouted, astonishingly bearing small watermelons. Aunt Lon, have you learned some kind of magic? Yin turned her gaze toward Yun Xilan, as she had seen her tinkering on the balcony before leaving, naturally attributing this extraordinary scene to her efforts. Subsequently, Zhaoyuntian succinctly explained, and upon hearing his account, Yin looked at him incredulously, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Zhaoyuntian felt flustered under her unexpected gaze and muttered, "Why are you staring at me? You understand biochemistry?" Yining asked, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, hesitant to flaunt his knowledge in front of her, knowing well that she had read extensively. Should she pose any technical questions, he might find himself at a loss for words. "I know a little," he replied, rubbing his nose and signaling her to refrain from speaking too freely. Yining instantly grasped his implication. Realizing that his supposed understanding of biochemistry was merely a facade, a knowing smile crept onto her face, aware that the watermelon vine's dramatic response was not merely due to hormones, but rather, Zhaoyuntian had employed some extraordinary, clandestine method. Just then, the small wolf dog, having crawled inside, unexpectedly approached the watermelon vine, sniffing at the small watermelons before decisively taking a bite, consuming several in quick succession. By the time Zhaoyuntian noticed, only one watermelon remained. What the dot he dashed forward, seizing the small wolf dog's head, but alas, it was too late. The last watermelon had already been bitten in half, the dog munching away contentedly. "Spit it out, you little rascal," Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he reprimanded the small wolf dog. The essence of the golden soil was concentrated within those few small watermelons, thus they possessed extraordinary potential. While he was unclear as to the nature of these abilities, he understood they were anything but ordinary. Initially, Zhaoyuntian had intended to plant a summer herb, hoping to brew it into a medicinal concoction to alleviate Wang Sa's uremia. However, that was now evidently impossible. The golden soil had already been utilized for the watermelon, and all its value was encapsulated within those small fruits. Replacing it with other plants would prove futile. Regret lingered, yet the watermelons that had sprouted, while uncertain of their medicinal properties, were undoubtedly treasures of miraculous efficacy. It was utterly unexpected that in a moment of carelessness, this dog had devoured everything. "You glutton, eating everything in sight. Sweets, watermelon, and now this." Zhaoyuntian fumed, an impulse to serve wolf meat for dinner rising within him. "Hey, what are you doing? Put Grey Tai laying down," Yining exclaimed, growing frantic, as she cherished the small wolf dog dearly and could not tolerate Zhaoyuntian's harsh treatment. Zhaoyuntian felt utterly speechless, akin to being unable to relieve himself while squatting over a latrine. Ultimately, he had no choice but to drop the small wolf dog, which yelped in pain from the fall. Yining rushed to cradle it, soothing it while chastising Zhaoyuntian. "Why are you being like this? It only ate a few small watermelons. You can always plant more." "Plant more?" Zhaoyuntian scoffed, rolling his eyes. Feeling utterly drained, after painstakingly acquiring a bit of golden soil, eagerly awaiting its fruition, only to have it squandered on watermelons. It was one thing to plant watermelons, but the hardest pill to swallow was that they had been devoured by a dog, leaving not a single one behind. Zhaoyuntian glanced at the vine, then sighed deeply, his head throbbing. Just then, in his moment of despair, he noticed that half a small watermelon remained, roughly the size of an infant's fist. At this sight, a flicker of hope ignited in his dimmed eyes, akin to a resurrection from the dead. Yun Xilan had been observing quietly, perplexed by Zhaoyuntian's sudden fluctuations in demeanor, struggling to comprehend. In a flurry, Zhaoyuntian rushed to the bathroom, filled a basin with water, and hurried back to the balcony. Carefully, he poured the water into the golden soil. One basin quickly emptied. Yining turned to him, asking, "Grey Tai Lang, what are you doing?" Without turning around, Zhaoyuntian replied solemnly, "Recovering my losses." Upon hearing this, Yining pouted, muttering under her breath, "Is it really necessary to be so stingy over a few small watermelons? How petty." Zhaoyuntian's keen ears caught her remarks, and he thought, what does stinginess have to do with it? Watermelons are hardly worth much. The true value lies in the essence of the golden soil within those fruits, which is priceless. It felt as though the small wolf dog had gnawed on his flesh. Shortly after pouring the water, the once silent vine began to respond anew. The remaining half watermelon resumed its growth, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. Zhaoyuntian exhaled, feeling a slight sense of relief. He turned to Yining, instructing, "Keep the dog under control. Don't let it back on the balcony." Yining retorted, "I'm more worried that your hormone-laden watermelon will upset Grey Tai Lang's digestion." After saying this, she carried the small wolf dog back to her room. Yun Xilan observed Zhaoyuntian's reactions, sensing that he was concealing something regarding the hormones. However, Despite her confusion, she did not press further. Since Zhaoyuntian chose to keep silent, there must be a reason he found too difficult to articulate. Xilan, are you free tonight? Zhaoyuntian suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Yun Xilan's gaze sharpened, her head lifting. Someone has invited us for dinner tonight, Zhaoyuntian replied slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Initially, he had intended to handle the matter alone, but going alone seemed rather dull. Since the other party had requested he bring Yun Xilan along, he felt it would be rude to decline out of course. Zhaoyuntian had ulterior motives as well. Invited us for dinner? Yun Xilan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Did they share any mutual acquaintances? Zhaoyuntian had not intended to speak, so Yun Xilan had no choice but to relent. She softly inquired, approximately what time? Around 7 o'clock, I suppose, Zhaoyuntian replied, raising an eyebrow as he glanced toward the side of the house. By the way, let us bring Inin along as well. We should all go together as a family of 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhaoyuntian realized he had misspoken. Yun Xilan shot him a meaningful glance before turning and entering the house in the luxurious top-tier private room on the 3rd floor of Yinan Spring. Lord Hong sat at the head of the table, flanked by a group of bodyguards. Seated nearby were several prominent figures from the underworld, among them an elderly man with a bald head who was highly esteemed by the others. Even Lord Hong treated this bald elder with utmost respect. As you all know, I had my eye on a certain woman, an air hostess with quite a charming demeanor. I intended to have a little fun, but to my surprise, she proved to be quite ungrateful and boasted a soldier of a boyfriend who injured several of my men. Lord Hong lamented. The other underworld bigwigs became incensed, particularly a burly man adorned with a thick gold chain who slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "How outrageous! How dare anyone show disrespect to you, Lord Hong, in our territory?" Lord Hong waved his hand and sighed. Perhaps I am getting old. My words no longer carry the same weight. The others at the table expressed their views, assuring him, Lord Hong, that woman's wild boyfriend clearly disrespects you, as well as us. Don't worry, I'll find a few brothers to deal with him later. Lord Hong's expression shifted slightly as he quietly warned, that man is a soldier. He possesses remarkable skills. 7 or 8 strong men would struggle to approach him. Oh, so he is a soldier, the man with the gold chain replied, his gaze turning to the previously silent bald elder. Lord Hong, with Master Zhang present, that mediocre fighter will be no match for us. Seeing this, Lord Hong clasped his hands together and said, Master Zhang, that man has truly gone too far. I invited him here for a feast, only to be assaulted and left battered. He even insults our men, calling us mere dogs. Master Zhang reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed, projecting an air of inscrutability. Suddenly, he spoke. That man has certainly trained in military boxing. It is quite normal for an ordinary person to be unable to match him. However, that level of skill holds no weight in my eyes. As he finished speaking, Master Zhang effortlessly struck the teacup on the table, shattering it instantaneously. The fragments flew everywhere, spilling tea across the table. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing a miraculous feat. The man with the gold chain exclaimed, Master Zhang is indeed formidable. Such extraordinary prowess is surely unparalleled in the world. The others echoed his sentiments, praising the display of skill. Master Zhang chuckled, his pride evident. This is hardly remarkable, but against an ordinary person, it is a trivial matter. I can resolve him with a single move. Hearing this, Lord Hong felt a surge of excitement. In that case, I shall call upon you, Master Zhang, shortly. Rest assured, it is in my capable hands, Master Zhang assured him confidently. Lord Hong felt reassured. With Master Zhang's intervention, even if that young man had extraordinary abilities, he would be seeking his own demise if he dared to appear tonight. Will that fellow truly come? The man with the gold chain inquired, his concern stemming not from doubt in their ability to defeat him, but rather whether he would show up. If he didn't, what was the point of this grand banquet? Before Lord Hong could respond, Master Zhang interjected, if he does not come, I will pay him a visit myself. At that moment, the private room doors swung open. A young man strode in, accompanied by an exquisitely dressed woman, and on the other side was a little girl holding a small puppy. Ha ha ha. Who are we taking care of? The young man laughed, striding forward and surveying the room. Oh, quite a crowd we have here. The expressions of those present varied widely. Lord Hong, it's this young man, exclaimed a young man with yellow hair standing behind Lord Hong. Simultaneously, A scar-faced man's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? It's him. The scar-faced man quickly leaned down to whisper urgently in Lord Hong's ear. Suddenly, Lord Hong's expression changed dramatically as he looked at the young man ahead. It was none other than Zhaoyuntian, with Yun Xilan and Yinin by his side. Upon entering, Yun Xilan's complexion shifted slightly. She had been unaware of who was hosting the banquet until this moment, and everything suddenly became clear. Zhaoyuntian pulled out a chair and turned to Yun Xilan with a smile, saying, "Dear, the food and drink are ready. Let us sit down quickly and not delay our meal." Yun Xilan looked up at Zhaoyuntian. Her lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately, she remained silent and slowly sat down in the chair he had pulled out for her. Instantly, an unsettling feeling arose within her, as if she were sitting on pins and needles. "Zhaoyuntian, what exactly are you planning?" Yinin glanced over, puffing her cheeks, her eyes darting about. She took a seat next to Yun Xilan. As for Zhaoyuntian, he was entirely at ease, pouring himself a drink as he sat down. "Which one of you is Lord Hong? I would like to make your acquaintance," Zhaoyuntian said, raising his glass. "How dare you address Lord Hong in such a manner?" The man with the gold chain shouted, standing up to scold him. "Lord Liu, please be seated," Lord Hong interjected suddenly. "Miss Yun's boyfriend is my invited guest. We must not be rude." The man with the gold chain paused, then reluctantly took his seat again. Zhaoyuntian looked at the speaker and raised an eyebrow. "So, you are Lord Hong?" Lord Hong slightly nodded, exuding an aura of authority as he spoke in a calm yet imposing tone. "Indeed. That is in the world of the underworld. One must adhere to the principle of courtesy before conflict. After all, now that this young man had entered the room, whether he lived or died was merely a matter of words. If he was wise, he would willingly offer his woman and spare himself." Lord Hong thought to himself, a triumphant smile gracing his face as if everything was under his control. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian's drink splashed out, drenching Lord Hong's face. "You're of an age where you can't even enjoy a warm meal. Yet you have the audacity to covet my woman? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to be an old bull chasing a tender cow?" This scene unfolded unexpectedly, leaving everyone stunned. Even Lord Hong appeared bewildered, only coming to his senses when tea shot up his nose. Observing this, several prominent figures leapt to their feet, especially the irate man with the gold chain, who shouted, "This bastard is courting death!" Zhaoyuntian twisted his neck and raised his head, flashing a wicked smile at the crowd. "Indeed. I had that thought. I wonder if you could assist me with this task?" At his words, the onlookers erupted in fury, their tempers flaring. They had never encountered such arrogance. This young man had the audacity to run rampant in their territory, clearly unaware of the peril he faced. Lord Hong's expression darkened. Even the most patient individual would struggle to remain calm after being publicly humiliated. "Young man, it would be wise to temper your bravado. It is easy to trip over one's tongue." Master Zhang interjected, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity that resembled that of a hidden master. Zhaoyuntian observed him with a hint of surprise. This bald elder was evidently a seasoned martial artist, possessing the ability to emit a trace of internal energy. Such a level of skill would be formidable among ordinary folk, but to Zhaoyuntian, he was merely a trivial opponent, easily dispatched. Master Zhang coldly declared, "Young man, apologize to Lord Hong, sever 3 of your fingers, and leave the woman beside you, and I may spare your life." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian's brow twitched, while Yun Xilan's face turned pale with fear as she glanced anxiously at the man beside her. Aware of her unease, he gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. We are merely playing a game, a pre-meal entertainment activity." Zhaoyuntian smiled slightly. The crowd rolled their eyes at his words. Even at this juncture, he continued to act as if it were a game. "What entertainment, you say? Let me be clear, the aim today is to either cripple or kill you. Miss Yun, I have long admired you, but it is unfortunate to discover you have a man behind your back. Today's banquet is intended to settle this matter," Lord Hong said, wiping the tea from his face and placing the handkerchief on the table. His gaze coldly swept over Zhaoyuntian before landing on Yun Xilan, his words dripping with veiled threats. At that moment, a group of men in black rushed into the room, locking the door behind them and encircling Zhaoyuntian. Yun Xilan's expression shifted again, her fear escalating. As an ordinary woman, she had never witnessed such a scene before. The air was thick with tension, akin to a scene from a film just before a violent confrontation. Now, She realized that this was clearly a trap. Why had Zhaoyuntian come here? Was he truly placing himself in such peril? It was not only his life at stake. Her safety was also at severe risk. Zhaoyuntian glanced around the room and chuckled, addressing Lord Hong. Earlier, when I splashed water on you, I intended to downplay the situation. I respected you as a man of the underworld, which is why I refrained from taking things further. Yet your response indicates you seek a fight to the death. Lord Hong snorted, replying gravely, the fish may die, but the net will not break. Do you know what kind of fish is caught in your net? Zhaoyuntian retorted suddenly, maintaining his composure throughout, exuding an air of tranquility as if the world around him was inconsequential. Humph. You think knowing a few tricks makes you worthy of emulating the heroes from the movies? Today, with Master Zhang here, you will learn what it truly means to face a martial arts master. The man with the gold chain sneered, once again asserting his presence as he mocked Zhaoyuntian. Master Zhang reveled in the attention, enjoying the spotlight. He slowly rose from his seat, a gust of energy emanating from him, leaving the onlookers in awe of his presence. What remarkable chi! Someone exclaimed. Even Yun Xilan was stunned. While she acknowledged Zhaoyuntian's prowess, the bald elder appeared even more formidable. No wonder he exuded such confidence. He had called upon a true expert. Oh no. Does this mean Zhaoyuntian is in dire straits? Zhaoyuntian inwardly scoffed, dismissing the old man's theatrics. He realized this was nothing more than a performance intended to intimidate the untrained Ewibe. Though a true master, it would elicit nothing but derision. This elder, despite his age, was still only at the tempering stage of martial arts, flaunting mediocre skills in front of others, and expecting to impress. You're just beginning to understand the concept of there's always someone better. Aren't you? Lord Hong sneered, assuming Zhaoyuntian was intimidated into silence. Master Zhang, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Zhaoyuntian. Let it be known that I am not without mercy. I grant you a chance to witness the profound depth of martial arts in Longwa.as for the fighting techniques you learned at the well. Let us just say they will prove utterly ineffective against a true master. Master Zhang reached Zhaoyuntian, his demeanor condescending, as if he were a tiger toying with a rabbit. I will allow you 3 strikes. Unleash your full strength. After those 3, I will show no mercy and will take your life as penance for your earlier disrespect. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian's expression shifted slightly. Oh, so you believe yourself important enough to warrant 3 strikes? You mean to say I should strike you 3 times? Precisely. Consider it my final concession as an elder to a junior. Master Zhang replied, adopting an air of superiority. The suggestion to allow himself to be struck 3 times was unprecedented, drawing laughter from the others, who viewed it as nothing short of ridiculous. The man with the gold chain? Having previously witnessed Master Zhang's legendary iron shirt technique, where a dozen men armed with iron rods couldn't harm him, believed that even if Master Zhang allowed Zhaoyuntian to strike him 30 times, the young man would only end up injuring himself. Zhaoyuntian suddenly remarked, his expression cautious, Old man, you're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? If I punch you and you end up on the ground, how will you hold me accountable? At this, Master Zhang's expression darkened, and he snapped, Nonsense. I am no shameless individual. The man with the gold chain burst into laughter. Kid, if you can knock Master Zhang to the ground, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. This declaration sent the crowd into uproarious laughter, turning the situation into a farce. Zhaoyuntian glanced at them and muttered, Back in the day, I was known for my prowess, punching the elderly in Beihai nursing home and kicking the children at Nanshan kindergarten. Today, an old man, unaware of his own mortality, has come to me. Very well. Let me show you my former glory. With that, Zhaoyuntian clenched his fist, while Master Zhang maintained his nonchalant demeanor, even snickering. Old man, are you ready? I'm about to strike, Zhaoyuntian warned. Master Zhang took a deep breath, tensing his muscles. Bring it on. Before Master Zhang could finish his sentence, Zhaoyuntian's fist was already hurtling toward his head. In that instant, Master Zhang's previously calm expression shifted drastically, his hair blown up by the force of the impending strike. Not from the fist itself, but from the internal energy. What the hell? This guy possesses internal energy. The muffled sound of impact echoed, as Master Zhang's frail body was sent hurtling backward like a ragged sack, crashing into a table laden with food, sending several seated patrons flying. Ultimately, he slammed into the wall, leaving cracks in its surface. As this unfolded, Every onlooker instinctively gasped in shock, their eyes wide, fixed on the man who remained poised mid-strike point, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And my goodness, what just happened? The man with the gold chain was left dumbfounded. Wasn't he Master Zhang impervious to harm, able to withstand bullets? How could this young man send him flying with a single punch? Lord Hong swallowed hard. Unable to regain his composure, his legs trembling, arms quaking. The laughter that had filled the room evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of fear and astonishment. Even Yun Xilin, who sat nearby, was rendered speechless, her face a mask of disbelief. It wasn't until 10 seconds passed that Zhaoyuntian slowly retracted his fist and remarked, "By the way, Master Zhang, why are you lying on the ground? There are still 2 punches left." Master Zhang, stripped of his earlier grandeur, now lay in a pitiful state, gasping for breath as blood trickled from his mouth. "You're actually an internal energy master," he stammered in terror. "Indeed," Zhaoyuntian replied. "Seeing you act so impressive, I decided not to mention it. I didn't expect you to ask for 3 strikes, believing you were so formidable. Who would have thought you'd be in this pathetic state?" At this, Master Zhang coughed up a mouthful of blood, inwardly cursing Zhaoyuntian as shamelessness. How could a dignified internal energy master allow a mere tempering stage martial artist to strike him 3 times? Was there anyone more shameless? Master Zhang's vision blurred as he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The other onlookers were left in shock, as if they had witnessed something unspeakably terrifying. Their gazes toward Zhaoyuntian were now filled with apprehension and dread. "Why are you all staring at me? This old man forced me to hit him, and now he's knocked out. He brought this upon himself. Well, hurry and call for an ambulance. At his age, it's not easy to come out and show off." Zhaoyuntian shook his head, lamenting. Upon hearing this, the crowd could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Chapter 36. No shameful acts. Zhaoyuntian's punch left everyone stunned. The big gold chain man dared not utter a word, while the so-called Lord Hong had become a frightened bird. Zhaoyuntian laughed heartily and said, "Just a trivial incident. I hope it won't dampen anyone's appetite." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a mix of emotions. Initially, they had set a trap to deal with Zhaoyuntian, but they never anticipated he would be so formidable, even knocking down Master Zhang with a single blow. Lord Hong, now unable to maintain his arrogance, felt a surge of panic. Had it not been for his relatively strong mental fortitude, he would have likely knelt down begging for mercy by now. With his head hung low, Lord Hong humbly acknowledged, "Master Zhao, I was blind to your greatness and foolishly offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive our transgressions." Without hesitation, the big gold chain man shamelessly began to address Zhaoyuntian as grandfather. The speed of this transformation was truly astonishing. Zhaoyuntian was greatly surprised. He had thought these men would have some backbone and resist, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. How dull! Had he known, he wouldn't have resorted to such violence. If only they knew what Zhaoyuntian was thinking at that moment, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. "Lord Hong, how can you back down now? You called so many brothers over. You should at least have a proper fight with me, right? Don't you fancy my girl? If you take me down, she will be yours," Zhaoyuntian said, a smirk playing on his lips. Lord Hong gasped, forcing a smile as he replied, "Master Zhao, you jest? How could we dare to fight you? It was merely a joke. Oh, it was just a joke? I almost took it seriously," Zhaoyuntian scoffed, his disappointment evident. Meanwhile, Lord Hong discreetly wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, realizing how perilous the situation had been. He had already witnessed Zhaoyuntian's prowess. Such a ruthless character was not someone they could provoke. Even if they gathered a dozen men, they would likely be powerless against him. Zhaoyuntian chuckled. "All right, since it's just a misunderstanding, let us proceed to dinner." The various big shots, trembling and anxious, resembled frightened children who had just been threatened, not daring to breathe a word. The previous meal had been ruined by Master Zhang, necessitating a complete redo. As for Master Zhang himself, he had been taken to the hospital by several burly men, bleeding from all orifices and on the brink of death, a sight that was truly shocking to behold. From then on, the fear and respect for Zhaoyuntian grew even stronger. This dinner was torturous for everyone present, except for Zhaoyuntian, who feasted heartily. Noticing that no one else was touching their chopsticks, he slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone into a shudder. "What are you all staring at? Eat. Do you need me, Zhao, to personally serve you?" Zhaoyuntian's expression was far from pleasant. Upon hearing this, the big shots at the table hurriedly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat vigorously, as if someone were pointing a gun at their heads. That's more like it. I can't eat alone. How embarrassing, we are all brothers here. So don't hold back, Zhaoyuntian said, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone ate like starving dogs, yet no one dared to utter a sound, all rendered mute with fear. Yun Xilin watched from the side, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. She had never imagined that these powerful figures, who could make ordinary people tremble with a stomp, would be so submissive before Zhaoyuntian, even more docile than kittens. This man was indeed extraordinary. In just a few days, he had given her far too many shocks she had never anticipated. As for how many secrets he yet held, she was completely oblivious. Eat up, eat up. This abalone is simply delightful. Zhaoyuntian, ever considerate, served Yun Xilin more food, his warm and gentle smile contrasting sharply with his earlier ruthlessness. Yun Xilin's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Inin, weren't you always clamoring for a feast? Today, order whatever you like. Don't hold back. I may not say you can eat well, but you will certainly have enough, Zhaoyuntian said, playfully ruffling Yin's hair. Inin pouted in grievance. It's not like you're paying. Why act as if you're treating us? Zhaoyuntian waved his hand, calling out, Waiter, bring me 5 10-pound Australian lobsters. Also, 2 bottles of 82 Lafite, and 2 more plates of abalone. After placing his orders, Zhaoyuntian looked up at Lord Hong with a beaming smile and asked, Lord Hong, is it all right if I order a bit more? Not at all, Master Zhao. Order whatever you wish. There's no need to be polite with us, Lord Hong replied, devoid of any irritation. It was just a meal of little consequence. If it angered this formidable figure, it would certainly not be a mere matter of a few 100,000 in meal expenses. By the way, that scar-faced brother behind you. I seem to recognize him, Zhaoyuntian remarked, glancing at the scarred face standing behind Lord Hong. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man was taken aback, not daring to lift his head. Oh my, I almost dropped my head below my pants. Why is he looking at me? Lord Hong paused for a moment before laughing awkwardly. Really? What a coincidence, Lord Hong. Let's speak frankly. This brother must be the one who helps you collect debts, right? I saw him at a friend's place before. Old Wong is my buddy. I owe 200,000 in high-interest loans, of which I've repaid 180,000. I still owe 20,000. And today just happens to be the perfect time to settle the remaining debt, Zhaoyuntian stated straightforwardly. Lord Hong's expression shifted, panic setting in as he thought Zhaoyuntian was trying to make an issue out of this. He quickly replied, Master Zhao, you misunderstand. We wouldn't dare take your money. My subordinate has no eyes and has embarrassed us. With that, he made a gesture to the man beside him, who immediately trembled and produced a bank card. Master Zhao, this card holds 1 million. Consider it an apology from me, Hong, for my earlier disrespect. Lord Hong presented the card with a grin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhaoyuntian frowned and said with righteous indignation, It's only fair to repay debts. It's the natural order, Lord Hong. Are you looking down on me, Zhao? I owe you money, and you return it to me? Where is the logic in that? Quickly take back the card. Otherwise, I might just turn hostile. Lord Hong was left dumbfounded, utterly confused as to Zhaoyuntian's intentions. With a thud, Zhaoyuntian tossed out 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills, declaring, 20,000, paid in full. Lord Hong, let us call it even. I am not a rogue. I cannot commit such shameless acts as defaulting on debts. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in admiration. Lord Hong was even more excited, exclaiming, Master Zhao's integrity is exemplary. He is truly a model for us all. The big gold chain man, Ma Lu, expressed his heartfelt admiration, saying, Master Zhao, your character leaves me in awe. From now on, I, Ma Lu, will serve you faithfully. Zhaoyuntian waved his hand modestly, stating, You flatter me. I merely fulfilled my duty as a good citizen of socialism. Maintaining social order is everyone's responsibility. We cannot cause trouble for the government. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yin rolled her eyes at the side, thinking, These fools must be crazy. Do they really believe this wolf's words? No shameful acts? Hasn't he done plenty of shameful things already? Chapter 37. Demons Among Us. After dinner concluded, everyone in the private room breathed a collective sigh of relief upon Zhaoyuntian's departure, their backs soaked with sweat, the fatigue and panting akin to having survived a life-and-death duel. Who exactly is this Zhaoyuntian? Someone couldn't help but ask, I'm not sure. I just know he's a dot and also. What? When did such a dot gain such power? Someone gasped, astonished. Even those in the dot district wouldn't be so formidable. To think he could knock Master Zhang away with a single punch. Master Zhang is renowned as a master of Qigong. Lord Hong's expression hardened as he murmured, from now on, if you see this person, steer clear. Car keys. You all can drive back yourselves. I have something to attend to. Zhaoyuntian took out the car keys and handed them to Yun Xilan. She didn't ask further, merely nodding slightly. Just as Zhaoyuntian was about to turn and leave, she bit her lip and took a deep breath, saying, thank you. Zhaoyuntian turned around, a smile suddenly illuminating his face. Thanking each other feels a bit too formal, don't you think? This statement carried multiple layers of meaning, stirring something within Yun Xilan. However, Zhaoyuntian offered no further explanation and simply walked away. She stood still, gazing at his slender figure, which appeared particularly tall and imposing under the lights, momentarily lost in thought. Aunt Lon, you're not falling for the big bad wolf, are you? Enin suddenly inquired, and a blush crept up Yun Xilan's cheeks, and her expression turned serious as she hurriedly masked her daze, whispering, how could that be? Don't think too much. Enin pouted, shaking her head knowingly. Zhaoyuntian naturally made his way to Wang Jianya's home to check on Wang's wife's condition and chat with his old buddy. Of course, the most important reason was to catch a glimpse of the lovely Wang Yuyao. Recently, a shocking murder case had occurred in Beihai. Late the previous night, a flight attendant returning home had ordered a ride via an app, only to be lured to a remote location by the driver, who then robbed and murdered her, stabbing her over 20 times in a gruesome manner. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the nation, with the ride-sharing service coming under intense scrutiny. Netizens were outraged, mourning the victim and calling for justice. Thus, Zhaoyuntian initially considered using the ride-sharing service himself, pondering the potential dangers. He was determined to protect his own reputation and not be sullied by scoundrels. After much contemplation, he decided it would be safer to take the bus. Pulling out the only coin he had from his pocket, if others knew of his concerns, they would likely roll their eyes in disbelief. What scoundrel would dare target a robust man like you? Of course, Zhaoyuntian opted for the bus not out of fear of the ride-sharing service, but rather because he was out of funds in his Alipay account. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Yun Xilan for a few bucks. Truth be told, Zhaoyuntian had developed some interest in that murderous ride-sharing driver. Damn it, don't get it twisted. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. The only reason I think this way is that the ride-sharing company is offering a 1 million yuan reward, and the police have put up a 50,000 yuan bounty. What an opportunity for fortune, cough. Wealth is secondary. The primary aim is to bring the murderer to justice and restore peace to society. In times like this, we need someone righteous, responsible, and capable to step forward. Hey, young man, you're short a yuan. Just as Zhaoyuntian was lost in thought, striding forward, the bus driver called out, pulling him back to reality. Huh? Isn't it just 1 yuan? Zhaoyuntian asked in surprise. That was last month. This month? With the air conditioning on, it's 2 yuan to board, the bus driver replied with a smile. Zhaoyuntian felt awkward, rummaging for quite a while before finally producing a crumpled 1 yuan bill. Half an hour later, Zhaoyuntian arrived at Wang Jianya's house, where only Wang's wife was at home. Wang Jianya was out on the night shift, and Wang Yuyao was still working overtime at the factory. Likely not returning until 10 o'clock that evening, Wang's wife brewed a cup of tea for Zhaoyuntian and, while sipping, observed his complexion, asking, Did you just have dialysis? Yes, I had it done yesterday. It cost 500 to 600, Wang's wife replied, her voice tinged with concern. 500 to 600 is equivalent to a week's living expenses for a family. My condition is incurable. I'm just living day by day. Not only is it a waste of money, but it also burdens the entire family. Seeing the helplessness etched on Wang's wife's face, Zhaoyuntian reassured, You need not worry, sister. There will be a way out. As I mentioned before, I have a method to cure your illness. Just wait a little longer. Wang's wife assumed Zhaoyuntian was merely comforting her, fully aware of her dire situation. She was just hanging on by a thread, with little hope for recovery. By the way, does Yuyao always work this late? Zhaoyuntian inquired. Wang's wife nodded and replied, Yes, she voluntarily takes on extra shifts to earn more money and lighten the family's burden. As she spoke, a hint of pride crossed her face, grateful for such a considerate daughter who brought a glimmer of hope to their lives. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, She was a thoughtful and understanding girl in such a chaotic society. It was rare to find someone who remained true to their original intentions. Beihai University is a key national institution. I believe Yu Yao shouldn't give up such an opportunity for further education, Zhaoyuntian suddenly declared. Wang's wife sighed, a bitter smile forming as she said, "We are the ones who let her down. This child is quite stubborn. She would rather save a penny for my treatment than pursue her studies." At this point, Wang's wife's eyes glistened with tears of sorrow. Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian pressed his lips together. Feeling a pang of heartache die in that moment, he made a certain resolution. After spending some time at the Wang household, it became clear that Wang Jianya wouldn't return until the early hours of the morning, tirelessly working day and night to earn a living. "Where is Yu Yao's factory? It's unsafe at night. I should go pick her up," Zhaoyuntian said, looking out the door at the darkening night sky with a hint of concern. Wang's wife shared the same worry. Previously, a serial killer had been on the loose in the area, targeting solitary women, and the news had recently reported the murder of a flight attendant by a ride-sharing driver. Why are there so many bad people in this world? All right, Zhao, go pick her up. It will at least provide Yu Yao with some level of safety, Wang's wife said, relaying the location of Yu Yao's workplace. Upon leaving, Zhaoyuntian noted that Wang Yu Yao's factory was quite far, about 30 to 40 kilometers from home. Even by bus, it would take a considerable amount of time. Moreover, factories like this one were generally located far from the city center, usually on the outskirts, and no wonder Wang's wife was worried. Zhaoyuntian felt the same unease. At 9 in the evening, Wang Yu Yao, exhausted, forced herself to muster energy as she exited the factory. Alongside her were a few female colleagues. Yao, you got off work pretty early today. How about we go out and have some fun?" One of the girls suggested. Another chimed in, "Yeah, it's rare for the factory to be generous and give out bonuses. We should celebrate." Hearing this, Wang Yu Yao shook her head and replied, "No, my home is quite far. You all go ahead. Come on, you never join us? It's no fun," her friends complained. Wang Yu Yao still refused, and seeing her determination, the girls relented. Yao, be careful returning home alone. Call us when you get home," they reminded her. Wang Yu Yao nodded slightly, waving goodbye to her friends as she headed straight for the bus stop. Most of the factory workers lived nearby, leaving Wang Yu Yao as one of the few who resided in the city. Thus, apart from her friends, there were hardly any other people around. The factory was rather secluded, situated beyond the 5th Ring Road, and only one bus route connected it to the city, running once every hour. Wang Yu Yao stood under the bus stop sign, waiting, with hardly anyone in sight, and only a sparse trickle of passing vehicles. Ding dong. Wang Yu Yao glanced at her phone, noticing a new message on WeChat. A WeChat message arrived from a user named "I am your Uncle Zhao's friend." Upon seeing it, Wang Yu Yao's face broke into a faint smile. "I am your Uncle Zhao. Have you finished work yet?" Wang Yu Yao typed a response. "Just got off work. I am your Uncle Zhao. Your mother is worried about you and asked me to come pick you up." Observing this, Wang Yu Yao's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, and an unnoticeable thrill flickered across her face. "Brother Zhao, you needn't come over. It would be too much trouble. I can manage to go home alone. It's nothing. It's quite dangerous at night. Just stay put, and I'll be there shortly." Wang Yu Yao gazed at her phone, her delicate fingers tightening around it, a warmth blossoming in her heart. Thus, she stood in place, waiting with anticipation. Several buses passed by, yet she did not board any. After about half an hour, a white SUV suddenly pulled over at the roadside. The window rolled down and a man leaned out, his eyes gleaming. "Beautiful lady, need a ride?" Startled, Wang Yu Yao shook her head politely. "No. Thank you. It's fine. I noticed you've been standing here for quite a while. Where are you headed? Let me give you a lift." The man's gaze swept over Wang Yu Yao, his brow arching as he spoke softly. "Really, it's unnecessary. I'm waiting for someone." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu Yao's heart raced with caution, and she declined once more, instinctively taking a few steps back. That moment, the man glanced around, saw that no one was nearby, then opened the door and stepped out, approaching Wang Yu Yao. "Don't be like that. I'm not a bad person. There are few cars around here. Just let me give you a ride." Wang Yu Yao's face displayed a hint of wariness as she retorted, "I really am waiting for someone. Please leave." The man's eyes narrowed, and he chuckled menacingly. "Don't deceive me. I've been watching you for a while. Get in. I won't charge you." Wang Yu Yao sensed something was amiss, her expression shifting slightly. She scrutinized the man, noting his robust build and towering height. Realizing that if he were to force her, She might be powerless to resist. If she refused, he might resort to violence, leaving her in a precarious position. Wang Yuyao's thoughts raced, panic surging within her, yet she managed to maintain a semblance of calm. "All right, I'm heading to the city," she said abruptly. The tall man halted his steps, grinning. "Perfect, it's on my way. Come on, hop in." Wang Yuyao hurried to the back seat and sat down as the tall man turned to glance at her, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes before vanishing. Wang Yuyao silenced her phone, made a call, and then tucked it away in her BHT that moment. The tall man entered the vehicle and locked the doors in his haste to reach the factory. Zhaoyuntian sent a beep, realizing he had no money on him, but fortunately, Alipay Swabe allowed him to prepay the fare. Zhaoyuntian thought, sending a beep, that if he encountered that twisted driver, he might even claim a reward. 1 million was no trivial sum. It equated to 2 or 3 years' salary for a white-collar worker. While Zhaoyuntian indulged in wild imaginings, a red supercar roared towards him from a distance. He merely glanced at it and lost interest, but to his astonishment, the supercar pulled up beside him. Frowning, Zhaoyuntian felt irritated. "Damn it, don't stop here. What if my ride arrives?" At that moment, the window rolled down, revealing a face. When Zhaoyuntian looked over, his expression changed drastically. "What the hell? It's you again." Inside the car sat a girl in non-mainstream attire, none other than Luo Beichen, whom he had encountered earlier that day. Surprised to see Zhaoyuntian, Luo Beichen exclaimed, "Why are you everywhere?" She glanced at her phone and then scrutinized Zhaoyuntian oddly. "Did you call the cab?" Stunned, Zhaoyuntian checked the booking details and saw the owner's surname was Luo. "You are the cab driver?" he asked uncertainly, eyeing the expensive red supercar. Luo Beichen slapped her forehead, exasperated. Eventually, Zhaoyuntian got into the car, bewildered. "What were you thinking? Using a Ferrari to drive for a cab? One press of the gas pedal and you could get a dozen orders, but it wouldn't even cover the fuel costs. Mind your own business." "I enjoy it," Luo Beichen huffed, flooring the accelerator, and the supercar shot away like an arrow. "Weren't you driving a Lamborghini earlier, and now it's a Ferrari at night?" Zhaoyuntian inquired. Luo Beichen retorted. "Just because someone has a Lamborghini doesn't mean they can't own a Ferrari too." Zhaoyuntian was left speechless, unable to muster a rebuttal. "Impressive, indeed. Poverty has limited my imagination," he lamented. Truthfully, he found it difficult to understand this girl. Her behavior was unpredictable, like a striking enigma. Once inside the car, Zhaoyuntian realized something was amiss. The supercar had only 2 seats. Where would Wang Yuyao sit when they picked her up? "Stop, stop, I need to get out," Zhaoyuntian shouted. "The ride isn't over yet." "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Beichen glanced over. "This car isn't suitable for me." Zhaoyuntian rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Beichen found it amusing. Most people would be thrilled to ride in a supercar, but this guy was oddly unexcited and even expressed disdain. "Why isn't it suitable?" Luo Beichen questioned, displeased. Just as Zhaoyuntian was about to explain, his phone rang. Wang Yuyao was calling. Startled, he answered without delay. Before he could speak, a lewd voice came through the line. "Little girl, it's so late, and you're all alone in this desolate place. Doesn't your family worry?" Wang Yuyao's voice followed. "I'm working here." "Really? Why haven't I seen you before? A beauty like you usually attracts attention," the man chuckled. Zhaoyuntian's expression changed drastically as he sensed Wang Yuyao might be in danger. "Driver, this road doesn't seem to lead to the city," he said. "This is a shortcut. We'll get there soon." Listening to the conversation on Zhaoyuntian's phone, Luo Beichen asked, "What is going on?" Zhaoyuntian shouted, "Step on it." After hanging up, a WeChat notification chimed. The other party had initiated location sharing. Zhaoyuntian quickly opened it and saw Wang Yuyao's moving location. "Damn it, this isn't heading to the city at all. It's the opposite direction." Suddenly, on a deserted road, the tall man slammed on the brakes, and Wang Yuyao, caught off guard, toppled forward, colliding with the back of the seat. Ignoring the pain, she raised her head in panic, only to see the tall man grinning wickedly as he unbuckled his seatbelt and reclined his seat. "What do you want?" Wang Yuyao's face paled, her voice trembling. "Little girl, you are just too beautiful. Let me touch you." The tall man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with predatory desire. He crawled toward her like a hungry wolf. Terrified, Wang Yuyao attempted to escape through the door, only to find it locked tight. "Stop struggling. Once you're in my car, there's no way you're getting out," the tall man sneered. Wang Yuyao panicked. Don't come any closer. Heh, who told you to be so pretty? You're even prettier than that flight attendant from a few days ago. Hearing this, Wang Yuyao's eyes widened, her mind racing with fear. You're the cab driver being hunted online? The tall man grinned. What's wrong with that? Don't you think I look better in person than in the photos? The vehicle swayed violently as it stopped on the roadside. After a moment, the tall man shouted furiously, You little brat, trying to call for help? I'll make sure you regret it. Chapter 38. Just as from the heavens the tall man snatched the phone from Wang Yuyao's bag. Looking at the caller ID, his rage boiling over, he slapped her across the face, leaving a bright red imprint on her delicate skin. Don't you dare do anything reckless. You're breaking the law. Breaking the law? Killing one person is the same as killing two. What difference does it make? The tall man scoffed, indifferent to the laws that, in his eyes, were merely flimsy pieces of paper. Wang Yuyao was terrified. Like a little rabbit caught by a tiger, struggling helplessly against the overwhelming strength of the man and the face of such a brute, a woman's strength seemed feeble. The tall man's expression twisted as he grasped Wang Yuyao's fragile neck. Threateningly, Don't move, or I'll take your life. Tears welled up in Wang Yuyao's eyes as she tried to scream, but the pressure on her throat made breathing difficult. She was too weak. She couldn't move. She couldn't resist. The tall man's other hand reached out. Wang Yuyao cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling into the abyss of darkness. Fear, panic, and despair enveloped her. At that moment, she felt a chilling sensation, as if all hope had vanished. The tall man grew increasingly excited, attempting to tear off Wang Yuyao's clothes, but she clutched them tightly, desperately protecting herself. In summer, girls typically wore little, and with only 1 or 2 layers. Against his rough tugging, she felt like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Slap! The tall man struck Wang Yuyao's face again, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet she gritted her teeth, curling into a ball, like a pangolin striving to shield herself from the slaughterer's blade. Amid her disheveled hair, her eyes reflected despair, pain, and an indomitable spirit. You little brat, you are quite tough. I don't believe I can't handle you. The tall man, losing his temper, coldly snorted, his burly body lunging forward. Just as he was about to break through her final line of defense, a deafening sound echoed from a distance. Hearing this, the tall man halted his assault. His ears perked up, scanning the surroundings as he peered out the window, simultaneously covering Wang Yuyao's mouth tightly. Zhaoyuntian was frantic. Just minutes earlier, they had shared their locations, but suddenly, they lost contact. This realization filled him with dread. Urging Luo Beichen to accelerate. Faster! Zhaoyuntian commanded 200 kilometers per hour. Any faster, and we'll take off, Luo Beichen shouted. Even in the face of urgency, driving recklessly was not advisable. Fortunately, the road was clear and straight, or else minor mishaps could result in disaster. Zhaoyuntian kept scanning the surroundings, his senses heightened like a radar, extending outward in all directions. The red blur raced through the night, cutting through the darkness. It looks like there's a car ahead, Luo Beichen suddenly remarked, slowing down. Zhaoyuntian turned his head and spotted it too, a white SUV parked at the roadside. Frowning, he instructed, pull over. With a screech, the Ferrari skidded to a halt, leaving black tire marks on the ground. Without hesitation, Zhaoyuntian exited the car and approached the SUV. Just as he prepared to peer inside, the car door swung open, and a man stepped out. Zhaoyuntian halted, locking eyes with him. The man sized Zhaoyuntian up and barked, What are you looking at? Get lost. The tall man shouted aggressively, his eyes narrowing as he assessed Zhaoyuntian's lean physique. Gaining confidence in his perceived advantage, he assumed Zhaoyuntian was merely a curious passerby, someone who would not dare to intervene, accustomed to onlookers who would simply walk away rather than confront someone like him. Zhaoyuntian's expression grew serious as he observed the tall man, noting his height of around 6 feet and a sturdy build, likely indicating some combat training. However, these details were irrelevant compared to the fact that the man was sweating profusely and had faint scratches on his arms and neck, with 2 buttons missing from his shirt. In an instant, Zhaoyuntian's suspicions were aroused as he glanced behind the tall man, prompting a fierce reaction from him. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Get lost and don't cause trouble, the tall man warned, his words dripping with menace. Zhaoyuntian remained still, casually retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and slowly pulling one out. Brother, I forgot to bring a lighter. Could I borrow one? Borrow a lighter? I've got a knife instead. Want to give it a try? The tall man growled impatiently, reaching for a short knife gleaming ominously in the dim light. At that moment, Luo Beichen also stepped out of the car, following closely behind. When the tall man caught sight of her, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and his gaze turned icy as he glanced back at Zhaoyuntian. If I take care of this guy, those two women will be mine, he thought, envisioning all the possibilities. Just then, a noise emanated from the SUV behind him, drawing Zhaoyuntian's attention. That moment, taking advantage of Zhaoyuntian's distraction, the tall man swung the knife down toward Zhaoyuntian's head with lightning speed. Zhaoyuntian retaliated with a powerful punch, the force of which was like thunder. When the knife struck his fist, it felt as though it had been smashed by a hammer, sending the weapon flying. The tall man staggered back, astonished, but before he could regain his composure, a strong hand seized his neck. Zhaoyuntian effortlessly lifted the hefty man, slamming him against the SUV's door, causing the glass to shatter under the immense impact. The tall man's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that this sudden arrival would be so formidable. Not only was he strong, but he was also terrifyingly powerful. Did he just send the knife flying with a punch? What on earth is this person? As the glass shattered, the interior of the vehicle became visible, revealing a disheveled young girl curled up beneath the seat, her limbs bound tightly with wire, her delicate skin marred with blood. Her mouth was gagged with a rag, and she was unconscious, a swollen wound on her forehead oozing blood. The sound they had heard moments ago was her desperate attempt to break free by banging her head against the door. Seeing this scene, Zhaoyuntian inhaled deeply, his gaze turning icy, as if bloodlust had ignited within him. The tall man, now terrified, found himself unable to make a sound as Zhaoyuntian's grip tightened around his neck. Under the weight of Zhaoyuntian's glare, he felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart, leaving him breathless. The look in Zhaoyuntian's eyes was that of a ravenous wolf, a mad dog, suffused with an ominous chill. She's only 18. How could you do this? Zhaoyuntian roared, his fist swinging down upon the tall man's face. Bam! 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 With each curse, Zhaoyuntian's fists rained down like a torrential storm, striking from head to toe. The back of the SUV bore the brunt of the onslaught, each punch leaving a harrowing imprint. In the end, the tall man was left nearly unrecognizable, bloodied and battered, yet still clinging to life, collapsing like a heap of mud on the ground, bubbles of blood escaping from his nostrils. Luo Beichen watched in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. She couldn't help but admire this guy's fierce tenacity. The previous scene had indeed been satisfying. Although the entire process was bloody and brutal, it sent a thrill through her, a strange excitement dawning on her face. Zhaoyuntian forcefully pulled open the car door and lifted Wang Yuyao out, promptly shedding his own jacket to drape over her, shielding her exposed skin from view. With his bare torso revealed, showcasing his robust and muscular physique, Luo Beichen cast a fleeting glance, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush, before hastily averting his gaze to inquire, "Is she all right? She must have been quite shaken. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, that scoundrel would have had his way," Zhaoyuntian replied, his voice laced with a hint of lingering fear. Luo Beichen pressed his lips together, asking, "Was that scoundrel the driver from the taxi service?" "It's hard to say for certain. Even if it's not him, he's likely not a good person," Zhaoyuntian retorted coldly, casting a glance at the man lying on the ground. A flicker of malice crossing his face. In the past, encountering such scum would have warranted a single punch to shatter his skull. How could he have allowed him to retain any breath? Amidst the warmth of his embrace, the girl, in a haze, slightly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the profile of a man, a faint smile of relief graced her lips before she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yet, this time, fear no longer plagued her. "Yao Yao, let us go home," Zhaoyuntian murmured, glancing down at the girl in his arms, his eyes brimming with an indescribable tenderness and affection. Half an hour later, the police arrived. Having been promptly notified by Luo Beichen, the case of the taxi driver murdering the flight attendant had become a nationwide sensation, and in Beihai, the city where the crime took place, local criminal investigation units faced overwhelming pressure. Due to the severe repercussions, a stern directive was issued from above. The case must be solved within 3 days. In a vast sea of people, how challenging it was to locate a single individual. The greatest fear was that the perpetrator would continue his rampage. Based on the investigation, it was revealed that the suspect, originally named Lu Jianyu, had a criminal record dating back 3 years for rape. Having been sentenced to prison, just 3 months post-release, he reverted to his old ways, committing another crime. This incident was even more grievous than his previous offenses, involving first assaulting and then murdering, which ignited a media frenzy. The public clamored for his demise. Xiao Na, the captain of the Beihai police's criminal investigation unit, bore the heavy responsibility of apprehending the culprit. Having just taken office 3 days prior, she was unprepared for such a significant case to land on her desk. Investigations, searches, and strategies unfolded. 2 days had passed since the crime, and tonight marked the deadline imposed by higher authorities. The Criminal Investigation Unit found themselves at a loss, compelled to bolster their forces and stake out various regions in Beihai. Unfortunately, the perpetrators' evasion tactics were exceptionally sophisticated, rendering conventional investigative methods ineffective in a short time frame. Even with a substantial bounty on his head, no leads on the suspect emerged. Instead, some opportunistic individuals online spread false information, obscuring the truth. With no other options, they could only wait for a stroke of luck. However, in the dead of night, a call reporting the whereabouts of the fleeing taxi driver came in. What? The taxi driver has been found. At the sound of this, the operator's body jolted. Subsequently, Xiao Na led a team of officers, rushing to the scene. On a deserted stretch of road, a dilapidated white SUV sat abandoned by the roadside. Its body battered beyond recognition. Every window shattered. One door bore the marks of a frenzied assault, appearing as if it had been brutally attacked. Initially, the officers thought the vehicle had been struck by something. But upon closer inspection, their eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, those marks look like fist imprints. What? No way, this door is several centimeters thick. How could a fist possibly damage it? Wait, it really is a fist imprint. Inside the SUV, a bloodied man lay, his breathing shallow and labored, on the brink of death. Captain Xiao, there's a person inside the vehicle. Xiao Na approached at once, asking, is it a male or female? A male. As Xiao Na drew near, she beheld the half-conscious man, his visage unrecognizable, every bone seemingly shattered, prompting gasps from all present. Captain Xiao, there's a note here. An officer handed her a piece of paper, upon which was scrawled a line. Heaven's net is vast and wide, yet nothing escapes its grasp. Those who commit evil deeds shall surely face justice. Ugh, the handwriting is atrocious, she muttered. Yet within the strokes lay a sense of righteous indignation. Has the identity of the person in the vehicle been confirmed? Xiao Na inquired. Preliminary identification suggests it is the suspect, Lu Jianyu. Although his appearance is so mangled that we require further DNA testing, an officer responded. Xiao Na pondered over the note, contemplating who could have perpetrated such actions. The police never endorsed private pursuits of justice. Criminals were often ruthless, and ordinary individuals faced grave dangers when crossing paths with them. From the scene, it was evident that whoever subdued Lu Jianyu was not only formidable but possessed extraordinary skill. If such a person were a villain, the destruction they could wreak would likely far surpass Lu Jianyu's deeds. Determined, Xiao Na resolved to investigate the individual who assisted the police in capturing the criminal. At that moment, she noticed another line written on the back of the note. Once the matter is resolved, I shall depart quietly, my merits and name concealed. Chapter 39. The foolishness of a pig's cry. Zhaoyuntian's decision to leave the crime scene early stemmed from a desire to avoid exposure. However, a significant part of his reasoning was his concern for Wang Yuyao, who had become the second victim of the taxi driver's malevolence. Although she had not been assaulted, the violent act left an indelible scar on her psyche, one that would take time to heal. Never underestimate the power of the online community. Often, the indifference and ignorance of bystanders can prove more brutal than the actions of the perpetrator. Following the murder of the flight attendant, her personal details, identity information, and various online profiles were laid bare for all to see, leading to a media frenzy. While the deceased found eternal rest, her family faced a second wave of trauma. Some unscrupulous media outlets even exploited the tragedy as a means to garner followers. Humanity is a complex and unfathomable creature, and the human heart is the most unpredictable of all. Rumors can cut deeper than a murderer's blade. For this reason, Zhaoyuntian chose to conceal the truth. Since Wang Yuyao had not suffered significantly, there was no need to expose her to the public eye and disrupt her future. Her life was just beginning, pristine as freshly fallen snow, and should remain untainted by the world's corruption. Luo Beichen directly took Zhaoyuntian to Yun Xilan's home. In the meantime, Wang Yuyao lay awkwardly in Zhaoyuntian's embrace, resembling a frightened child seeking comfort in her parents' arms, her tear-streaked face betraying a semblance of peace and sleep. Unfortunately, the sports car had only 2 seats, so with 3 people, they had to squeeze together. Luo Beichen, as the driver, had no choice but to let Zhaoyuntian hunch over, cradling Wang Yuyao. Throughout the journey, he maintained a hunched posture, cautious not to move. Luo Beichen occasionally stole glances, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Zhaoyuntian inquired. "Oh, nothing. Just that you look quite amusing right now." "Amusing my foot? Hurry up and drive. My back is about to break," Zhaoyuntian retorted. "This is the city. Driving at 60 is the limit. How fast do you want to go?" Luo Beichen replied, exasperated. Zhaoyuntian clicked his tongue, falling silent, realizing he couldn't quite argue with her. After a brief silence, Zhaoyuntian said, "Thank you for today." Luo Beichen chuckled, responding, "No big deal, just a sister helping a friend in need." Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian smiled, adding with a hint of intrigue, "To be honest, you pique my curiosity. What kind of family environment could produce such a multifaceted girl?" Luo Beichen raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. "Are you implying that I'm fickle?" Indeed, she was. Yet, Zhaoyuntian refrained from voicing that thought. "Why didn't you stay at the scene to meet with the police?" Luo Beichen suddenly inquired, turning her head. "Don't you know there's a reward of over 1 million? Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian's gaze sharpened as he looked at the girl in his arms, calmly stating, "Some things are more precious than money." Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Luo Beichen did not accompany them inside. Zhaoyuntian exited the car, still holding Wang Yuyao. After waving goodbye, Luo Beichen executed a swift U-turn, the red sports car vanishing down the street. Zhaoyuntian glanced back before returning his focus to Wang Yuyao as he ascended the stairs. Her current state was not suitable for returning home. If Wang Baoshu saw her, it would only heighten her concern. On the way back, Zhaoyuntian called Wang Baoshu, claiming he had picked up Wang Yuyao, but they had gone out for late-night snacks and would not return home, opting instead to stay at his place for the night. Beside him, Luo Beichen chimed in, explaining that Wang Yuyao was with friends, urging her not to worry. Wang Baoshu had great faith in Zhaoyuntian's character and thus accepted his words without question. Upon returning home, Yin dashed out for water. Hearing the commotion at the door, she looked up, and before she could swallow, she spewed the water out. Her eyes widened in shock, and she immediately cried, "Aunt Lan, come out. That big bad wolf has brought a girl home." At this, Zhaoyuntian nearly stumbled, rolling his eyes. "Kid, don't speak nonsense. I'm an innocent man." Just then, Yun Xilan emerged. Upon seeing Zhaoyuntian cradling a disheveled girl, her calm demeanor shifted. "I told you that big bad wolf is a good person. Look, just a few days in, and he's already showing his true colors, brazenly bringing a girl home in front of us. How heartless." Yin shook her head, pounding her little chest, wearing an expression of heart-wrenching sorrow. Zhaoyuntian nearly spat blood. "You little rascal, you can't just pin that label on me." Yun Xilan furrowed her brow, her tone icy. "I don't interfere in your personal life, but the contract explicitly prohibits bringing other women home. It's the middle of the night. What do you intend by this?" Her words conveyed a clear rejection. Clearly, Yun Xilan had been influenced by Yin, genuinely believing Zhaoyuntian had engaged in some nefarious act. "Xilan, let me explain. It's not what you think." "What is there to explain? I saw it with my own eyes." "I can't believe you, big bad wolf, are such a beast. I went out of my way to matchmake you and Aunt Lan, and it seems I was blind." Yin continued to stoke the flames. Zhaoyuntian snapped, "Shut your mouth, damn it. This little girl is really infuriating." He carried Wang Yuyao forward, saying, "Xilan, I'll explain everything later. First, find her some clean clothes and help her change. You big bad wolf, you've gone too far. You did something wrong and now expect Aunt Lan to clean up after you? How shameless can you be?" Yin huffed indignantly. Zhaoyuntian was left speechless, wishing he had a needle and thread to sew the girl's mouth shut. Yun Xilan, having been momentarily flustered, sensed Zhaoyuntian's difficulty and thought things might not be as simple as they appeared. She glanced at the girl in his arms, surprised. Why does she have so many bruises? It's obvious. That big bad wolf must have ruthlessly extended his wicked hands toward an innocent life. This. Zhaoyuntian could no longer contain himself. Erupting in anger, "Yin, if you utter one more word, I'll stew your little wolf dog." Yin immediately fell silent, her little wolf dog wagging its tail around her feet, blissfully unaware of its impending doom. That big bad wolf is despicable and shameless. Trying to silence the dog, after saying this, Een scooped up the little wolf dog and scampered away. Silence the dog? Your imagination is truly wild. Zhaoyuntian dismissed the girl, carrying Wang Yuyao into his room. Laying her on his bed, Yun Xilan entered, holding a set of clean clothes. Help her take a bath and change her clothes, Zhaoyuntian implored. Yun Xilan bit her lip, asking what happened to her. Zhaoyuntian sat down beside her. If he clarify things with Yun Xilan, she might jump to wild conclusions. Taking a deep breath, he organized his thoughts and began to recount Wang Yuyao's harrowing ordeal. Upon hearing this, Yun Xilan was taken aback, even finding it hard to believe. Oh my gosh, is she the one involved with that notorious taxi driver that's been all over the internet? Yun Xilan exclaimed. Zhaoyuntian nodded slightly, gazing at Wang Yuyao, who lay on the bed, softly saying, "This girl must be deeply traumatized. I didn't dare bring her home, so I can only take her back here to comfort her." Yun Xilan understood Zhaoyuntian's intentions and empathized with his reluctant choice. "I'll step out for now. She's in your hands," Zhaoyuntian replied, and Yun Xilan acknowledged with a soft As Zhaoyuntian exited the room, he settled on the balcony, lighting a cigarette and gazing into the distance, gradually becoming lost in thought. Yun Xilan carefully washed Wang Yuyao, noting the bruises and wounds on her body. Feeling a surge of sympathy, it became increasingly terrifying to contemplate the implications. Wang Yuyao had merely been severely frightened. In her struggle, she had exhausted herself, leading to her fainting. After some rest, she gradually regained consciousness. Slowly opening her eyes, she noticed a beautiful woman seated beside her, gently tending to her wounds with antiseptic. "You're awake?" Yun Xilan smiled. Wang Yuyao attempted to prop herself up but was gently restrained. "Don't move just yet. Let me finish applying the ointment." "Where am I?" Wang Yuyao surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in an unfamiliar environment. Just before losing consciousness, she distinctly remembered being cradled in Zhaoyuntian's arms. How had she awakened beside a stranger? "This is my home," Yun Xilan replied, adding, "Zhaoyuntian brought you here." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Yuyao's eyes as she softly inquired, "Where is Zhao Dage?" "He's waiting outside," Yun Xilan explained, finishing up her treatment and preparing to tidy her supplies. Wang Yuyao felt a flutter of emotions, glancing at Yun Xilan. The woman before her was undeniably beautiful, exuding a gentle and nurturing aura. Who was she to Zhao Dage? As far as she knew, Zhao Dage was not married. Could she be his girlfriend? "Sister, what is your name?" Wang Yuyao asked softly. Yun Xilan. "Is Zhao Dage your boyfriend?" Wang Yuyao followed up quickly. At this, Yun Xilan paused her actions, lifting her gaze to regard the girl. The youthful heart often holds poetic sentiments. Wang Yuyao lowered her head. As if a secret had been discovered, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Yun Xilan's expression sharpened, her demeanor composed as she asked, "Do you like Zhaoyuntian?" "Ah?" Wang Yuyao panicked, hastily shaking her head. No, sister, you've misunderstood." Her desperate attempts at concealment only intensified her evident embarrassment. Yun Xilan smiled warmly. "Zhaoyuntian and I are merely housemates, just ordinary friends." After hearing this, Wang Yuyao paused, the worries hidden in her brow gradually dissipating. "Just ordinary friends?" she pondered, wanting to know more about the relationship between Zhaoyuntian and Yun Xilan. Feigning nonchalance, Yun Xilan casually asked, "What kind of relationship do you have with Zhaoyuntian?" That casual tone seemed as if they were merely discussing mundane matters. Yet her fingers gripping the cotton swab tightened slightly. "Zhao Dage is friends with my dad," and Wang Yuyao trailed off, unsure how to articulate their connection. "Uncle and niece? No, that didn't fit. Friends? Also not quite right. Brother and sister. Wang Yuyao herself was at a loss regarding this relationship. Yun Xilan decided not to press further to avoid any awkwardness. Essentially, she could be certain that the girl harbored a hint of affection for Zhaoyuntian. The more convinced she became, the more complex her feelings grew. Wang Yuyao blinked her eyes and surveyed the room. Its furnishings were quite simple and sparse, yet her gaze was drawn to a few pairs of men's shoes in the corner. "Sister, is this your room?" "No, this is Zhaoyuntian's room. Oh, I see." Wang Yuyao responded, her eyes brimming with curiosity as her hands began to wander. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. "You may come in," Yun Xilan said. Subsequently, Zhaoyuntian opened the door, relieved to find Wang Yuyao awake. his worry dissipating as he smiled and asked, "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Wang Yuyao shook her head and beamed, "Thank you, Brother Zhao. I'm perfectly fine." Seeing that Wang Yuyao was unscathed, Zhaoyuntian felt a wave of relief wash over him, having underestimated the girl's emotional resilience. If it had been someone else, they might still be trembling in fear. Weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, "It's getting late. You should rest early," Zhaoyuntian said gently, wishing her good night as he prepared to turn away. "Brother Zhao, where will you be sleeping tonight?" "On the sofa." Zhaoyuntian replied with a warm smile before departing. Yun Xilan glanced at Zhaoyuntian, exchanged a greeting with Wang Yuyao, and followed him out, gently closing the door behind her. At that moment, it was 2 a.m. Zhaoyuntian lay down on the sofa, while Yun Xilan hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to say, "The living room has no air conditioning and it's quite hot at night. Why don't you sleep on the floor in my room?" Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian's heart raced, and he felt a stirring within him. Under normal circumstances, he would have jumped at the chance, even entertaining fantasies of what might transpire that evening. However, with an additional person in the house, he felt a surge of timidity, that might not be appropriate. A man and a woman alone in a room. "It seems a bit too that," he stammered, adopting an air of propriety. Yun Xilan tossed her head and muttered, "Such pretense." As a girl, inviting a man into her own room for a makeshift bed was already a significant concession. Since he insisted on maintaining his facade, she chose not to press further and retreated to her room. Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian was momentarily stunned, as if turned to stone. "Xilan, why did you just leave? Try a little harder. Perhaps she would soften and agree," he thought, but the door had already closed, leaving only a captivating silhouette that sparked countless fantasies. Zhaoyuntian slapped himself hard, cursing inwardly, "Look at you pretending. Now see what you've done. You've squandered a golden opportunity. Damn it, I've been foolish." Chapter 40. The sentiments of youth are always poetic. The evening breeze caressed softly, and the night was eerily quiet. Wang Yuyao found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Finally, she stealthily got up and began pacing the room. Though be honest, she was quite curious about Zhaoyuntian. The misunderstanding from their first encounter had left them both embarrassed, but later, when Zhaoyuntian chased away the thugs demanding debt and used all his savings to help her father, her heart trembled with an indescribable emotion. With her mother ill and their family finances depleted, her father had been forced to borrow from relatives, none of whom offered assistance, instead mocking them. Desperate, he resorted to high-interest loans. The coldness of humanity left her disheartened. Even relatives, bound by blood, showed no compassion, let alone strangers. Thus, Wang Yuyao had always been wary of unfamiliar faces. This was precisely why she had rebuffed Zhaoyuntian's initial advances. Zhaoyuntian's presence had undoubtedly carved a fissure in Wang Yuyao's closed-off heart. He did not appear particularly handsome or tall, nor was he wealthy. His mannerisms resembled those of a rogue, and his speech was often nonsensical and unreliable. Yet, it was precisely this persona that revealed to her the intrinsic beauty of human nature. She discovered that those who outwardly seemed like bad characters could possess such warm hearts. Wang Yuyao had only met Zhaoyuntian a handful of times, yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. His bravery in confrontations and his fierce demeanor when scolding others exuded a certain charm. This evening, Wang Yuyao once again deeply felt the warmth emanating from Zhaoyuntian. Had he not arrived in time, she might have faced a fate akin to that tragic flight attendant featured in the news. He appeared to be a vagabond, yet was, in truth, a man of integrity. From the moment she felt unconscious to her awakening, she had been treated with meticulous care. Zhaoyuntian had shown remarkable caution regarding their physical differences, even asking a female friend to assist her with personal care and wound treatment. Ultimately, he had relinquished his room, opting to sleep on the sofa instead. Each detail of his attentiveness moved Wang Yuyao profoundly. Every girl likely harbors a dream of a prince charming, someone who embodies the grace of a knight in shining armor, who appears like a guardian angel in times of peril. The figure she envisioned in her dreams now increasingly overlapped with the reality of Zhaoyuntian. Her heart fluttered, and the still waters of her emotions rippled, making it difficult to achieve tranquility. Gently opening the wardrobe, she found it filled with neatly hung military uniforms adorned with medals. Wang Yuyao, unable to decipher their significance, delicately traced her fingers over them, as if she were touching the glory behind each medal. The Zhaoyuntian of the past must have been a hero. Indeed, in another room, a woman was also sleepless, tossing and turning, her eyes shut yet her brow furrowed. Yun Xilan abruptly sat up in bed, pressing her temples, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Typically, she enjoyed restful sleep, and never before had she experienced such insomnia. What could possibly be the reason today? She lifted her head and glanced toward the door. Letting out a deep, melancholic sigh, her expression a mix of emotions. Damn. It's so hot. In the living room. Zhaoyuntian lay drenched in sweat, rolling on the floor, as the sofa was simply unbearable. Lying down only resulted in a sticky mess. July's heat felt like an oppressive furnace. Without air conditioning, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. Perhaps I should just knock on Yun Xilan's door and admit defeat? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the idea, wondering if she was already asleep. Moreover, being fickle could render him unlikable. In the end, Zhaoyuntian retreated to the balcony, sitting cross-legged to meditate. As he entered a state of tranquility, the heat that enveloped him gradually dissipated, replaced by a refreshing coolness within. After a while, Zhaoyuntian opened his eyes and pondered. It's not the heat of the day, but rather the fire of the heart that is too fervent. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Yun Xilan emerged from her room, only to find Zhaoyuntian busy in the kitchen, preparing an array of delectable breakfast dishes that filled the table with enticing aromas. "You've finally woken up?" Zhaoyuntian remarked, slightly surprised to see Yun Xilan up earlier than usual. She typically rose with great regularity, but today she was up half an hour earlier. Yun Xilan remained silent, her expression weary, for she had not slept a wink the previous night. Since she couldn't find rest, she had chosen not to sleep at all at tea that moment. Wang Yuyao also emerged, still wearing Yun Xilan's clothes. Yun Xilan was tall, nearly a foot taller than Wang Yuyao, so the outfit appeared somewhat oversized on her, giving her a slightly clumsy yet refreshingly adorable look. Upon witnessing Zhaoyuntian cooking, Wang Yuyao's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Brother Zhao, you can cook? Just some home-cooked skills. You should give it a try," Zhaoyuntian smiled. Wang Yuyao gazed at the neatly arranged breakfast on the table, her astonishment deepening. This isn't just home cooking. It's even better than what a chef at a tea house could make. Unable to resist, Wang Yuyao picked up a piece of pastry and tasted it, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing. How did you learn to cook like this?" "Don't praise him too much. He'll get carried away," Yun Xilan interjected, her tone slightly off, reminiscent of Yinin. She didn't even realize the hint of jealousy that seeped into her words. Zhaoyuntian chuckled in the kitchen, carrying out a warm cup of milk. "Why are there 4 cups?" Wang Yuyao asked, puzzled by the number of milk cups on the table. That moment, Yinin appeared, cradling a small wolf dog in her arms. Upon seeing the adorable girl, Wang Yuyao's expression shifted. Yinin first noticed Wang Yuyao, then glanced at Zhaoyuntian, her mind clearly formulating a mischievous idea as she approached. "You must be my daddy's friend, right?" "Huh?" Wang Yuyao was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Who is your father?" "Zhaoyuntian. Zhaoyuntian is my daddy." Yinin pointed at Zhaoyuntian, who was sipping milk, nearly choking on it. Wang Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by a heavy blow. "Brother Zhao, do you have a child?" As Zhaoyuntian wiped the milk off himself, he replied, Yao, don't listen to this little girl. I'm still a bona fide virgin. Where would I have a child from?" "Piffed." Yun Xilan couldn't help but laugh, unable to contain herself. She looked at Zhaoyuntian, her expression one of utter shock. "What a virgin?" Chapter 41. A confused virgin, a virgin? Yun Xilan gazed at Zhaoyuntian in disbelief, her expression one of scrutiny. Zhaoyuntian stood tall and resolute, proclaiming, "Why the doubt? It seems like you don't believe me, Zhao, never tell lies. If I say I'm a virgin, then I am. If I deceive, may lightning strike me." His words were bold and resonant. Just then, a thunderous clap echoed across the sky, lightning flashing through the heavens. Startled, Zhaoyuntian nearly dropped the spoon in his hand, instinctively shrinking back as he prepared to dive beneath the countertop. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began outside. "Zhaoyuntian, are you really a virgin?" Yun Xilan asked again, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. This time, Zhaoyuntian's response lacked the earlier conviction. The thunder had genuinely startled him. "I suppose so." "Suppose so?" Yun Xilan inquired, puzzled. "Aunt Lan, don't believe his nonsense. This guy has never spoken truthfully," Yinin interjected, her disdain evident in her expression. Wang Yuyao, still somewhat dazed, slowly asked, "What exactly is your relationship?" Zhaoyuntian explained, This little girl is Xilan's niece. She's just playing around with you." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyao's previously dim eyes brightened, a smile returning to her face. Yining glanced over, sighing thoughtfully. Summer thunderstorms arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Within moments, the clouds parted, revealing the sun. Wang Yuyao needed to take the small wolf dog for vaccinations. Since the dog had just returned, it couldn't be vaccinated immediately. After a few days, it would be ready, as local dogs were more resilient than those imported, requiring only a rabies shot. Meanwhile, Yun Xilan had to visit the BMW dealership to have 5 words removed from the car's hood. Otherwise, she would feel embarrassed to drive it. Thus, the house was left with only Zhaoyuntian and Wang Yuyao. Zhaoyuntian felt that it was essential to have a serious conversation with Wang Yuyao. They settled onto the balcony, and he brewed a cup of tea for her. The sunlight after the rain was not too scorching. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, the weather was just right. Wang Yuyao felt flattered yet somewhat reserved. She blinked her eyes lightly and asked, "Brother Zhao, do you have something you wish to discuss with me?" Zhaoyuntian nodded non-committally. What are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyao froze, her eyes sparkling as if contemplating something, but then they dimmed again. She bit her lip and lowered her head, murmuring, "I don't know." Was it truly uncertainty, or was it reluctance to speak? Zhaoyuntian slowly remarked, his gaze penetrating. "I understand the confusion in your heart and the difficulty in making choices. Your family is in dire straits. Your mother is gravely ill, and your father bears the burden alone. You want to help, which is why you've chosen to forego college and work in a remote factory." The atmosphere grew heavy. Wang Yuyao was optimistic yet also very closed off, her brow carrying a hint of persistent melancholy reminiscent of the character Lin Daiyu. "Brother Zhao, I cannot attend college. My family's circumstances do not allow it," Wang Yuyao said, her tone filled with helplessness. She longed to continue her studies, to further her education, and to envision a bright future. She wished to engage in carefree play with her peers, yet she could not. Wang Yuyao remained unable to lift her head, her hands clasped tightly together, her fingers fidgeting, revealing her inner turmoil. "I can help you." Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian offered. "No, Brother Zhao, you've already helped our family far too much. It will take a long time for me to repay that 20,000. If you assist me further, I wouldn't even know how to repay you," Wang Yuyao exclaimed, raising her head in surprise. Shaking it vigorously, "Don't be so agitated. Helping is helping, but it certainly won't be without cost. After all, I'm not running a charity," Zhaoyuntian replied, his gaze fixed on Wang Yuyao. When their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head again, her cheeks flushing. Her heart raced, filled with wild imaginings. What did Brother Zhao mean by his words? If it wasn't free of charge, did he have conditions? She had nothing to offer, aside from herself. Would it mean offering her body? The mere thought made Wang Yuyao blush profusely. Seeing her in such a flustered state, Zhaoyuntian found it somewhat bewildering but didn't dwell on it. "Starting tomorrow, you'll come work for me. Consider it a way to repay your debt while you work." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyao regained her composure, looking at Zhaoyuntian with slight astonishment. "Work to repay my debt? How? How else would you repay your debt if you don't work?" Zhaoyuntian countered. Wang Yuyao scratched her head and giggled foolishly, her innocent demeanor causing Zhaoyuntian to chuckle as well. "Working at a factory is both dangerous and poorly paid. It's better to work for me where I can pay you a salary," Zhaoyuntian said, taking a sip of tea. "Brother Zhao, have you started a company?" Wang Yuyao asked curiously. "Not a company per se, but rather a studio. I haven't hired anyone yet. With you and me, we only have 2 people in the studio." Zhaoyuntian replied seriously. "We're still in the entrepreneurial phase, and everything is in the exploratory stage." Wang Yuyao's eyes immediately lit up, sensing Zhaoyuntian's ambition. She thought to herself that he must be quite impressive. Having such aspirations at a young age, he was sure to achieve great things in the future. "Brother Zhao, what is the main direction of our studio?" she asked, somewhat worried. "I haven't learned much, so I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up." "The direction of development. Well," Zhaoyuntian pondered quickly, explaining, "you can refer to the popular dating apps online. We're merely making it tangible, standardized, and professional." Wang Yuyao grasped it immediately, exclaiming, "Are we acting as matchmakers?" Sort of," Zhaoyuntian hesitated. "Matchmakers deal with marriage issues. We only address the issue of being single, and it's only temporary at this point." Wang Yuyao appeared somewhat confused, yet her eyes sparkled again. "I understand now. We're organizing blind dates." Well. Zhaoyuntian wore a rather bitter expression. which prompted Wang Yuyao to slightly furrow her delicate brows. "Brother Zhao, have I misunderstood again?" Zhaoyuntian resolved to dispense with any obfuscation. After all, the nature of his profession was indeed quite unconventional, and it was only natural for others to be oblivious to it. In truth, my line of work is dedicated to alleviating the temporary troubles faced by single women. There exists a professional term to describe my occupation. Zhaoyuntian straightened his attire earnestly and cleared his throat, declaring, "Have you ever heard of a rental boyfriend?" Ah! Upon hearing this response, Wang Yuyao's expression transformed dramatically. "Brother Zhao, you must be joking." Zhaoyuntian's face darkened, perplexed as to why his profession always elicited such reactions. "I am quite serious," he asserted solemnly. Wang Yuyao blinked, unable to detect even a hint of jest in Zhaoyuntian's demeanor, and inquired, "Brother Zhao, how did you come up with this idea?" "Well, that's a long story." Zhaoyuntian sipped his tea and commenced a lengthy narrative about his entrepreneurial journey, speaking with such fervor that his words flowed like a torrent. What could have been succinctly conveyed in a single sentence was elaborated upon for 3 hours. Although Wang Yuyao was somewhat bewildered by much of what he said, she found it impressive nonetheless. Thus, she was inadvertently drawn into Zhaoyuntian's enterprise. To be frank, Zhaoyuntian had yet to establish anything substantial. Apart from a document detailing the rental boyfriend service, he had no storefront, no venue, and certainly no employees. As for advertisements, promotions, or designs, those were mere fantasies. Wang Yuyao, not being naive, couldn't help but voice her skepticism. "Brother Zhao, do we even have any orders?" At this mention, Zhaoyuntian seemed to be invigorated, immediately pulling up an order from a recruitment website to show Wang Yuyao. The information had been posted for several days, and aside from this single order, no other inquiries had been made. However, the comments section was rife with scornful remarks. Zhaoyuntian, undeterred, felt emboldened and proclaimed, "Do not underestimate this industry. While we may not earn as much as the big bosses, our profit potential is nonetheless significant. For instance, with our first transaction, we could earn several thousand in just a day." "Wow, that much?" Wang Yuyao, having never encountered such sums, was astonished, recalling that her daily wage at the factory was merely a little over 100. Indeed, this industry has tremendous growth potential, and we stand out uniquely, possessing a significant advantage within the sector. Zhaoyuntian extolled, his assertions becoming increasingly grandiose. Significant advantage? More like a singular oddity in the entire country. Wang Yuyao, lacking understanding, merely felt that Zhaoyuntian's words were impressive and naively believed that this venture surely held great promise. Given that we are at the nascent stage of this entrepreneurial endeavor, and being a novel concept, it is entirely understandable that others may not recognize our potential. We must let our successes speak for themselves. Zhaoyuntian continued to persuade, gradually convincing Wang Yuyao of his vision. Truth be told, Zhaoyuntian's eloquence was such that if he were not leading a multi-level marketing scheme, it would indeed be a pity. Chapter 42. When flowers bloom in abundance, Zhaoyuntian set Wang Yuyao's salary at an impressive 5,000 per month, with bonuses at the end of each month, despite having earned not a single cent himself. It baffled him what gave him the audacity to propose such compensation. Upon hearing the figure, Wang Yuyao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao, that's far too much. I know nothing about this work, and you're offering me such a high salary. Even an intern from a prestigious university wouldn't earn that much in a month. An intern cannot be compared to you. Your willingness to join me signifies your discernment, and as the employer, I must honor that insight," Zhaoyuntian boasted, his words flowing effortlessly. Wang Yuyao considered declining the offer, but Zhaoyuntian feigned anger, fixing her with a stern gaze. "If you refuse again, it would be as though you are disregarding my dignity. To say this amount is excessive shows a lack of ambition. How can I help you achieve great wealth in the future?" Wang Yuyao lowered her head, remaining silent. However, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Zhaoyuntian. She could see through his intentions, recognizing the genuine care behind his actions. "Thank you, Brother Zhao. I will work hard," Wang Yuyao declared, her fists clenched in determination. Upon witnessing her resolve, Zhaoyuntian's previously irate expression softened. Nevertheless, the subsequent task allocation left Zhaoyuntian perplexed, as he realized he had no idea what to assign to Wang Yuyao. Furrowing his brow in concern, he thought to himself that if she were to receive a salary without any work, she would surely perceive it as charity. Given her personality, she would never accept that. Thus, Zhaoyuntian concluded he needed a more prudent plan. "Why don't you organize the materials for our studio?" Or perhaps post flyers online to promote our services. In the future, all advertising and order management will be your responsibility, Zhaoyuntian managed to articulate, squeezing out some tasks from his mind. Is that all? Wang Yuyao queried. Zhaoyuntian clasped his hands together, pausing briefly. For now, yes. Once our business expands, we may consider establishing a storefront in a commercial district or even registering a company. But that is a discussion for another day. Just focus on these tasks for now. Wang Yuyao nodded slightly, suddenly recalling something, and asked, "Where will my office be?" "For the time being, it will be at your home," Zhaoyuntian replied. In the afternoon, Zhaoyuntian escorted Wang Yuyao back home. She had not sustained any serious injuries, just a few bruises, and after a day of rest, she was nearly back to normal. When Wang's mother saw Wang Yuyao, she noticed nothing amiss. Upon learning that Wang Yuyao had found a part-time job with Zhaoyuntian, she was quite surprised, and even more so when she discovered the salary. "Little Zhao, how can we accept this?" Wang's mother expressed her gratitude, nearly brought to tears. Zhaoyuntian smiled. "It's nothing. I'm merely doing what I can within reason." At dinner, Zhaoyuntian dined with Wang Jianya, who had taken a day off to buy several bottles of fine wine. Meanwhile, the television broadcast news of a recently resolved case involving a driver who had murdered a flight attendant. The police had apprehended the suspect. The screen displayed footage of a man, bloodied and barely recognizable, being lifted into an ambulance, while police cordoned off the area, with medical personnel moving in and out. Surrounded by a throng of reporters eagerly peering in, Wang Jianya, upon seeing this, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Such scum should be executed. They possess no professional ethics, unrepentant in their wrongdoing, and it is the unfortunate flight attendant who suffers the most." Old Wang, a taxi driver, was well aware of the situation as he frequently accepted orders through the ride-hailing app and harbored intense disdain for the criminal's actions. Zhaoyuntian chuckled softly, glancing at Wang Yuyao, who was quietly adding ingredients to the hot pot, her expression somewhat unnatural. It was impossible to say that it had not affected her. Such psychological scars would likely take a long time to heal. At that moment, the television displayed an exceptionally attractive female police officer conducting an interview. "This is Captain Xiao Na from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team," the reporter introduced while questioning. "Captain Xiao, how was the suspect apprehended?" Xiao Na faced the camera and replied, "We responded to a citizen's report and arrived on the scene promptly. However, the suspect had already been subdued. As for the hero who intervened, we currently do not know their identity." The reporter was taken aback, initially believing the police had orchestrated a meticulous operation to capture the criminal, only to discover that another individual had played a crucial role. Xiao Na continued, "The heroic gentleman may wish to remain anonymous, yet the police had previously announced a reward of 500,000. We hope he can visit the municipal office to assist with the ongoing investigation." Wang Jianya perked up at this, taking a sip of liquor, and remarked, "Such a brave soul. There are few in this era who possess both a sense of justice and disregard for wealth. 50,000 is no small sum, and the ride-hailing app has offered a reward of 100,000, totaling 150,000. Beside him, Wang's mother expressed her astonishment. "Goodness, that's an enormous amount. What could that brave young man possibly be thinking to refuse the money?" As the party involved, Zhaoyuntian sipped his drink, a subtle smile gracing his lips, the meaning behind which remained elusive. While Wang Yuyao found it difficult to comprehend why the heroic young man would decline the reward. She glanced up at Zhaoyuntian, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She understood the reasoning behind it. By refusing the money, Brother Zhao was ensuring that the police would not uncover his identity, thereby protecting her from any repercussions that could disrupt her future. Wang Yuyao felt deeply moved. Brother Zhao's intentions were truly commendable. "Brother Zhao, don't just drink. Have some food too," Wang Yuyao suggested, placing a chicken leg in Zhaoyuntian's bowl. "Thank you, sister." Zhaoyuntian laughed, eagerly devouring the chicken leg, enjoying his meal thoroughly. An hour later, having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, Zhaoyuntian patted his belly and noted that it was getting late, thus preparing to take his leave. "Brother Zhao, let me walk you out." "There's no need for that. It's dark and I wouldn't want you to trip on your way back." Zhaoyuntian waved his hand, turning to leave. Wang Yuyao remained where she was, watching for a long while until Zhaoyuntian vanished from sight. Wang's mother glanced at her daughter, sighed softly, and turned to Wang Jianya, saying, "Do you think our daughter has feelings for little Zhao?" Wang Jianya looked up in surprise. "It does seem that way. Little Zhao is a good person, kind-hearted and diligent, but he is quite poor. If our daughter were to marry him, life might be a struggle." Wang's mother remarked softly. Having previously discussed family matters, she was aware that Zhaoyuntian came from an ordinary background, raised by a mentor after losing his parents, leaving him with virtually nothing. If Yao Yao likes little Zhao and he feels the same, I think they would be a good match. Wang Jianya expressed his thoughts, turning to Wang's mother and speaking earnestly. Little Zhao has done so much for our family. If Yao Yao were to marry him, it would also be a way to repay that kindness. Wang's mother appeared to disagree, stating firmly, I think that would be unwise that a man must have the ability, no matter how good his character. If life is difficult, our daughter will end up suffering just like we did. Little Zhao has helped us, but we cannot trade our daughter's happiness for that. Yao Yao should seek someone from a better family. Wang Jianya paused, shaking his head, choosing not to say more as he turned and entered the house. Yang Yuyin had been feeling quite troubled recently, as her family had been incessantly calling to urge her to return home for a matchmaking session, leaving her exhausted and unable to focus on work. Seizing a moment of free time, she arranged to meet with her close friend to unwind in a quaint tea house with a touch of sophistication. Yang Yuyin frowned and sighed. Opposite her sat a tall woman in denim attire with short hair. This woman was strikingly beautiful, with a flawless complexion and a natural elegance that required no makeup. She exuded an air of sharpness. How to describe her? Valiant and poised. Especially her gaze, devoid of feminine allure, yet sharper than that of a hawk. You seem quite troubled lately. Is your family pressing you again? The short-haired woman inquired. Yang Yuyin glanced at her friend and smiled. I'm not as spirited as you. Just solved a major case. Captain Xiao, you must be on your way to a promotion. The woman before her was none other than Captain Xiao Na of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Not so fast. I've only just settled into the role of team leader, Xiao Na replied nonchalantly. Yang Yuyin felt a twinge of envy and sighed. How do you manage to be so fortunate? You just took office and already stumbled upon such good fortune, with a citizen assisting in capturing a criminal. Enough about my affairs. Let us discuss yours. What's going on with you? Xiao Na inquired, her gaze intensifying as soon as the focus shifted to her. Yang Yuyin's smile faded, replaced by a bitter expression. What else can I do? I have no choice but to grit my teeth and return home. What if your family pressures you into matchmaking? Xiao Na asked. I've already devised a plan. I rented a boyfriend online. Xiao Na was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. You can't be serious. Who's joking? I'm quite serious, Yang Yuyin affirmed earnestly. Renting a boyfriend? Is there really such a service online? Xiao Na was astonished, realizing her own knowledge was lacking. Where there is demand, there will be a market. Is it reliable? I'm not entirely sure, but I've met the person, and he seems capable. I believe I can manage my family with some preparation, Yang Yuyin replied softly as she lifted her teacup. Xiao Na smiled, speculating, given your family's picky nature and their tactics, I suspect that man may not last long. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuyin hesitated, retracting the cup she had almost raised to her lips, her gaze flickering with a hint of seriousness. In the ensuing days, Zhaoyuntian devoted himself wholeheartedly to his venture, creating numerous accounts across various platforms to promote his services. To stay relevant with the current trends, he produced a plethora of memes, risque jokes, and promotional images. However, the results were dishearteningly minimal. People merely regarded his efforts as a source of amusement, dismissing them entirely. Far from being disheartened, Zhaoyuntian seemed invigorated, tirelessly expanding his online presence. He explored every widely used application, leaving his mark wherever he could. Observing his relentless enthusiasm despite the lack of response, Yun Xilan approached him to share her insights. What you're doing is unnecessary. It's simply an exercise in futility, Yun Xilan stated bluntly. Zhaoyuntian paused, asking, do you have a better approach? Your idea is innovative, a truly novel concept. Whether it can flourish, I cannot say, but my suggestion is to start small, Yun Xilan advised slowly. Zhaoyuntian scratched his head, only partially understanding. Could you clarify that a bit more? Are you familiar with Laoganma? Yun Xilan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian laughed. What kind of joke is that? How could I not know Laoganma? Though it's merely a bottle of chili sauce. It's a source of pride for the Chinese. For decades, it has never advertised or promoted itself, yet it has gained global recognition and become a family brand. Yun Xilan then asked, do you know what has underpinned Laoganma's remarkable success? That would be. Zhaoyuntian pondered briefly before confidently responding, quality and reputation. Thus, as the saying goes, when flowers bloom, butterflies will naturally come. After Yun Xilan uttered these words, she walked away. However, Zhaoyuntian stood there, momentarily dazed, his eyes revealing a flicker of realization, as if he had suddenly been roused from a deep slumber. Subsequently, Zhaoyuntian ceased his online advertising endeavors and instead focused on honing his own skills. Day by day, he secluded himself in a cozy room, immersed in books, to the point where the young girl began to voice her discontent. As a hired boyfriend, he would inevitably encounter a myriad of clients in the future. Without exceptional skills, how could he possibly handle unforeseen circumstances? To prevent any mishaps, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. A week passed, and one day, Zhaoyuntian's phone rang. Zhaoyuntian? A cool voice came through as the call connected. Zhaoyuntian softly inquired, "Who is this?" "I am Yang Yuyin," the voice replied. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. "Miss Yang, why did you change your number?" "This is my private number, by the way. Our scheduled time is approaching. Are you ready?" Chapter 43. Hijacking? On the airplane, a young couple sat in the central row of the business class, both of similar age. The man, dressed in a tailored suit, exuded an air of vitality, his slicked-back hair glistening. His chiseled features, accentuated by his attire, gave him the charm of a successful man. Beside him, the woman was stylish and beautiful, donning sunglasses that could not conceal her poise. Amidst her calm demeanor, there was a hint of coolness and helplessness. These two were none other than Zhaoyuntian and Yang Yuyin. The previous day, Yang Yuyin had taken the time to accompany Zhaoyuntian to the mall, purchasing him a designer suit and even spending a considerable sum to hire a stylist for his hair and to refine his demeanor as a person of success. This fellow claimed to be a soldier, yet appeared far from it, resembling more of a commoner. If he didn't undergo a thorough transformation, it would be impossible to present him to her family. The adage clothes make the man held true in this instance. Visually, she was quite satisfied. Passing off the rouge should pose no problem. After a while on the plane, Yang Yuyin frowned, perplexed by his incessant fidgeting. "Could you please sit still? Stop moving around," she admonished. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian gave an awkward smile, intending to scratch his head, but remembering the hair product he had just applied, he dropped his hand and chuckled. "Miss Yang, I apologize, I've never been on a passenger plane before." This was no exaggeration. During his military service, he had always piloted fighter jets and had never experienced a commercial flight. "Don't call me Miss Yang. Just use my name," Yang Yuyin said in an authoritative tone. Zhaoyuntian, realizing his mistake, quickly corrected himself. Right, Yuyin, I almost forgot. My memory is terrible," he remarked, tapping his head. "Mind your manners." Yang Yuyin's voice was icy. Zhaoyuntian felt somewhat awkward. They were mere acquaintances, and the disparity in their identities and statuses left him bewildered. Yang Yuyin sighed, feeling a headache coming on. This guy was a total bumpkin, his every move betraying his lack of worldly experience. If it weren't for the sake of convenience, she wouldn't have sought out such an unreliable individual. Hopefully, her family wouldn't notice anything amiss. "Here are my family's details. While we have some time on the plane, please take a look." "Wow, so many?" Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, taken aback as he saw the stack of documents, which amounted to over 10 pages. There was no way he could finish reading them in 1 or 2 hours, let alone a single day. "Stop talking nonsense, and certainly do not speak inappropriately. Remember, you are a person of status, and besides, this information is not excessive," Yang Yuyin remarked. Zhaoyuntian paused, refraining from arguing, and then began to read intently. 3 minutes later, Zhaoyuntian set the documents down. "What's wrong? Why did you stop reading?" Yang Yuyin asked. "My family members are not easily fooled. You must remember the key points. I finished reading." Yang Yuyin looked at him incredulously. This document had consumed half of her day to compile. Even for her, reviewing it a second time would take at least half an hour. How could he possibly have read it so quickly? "I really have finished. If you don't believe me, quiz me." Zhaoyuntian tossed the documents back to Yang Yuyin and said, "Feel free to pick any section, and I can recite it to you." "Is that so?" Yang Yuyin's gaze sharpened, a hint of surprise evident as she casually asked, "What does the second line of the 5th page say?" Zhaoyuntian rubbed his nose, casting a glance at Yang Yuyin before quickly averting his eyes again. "Be straightforward. Don't act like a thief." Yang Yuyin snapped. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian leaned in, his unabashed gaze inciting her ire. "Where are your eyes wandering?" The second line of the 5th page states. Zhaoyuntian replied earnestly, speaking with conviction. Yang Yuyin's expression shifted as she hurriedly flipped to the corresponding page, where, to her astonishment, his words were indeed accurate. The document read, "Your favorite color is pink cartoon." Zhaoyuntian recounted with enthusiasm. That's enough. Be quiet. Yang Yuyin interjected just in time, or else he might have continued indefinitely. Zhaoyuntian promptly fell silent, a smirk on his face, though it appeared rather mischievous, reminiscent of a street vagabond's silly grin. Yang Yuyin felt a shiver run down her spine. Could you refrain from smiling? Is that part of the requirements? No, I simply do not wish to see you smile, Yang Yuyin stated firmly. Zhaoyuntian wiped his mouth and ceased smiling, yet he remained restless, his eyes darting around, particularly fixating on the flight attendants, as if his gaze might leap from his head. Why hasn't anyone attempted to hijack the plane? How boring. There's no chance for a hero to save the damsel in distress, Zhaoyuntian lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Yang Yuyin, listening beside him, felt utterly speechless. Hijacking? Did he think this was an American blockbuster? Moreover, if a hijacking were to occur, he might very well lose his own life. Oh, that flight attendant is quite lovely. But the other one has nice legs, though her face is lacking. Oh wow, there's another beauty at the back. Yang Yuyin could no longer tolerate it. Who on earth was this person? An impulse surged within her, wishing she could kick him off the plane. The 2-hour journey felt interminable. Finally, the plane landed at the airport at 5 in the afternoon. They collected their luggage and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Yang Yuyin's parents' residence. Upon arrival, after paying the fare, Yang Yuyin turned to Zhaoyuntian and said, "From this moment on, remember that you are my boyfriend, and do not reveal any inconsistencies." Zhaoyuntian patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Miss Yang, rest assured, my role is to resolve your troubles, not to create them." What did you say on the plane? How could you forget so quickly? Zhaoyuntian's expression shifted as he smiled, taking Yang Yuyin's bag from her and wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Darling, let us go inside." Yang Yuyin's expression stiffened for a moment, but then returned to normal, even taking the initiative to wrap her arms around Zhaoyuntian's. At that moment, as they stood together, there was an undeniable sense of harmony. Chapter 44. Unwelcome. Stepping into the elevator, they ascended momentarily before reaching their floor. At the entrance, Yang Yuyin paused, reiterating, "My family is not easy to deal with. You must be prepared." "You can rest assured, I am fully prepared," Zhaoyuntian replied confidently. Yang Yuyin gave him a deep look before falling silent. Knock, knock. Yang Yuyin rapped on the door, and shortly after, it swung open to reveal a middle-aged man. Exuding an air of cultured elegance, and a certain authority was apparent in his demeanor. Having read about Yang Yuyin's father in the materials, Zhaoyuntian knew he held a significant position, a person of high status. "Dad, Yuyin is back. Come in quickly," Yang Shuetai said with a cheerful face. Zhaoyuntian stepped forward, quickly greeting, "Hello, Uncle Yang. I am Yuyin's boyfriend." At that moment, Yang Shuetai noticed the young man behind his daughter. He had heard that she would bring her boyfriend home but had assumed it was merely a casual remark. Yang Shuetai's expression shifted as he scrutinized Zhaoyuntian, his demeanor transforming. "Why didn't you notify us beforehand? You can't just bring anyone home." Though directed at Yang Yuyin, the words were clearly a veiled jab at Zhaoyuntian. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt a jolt of realization. It appeared he was not welcome. It seemed this task would not be as straightforward as anticipated. "Dad, the guest is here. We can't just turn him away," Yang Yuyin said, a hint of irritation in her voice. She thought to herself that her father, usually so gentle, had suddenly become so arrogant. Yang Shuetai said no more, merely casting a cold glance at Zhaoyuntian, his attitude aloof. The gaze of a person in power often bore an air of intimidation, sending a chill down Zhaoyuntian's spine. Meanwhile, from the kitchen, a graceful woman emerged, her fair complexion reflecting some resemblance to Yang Yuyin. "Welcome back," Zhaoyuntian promptly said. "Auntie, I sincerely apologize for not visiting sooner. I hope you won't hold my sudden arrival against me." "Who are you?" Yang's mother paused, momentarily bewildered by his presence. Yang Yuyin stepped forward to introduce. "Mom, this is the boyfriend I mentioned on the phone. His name is Zhaoyuntian." "Boyfriend?" Yang's mother exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of disapproval as she scrutinized Zhaoyuntian. "What is the meaning of this? Yuyin, are you simply bringing someone home to placate us?" Yang's mother said, her smile fading, revealing signs of indignation. Yang Shuetai interjected, "Young man, you should leave. We have important guests coming shortly." His words carried an undeniable authority, leaving no room for argument. Yang Yuyin was incensed, saying, "Mom and Dad, what is the matter? I told you he is my boyfriend. What kind of friends are you associating with?" Do you not understand your own status? Not everyone is worthy of you, Yang's mother retorted, her traditional values firmly in place, emphasizing the importance of social standing. This was partly the reason for her resistance. The greater reason was that they had already made arrangements for a well-connected family friend's son to visit. A remarkable young man, already on the path to a promising career at just over 20, with a prestigious background and immense potential. Only such a man was deemed worthy of their daughter. Uncle and auntie, I believe you are mistaken. We live in an era that values freedom and love, Zhaoyuntian interjected, feeling compelled to speak up. What is your profession? Yang Shuetai asked sternly, turning his gaze to Zhaoyuntian. Originally, Zhaoyuntian had planned to claim he was a senior executive at a company, but now he felt it best to be honest. One line necessitates countless others to uphold it. It was better to simply be himself. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian straightened his back and declared loudly, I am a security guard. Why claim to be a security guard, you might ask? He had no choice. He was at a loss for what to say. After all, his true occupation was that of a hired boyfriend, which was hardly something he could admit. The role of a security guard required minimal skills and could be easily managed without revealing any inconsistencies. Moreover, Zhaoyuntian had previously worked as a bodyguard, so it was not entirely untrue. Upon hearing this, Yang Yiyin was taken aback, thinking, what on earth is he doing? Why is he altering the script so recklessly? The situation was already bleak, and now it was bound to worsen. A security guard? Yang's mother scoffed coldly, her laughter tinged with derision. My daughter is an executive. You've seen our family's background? What qualifications do you have to be her boyfriend? She questioned. Status does not define a person, nor does wealth. I am unapologetically myself. At least in our love, we are equals. Yang Shuetai frowned, his tone grave as he said, Young man, I've encountered many like you, whose only aim is to exploit our family's wealth and influence. I advise you not to aim too high or entertain lofty dreams. How dare a mere security guard stand before my daughter? Do you not feel ashamed? Zhaoyuntian replied with a smile, I apologize, uncle, but I truly lack any sense of self-awareness. After all, your daughter is fond of me. Why should I feel inferior? On the contrary, I feel immensely proud. You? Yang Shuetai slammed his hand on the table, taken aback. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. How dare a security guard be so brazen? Enough. Yang Yiyin's expression darkened, her anger boiling over as she felt her parents were being utterly unreasonable. It was customary to treat guests with basic politeness, regardless of personal feelings. Wasn't this a blatant slap in her face? If they insisted on sending him away, she would leave with him. Yang Shuetai coldly snorted and turned to head to his study. Just then, a sound echoed from outside. Yang's mother's face lit up with a hint of delight as she said to Yang Yiyin, Darling, it must be Xiao Zhang arriving. Once you meet him, you'll realize just how inferior your choice is. Zhaoyuntian felt utterly disregarded, yet he remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with determination. So you look down on me? Do you? Fine. I'll show you just how little that matters. At that moment, a tall, handsome man was welcomed inside, and the contrast in Yang's parents' demeanor towards him compared to Zhaoyuntian was stark. Zhaoyuntian glanced at the newcomer, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a refined elegance. The man also noticed Zhaoyuntian's unexpected presence, his expression reflecting surprise. The man's gaze swiftly shifted from Zhaoyuntian to Yang Yiyin, where a warm smile graced his face. Yiyin, you're back. Yang Yiyin offered him no warmth, her expression cold. This man, named Zhang Tianze, was her childhood friend. Though undeniably talented and well-educated, she felt no particular attraction towards him. Young man, as you can see, this is our ideal son-in-law candidate. If you have any sense, you should know when to retreat, Yang Shuetai said in a low voice, exuding an invisible air of authority. Yet Zhaoyuntian remained unperturbed, a sardonic smile on his face. With such a demeanor, how can you even compare? What kind of judgment do you possess? All right then, polite greetings are futile. Calm discussions are also pointless. If that is the case, let us see who can withstand this. Yang Shuetai's expression changed, and everyone in the room was taken aback. This was either a display of remarkable courage or sheer audacity, as Zhaoyuntian's defiance was unprecedented. How few young people dare to confront him directly. This level of confidence, this utter lack of fear. Zhang Tianze's hostility towards Zhaoyuntian was palpable, while Zhaoyuntian merely raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain evident. Yang Yiyin was overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, realizing that things were spiraling out of control. This was not the outcome she had anticipated. Would Zhaoyuntian truly adopt a reckless approach? Chapter 45. What can you do? As Zhou Shuren once said, a tree without bark will surely perish. A person without shame is invincible. Deeply understanding this wisdom, Zhaoyuntian remained comfortably unperturbed, treating the situation as if he were in his own home. Yang Xuecai found himself at a loss. He could dismiss Zhaoyuntian several times, but he certainly couldn't call the police to have him arrested. Ultimately, he chose to ignore him, treating him as if he were invisible. After he has had his lunch, tell him to leave immediately. Zhang Tianze came prepared, having specially gifted Yang Xuecai a set of jade ghost stones to curry favor. Yang Xuecai was exceedingly pleased, unable to put them down, and immediately engaged Zhang Tianze in a game. After brewing some tea, the two sat at one end, holding black and white stones, ready to battle. Zhaoyuntian walked over and glanced at the scene. At that moment, Yang Xuecai and Zhang Tianze were deeply engrossed in their match. Upon seeing Zhaoyuntian, Yang Xuecai remarked, "Those who can play Go are all virtuous talents, unlike some individuals whose character is questionable." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt displeased, clearly sensing that he was being insulted. Out of respect for his elder, Zhaoyuntian chose not to speak further and merely watched in silence, observing the game. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that Yang Xuecai had some skill, yet it was nothing remarkable. Even a novice could win effortlessly against him. Comparatively, he need not even mention Li Xiener. Watching such a game felt tedious to Zhaoyuntian, akin to a king observing two bronze players pecking at each other. Once the game concluded, Yang Xuecai emerged victorious. Zhang Tianze shook his head slightly, revealing a hint of regret, and smiled. "Uncle Yang, your Go skills have grown increasingly profound. I, as a younger generation, can only lament my inadequacy. You are still young, and to possess such deep skills at this age is indeed rare and commendable." Yang Xuecai replied with a hearty laugh, growing increasingly fond of Zhang Tianze, almost viewing him as a prospective son and law. In contrast, Zhaoyuntian frowned, his expression darkening, thinking that a mere security guard likely did not even know how to play Go. "What are you staring at? Do you think you can play?" Yang Xuecai retorted, his tone laced with disdain. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow. "Uncle, I find your earlier statement to be unfounded." "What did I say?" Yang Xuecai looked over. "Is it true that those who can play Go possess outstanding character?" Zhaoyuntian inquired. Yang Xuecai scoffed. "Of course, Go emphasizes self-cultivation. Those who are sly and opportunistic will never excel." Zhaoyuntian paused and said, "Very well, let us speak through Go. I would like to challenge you to a game, if you would allow." Hearing this, Yang Xuecai burst into laughter. "You wish to play with me? You likely lack even the qualifications to enter the game. Himph. Even if I let you have a 2-stone advantage, you still wouldn't win." As the two shouted. Everyone turned to look, especially Yang Yuyan, who wondered what was happening again. "No, you are the elder. I will give you a 5-stone handicap." Zhaoyuntian declared with bravado, "If I lose, I will leave immediately without a word. If I win, then as for the matter between me and your daughter, you need not speak further." Such provocation could not be tolerated by Yang Xuecai, who immediately retorted, arrogant and delusional. "Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Zhaoyuntian shouted, showing no regard for face. "What is there to fear?" Yang Xuecai, who was troubled by this situation, found the challenge fortuitous. Yang Yiyan was taken aback, thinking that this man must be out of his mind. Her father was a 9-dan master. Although retired, he was still far superior to an ordinary player. It was easy for him to crush amateur opponents. What was Zhaoyuntian thinking, daring to show off? Surely, he could not be underestimating her father as a mere novice. Yang Yuyan wished to intervene, but it was too late. Indeed, in Zhaoyuntian's eyes, Yang Xuecai was nothing more than a novice. Zhaoyuntian took a seat opposite Yang Xuecai and said, "I keep my word. If I say I'll give you a 5-stone handicap, then I shall." "You give me a handicap? 5 stones?" Yang Xuecai nearly burst out laughing, disdainfully responding, "You have no idea how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Let me show you what it means that there are people beyond people, mountains beyond mountains." In that instant, the air crackled with tension. The two settled into their positions, holding black and white stones as the game commenced. Initially, Yang Xuecai mocked, "With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? Prepare to leave." Zhaoyuntian remained silent, slowly placing his stones. After a while, Yang Xuecai's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. What kind of strategy is this? There seems to be a twist, he thought, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. At that moment, young Xuecai's face displayed shock as he stared incredulously at the board, his hand nervously twisting the stone, uncertain of where to place it. Zhaoyuntian yawned and squinted, saying, "Uncle, it's your turn." Young Xuecai glanced at Zhaoyuntian, his breathing becoming rapid and uncertain. "Uncle, make your move. The food is getting cold." "Uncle, what are you thinking? Make the cut." "Uncle, you aren't falling asleep with your eyes open, are you? Can you at least give a response?" "Uncle," as young Xuecai's expression grew increasingly grim, his pace of play slowed significantly. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian, like a relentless specter, urged him on. After another half-hour, Zhaoyuntian had captured 9 of Yang's stones, sealing his victory. Witnessing this, young Xuecai was left aghast. "Uncle, you truly are a novice." Zhaoyuntian shook his head, mocking, as if looking at refuse. "How could this be? How could this happen?" The young family members stared at Zhaoyuntian in disbelief. Mouths agape, he lost. A father of a level comparable to a professional player lost. Yang Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened, momentarily stunned. Zhaoyuntian clasped his hands together and said, "Uncle, I concede. You just said that those who excel at Go are of good character." The onlookers were left astounded by Zhaoyuntian's skill. He won, and he was given a 5-stone handicap. In a professional match, this would be a complete annihilation. Young Xuecai, furious, slammed the table. Insidious, utterly shameless. "So you can play Go, yet pretended to be a novice in front of me," Zhaoyuntian shrugged, provocatively declaring, "In any case I won." Young Xuecai was incensed. "What do you mean you won? Had I known you had the skills of a professional player, I would have taken it seriously. I was not playing my best just now." Zhaoyuntian shrugged. "A loss is a loss. Why make excuses? You shameless little thief." Zhaoyuntian laughed coldly, questioning, "What, can you not accept defeat?" "I cannot accept defeat? Ha, laughable. Who in the world does not know my name? Wherever I go, people tremble in fear. If I hadn't resorted to tricks, even if I gave you a 10-stone handicap, you still couldn't win against me." "A 10-stone handicap? Please." Zhaoyuntian shook his head with a sneer. Yang Xuecai, clearly agitated, declared, "Come, let us have 100 rounds." Zhaoyuntian showed no signs of intimidation. "Who is afraid of you? Come on." "All right." As the atmosphere thickened, it seemed they were on the brink of a physical confrontation. No one dared to let them continue playing, rushing forward to separate them. "Dad, a gentleman's word is his bond." "What did you say earlier?" Yang Yuyan pulled at her father. Young Xuecai huffed. This little brat must have cheated. "There's no way he could win otherwise." Zhaoyuntian smugly stuck out his tongue. "Ha, but I just won, you little rascal. Playing tricks, are you?" Yang Yuyan, exasperated, had never seen her father so riled up. After much effort, she finally managed to pull the two apart. "You come here. We shall continue our game. I will give you a 10-stone handicap. I will give you 20. I will give you 50. I will give you 100. In the end, they kept escalating, absurdly conceding up to 2,000 stones, even though there were only 181 stones in total on a Go board. To prevent the situation from worsening, Yang Yuyan dragged Zhaoyuntian out. All that could be heard was Yang Xuecai's furious shout. "You little rascal, don't leave." Zhaoyuntian scoffed. "That old fool, I don't even want to toy with you. How dare you? Come back." No one expected that a perfectly normal visit to meet the parents would turn into such a dramatic spectacle. Yang Yuyan, drenched in sweat and exhausted, chided, "Why are you competing with my dad?" "Ha!" He looked down on me. Now, his face must be swollen from the slap. Zhaoyuntian smirked, full of pride. "When did you learn to play Go?" "I never said I couldn't play, Yang Yuyan looked up, gazing deeply at the man before her, pondering how many secrets he truly held. Chapter 46. A rare encounter. The situation had developed in a way that Yang Ruobing had not anticipated. Zhaoyuntian felt somewhat embarrassed. He initially intended to help resolve someone else's trouble, yet it had turned into such a farce. "I truly apologize for putting you in a difficult position." "It's nothing. My father is just that kind of person," Yang Yuyan replied. If she followed her original script, nothing would come of it. By sheer coincidence, Zhaoyuntian had created an opportunity. "I truly cannot fathom where you found the audacity to speak so boldly to my father," Yang Yuyan said, a smile gracing her lips. "What a joke. You've paid, after all. If I just walk away, wouldn't that be unprofessional?" Even if it were the king himself, I would still take him down, Zhaoyuntian declared with conviction. Regardless of the outcome, once this is over, I promise to double your reward, Yang Yuyin promised. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian felt a surge of joy. He was truly grateful. Half an hour later, a call came from home, instructing Yang Yuyin to return for dinner and reminding her to bring Zhaoyuntian along, urging her not to let him leave. Whose call was that? My father's. What is going on? I'm not sure yet. Let us go back and see. Upon returning home, the meal was already prepared, but Yang Shuichai's temper had not cooled. Wearing a sullen expression, as soon as Yang Yuyin stepped inside, he shouted, "That little rascal. You didn't let him go, did you?" "I'm right here," Zhaoyuntian replied, walking in through the door. Upon seeing him, Yang Shuichai scoffed, "Eat your fill. Just wait and see how I discipline you later. Eating is eating. Who is afraid?" Zhaoyuntian rolled up his sleeves and took a seat without hesitation. Yang's mother raised an eyebrow at this and fell silent instead. This man was unexpectedly bold. All the usual tactics had no effect on him. "Fine. I want he rushed to chase him away. Let us see how much skill he possesses." As everyone sat down, Zhang Tianzi still lingered, his goal being Yang Yuyin. He had no intention of leaving until he secured her. The key was that he could not swallow his pride. Yang Shuichai was furious, and he was equally incensed. "I say, buddy, what are you still doing here? We're having a family dinner. You should just step aside." Zhaoyuntian took on the demeanor of a host, addressing Zhang Tianzi. The latter, being somewhat self-aware, felt his expression shift at such a remark. "Who said we are a family?" Yang Shuichai interjected, raising his voice. Zhaoyuntian continued earnestly, "Uncle, before we played, we agreed that if you lost, you would consent to the matter between me and your daughter. What is this? Are you speaking just to hear yourself? You?" Yang Shuichai was momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words, and could only grumble and exasperated, "Little rascal." Yang Yuyin quickly intervened. "All right, you two, stop arguing. Are we still eating?" Zhaoyuntian paused, falling silent. Zhang Tianzi's expression darkened slightly. "A man must drink. In our region, a meal without a few bottles of liquor is incomplete," Yang Shuichai declared, producing a box of aged liquor, its alcohol content reaching 50 or 60%. Then, casting a challenging glance at Zhaoyuntian, he asked, "You little brat, do you dare to drink?" Zhaoyuntian showed no signs of fear. "Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Let us skip the cups and drink straight from the bowl." Yang Shuichai's brow twitched. Had it been his youth, he might have taken up the challenge, but now, he was no longer able to endure such antics. However, he could not appear weak in front of this young rascal. So he declared, "Let us drink from the bowl." The two old men began to down the liquor, trading barbs as they drank. Yang Shuichai did not hold back in his mockery of Zhaoyuntian, while the latter was equally sharp-tongued in his retorts. "Young Zhang is successful at such a young age. Look at yourself, over 20 yet still a security guard," Yang Shuichai taunted. Zhaoyuntian replied, "We all serve the people, albeit in different roles and with different values. As an elder, why is your understanding so low? My daughter will one day inherit a company worth billions. Do you not have any self-awareness? Do you think you are worthy? It's just a company. What is the big deal? I'm still a successor of socialism. What the hell? Socialism is impressive. What does that have to do with you? Look at your character. If my daughter marries you, it would be like flowers growing from dung. You must not have read much. You don't use dung to plant flowers. Your family uses cement." Yang Shuichai fell silent, utterly at a loss. This little rascal was not just impervious to attacks but practically immune to all forms of criticism. Shameless beyond belief, a sight rarely seen in life. Damn it, he dares to try and marry my daughter while being so arrogant. At this moment, Zhang Tianzi began to showcase his own gifts, presenting a box of precious century-old ginseng to Yang's mother, rising to hand it to her. "Auntie, this is a small token from a junior. Please accept it as a sign of respect. You are too kind. Just coming is enough. Why bring gifts?" Yang's mother accepted it and examined the contents, praising, "This young man is considerate. Knowing my health is not the best, he specifically bought ginseng to help me recover. He must have spent a considerable amount. Not much, just over 800,000, so expensive. How many years is it?" "About 100 years, so precious. How can we accept such a gift?" This remark was clearly aimed at Zhaoyuntian, implying that he could never afford such an extravagant gift. "Young Zhang, you and my daughter are a match made in heaven," Yang's mother said with a smile. Zhang Tianzi beamed with pride, casting a glance at Zhaoyuntian, his demeanor radiating superiority. Zhaoyuntian, noticing this, felt irritation rise within him. If someone annoyed him, he would ensure that the other party would not have it easy either. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian's gaze sharpened, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. "Uncle, you may not know, but the century-old ginseng he gifted you is actually fake." Zhaoyuntian declared suddenly. Yang's mother was taken aback. "How is that possible?" Zhang Tianzi, indignant, retorted, "If you've never seen the world, don't slander others. I bet you've never seen what a century-old ginseng looks like." Yang Yuyin was stunned. Coming from a prominent family, she had indeed seen some genuine items, and this ginseng was undoubtedly real. But why was Zhaoyuntian claiming it was fake? Without time to ponder further, Zhaoyuntian reached out. "If you don't believe me, feel free to hand the ginseng over. I will help you identify it. Such a precious item. If you break it, you won't be able to compensate," Yang's mother replied. Zhaoyuntian countered, "This kind of fake ginseng, even pigs wouldn't eat it if you tossed it in a pigsty." Yang's mother was enraged, her fury bubbling over into a mocking laugh. "Well, I want to see how you can prove it with that." She handed the ginseng over. Zhang Tianzi sneered repeatedly. This ginseng had cost him a pretty penny from the herbal market, and it was impossible for it to be fake. Zhaoyuntian's antics were foolish. He was merely digging his own grave. Zhaoyuntian opened the box and picked up the ginseng, pretending to examine it closely, then shook his head. "So tell me, where is this ginseng fake?" Yang's mother asked impatiently. Zhaoyuntian, of course, could not identify ginseng. His actions were merely to get closer to it for how to turn a genuine ginseng into a fake one. That depended on Shao Qi's capabilities. "I see you are at a loss for words now," Yang's mother coldly huffed, convinced that Zhaoyuntian was merely stirring up trouble. When Zhaoyuntian's hand made contact, an invisible force surged forth, instantly absorbing the meager spiritual essence of the ginseng. He then stated with utmost seriousness, "Yu Yin, please fetch me a basin of water. I shall render this counterfeit ginseng utterly exposed." Uncertain of Zhaoyuntian's intentions, Yang Yuyin complied and brought a basin of water. "What do you intend to do? What if the ginseng is ruined by being placed in the water?" Yang Mu urgently interjected. "True gold fears no fire, and genuine ginseng fears no washing," Zhaoyuntian retorted. "You naive fool, can such a ginseng be washed indiscriminately?" Yang Mu rolled her eyes. "Aunt, let him proceed. I wish to see what trickery he can conjure," Zhang Tianzi remarked, a mocking smile adorning his face as he gazed at Zhaoyuntian. Zhaoyuntian chuckled softly and placed the ginseng into the water. Moments passed with no reaction. "What can you say now? Did you not claim this ginseng was fake?" Yang Mu accused. Zhaoyuntian hesitated, his eyes twitching slightly. "I believe he is deliberately provoking trouble. Aunt, such a person harbors malicious intentions, despicable and shameless. Yuyin has likely been blinded by him." Failing to see the true nature of his wolfish ambition, Zhang Tianzi seized the opportunity to slander. "Step away from my daughter, you vile scoundrel. You are unworthy of her companionship. You may lack wealth, but you must never lack virtue," Yang Mu exclaimed, her fury palpable. Yang Yuyin's expression shifted as she turned to Zhaoyuntian, thinking to herself, "Is he not playing with fire?" Zhaoyuntian remained silent, his expression slightly tense. Suddenly, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Within the basin, that century-old ginseng began to dissolve at a visible rate, transforming into white foam. Witnessing this, Yang Mu was left speechless. Zhang Tianzi stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "How is this even possible?" Yang Yuyin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian secretly sighed in relief, almost doubting his own methods. Despicability is the passport of the despicable. Nobility is the motto of the noble. I believe the identity of the unscrupulous individual requires no explicit naming. Zhaoyuntian turned to Zhang Tianzi. Zhang Tianzi was left bewildered, unable to react, yet his instinct told him that this fellow was behind the trickery. "What the hell did you do?" Zhaoyuntian coldly laughed. "You ask me. The villain complains first. Your century-old ginseng bought for 800,000, yet it dissolves as easily as a child's cold medicine." Zhaoyuntian stepped forward, glaring fiercely, and declared with righteous indignation, "If I had not resolutely stepped forward to tear apart your facade, how would I know that you are such a scheming scoundrel? Where is your conscience? Where is your humanity? A true man should stand tall in this world, with a clear conscience, unyielding integrity, never resorting to treachery." How can a man of such lowly conduct still consider himself human? Zhaoyuntian grasped Zhang Tianze by the collar, roaring fiercely. Zhang Tianze, enraged, shouted, "You slander me!" Zhaoyuntian turned away. "Aunt, you see, this is your ideal son-in-law, yet he employs such despicable means, not only betraying your expectations but also breaking your heart. If he cannot be sincere with you, how can you expect him to be sincere with your daughter? Though I may be poor, I will never sell my conscience." Each word resonated with sincerity. Zhang Tianze, utterly speechless, lunged forward to curse, "You are talking nonsense. The evidence is right before your eyes, yet you still wish to argue." Zhaoyuntian glanced sideways, unwavering. Suddenly, Zhang Tianze spat blood in fury, his eyes bulging as he trembled. "You speak absurdities." With that, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zhaoyuntian feigned helplessness, shaking his head. Alas, not only is his character lacking, but so is his constitution. What a waste of growing up. Chapter 47. A surreal encounter. It was the first time witnessing someone so enraged as to spit blood, primarily due to that brother's low tolerance for setbacks, hastily sent to the hospital. As for the ginseng matter, it remained unresolved. "I find this situation suspicious. How could Xiao Zhang possibly send us a fake ginseng?" Yang Mu frowned. Hearing this, Yang Shuitai nodded in agreement, contemplating another possibility. Perhaps he was deceived by a dishonest merchant. Alas, it has left this child quite vexed. As they spoke, they turned to the corridor where Zhaoyuntian stood, leaning against the wall with a cigarette. In his life, Yang Shuitai had never encountered someone so perplexing. And this individual was merely an unremarkable young man. Moreover, how could his daughter, with such high standards, be interested in a security guard? Perhaps it was precisely this security guard's captivating qualities that drew her in. At the very least, Yang Shuitai could not deny this feeling. "Perhaps I'm getting old. My judgment of character is not what it used to be," he mused. Zhaoyuntian approached. "Uncle, why are you looking at me? Would you care for a smoke?" Yang Shuitai, stern-faced, replied coldly, "I don't smoke." "Well, if you don't smoke, then why put on such a sour face?" "I owe you nothing," Zhaoyuntian retorted, shrugging as he returned the cigarette to its pack. $5 a stick. If you don't want it, so be it." Yang Shuitai's expression darkened, internally cursing. This little brat speaks so infuriatingly. Who is the father-in-law here? Who is the son-in-law? Pa, I have no such son-in-law. That evening, Zhang Tianze awoke in his hospital bed, and his parents rushed to the hospital. "What on earth is wrong with you? When giving gifts, you ought to choose wisely, yet you presented a fake ginseng." Zhang's father reproached. "Do not blame him. He did not do this intentionally. How dare someone sell counterfeit goods? He deserves a proper lesson." Zhang's mother huffed, unwilling to let her son suffer such indignities. Zhang Tianze's anger boiled. His fists clenched as icy fury glimmered in his eyes. "Damn it, I didn't sell fake goods. I was set up," he gritted through his teeth. What happened?" Zhang Tianze turned his gaze out the window, his expression dark as the night. Not only had his beloved been stolen from him, but he had also been humiliated. If this person were his equal, there would be no issue, but the scoundrel was merely a lowly security guard. How could he possibly swallow this insult? Zhaoyuntian had become a persistent presence in the Yang household, yet Yang Shuitai found himself unable to expel him. After all, he was his daughter's boyfriend, and during the festive season, it would be unreasonable to throw someone out. As bedtime approached, Yang Shuitai cleared his throat and declared, "Tonight, you will sleep on the sofa." "Why? I'm a guest." "There is no reason for a guest to sleep on the sofa," Zhaoyuntian protested. Yang Shuitai glared, "You will sleep where I say, or you can take your blanket and sleep on the street. Listen to my father." Yang Yuyin interjected, secretly pleased that her father's demand aligned with her own wishes. Zhaoyuntian paused, falling silent. There was no way around it. The customer was always right, and he was, after all, the one paying. "This little brat thinks he can challenge me. He's still too green," Yang Shuitai chuckled, feeling quite triumphant. This was arguably one of the few victories he had over Zhaoyuntian, perhaps the only one. Every father experiences a sense of possessiveness when meeting their daughter's boyfriend, feeling as if a cherished flower they nurtured has been taken away by the very person they call son-in-law. It stirs emotions akin to a prized cabbage being ravaged by a pig. "Yuyin, lock the door when you sleep tonight. Do not let this scoundrel sneak in," Yang Shuitai warned, casting a wary glance at Zhaoyuntian, as if guarding against a thief. Yang Yuyin nodded and replied, "Dad, You and Mom should also turn in early. Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian shrugged. Moments later, Yang Yuyin returned with an air conditioning blanket and a mattress. Biting her lip, "Thank you for today. It was merely a transaction." "No need for thanks," Zhaoyuntian shrugged. "Good night. Sweet dreams," Yang Yuyin said, her tone softer than usual. After placing the blanket on the sofa, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhaoyuntian felt a moment of distraction, then shook his head with self-deprecation. "What am I thinking? How can I have such thoughts about a client?" The night passed in silence. In the early morning, Zhaoyuntian awoke with an inexplicable stomach ache. Likely from drinking too much and irritating his stomach, he rushed to the restroom, hastily closing the door behind him before sitting down on the toilet. Damn, why is this so hard? Perhaps this stubborn stool was unwilling to relent, and after a long struggle, Zhaoyuntian was exerting himself to no avail, his temples throbbing. Some people have trouble adjusting to new beds, while others have difficulty with toilets. Zhaoyuntian clearly belonged to the latter. Just as he was finally finding his rhythm, the restroom door unexpectedly swung open and a woman entered. Startled, Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively held back. What the hell? What's happening? To make matters worse, the woman seemed oblivious to his presence, striding directly toward the toilet, shocking him further. Wait, this scene seems oddly familiar. Suddenly, realization struck Zhaoyuntian. I forgot to lock the door again. The first time he stayed at Yun Xilan's place, a similar incident occurred, and now the same scene was replaying, only with a different character. Why did forgetting to lock the door always lead to such embarrassing situations? Super freak, are you playing with me? Every time I sit down, a girl walks in. Damn it. At this rate, I might as well live stream this. Clearing his throat, he caught a glimpse of the woman, Yang Yuyin. Wait, why is she suddenly in different clothes and reeking of alcohol? There was no time for contemplation as Zhaoyuntian shouted, Hey, you, stop right there. Such familiar phrasing. Upon hearing the man's shout, the woman snapped out of her daze and looked up, her pupils dilating in surprise. Oh my God, this scenario is so familiar. Upon realizing there was someone in the restroom, she panicked and bolted out, slamming the door behind her. Zhaoyuntian hurriedly pulled up his pants, entirely losing the urge to relieve himself. After hastily arranging himself, he exited the restroom at that moment. The entire family had gathered in the living room. Yang Xuezai and Yang Mu rushed over, and Zhaoyuntian was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Two identical Yang Yuyins stood in front of him. What the hell is happening? Why is there another woman in the house? Yang Yubing exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Yubing, this is my boyfriend, Yang Yuyin clarified. Upon hearing this, Yang Yubing's expression shifted from fear to surprise, her initial wariness of a stranger transforming into scrutiny. Yang Yuyin cast a cold glance at Zhaoyuntian, who hastily defended himself. I was just using the restroom, and she walked in. It's not my fault. Who told you not to lock the door? I thought the restroom was unoccupied. Yang Yubing pouted angrily. Generally, at this hour, no one would be vying for the restroom, and who knew a stranger would show up? I was in a hurry and forgot. Zhaoyuntian replied awkwardly, recalling that in the information he received, Yang Yuyin had a twin sister named Yang Yubing. It was no surprise that this was the younger sister, yet he never anticipated their first encounter would happen in such an embarrassing manner. Yang Xuezai paused and realized it was a misunderstanding, feigning a stern expression as he said, You little brat. Do you truly think this is your home? Not locking the door while using the restroom? Be cautious next time. Zhaoyuntian nodded sheepishly. Yes, I will be more careful. It's not a big deal. Let's just leave it at that. Yang Yuyin quickly interjected to ease the tension. Observing her parents' demeanor soften towards Zhaoyuntian, she felt a bit surprised. Yang Yubing discreetly eyed Zhaoyuntian, her gaze akin to discovering a rare treasure, her initial anger dissipating into curiosity. After breakfast at 9 in the morning, Yang Mu instructed, Yuyin, head to the mall this morning and buy some clothes. Little Zhao seems to have brought very few belongings. It would be best to help him acquire a few items. If he dresses too shabbily, it would reflect poorly on our family. Yang Yuyin nodded in agreement, pleased with the idea. Indeed, her parents were no longer resistant to Zhaoyuntian. A stroll would do them well, especially now that her sister had returned, which made her a bit anxious. This girl, although appearing carefree and clever, was quite shrewd, and spending too much time with her could expose their secrets. Wait, I want to go too. At that moment, Yang Yubing piped up, raising her arm. She dashed into her room to change clothes. Yang Yuyin furrowed her brow slightly but refrained from saying much. What I fear most is what comes to pass. Could it be that she has sensed something? In the elevator, Zhaoyuntian and Yang Yuyin stood on opposite sides, and upon noticing this, Yang Yubing's eyes narrowed as she remarked, "Brother-in-law, did you have a quarrel with my sister?" Huh. Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. What quarrel? Then why are you both standing so far apart? You look like strangers, Yang Yubing observed. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, then naturally put his arm around Yang Yuyin's shoulders. No, I just didn't want to make you uncomfortable by flaunting our affection. Yang Yuyin's body stiffened slightly, yet she revealed no signs of discomfort, playing along. We primarily wanted to consider your feelings. Oh, brother-in-law, go ahead and embrace. I'm tough. I love dog food, especially when it comes from my sister. Yang Yubing said, her big, watery eyes sparkling with mischief. As they exited the elevator, Yang Yuyin shot Zhaoyuntian a glance, signaling him to be cautious. Her younger sister was likely up to no good. The two sisters resembled each other closely, yet in their dressing and demeanor, they were entirely different, one mature and composed, the other youthful and spirited. With these two blossoms by his side, shopping became an envious affair, and Zhaoyuntian reveled in the attention. Throughout the process, Yang Yuyin remained on edge, fearful of revealing any cracks in their relationship in front of her sister. Brother-in-law, you aren't particularly handsome, your academic credentials are mediocre, and your family background is average. How could my sister possibly have fallen for you? Yang Yubing asked carelessly, her eyes glinting with skepticism. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, responding naturally, well, perhaps that is the essence of love. No, my sister is not the kind of girl who can be easily fooled. You must possess some remarkable qualities. Perhaps you excel in that aspect, Yang Yubing teased, unabashedly flirting. Zhaoyuntian chuckled awkwardly, feeling overwhelmed. Sister, we have a class reunion tonight, Yang Yubing said while driving home, her eyes glancing at the rearview mirror, observing the two seated behind. Is that so? Yang Yuyin replied absently. You missed several occasions. You can't refuse this time, Yang Yubing insisted. The two sisters, born at the same time, had shared the same educational and social circles until graduation, creating a deep bond. We'll see. If I have the time, I will attend, Yang Yuyin replied slowly. Brother-in-law, you must come too. My elder sister was once the goddess of our school, pursued by countless admirers. Now, however, she has been conquered by you. It is only fitting that you meet everyone. Yang Yubing remarked with a smile, her words seemingly casual, yet veiled with underlying schemes that were apparent to any attentive listener. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuyin's expression shifted slightly. This girl thrived on chaos. Perhaps I should refrain from attending? I don't know anyone there, which would be quite awkward, Zhaoyuntian suggested. Why not go? Are you afraid? Or could it be that you're not truly my sister's boyfriend? Otherwise, why would you lack such confidence? Yang Yubing replied with a piercing gaze, her words laden with implication. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no idea what you're thinking, Yang Yuyin retorted. Zhaoyuntian recognized the difficulty of dealing with his fiancée's younger sister. Indeed, none of the Yang family members were easy to contend with. He had thought that once he had appeased her parents, everything would be smooth sailing. But unexpectedly, a formidable sister-in-law had emerged, one who hid her daggers beneath a veneer of sweetness. The Yang family was bustling with visitors, and amidst the throng were some rather unconventional guests. Occasionally, Yang Yuyin would attend to them, while Zhaoyuntian remained busy serving tea and assisting in the kitchen. These tasks were trivial for him, and he sensed that both Yang Shuetzai and Yang Mu had begun to warm up to him. Perhaps they perceived him as a tough nut to crack, one they were too old to handle, thus resigning themselves to their fate. A tranquil day passed, leading into the evening. The topic of a class reunion had been discussed numerous times. Yang Yuyin initially did not wish to attend, particularly not with Zhaoyuntian by her side. He was not her genuine boyfriend, and she preferred to keep things low-key and under the radar. Moreover, her classmates were not to be trifled with, and she was likely concerned for Zhaoyuntian's well-being. However, Yang Yubing's relentless persuasion left her with no choice but to acquiesce. The two sisters adorned themselves with care, radiant and captivating, while Zhaoyuntian also tidied himself up. Once prepared, the trio set off. On the way, Zhaoyuntian learned that the instigator of this reunion was none other than Zhang Tianzi. He mused to himself about how this brother of his was capable of stirring things up. Having just been hospitalized, he was now orchestrating a reunion. It was indeed a twist of fate. as only enemies would gather in such a manner. Zhaoyuntian chuckled to himself, sensing trouble lay ahead. The reunion was held at a high-end KTV, where a top-tier private room had been booked. As the initiator, Zhang Tianze arrived first, seated at the bar, swirling his drink, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Moments ago, he had received word that Yang Yuyin would be attending the reunion and, to his dismay, bringing along her insufferable boyfriend. This provided him the perfect opportunity. He had been vexed about how to deal with that kid, but now it seemed he had unwittingly walked right into Zhang Tianze's trap. How dare he covet my woman? How dare he undermine me tonight? He would pay for his transgressions. Zhang Tianze was not alone in his machinations. He had rallied a few close friends to assist in his scheme. The three young men beside him were dressed to the nines, exuding an air of audacity and arrogance. Zhang Xiao, no one dares to cross you on our turf. Just say the word, and as soon as that kid arrives, I'll take him down, said a young man with fiery red hair named Zhang Hui, a muscular figure known as a local boss. No, I want him utterly humiliated. I seek his disgrace. Zhang Tianze replied darkly, taking a slow sip of his drink. Rest assured, this will be handled swiftly, said another man with eyeliner, a smirk dancing on his lips. Before long, high school classmates began to arrive, exchanging pleasantries and catching up, with many flaunting their partners, who was dating a corporate executive who had a stunning girlfriend. The atmosphere was thick with competition, and the gossip flew freely among the girls. News spread that the class beauty would also be attending, along with her boyfriend. Oh, this is juicy. She was the queen bee back in school, and so many fell at her feet. I wonder what kind of man has managed to win her heart. I heard he's a security guard. What? A security guard? When did the class beauty fall to such depths? The girls laughed, reveling in this unexpected twist. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze scoffed, and the girls, realizing their faux pas, quickly fell silent, acutely aware that Zhang Tianze was among the many who had pursued the class beauty. They anticipated a spectacular showdown. Just then, Zhaoyuntian and the Yang sisters arrived, instantly becoming the center of attention. The moment the Yang sisters made their entrance, their breathtaking beauty and graceful figures eclipsed the room. Those who prided themselves on their looks felt overshadowed. The class beauty remained timeless, captivating, regardless of the passage of time. And amidst the two sisters, Zhaoyuntian drew envious glances from the male classmates, who speculated on how he had managed to win her over, attributing it to some extraordinary prowess. Little did they know. He was just an average-looking fellow, merely passable in appearance. The male classmates compared themselves to him, feeling superior, while the female classmates giggled, subtly mocking. So this is the caliber of man who has captured the class beauty's heart. At that moment, the girls who had once felt inferior to Yang Yuyin now reveled in their newfound confidence. As if vindicated as for the boys, they sighed, lamenting how a flower had been wasted on a toad. Yang Yubing broke the silence. Apologies for our tardiness. Allow me to introduce my future brother-in-law. For those of you who had a crush on my sister, you can either seek revenge or, well, it's time to give up, she joked. Zhaoyuntian raised an eyebrow at this younger sister of his fiancée, wondering why she would create such tension right from the start. Unsurprisingly, several hostile gazes turned in his direction. Yang Yuyin, being the clever woman she was, swiftly intervened, greeting their classmates to deflect the attention. Zhao, we meet again. Zhang Tianze approached with a smile, exuding the demeanor of an old friend. Zhaoyuntian's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied. Zhang, your recovery is impressive. Just yesterday, you were in dire straits, and today you're out and about. Quite remarkable. Zhang Tianze's smile faltered momentarily, but he maintained his composure. Thanks to you, I must ensure I extend my hospitality tonight. In that case, I shall gladly accept your invitation, Zhaoyuntian said, patting Zhang Tianze's shoulder amicably. Amidst their banter, an undercurrent of tension brewed, as their smiles concealed sharpened blades. Zhang Hui downed a drink, cracking his neck, and approached Zhaoyuntian with a challenging glare. Why are you staring at my brother-in-law, old Zhang? You don't intend to pick a fight with him, do you? Yang Yubing interjected, hinting at something unspoken. Not at all. Just wanted to shake his hand, Zhang Hui replied with a grin, extending his muscular arm between them. Zhaoyuntian hesitated, brow furrowing. A handshake? Surely, it couldn't be that simple. Go on, brother-in-law. He's offering his greeting, Yang Yubing urged, aware that her sister was orchestrating something against Zhaoyuntian. Zhaoyuntian eventually extended his hand. and as their palms met, Zhang Hui's smile turned frigid, exerting pressure. "Brother, you are quite fortunate," Zhang Hui taunted, emphasizing each word. Everyone present understood the implications. Zhang Hui was clearly attempting to intimidate Zhaoyuntian. Sensing the pressure, Zhaoyuntian's expression hardened, but he feigned excruciating pain. However, Zhang Hui showed no signs of relenting, intensifying his grip as he relished Zhaoyuntian's discomfort. "Brother, please, ease up," Zhaoyuntian gasped. Onlookers reveled in the spectacle, faces alight with schadenfreude, especially Zhang Tianzi, whose smile broadened. Yang Yuyin, concerned, sought to intervene, but Yang Yubing held her back. "Sister, he's merely shaking hands. Why fret? Are you afraid a big man might steal our brother-in-law away?" Zhang Hui chuckled darkly, continuing to apply pressure, refusing to relent. "Zhao, you must be quite the catch to have won the class beauty. I envy you," he remarked, pushing further. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian's demeanor shifted, his aura transforming dramatically. With a fierce glint in his eye, he raised his head, exuding an imposing presence. In an instant, his slender hand exerted a force akin to crashing waves, overwhelming the joint of their hands. Zhang Hui's expression morphed from confidence to sheer terror as he gazed at Zhaoyuntian, who now wore a mocking smile, his eyes icy as steel. "Mr. Zhang, your grip is commendable. It seems you frequent the gym," Zhaoyuntian said, amusement dancing in his voice. Zhang Hui cried out in agony, his body convulsing as he begged. "Please, let go." Unmoved, Zhaoyuntian replied, "Wasn't it quite enjoyable? Why the rush to release?" This unexpected turn left everyone aghast. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Zhaoyuntian in pain, and now, it was Zhang Hui who pleaded for mercy. Finally, Zhaoyuntian released his grip, and Zhang Hui collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The crowd stood in stunned silence, dumbfounded, as they exchanged incredulous glances at Zhaoyuntian. "A handshake, and you're already bowing down? I must be quite the character," Zhaoyuntian quipped, adjusting his slightly disheveled sleeve. Zhang Hui, seething with rage, contemplated retaliating, but the moment had passed. The atmosphere shifted, and silence fell, with expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. A few in the crowd contemplated intervening, but were halted by Zhang Tianzi, whose face darkened. He had intended to playfully torment Zhaoyuntian, only to realize that this man was far from the pushover he had anticipated. "Fear not, the night is still young. There is ample time to toy with him," he thought. Yang Yubing blinked in surprise, her gaze fixed on Zhaoyuntian, intrigued and contemplative. Meanwhile, Yang Yuyin exhaled in relief. The evening was anything but tranquil. As an invisible web began to ensnare Zhaoyuntian, at Zhang Tianzi's signal, the eyeliner-clad man chuckled, standing up to propose, "Why not engage in some games? Drinking and chatting alone can get dull." Upon hearing this, eyes turned expectantly toward him. "Let us play dice," suggested a long-haired guy, a close ally of Zhang Tianzi. He turned to Zhaoyuntian. "What do you say, mate? Care to join? I'm not familiar with that game." Zhaoyuntian replied, sensing a trap. Yang Yubing chimed in, "Brother-in-law, everyone seems eager. Why not join in? It would be rude to decline their hospitality." Zhaoyuntian's mind raced. Could this younger sister be conspiring with outsiders against him? He finally understood Yang Yuyin's apprehension regarding her sister. This girl was a veritable whirlwind of chaos. Before he could voice his refusal, he found himself dragged into the fray by Yang Yubing. Yang Yuyin, seeing this, felt powerless to intervene. Ultimately, Zhaoyuntian found himself seated across from the long-haired man, who grinned victoriously. This setup had been meticulously crafted. The long-haired man, raised in a family that owned a gaming house, was a master of dice. It was no exaggeration to say he could roll whatever number he desired. "How do we play?" Zhaoyuntian inquired. "We each take a cup, roll the dice, and whoever gets the highest number wins. Bets can be placed, starting at 10,000, the long-haired man explained. Zhaoyuntian, lacking experience with dice games, initially felt indifferent, but upon hearing the stakes, his eyes sparkled with interest. "Count me in," he declared. Yang Yuyin's concern deepened. How could he be so reckless? This was clearly a trap set for him, and he was foolishly walking right into it. "I don't have that much cash on me," Zhaoyuntian stated. "No problem, you can owe it," the long-haired man replied with a grin, eager to reel him in. "What are we waiting for? Let's get started," Zhaoyuntian urged, excitement coursing through him. Onlookers exchanged knowing smirks, anticipating the inevitable embarrassment of Zhaoyuntian. What a fool, they thought, fully aware of the futility of a security guard challenging a seasoned player. The long-haired man took a cup and 3 dice, and Zhaoyuntian followed suit. They both served as the dealers, and as students placed their bets, the long-haired man's confidence soared. The crowd was quick to wager on him, convinced of his victory. If Zhaoyuntian lost, he would owe a hefty sum. If he won, he would claim all the stakes. Yang Yuyan's brow furrowed. She worried for Zhaoyuntian, knowing he could easily lose a year's worth of income in a single round. Meanwhile, Yang Yubing teased, "Brother-in-law, it seems no one dares to bet on you. As your sister-in-law, I'll support you with 10,000. Before Zhaoyuntian could feel touched, he saw her toss the money toward the long-haired man. What kind of support is this? He thought, aghast. Don't worry. Our sister has deep pockets, Yang Yubing smirked, lifting her chin defiantly. Zhaoyuntian turned to Yang Yuyan, who appeared grave and slightly disheartened, as if she doubted him. All right then, let us see how this plays out, he resolved, preparing to indulge these misguided rivals. Chapter 49. The Siberian wolf dog. The game commenced, and anticipation filled the air. Let us roll for the smallest number, the long-haired man declared, confident in his control of the situation. No problem, Zhaoyuntian replied, shrugging off any nerves. The long-haired man raised his cup, shaking it vigorously, as the onlookers gasped in awe, applauding his flair. With a dramatic flourish, he slammed the cup onto the table. Smiling as he looked at Zhaoyuntian, "Your turn." Zhaoyuntian, stretching his limbs, held the dice cup with a flourish, yet regardless of his attempts at sophistication, his clumsy technique was painfully evident, provoking laughter from onlookers. Such a lackluster performance. I wonder where he finds his confidence. His hands are more awkward than his feet. If he wins, I swear I'll eat my hat. With a flourish, Zhaoyuntian shook his head and swayed as though performing a ritual, muttering incantations that vaguely resembled heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Tai Shang Lao Jun, reveal your power. The crowd, bemused, exchanged incredulous glances. Not even Tai Shang Lao Jun could salvage this farce with such ineptitude. Thud. Zhaoyuntian slammed the dice cup down. I've rolled. Now you reveal. At this, the long-haired man chuckled. Let me show you what despair feels like. He then lifted the cup, revealing the dice. 3 ones, 3 points. The lowest possible score, with nothing lower. The bettors' faces lit up with glee at the sight of 3 points. Ha! I knew it would be this way. Such a predictable outcome, utterly devoid of suspense. I've just won 5,000. I bet 1,000. Had I known, I would have wagered more. Zhang Tianzi laughed heartily. Glancing at Zhaoyuntian, he mused, "Humph. Let us see how you turn this around." Yang Yuyan sighed, as if anticipating the outcome. Her heart was unmoved, her fondness for Zhaoyuntian evaporated, leaving only disappointment. Brother-in-law, you've truly let everyone down. Hurry and hand over the money. Yang Yubing, the first to demand repayment, spread her hands and declared. Zhaoyuntian remained unfazed, a bemused smile on his lips, until the final moment. No one can know the outcome. 3 points, and you rolled second. Even if you rolled 3 points, you'd still lose. The outcome is already decided, Yang Yubing countered, perplexed by his bravado. Is that so? Zhaoyuntian turned to her. This time, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Your brother-in-law is reluctant to let your sister lose. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the dice cup. In that instant, all eyes widened in astonishment, jaws dropping in disbelief. They had considered every possibility, yet none anticipated this. The 3 dice stacked like a tower, rolling an utterly astonishing one. Stunned silence fell over the crowd. The long-haired man, who had felt victory was assured, leapt to his feet in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Zhang Tianzi's smile froze, his face darkening. Yang Yubing stood there, dumbfounded, unable to regain her composure. As for Yang Yuyan, her expression was one of sheer incredulity. The room, at that moment, was enveloped in a deathly silence. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian rose, laughing heartily. Thank you all for your generosity. I find myself somewhat financially embarrassed. It's quite shameful. Really, I can't even afford to buy gifts for my in-laws. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Having declared this, he gathered all the money, leaving the crowd with mixed feelings. Even the man who had boasted about eating his hat was left speechless. Shall we go again? Again? This time, let us raise the stakes. The long-haired man seethed with humiliation, having been outplayed by a mere security guard. If word of this got out, how could he ever show his face again? Zhaoyuntian grinned, eager for more victories, hoping to strike it rich. The long-haired man, now taking the matter seriously, unleashed his full prowess. The surrounding crowd continued to wager, but this time, they hesitated compared to their earlier decisiveness. Ultimately, they placed their bets on the long-haired man, convinced Zhaoyuntian's earlier win was merely a stroke of luck. They simply couldn't swallow their pride. Zhaoyuntian remained calm and collected, welcoming all challengers. Unlike the previous round where no one dared to bet, this time, Yang Yuyin surprisingly placed a wager of 10,000 on the table. Zhaoyuntian turned his gaze to her. She wore an expression devoid of emotion, saying nothing. If you dare to bet against me, I won't let you lose. Zhaoyuntian suddenly declared, his casual remark striking Yang Yuyin like a cannonball, penetrating a soft spot in her heart, causing her to momentarily freeze with a flutter of excitement. Thud! Another round of extravagant maneuvers ensued as the long-haired man's dice cup fell, his gaze fierce. This time, he was determined not to lose. Zhaoyuntian, however, merely shook the cup with a lackadaisical air, the effort as perfunctory as it could be. When the long-haired man revealed his roll, 3 sixes, totaling 18 points, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Truly impressive. Surely there could be no doubt this time. What could possibly top 3 sixes? I told you he was just lucky. In the face of true skill, he falls apart. 3 sixes, 18 points. Ha ha ha, it's all over now. Yang Yubing leaned in closer, her eyes twinkling as she teased, brother-in-law, are you still going to lose this time? You're just waiting for me to lose, aren't you? Of course, I bet 20,000. Ha, you're quite the supportive sister-in-law. Zhaoyuntian sighed, then smiled broadly. But your brother-in-law has never been one to lose. With a swift motion, he sent the dice cup soaring that moment. Every spectator drew a sharp breath, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? The maximum score for 3 dice cannot exceed 18 points, for each die maxes out at 6. Yet here, before their eyes, was an unfathomable occurrence. 33 points. Did you just roll a 33 with 3 dice? Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed it. Yet the truth was undeniable. Each die had split, one half showing 6, the other 5.18 plus 15 equals 33. This is simply outrageous. What the hell? This is clearly cheating. How can you play like this? 3 dice yielding 33 points was unheard of. A feat beyond imagination. The long-haired man's expression darkened ominously as he slammed the table. You're toying with me? Zhaoyuntian, however, merely shrugged, leisurely lighting a cigarette, exhaling smoke. Can the loser speak so brazenly? Have I cheated? Or broken any rules? I simply rolled a 33 with my own skill. Are you going to deny the facts? Zhaoyuntian scoffed, your skill is poor enough. Your character isn't much better either. Honestly, why can't you split the dice like I do? You think they're cells capable of splitting? The long-haired man would have lunged at him had he not been restrained. Zhaoyuntian clasped his hands, laughing heartily. Once again, my sincerest gratitude for your generous support. Though the amount is modest, the sentiment is profound. I am truly grateful. With that, he eagerly stuffed all the money into his pockets, shamelessly producing a black plastic bag filled with cash. The crowd felt a pang of regret, their emotions akin to encountering a Siberian wolfdog. What? Don't know what a Siberian wolfdog is? Commonly known as a husky. Chapter 50. Framing and malice. Though he won shamelessly, one cannot deny that he truly won. 33 is indeed greater than 18. Bro, are you in or out? Zhaoyuntian asked, still eager for more. I'll be damned. The long-haired man cursed through clenched teeth. Never had he encountered such audacity. Rolling a single point was one thing, but to then roll 33 was beyond belief. If he hadn't been held back, he might have charged forward to confront Zhaoyuntian. Zhang Tianzi's face was grim, having plotted multiple schemes, only to see his adversary turn the tables, resulting in losses on his end. The frustration he felt was almost indescribable. Zhang Hui, nursing a dislocated finger, glared at the long-haired man, whose face was now a mask of humiliation from the dice game. Zhang Tianzi turned his attention to the man with makeup, who coughed nervously, suddenly struck with an idea. He leaned in to whisper. After hearing him out, Zhang Tianzi's smile returned, his eyes glinting with a ruthless gleam. Zhaoyuntian had taken command of the gathering, becoming the center of attention, and no one dared to challenge him any longer. The crowd's attitude towards him had shifted dramatically. Human nature often reveals itself to be quite base. In moments of humility, one is often overlooked, while in displays of power, everyone flocks to them. Male classmates approached to toast him, hoping to cultivate goodwill, while the intrigued female classmates flirted with subtlety. In this day and age, wealthy men abound, as do handsome men. However, those who possess the art of showmanship to such an exceptional degree are few and far between. The ease with which he shook hands, the flair with which he navigated the dice game, even if he was just a security guard, even if he had no money, yet he spoke with such earnestness. Yang Yuyin was taken aback, caught off guard. The reason she had been reluctant to attend the reunion was ultimately her vanity. Having a security guard as a boyfriend, albeit a pretend one, was a source of embarrassment. Who would have thought Zhaoyuntian's performance would restore her pride? Male classmates felt inadequate, while female classmates envied her quietly. In an instant, it felt like returning to the days of school, to that time when he was the center of attention. One cannot deny, Zhaoyuntian had a knack for surprising her unexpectedly. In contrast to Yang Yuyin's delight, Yang Yubing was quite displeased, having never regarded this brother-in-law with any seriousness. She suspected he was merely a pawn orchestrated by her sister, and thus employed various tactics to undermine him. Logically, she should have been able to crush him in no time. Yet, everything unfolded contrary to her expectations, leading to her being repeatedly slapped in the face. What the hell? Is this guy really a security guard? The gathering continued for an hour, filled with food and drink, until Zhang Tianzi announced he had to leave early, apologizing profusely for any shortcomings in hospitality and encouraging everyone to enjoy themselves. He left with 3 close friends, departing without a trace of hesitation. Zhaoyuntian, witnessing this, was taken aback, pondering why they departed so dejectedly without attempting to regain their dignity. Had they truly gained enlightenment under his tutelage, seeing through the chaos of the world? Or did they have ulterior motives? Zhaoyuntian felt a nagging intuition that they were plotting something significant, yet he could not decipher their intentions. As they exited the KTV, Zhang Tianzi glanced back, his gentle smile fading into a cold demeanor. Xiao Hui, how's the manpower arranged? Zhang Xiao, I've got 3 or 4 tough guys from various venues. Just say the word, and we can easily turn him into a cripple. Zhang Hui spoke with a venomous tone, his hand wrapped in bandages, swollen like a pig's trotter. There shouldn't be any heavyweights among the classmates, right? Zhang Tianzi inquired. Just a bunch of brats who can only boast. When trouble arises, they all cower like cowards, Zhang Hui replied. Zhang Tianzi nodded slightly, while the man with makeup chimed in, Zhang Xiao. Once we take care of this kid, you can swoop in to rescue the beauty and win her heart. This, Zhang Tianzi smiled smugly, waving his hand. Enough chatter, let us get to work. After Zhang Tianzi left, the enthusiasm of the gathering remained undiminished, even growing. Many felt disdain for his character, deeming him excessively hypocritical, cloaked in smiles yet harboring venom. However, they dared not voice their frustrations. Thus, numerous classmates sincerely admired Zhaoyuntian, who had the audacity to confront someone like Zhang Tianzi, leaving him speechless. Brother Zhaoyun, let us toast to you, wishing you and our class beauty a lifetime of happiness and many children. Someone raised their glass. No need for formality, Zhaoyuntian responded with a smile, while Yang Yuyin blushed slightly. Just drinking isn't enough. You have to kiss her. At that moment, Yang Yubing started to tease again. Yes, kiss her. The crowd chimed in enthusiastically. This left Zhaoyuntian in an awkward position. He turned to Yang Yuyin, chuckling nervously, while she averted her gaze, her cheeks nearly bursting with embarrassment. Just kiss her. It would tarnish her reputation. Don't kiss her. Would only raise suspicions. Zhaoyuntian was speechless. The situation was quite complicated. Unexpectedly, Yang Yuyin slowly closed her eyes, seemingly consenting to the whole affair. Seeing this, Zhaoyuntian's heart raced with joy. To be honest, he had longed to steal a kiss. Yet he was acutely aware of the disparity between them, so he had always restrained himself. Haha, what a splendid opportunity. I can't let it slip away. Zhaoyuntian embraced Yang Yuyin, her delicate frame trembling slightly, as if a hint of nervousness coursed through her. Just as he leaned in, ready to savor her sweetness, a loud crash resounded as the door to the private room was kicked open. A gang of fierce-looking men stormed in, led by a one-eyed brute whose menacing countenance screamed trouble. With such a fearsome appearance, he clearly wanted everyone to know he was a tough guy. Who is Zhaoyuntian? the one-eyed man bellowed, exuding an aura of dominance that swept across the room. The classmates, having never witnessed such a scene, cowered in fear, some even hiding behind the girls. Zhaoyuntian, recognizing the inevitable confrontation, stepped forward, confidently declaring, "I am Zhaoyuntian. May I ask what brings you gentlemen here?" "You're Zhaoyuntian?" The one-eyed man scrutinized him, coldly scoffing. "You little brat, you got my sister pregnant and think you can just walk away?" "What? Your sister?" Zhaoyuntian was utterly bewildered. The scarred man pulled out a tablet and displayed an image, revealing Zhaoyuntian in an intimate embrace with a woman on a bed. Upon seeing this, Zhaoyuntian's expression darkened. "My good sir, your photo editing skills are lacking. Besides, isn't that Louis Fei? When did she become your sister? Quit the nonsense. You're just trying to avoid responsibility." The one-eyed man retorted, glaring at him. "What responsibility? If I could sleep with Louis Fei, I wouldn't need to pay for companionship." Anyone with eyes could see that this group was clearly targeting Zhaoyuntian, and the accusations about a pregnant sister were nothing but fabricated slander. "Brothers, let us take him down. Break the legs of this scoundrel who refuses to take responsibility." "Wait, I'll take responsibility." Zhaoyuntian immediately raised his hands, declaring, "Just call your sister over. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau today." The group was taken aback, caught off guard by his response. They cursed under their breath, incredulous that he could speak so shamelessly in front of his girlfriend. "What are you waiting for? Go get your sister." "I'm ready to drop my pants," Zhaoyuntian pressed on, adopting a wolfish demeanor, eager and impatient. The one-eyed man's brow twitched. How could this scoundrel be so unashamed? In broad daylight, under the vast sky, such blatant shamelessness was appalling. Yang Yubing burst into laughter, and the others struggled to contain their amusement. "We sincerely apologize. We wanted to be serious, but this guy is just too funny. Brothers, take this scoundrel down." The one-eyed man, feeling insulted, decided to skip the banter and shouted for action. A dozen men, armed with clubs, stormed forward with intimidating intent. Zhaoyuntian spread his arms, stepping back. "Come at me, but don't harm the ladies behind me, especially my girl." At this, the female classmates were touched to tears, while the male classmates shrank back in fear, completely devoid of their earlier bravado. What use is good looks or wealth when danger looms? In perilous moments, do they not cower behind the skirts of women? Upon witnessing this, Yang Yuyin was deeply moved. Even when facing death, he still dreams of playing the hero to save the damsel. His legs have been thoroughly broken. The one-eyed dragon cursed. Never before had he encountered such an infuriating individual. A massive iron rod was swung down towards Zhaoyuntian's head, and the onlookers gasped in horror. "Be careful." The female classmates, terrified, covered their eyes, as though they could foresee the gruesome scene that was about to unfold. Yet, at that moment, as the iron rod hung in midair, it suddenly halted. Looking up, one could see Zhaoyuntian gripping the rod, his gaze icy and piercing, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. "Pleased to make your acquaintance," Zhaoyuntian said coldly, raising his head. The crowd was struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed this extraordinary scene. With a single hand, in full view of all, he forcibly bent the enormous iron rod. The spectators felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What in the world? Is this even possible? The one-eyed dragon's scarred face twisted in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Was this not just a security guard? How could he possibly bend a steel rod? "This is stainless steel." Bang, 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 brother. "We might have mistaken our man. Please, put down the rod." Slap, slap, slap. "Brother-in-law, let us talk this out. No need for violence." Puff, puff, puff. "Sir, I kneel. Spare my life." Zhang Tianzi and his companions waited outside the KTV for news, glancing at their watches intermittently. Zhang Hui, growing impatient, exclaimed, "What is going on? Why has it taken so long without a word? Perhaps that fellow has a sturdy constitution. No worries, as long as he is not dead. We can handle it however we please." The makeup-wearing man chuckled. Anyone daring to snatch a woman from young Master Zhang deserves to spend their next life in BAT. That moment, Zhang Tianzi's phone rang, and the group instantly perked up. It seemed things had been taken care of, and they were merely waiting for their cue to enter. Upon answering the call, however, a panicked voice belonging to the one-eyed dragon came through. Young Master Zhang. Help! Huh? Help! Chapter 51. High Principles and Integrity. When Zhang Tianze returned to the KTV once more, he was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. The hired thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Notably, the one-eyed dragon, upon seeing Zhang Tianze, immediately reached out, crying for help. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian stood there, a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinting as he exhaled smoke. Spotting Zhang Tianze, he broke into a grin. Brother Zhang? What brings you back? Zhang Tianze's expression shifted slightly, and those who followed him into the room were rendered speechless by the scene. Young master, please save me, the one-eyed dragon wailed, tears streaming down his face. Before he could finish, Zhaoyuntian hurled a beer bottle at him, shattering it on his head. Save your mother. You ruffians think you can drag innocence down with you even as you face your doom? What kind of person do you think Brother Zhang is? Would he condescend to associate with vermin like you? Zhaoyuntian reprimanded, slapping the one-eyed dragon until half of his face was swollen. Zhang Tianze watched the spectacle, his expression shifting, his eyes dark with fury. Brother, these scoundrels claim you sent them to wreak havoc. I trust in your character. How could you possibly stoop to such despicable acts? You are a person of integrity, high principles, and I know you would never engage in such vile behavior. Zhaoyuntian kicked the one-eyed dragon to the ground and strode over to Zhang Tianze, speaking passionately and revealing a look of admiration. Zhang Tianze closed his eyes, spittle sprayed across his face. Zhaoyuntian was indirectly insulting him, yet he could only endure it, his previously quelled anger surging once more. Brother Zhang, upon hearing we were in danger, you returned without hesitation. Such loyalty is truly touching. I once misunderstood you, and now I admit my narrow-mindedness. Zhaoyuntian draped an arm over Zhang Tianze's shoulder. Laughing heartily, he then spat on the ground near the fallen thugs. Pa? Who knows which scoundrel called these fools here, thinking they could harm us while falsely claiming Brother Zhang's name? The classmates inside the KTV could hardly contain their laughter, having figured out the situation. Initially seething with anger, they were astounded to see Zhang Tianze employing such tactics against Zhaoyuntian, dragging the entire class into the fray. However, they were now reveling in the payback Zhaoyuntian was dishing out. This is a clear case of poetic justice, a veiled jab. While feigning camaraderie, they were simultaneously berating their opponent. Yet, Zhang Tianze, the mastermind behind it all, could barely utter a word. Brother Zhang, you are magnanimous. Surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against these lowly scoundrels. But I, Zhao, cannot tolerate this, worry not. I'll call the police and have these ruffians arrested. With that, Zhaoyuntian pulled out his phone in front of Zhang Tianze. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Not only were the beaten thugs panicked, but even Zhang Tianze and Zhang Hui's expressions changed. Brother Zhao, let us not go that far, Zhang Tianze finally interjected, stepping in as the peacemaker. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian declared with righteous indignation, how can this be brushed aside? Can the rest of you agree to this? Can I, Zhao, agree to it? Brother Zhang, I know you are compassionate, but you must not harbor any goodwill towards these people. They deserve to face the full brunt of the law. Zhang Tianze felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking him. His vision blurred, and he staggered to one side. Brother Zhang, are you upset by these scoundrels' shameless actions? Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, his eyes wide as he rushed to support Zhang Tianze, concern evident in his voice. At that moment, Zhang Tianze felt an urge to strangle Zhaoyuntian. Never had he encountered such a shameless individual. Pfft. Ultimately, Zhang Tianze could not contain himself. Blood spewed forth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon seeing this, Zhaoyuntian gasped in horror. Oh no, Brother Zhang has fainted again. Quick, call the funeral home. Oh wait, no, call 120, to save him from the morgue. Save him from the morgue? Are you insane? That's where the corpses go. Zhang Hui and the makeup-wearing man scrambled to carry Zhang Tianze out. Zhaoyuntian, feeling lonely and sorrowful, sighed, Brother Zhang, perhaps you are overworked due to your duties. You may have contracted an incurable ailment to have bled twice in one day. Alas, heaven is jealous of talent. As Zhang Hui and the others stepped outside, they nearly stumbled at Zhaoyuntian's words. Yang Yueying could not help but laugh, while the nearby classmates clutched their stomachs, nearly in tears from laughter. Damn, that was too satisfying. I've long found Zhang Tianze displeasing. He presents himself as a gentleman while exploiting his family's power to bully others and consorting with thugs. The heavens have a way of balancing the scales. Who could have imagined such a villain would encounter someone even more ruthless? Zhaoyuntian picked up a tablet from the ground, opened the photo album, and smiled contentedly at the images of beautiful women before approaching the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon was nearly in tears, already sobbing profusely, prostrating on the ground. "Master, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. Life is hard for us brothers. Spare me." Such words are unnecessary. "We are family. Quickly, bring your sister here. Since she carries my child, I must take responsibility," Zhaoyuntian said earnestly, pointing at a photo of Liu Yifei on the tablet. The one-eyed dragon choked up, a grown man weeping more pitifully than a woman. Exiting the KTV, it was nearly midnight. Zhaoyuntian counted the money in his hands, grinning broadly. At this moment, only the sisters Yang Yuyin and Yang Yubing remained by his side. Yang Yubing's expression turned serious as her curiosity about Zhaoyuntian grew stronger. Initially intending to use a few troublemakers in class to teach him a lesson, she never anticipated he would be so formidable. He countered every move effortlessly and dealt with each situation with remarkable finesse, far beyond her expectations. It appeared her brother-in-law was no ordinary man. As for Yang Yuyin, her feelings were even more complex. The shock Zhaoyuntian brought her was relentless, cracking open the sealed door of her heart. In the ensuing days, Zhaoyuntian found life to be considerably more pleasant. Although Yang Xuecai still wore a stern expression, it was not as harsh as their first encounter. Moreover, Yang Mu's sarcastic remarks had decreased in frequency. At times, Zhaoyuntian would even venture into the kitchen to lend a hand, and when he showcased his impressive culinary skills, Yang Mu regarded him with newfound respect. "Little Zhao, your skills are quite remarkable. Where did you learn this?" "I was a soldier once, served as a cook," Zhaoyuntian chuckled. "You were a soldier?" Yang Mu expressed surprise. Upon learning Zhaoyuntian had served in the military, Yang Xuecai inquired, "Which military district did you serve in? What was your unit's number?" "I don't remember," Zhaoyuntian replied. Yang Xuecai rolled his eyes, scoffing. "What kind of soldier forgets their unit number?" "It's just that my unit was rather special," Zhaoyuntian explained. "With your demeanor, how special could you possibly be? You're not hoping to be a super soldier, are you?" Yang Xuecai shot him a glance. Zhaoyuntian shrugged, choosing not to elaborate. In his eyes, the notion of a super soldier was merely childish. Yang Xuecai, an important local leader, was busy with work, typically returning home only at night. Upon arriving, he would either catch up on the news or watch television, staying informed on current events, or retreat to his study for a game of Go. "Zhaoyuntian, come here for a moment." Yang Xuecai's voice called from the study. Zhaoyuntian was engaged in a game of mahjong with Yang Mu and the two sisters, gradually integrating into the Yang family. Of course, there remained a barrier between him and Yang Yuyin's parents. Psychologically, he neither resisted nor fully accepted them. "Your uncle is calling you. You should go," Yang Mu said gently, her tone less critical and more amiable. Rising, Zhaoyuntian headed to the study, where he found Yang Xuecai staring intently at the computer. Engrossed in an online Go match, his brow furrowed as he was cornered. "Uncle, what's the matter? Quick, help me solve this endgame," Yang Xuecai exclaimed, seizing Zhaoyuntian like a lifeline. Intrigued, Zhaoyuntian leaned closer. Considering Yang Xuecai's skill level, while he might not compete against professional players, he should easily dominate amateur ones. How could he be so thoroughly outmatched in an online match? Zhaoyuntian examined the board, noting that his opponent was indeed a master, far surpassing Yang Xuecai's abilities. The two opened a commonly used chat application, engaging in conversation while playing. At that moment, Yang Xuecai's opponent sent a message. "Xiao Yang, your skills seem to be declining." Furious, Yang Xuecai's face turned red as he typed back, "Oldly, what level are you really at? We're evenly matched. If you've suddenly improved, it must be because your granddaughter is helping you. Hee hee, and so what? Unfortunately for you, you don't have a granddaughter as clever as mine." Yang Xuecai, incensed, pointed at the screen. "Xiao Zhao, quickly take control and crush this guy." "Isn't that a bit unfair?" Zhaoyuntian hesitated. "I'll lose face if I don't win. Just take him down," Yang Xuecai insisted. Reluctantly, Zhaoyuntian was dragged into the game, realizing that had Yang Xuecai waited any longer, he would have been unable to salvage the situation, no matter how skilled he was. "Grandpa, isn't this cheating?" Uncle Li's blood pressure was about to spike again. At the other end, A girl in white sat before her computer, deftly controlling the game. Next to her, an elderly man in a Zhaoyuntian suit chuckled. No problem. This fellow always struts around in front of me. For someone of his caliber, he dares to challenge me. He deserves a good lesson. Hearing this, the girl in white shook her head. Sigh. Sometimes my grandpa really is like a mischievous child. Suddenly, her previously calm expression turned serious as she murmured, something seems different in the game. What is happening? The elderly man asked. The game seems to have changed. Her eyes sparkled with focus, and her brow furrowed. Uncle Li's gaze fell on the board, and he too noticed the shift. This Xiaoyang. He is quite capable of this move? Li Xianer pondered. It seems unlikely that Uncle Yang is playing. Someone else must be controlling the game, Uncle Li was taken aback, surprised. He glanced at his granddaughter, who had fully entered competition mode. Completely focused, it was clear that whoever had taken over from Yang Xuecai was a formidable opponent. Such profound skills. This counter-move is brilliant. Wait, I feel like I've seen this strategy before. What had initially seemed an easy victory for the opponent had turned into a stalemate. Even with a significant advantage, Li Xianer immersed herself in the game. But the person playing in place of Uncle Yang was overwhelmingly powerful. An hour later, after a grueling battle, the victor was finally determined. Li Xianer sat in shock before her computer, while Uncle Li looked on in disbelief. His granddaughter's prowess in Go was extraordinary. Aside from Zhaoyuntian, she had never lost to anyone else. Since that one defeat, she had dedicated herself to practicing with even more fervor, and her skill had soared. Yet today, she had unexpectedly lost again, and to someone she had never met. This person's ability was on par with Zhaoyuntian's. Had Uncle Li not investigated Zhaoyuntian, he might have suspected that the individual playing on behalf of Yang Xuecai was indeed him. Haha, old Li, your granddaughter is nothing special. She was easily defeated. Yang Xuecai boasted in the chat window. Xiaoyang, don't be modest. Tell me, when did you find such a formidable helper? Are you so desperate to win that you solicited help from a senior? Uncle Li inquired, intrigued. Senior? It's my son and law.is at Yang Yuyin or Yang Yubing. Of course, it's the elder one. This kid may lack in other areas, but he is quite skilled at Go. If you don't want to get humiliated, don't come after me, Yang Xuecai crowed, basking in his victory, relishing the moment. Zhaoyuntian, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head before walking away. Chapter 52. The Little Piglet with a Thud. Just as Zhaoyuntian exited the study, he suddenly heard a loud crash, followed by Yang Yubing's panicked scream, Mom! Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian rushed out to find Yang Mu on the floor. For reasons unknown, with mahjong tiles scattered everywhere, Yang Xuecai, alerted by the commotion, quickly emerged from the study. What happened? Zhaoyuntian inquired. Yang Yuyin exclaimed, My mother has a mild cerebral thrombosis. She has been ill before. Just now, she seemed perfectly fine, and then suddenly. What are you waiting for? Hurry and call for help. Yang Xuecai shouted, his anxiety palpable. Without hesitation, Yang Yubing retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed 120. The family was in a frenzy, unsure of what to do. None of them were medical professionals, and the matter of a cerebral thrombosis was beyond the control of ordinary people. Lay Auntie flat and do not move her, Zhaoyuntian said slowly, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Yang Yuyin gazed at him, her eyes flickering, and obediently followed his instructions. Zhaoyuntian knelt down to assess the situation. It was far graver than a cerebral thrombosis. It was a myocardial infarction. This condition was far more severe and could claim a life in mere moments. There are numerous triggers for a myocardial infarction, including excessive fatigue or hereditary factors. For now, there was no time to ponder the cause. The pressing matter was how to save her brother-in-law. Are you a doctor? Yang Yubing asked, unable to contain her curiosity at Zhaoyuntian's serious expression. I am not a doctor, but Auntie's condition is critical. I'm afraid that even at the hospital, the doctors may be helpless, Zhaoyuntian replied, not exaggerating. A myocardial infarction could lead to death in less than 3 minutes. The family's faces turned ashen upon hearing this. Yang Yuyin's face drained of color, and the usually composed young woman began to cry like a child. Yang Yubing was equally affected. After all, the woman lying there was their mother, and anyone would struggle to maintain their composure in such a dire situation. Yang's mother lay pale, her breathing shallow, her heartbeat nearly ceasing. Yang Xuecai was frantic, rooted to the spot, his anxiety palpable. This man, who was once a formidable figure in politics, now resembled a helpless elder, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The ambulance won't arrive in time. We must resort to some rudimentary methods, Zhaoyuntian declared. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in the family's dim eyes. Zhaoyuntian, do you have a plan? Yang Yuyan asked, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him in astonishment. Zhaoyuntian cleared his throat and said, let's give it a try. I cannot guarantee it will work. What are you joking about? I am a direct descendant of the legendary Giguzi. Who is Giguzi? The master of yin and yang, a strategist who, during the Warring States period, single-handedly shaped the dynamics of the world. Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin, and Pang Wan all emerged from his tutelage. Swordsmanship, strategy, medicine. In this world, none surpass him. The world is vast, and among the 100 schools of thought, I alone traverse freely. Ha ha, perhaps I am boasting a bit too much, but the essence of it is simply this. I am truly remarkable. Zhaoyuntian, as a child, had been somewhat playful and had not received extensive training in medicine. However, treating minor ailments was well within his capabilities. Moreover, he possessed a mysterious essence within him, allowing him to cure a multitude of ailments, even without formal medical knowledge. However, this essence was extremely precious. Every drop consumed required a lengthy recovery. Thus, he would prefer to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. A myocardial infarction was not an insurmountable issue. Zhaoyuntian took a deep breath, placed his palm over Yang's mother's heart, and began to gently tap his fingers, one after another, as if playing a piano. Initially, his movements were slow, gradually accelerating, until finally, his fingers moved so rapidly that they left no trace. As if his entire hand had vanished, the Yang family, watching in bewilderment, were left utterly speechless. Though they did not understand the technique Zhaoyuntian was employing, it appeared remarkably effective. With his other hand, he grasped Yang's mother's wrist, channeling his vital energy into her. Does the house have any embroidery needles? Zhaoyuntian inquired. Yes, Yang Yubing replied. Quickly, bring them here, and also a bottle of liquor. Yang Yubing hurried to the room, retrieving a needle case and a bottle of Wuliangya. She took out the 3 thickest needles and immersed them in the alcohol for disinfection, moving swiftly. Zhaoyuntian murmured, if my hands weren't occupied, I wouldn't need you to do this. Yang Yian poured the liquor while Yang Yubing prepared the needles. Moments later, after the needles had been thoroughly disinfected, they were handed to Zhaoyuntian. Without hesitation, he pressed the needles into 3 specific locations on Yang's mother's chest, as delicately as a dragonfly touching water. Upon witnessing this, the Yang sisters' eyes widened in disbelief. Could such thick needles truly be inserted into the heart? They knew how fragile the heart was. Even the slightest puncture could lead to irreparable consequences. Yang Xuetzai, watching intently, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He could not tear his gaze away. Although they were unsure if Zhaoyuntian possessed the ability to handle such a situation, they had no other options left and could only grasp at straws as for whether this method was reliable. That remained uncertain. Suddenly, when Zhaoyuntian paused, Yang's mother's chest heaved, and her heartbeat returned. Her previously dilated pupils returned to normal, and her breathing resumed its regular rhythm. It's done. Zhaoyuntian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Taking a breath, I must admit, that was somewhat exhausting. Despite the seemingly simple technique used to stimulate her heart earlier, it had taken a significant toll on his body. The principle of resonance through hand movements had revitalized the nearly lifeless heart. Akin to clinical defibrillation, yet this method was gentler and bore no side effects. Coupled with the nurturing energy he provided, it alleviated much of the heart stress. At the very least, she would not experience another episode for the next decade. Yang Yuyin quickly checked on her mother's condition. Indeed, she appeared significantly better than before the episode. Her face, once as pale as a blank canvas, gradually regained its color. What should we do next? Yang Xuetzai asked, still feeling a sense of unease. We should wait for the doctor to arrive, Zhaoyuntian replied, picking up the bottle of Wuliangya, and taking a couple of swigs. 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived in a flurry. Yang's mother was rushed to the hospital, with the entire family accompanying her. Inside the ambulance, the attending physician and nurses urgently monitored the patient. How is the heartbeat? Heartbeat is normal. What about the blood pressure? Blood pressure is normal. Pupil reflexes are normal. Breathing is normal. The attending physician found himself perplexed. Was it not reported that the patient had suffered a sudden stroke? How could all the data appear normal? If not for the woman lying on the floor, one might almost think she was perfectly fine. Doctor, How is my mother's condition? Yang Yuyan, as a family member present, inquired. The attending physician hesitated for a moment before replying quietly, "The patient's condition is stable. However, we will need to conduct more systematic examinations at the hospital." Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang's mother regained consciousness, and after a thorough examination, her bodily functions were found to be entirely normal, far less severe than what the family had reported. Yang Xuecai, being a local leader, could not remain idle upon hearing of his wife's illness, and he promptly rushed to the hospital. "Director, Mrs. Yang is fine. She can be discharged tonight," the head of the cardiology department said earnestly. "Were the examinations thorough? We conducted a comprehensive assessment and found no suspicious causes. It is likely that Mrs. Yang's fainting was merely due to excessive fatigue," the director reported to Yang Xuecai. After finishing, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. Had anything happened to the wife of a superior in the hospital, it would have jeopardized his career. Hearing this, Yang Xuecai's eyes gleamed with understanding as he fell into contemplative silence. In the hospital room, Yang's mother lay on the bed while Yang Yuyan peeled an apple with a small knife. Yang Yubing prepared hot water, wringing out a towel in a basin. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian sat in the corridor. Upon Yang Xuecai's return, he noticed him and immediately asked, "Why are you sitting out here?" Zhaoyuntian replied, "Auntie just woke up. What if she sees me and gets upset, causing her to faint again? I think it's best if I keep my distance. Out of sight, out of mind." Yang Xuecai paused, glancing into the room where his wife was laughing and chatting with their children. A hint of a smile broke through his previously stern expression as he sat down beside Zhaoyuntian. "Xiao Zhao, thank you for today," Yang Xuecai said earnestly. "It's nothing. Auntie's strong," Zhaoyuntian replied. Yang Xuecai was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Had Zhaoyuntian not been present, the outcome could have been drastically different. Thus, he felt a deep gratitude toward Zhaoyuntian. Auntie's recent fatigue from managing the household has taken a toll on her health. She should take better care of herself. After all, health is something that can't be bought, no matter how much money one has. Let us not wait until it's lost to realize our regrets," Zhaoyuntian said slowly. Yang Xuecai nodded in agreement. "Where did you learn those skills?" "What skills?" Zhaoyuntian asked, puzzled. "The techniques you used to save her. My master was a butcher. We raised a few piglets at home. You see, pigs are prone to illness when they are young, so I learned a few tricks from my master," Zhaoyuntian replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuecai looked astonished. "Are you saying those skills were meant to save pigs, not people?" "That is one way to interpret it," Zhaoyuntian replied. Yang Xuecai rolled his eyes and scolded, "You little rascal." Chapter 53. A good father-in-law. Yang's mother had nearly brushed with death. When she awoke and learned that Zhaoyuntian had saved her, she was utterly surprised, even incredulous. "Xiao Zhao, where is he?" Yang's mother asked. "He is in the corridor outside the room," Yang Yuyan replied. "Why doesn't he come in?" Yang's mother asked, puzzled. Yang Yubing whispered, "Perhaps he thinks you might not welcome him, so he is avoiding you to not disturb your recovery." Upon hearing this, Yang's mother felt a mix of emotions and grasped Yang Yuyan's hand, letting out a deep sigh. Her initial resistance stemmed from a desire for her daughter to find a suitable partner, and upon learning of Zhaoyuntian's background, she felt he was unworthy. She always believed that this young man must have some ulterior motive for being with her daughter. Such mismatched relationships often ended in tragedy due to the disparities between them. As someone who had been through it all, Yang's mother wished to find a man for her daughter whose family background, capabilities, and aspirations were truly compatible. However, after spending a few days together, her steadfast conviction began to waver. In truth, at first glance, Xiao Zhao was quite a decent person. Although he initially appeared rather unlikable, he possessed principles deep within. He did not seek to curry favor with those in power. Even without any advantages, he exhibited an indomitable spirit. Though he seemed to have nothing, he often astonished those around him unexpectedly. He possessed many qualities that wealth and power could not replace. Perhaps she had truly misjudged him. Maybe her daughter had better judgment than she did. "Yuyan, your happiness is in your own hands. I will no longer interfere," Yang's mother said with a warm smile. Yang Yuyan lifted her head to meet her mother's gaze. Noticing the traces of time etched in the corners of her eyes, silver strands were beginning to appear in her hair, and she understood that her mother had only ever acted out of love for her. Zhaoyuntian walked into the hospital room alongside Yang Xuecai. Upon seeing his wife's expression, he understood everything and patted the young man's shoulder heavily. Zhaoyuntian felt a stir in his heart and turned to look. The way Yang Xuecai regarded him had shifted slightly. It was now a gaze of approval. Suddenly, Zhaoyuntian turned back to glance at Yang Yuyin, their eyes briefly meeting before she quickly averted her gaze. Yang Yuyin felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had ultimately achieved the result she desired, yet she found herself more fearful. The once resolute heart of hers now bore a subtle crack, one that seemed to be widening. Yang Yubing watched the two from the side, her eyes flickering with thought. "Xiao Zhao, come here," Yang's mother called. Zhaoyuntian walked over directly to Yang's mother grasped Yang Yuyin's hand and gestured for Zhaoyuntian to extend his hand as well. Zhaoyuntian hesitated for a moment, then obediently placed his hand in Yang's mother's palm. She then slowly brought their hands together. When Zhaoyuntian's hand touched Yang Yuyin's delicate hand, he felt a faint warmth emanating from her skin. She bit her lip, remaining silent and avoiding his gaze. "Xiao Zhao, I entrust Yuyin to you. You must treat her well in the future," Yang's mother urged. Zhaoyuntian nodded seriously. "Auntie, you can rest assured. While I may not possess great abilities, I know how to cherish my own woman. Thank you for raising her for 25 years and giving me such a wonderful daughter. I promise to treat her well in the years to come." His heartfelt words struck a chord, not just with Yang's mother, but even Yang Yuyin couldn't help but look up at Zhaoyuntian, her eyes sparkling. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Is he sincere? Yang's mother had no significant issues and was discharged the following day after spending a night in the hospital. Zhaoyuntian believed that having won over Yang Yuyin's parents meant everything would go smoothly. However, he soon found himself facing an even greater predicament. Once home, Yang's mother convened a family meeting to discuss when Zhaoyuntian and Yang Yuyin would obtain their marriage certificate and when they planned to have children. Zhaoyuntian was momentarily dumbfounded, even somewhat taken aback. "Xiao Zhao, why do you look so stunned?" Yang's mother remarked upon seeing his baffled expression. "You both are not young anymore. Since you are compatible, you should hasten to get married. After yesterday's incident, I realized how unpredictable life can be. While I am still in good health, we should quickly have a grandchild. It would fulfill a wish of mine." "Mom, isn't this a bit too hasty?" Yang Yuyin exclaimed, equally startled. Just as she had begun to accept Zhaoyuntian, the conversation had shifted to children. "Why the rush? I had you when I was 20. You are now in your early 30s. Yang's mother spoke earnestly. Yang Xuetzai, standing alongside his wife, added, "What your mother says is correct. If you found the right person, there's no need for hesitation." He then turned to Zhaoyuntian and asked, "Xiao Zhao, you don't have any objections to our proposal, do you?" Zhaoyuntian hesitated. He had never contemplated this matter, let alone prepared for it. "You wouldn't be against marrying Yuyin, would you?" Yang Xuetzai's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly. "Of course not. I dream of marrying your daughter," Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, raising his voice to express his determination. Yet, as he finished, he awkwardly added, "It's just that at the moment, I have no car, no house, and not much savings." "So," Yang Xuetzai immediately interjected, "you don't need to worry about that. I'll provide the house and the car. And as for the dowry, we won't require anything. I'll give Yuyin $1 million as a wedding gift, along with a 200 square meter apartment." Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened upon hearing this. What the heck? This is an incredible father-in-law. Not only was he being gifted a beautiful daughter, but everything was also prepared without him needing to spend a dime. For the first time, he found this pretend father-in-law to be quite charming. To be honest, Zhaoyuntian almost agreed right then and there. If only all of this were true. Yang Yuyin, feeling conflicted, said, "Mom and Dad, my career is just starting to take off. Getting married now might not be suitable. I want to work hard for a few more years. Money can be earned endlessly, but your youth is limited. You must prioritize. Establishing a family before a career is essential," Yang's mother advised. The family meeting dragged on for 2 hours, and Zhaoyuntian was utterly exhausted, feeling as if his endurance was being tested. Whenever the decision rested in his hands, he hesitated. Several times, he almost nodded in agreement. Finally, both parties at the meeting reached a compromise. Yang Yuyin agreed to handle her work matters within 6 months. And if her relationship with Zhaoyuntian remained stable, they would marry after that period. Yang's mother consented to this outcome. Zhaoyuntian let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. That night, as they prepared for bed, Zhaoyuntian initially intended to sleep in the living room, but Yang Yubing interjected, "Brother-in-law, our parents have agreed to your relationship. Why not sleep in my sister's room tonight?" Upon hearing this, Zhaoyuntian was taken aback and turned to Yang Yuyin. She coughed lightly but said nothing, simply walking directly to her room, leaving the door ajar. The implication was abundantly clear. Chapter 54. The night was anything but alluring. Allure was the restless heart of a thief. Zhaoyuntian, displaying commendable awareness, immediately laid out a makeshift bed upon entering Yang Yuyan's room. There was no possibility of sharing the bed. That would never happen. It was better to possess self-awareness than to be a source of discomfort for her. Upon observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Yuyan's gaze. She said nothing, merely turned to adjust the air conditioning. A refreshing breeze swept through the room, and with each gust, Zhaoyuntian felt increasingly unsettled. He turned to Yang Yuyan and scratched his head, saying, "I apologize, but it seems I can only sleep on the floor tonight. Rest assured, I will remain perfectly still." Yang Yuyan replied, "It's a perfectly normal situation. You coming in to sleep with me is simply to avoid raising suspicions with you being. Why should I be concerned?" Zhaoyuntian paused for a moment before asking, "Are we leaving tomorrow?" "Yes, we have tickets for tomorrow," Yang Yuyan replied. Her tone momentarily faltering, and in her heart, she felt a fleeting sense of loss. "All right, it seems the mission is finally coming to fruition." Zhaoyuntian sighed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Yang Yuyan's expression grew serious as she slowly declared, "I will add an extra bonus of 100,000. Zhaoyuntian was taken aback. "This is what you deserve. Without your help, my mother might not have been able to remain as stable as she is now," Yang Yuyan said softly, her eyes shimmering with sincerity. Zhaoyuntian laughed heartily. "So, you mean the 100,000 is my tip?" "Essentially," Yang Yuyan remarked, her gaze fixed on Zhaoyuntian, who was grinning like a fool over this unexpected windfall. "In truth, I believe with your abilities, you could achieve a far better future and have no need to remain in this line of work. If you are willing, I could introduce you to a more promising career," she mused after a moment of contemplation. After spending these past few days together, she had discovered many admirable qualities in Zhaoyuntian. Of course, she was certain that this was only a fraction of who he truly was, the better profession. Zhaoyuntian shook his head at this notion, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "What constitutes better? It is merely a matter of what suits oneself. I am quite clear about my aspirations. Therefore, the work I do is, for me, the best." Yang Yuyan was somewhat taken aback by his perspective. Zhaoyuntian continued, "Choosing a career is akin to selecting a partner. Wealth is not paramount, nor is physical appearance, though one must not be too unattractive. Your looks are just barely acceptable." Yang Yuyan furrowed her brow, clearly displeased by his remark that she was merely acceptable. Despite not being overly narcissistic, she harbored confidence in her appearance and physique. After all, how else could she have become a school beauty? Mutual understanding, respect, and heartfelt connection are essential. One need not profess everlasting promises, but there must be a shared belief in supporting one another through thick and thin, offering a cup of water in times of thirst, serving a simple plate of fried rice when hungry, laughing together in joy, and crying together in sorrow, Zhaoyuntian articulated. Yang Yuyan found herself captivated, her heart fluttering slightly. Zhaoyuntian sat down on the floor and looked up at her, stating, "Money is merely a medium of exchange. It can never measure happiness. Laughter is just an expression, unrelated to true joy. Some individuals live in confusion, never realizing what they genuinely need." Yang Yuyan was moved, softly responding, "I never expected you to possess such insights." Zhaoyuntian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, "Just my humble opinion. Wisdom lies in different perspectives." Suddenly, Yang Yuyan seemed to have an epiphany. She blinked and turned to Zhaoyuntian, asking, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "Of course," Zhaoyuntian replied without hesitation. Yang Yuyan's eyes involuntarily twitched, and she forced a laugh. "Then why are you still in this line of work? Won't she become jealous?" "Are you jealous?" Zhaoyuntian exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "I was referring to your girlfriend," Yang Yuyan clarified. Zhaoyuntian retorted, "Aren't you?" Hearing this, Yang Yuyan felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, whispering, "That's merely a contract. It's not genuine. A fake girlfriend is still a girlfriend. You cannot dismiss a panda simply because it is not a pig, nor can you ignore that a bear is not a dog. What do pandas have to do with pigs? And bears are not dogs," Yang Yuyan corrected him, exasperated by his lack of basic knowledge. Zhaoyuntian wiped his nose and responded, "Ahem, my current girlfriend is you, temporarily. After tomorrow, I might just be a single man again." Yang Yuyan rolled her eyes, finding the conversation amusing yet exhausting. Clearly, this fellow was determined to be convoluted. However, when he referred to her as his girlfriend, her heart raced inexplicably. "Does that mean you are single in real life?" Yang Yuyan asked. Zhaoyuntian nodded. revealing his single status with a hint of embarrassment, boasting, "A capable man needs no girlfriend." Zhaoyuntian, initially puzzled, soon grasped the meaning, her face flushing as she realized the implication. This guy was indeed a peculiar character, becoming increasingly outrageous with every word. "Shameless," she huffed. Zhaoyuntian looked bewildered, genuinely confused. "How am I shameless? Isn't saying such things shameless?" Zhaoyuntian replied. Zhaoyuntian pulled out his phone and opened a competitive game, justifying, "Whenever I feel lonely, I play a couple of rounds. Over time, my reflexes have become lightning fast. Is there a problem with that? What else would you think?" Zhaoyuntian was left speechless, biting her lip as her face reddened. Realizing he was teasing her, she abruptly stood up and declared, "I'm done talking to you. I'm going to take a shower." In a flurry, she rushed into the bathroom, leaving Zhaoyuntian staring in disbelief. Did she not regard him at all when she mentioned taking a shower? Moments later, the sound of splashing water echoed from within. Chapter 55. Criminal law. The bathroom door swayed, accompanied by the sound of water, casting a mesmerizing glow. Zhaoyuntian swallowed hard, feeling the air conditioning inadequate as inexplicable heat surged through him. He glanced around and shook his head, attributing it to a malfunctioning air conditioner. Out of sight, out of mind. He tried to settle down on the floor, preparing to sleep. However, midway through washing, Zhaoyuntian's voice emerged from the bathroom. His ears perked up, and he sat up straight, immediately asking, "What's wrong? Do you need a scrubbing assistant?" The latter half of his statement remained unvoiced. "My clothes are outside. Could you please grab them for me?" Zhaoyuntian's voice was low, filled with shyness. She had rushed into the bathroom without realizing she had no clothes, as she usually stepped out of the bathroom to change directly into her wardrobe. With another person in the room, she could not change in front of Zhaoyuntian. Zhaoyuntian replied, walking to the wardrobe. Upon opening it, he was momentarily stunned. There were red, pink, green, and black garments, so many that he was momentarily overwhelmed. What initially appeared to be a few articles of clothing, even if they were intimate items, should not have been a concern. After all, there were countless lingerie shops on the streets. Who would pay them any mind? Yet, when something ordinary transforms into a source of irresistible allure, it often carries with it a different kind of scenery, provoking wild imaginings. High heels may not be stunning, but the long legs that adorn them are captivating. Nail polish may not be appealing, yet painted toenails can be utterly enchanting. A tube of lipstick can create fiery red lips, while an eyeliner can illuminate one's gaze. It is in those moments of temptation that a man's imagination runs wild, particularly when faced with an entire wardrobe brimming with such tantalizing attire. "Zhaoyuntian, are you still there?" After a long pause with no response, Zhaoyuntian called out again. Zhaoyuntian snapped back to reality, clearing his throat and asking, "Which outfit do you want?" Zhaoyuntian softly replied, Just grab any shirt or a nightgown." "All right, coming right up," Zhaoyuntian responded, but in that moment, he felt particularly clumsy and slow. He fumbled with several pieces of clothing for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he tiptoed to the bathroom door. At that moment, Zhaoyuntian opened a small crack, extending a pristine arm, droplets of water cascading from her delicate fingers. She quickly took the clothing and called out, "Thank you." Zhaoyuntian let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking he had once again pushed the boundaries of human patience. Enduring poverty is one thing. Enduring loneliness is another. Tolerating power is merely stepping through the door, while enduring wealth is a minor achievement. In that moment, Zhaoyuntian felt empowered, for he had resisted his instincts. What belief allowed him to exercise such restraint? Was it the nobleman's integrity? The calm indifference to feminine charms? The enlightenment of transcending worldly desires? No. It was the criminal law, for according to Article 236 of the criminal law, anyone who employs violence, coercion, or other means to commit sexual assault against a woman shall face imprisonment of no less than 3 years and no more than 10 years. Thus, acquiring knowledge of the law significantly enhances one's capacity for restraint. As for the ancient adage of refraining from seeing what is indecent and speaking of what is indecent, that is simply nonsense. As form is emptiness. Emptiness is form of any use. When one is overcome by desire, seeing the law's knowledge can render the world dull and quell the stirrings of temptation. Indeed, knowledge alters fate. This statement holds true. Just as Zhaoyuntian was preparing to return to sleep, Zhaoyuntian's voice called out once more. "Zhaoyuntian, wait a moment." Zhaoyuntian halted, turning to her. "What is it? Did you grab the wrong things?" All I see are shirts, Yang Yuyin pointed out. Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had forgotten to retrieve the pants. He returned to the wardrobe, and in that moment, his pupils constricted, and his breath quickened. It felt as though the criminal law could sometimes be uncontrollable. SpongeBob SquarePants. Peppa Pig. Do Raymond. To be honest, it was a sight not meant for the eyes. The world is filled with individuals who are not what they seem. Who could have imagined that the typically aloof Yang Yuyin harbored such a deeply hidden girlish heart? This girlish heart was buried quite profoundly. Oh no, the primal instincts within him were about to be stirred by this girlish charm. Zhaoyuntian shut his eyes, randomly grabbed an item, and briskly walked to the bathroom door, handing it over while sternly declaring, "Stop calling for me. I'm going to sleep with that." He returned to his makeshift bed, flopping down on the floor. Inside the bathroom, Yang Yuyin felt utterly bewildered, unsure why Zhaoyuntian had suddenly become irritable. Wasn't it just a matter of fetching a few articles of clothing? Suddenly, she recalled the scene of Zhaoyuntian standing before her wardrobe, gazing at her collection of clothing, and felt as though all her secrets were laid bare before him. Sighing, she thought to herself that perhaps she should not have allowed him in. Despite knowing she should feel regret, she was inexplicably filled with a sense of loss. She wondered if she lacked charm. Wasn't it said that men typically could not resist women when they were bathing? As she bathed, she watched for any signs from outside. Yet Zhaoyuntian remained passive, neither peeking nor making any inappropriate moves, and did not display any outrageous reactions. For the first time, Yang Yuyin felt perplexed by Zhaoyuntian. He was either an upright gentleman or simply uninterested in her. Furrowing her brow, she peered through the crack in the door, catching a glimpse of him soundly asleep. This elicited a sense of frustration and helplessness within her. Clueless about the subtleties of romance, little did she know that Zhaoyuntian was merely feigning sleep. Reciting to himself, Article 236 of the criminal law states that those who employ violence, coercion, or other means, Chapter 56, VIP services feigning sleep is not only an art, it is also a technical skill. Especially when faced with a beauty like Yang Yuyin, few men could withstand the temptation. Zhaoyuntian relied on the criminal law to maintain his composure. Yang Yuyin lay on the bed, glancing at the air conditioning before asking, "Zhaoyuntian, did you lower the temperature again?" Zhaoyuntian merely grunted in response, remaining silent. "Are you feeling hot?" she inquired. He continued to grunt. Yang Yuyin stole a glance, noticing Zhaoyuntian curled up under the blankets, his back to her. "Would you like to take a shower?" she suddenly suggested, her eyes flickering. "Not in the mood. Let us just sleep. If anyone speaks again, they're a puppy," Zhaoyuntian impatiently replied without turning around. This only served to confuse Yang Yuyin further, leaving her puzzled about what she might have done to offend him. Why did he seem so sulky? In truth, Zhaoyuntian was not sulking. He was simply trying to suppress his urges. Damn it, having never shared a room with a girl before, being confined to the same space with her now was quite overwhelming for a young man bursting with vigor. "Women, I will never allow you to easily obtain my body," Zhaoyuntian silently lamented, continuing to feign sleep. Meanwhile, Yang Yuyin lay in bed, feeling the chill of the air conditioning. She could only curl up in the blankets, revealing only her small head, facing away from Zhaoyuntian. Before deciding to let Zhaoyuntian into her room, she had entertained some concerns, wondering if he might act inappropriately. What would she do if he did? Yet, after all her anxiety, he had merely sprawled on the floor like an inert creature, completely still. Men are indeed difficult to understand. No, it was Zhaoyuntian who was inscrutable. She pouted in frustration, burying her head in the blankets, as the night wore on. What was meant to be a quiet evening turned chaotic in the middle of the night. Zhaoyuntian, who had been feigning sleep, was nearly drifting off when he heard a commotion from the bed behind him. A sudden object struck Zhaoyuntian's head, causing him to turn abruptly. Oh, his surprise! He discovered Yang Yuyin's pillow, which he had not noticed had fallen beside him, emanating a delicate fragrance. It was refreshing yet not overpowering, a scent so alluring that it compelled him to take a deep breath. Hearing the rhythmic sound of even breathing, he could not resist glancing back, only to find that Yang Yuyin had already succumbed to slumber. She was curled up with the blanket, her long, snow-white legs tucked under the covers, and a haughty little expression gracing her beautiful face, her eyes shut and chin tilted up, appearing utterly adorable in her uncharacteristic state, likely lost in a dream. Zhaoyuntian stole a glance. He intended to avert his gaze, but at that moment, Yang Yuyin rolled over, tumbling off the bed with a thud. Surprisingly, she did not wake. Zhaoyuntian's eyes widened, his breath momentarily suspended. What on earth? This is a bit excessive, he thought. She had already fallen to the floor, yet she remained undisturbed. To make matters worse, Yang Yuyin pouted and let out a soft whimper, then wrapped her arms around him, pulling the bewildered Zhaoyuntian into her embrace. Her long legs encircling his waist, a posture reminiscent of a girl clutching her beloved teddy bear. Seriously, are you pushing your luck? Zhaoyuntian swallowed hard, feeling his dignity trampled upon. He had been accommodating, only to discover that this woman was utterly oblivious to boundaries, pressing forward relentlessly, leaving him no escape. He had never encountered anyone so shamelessly brazen. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, contemplating the need to teach Yang Yuyin a lesson in humility. With their faces mere inches apart, he could feel her breath and the gentle flutter of her eyelashes, her delicate features so close. Zhaoyuntian remained frozen, neck twisted, eyes wide open, as if immobilized by an unseen force. He pondered whether this audacious woman needed a taste of rebuke. In a moment of turmoil, he ultimately decided against it. After all, it was merely a woman embracing him. It wasn't an insurmountable issue. Just as he began to calm his thoughts, resolving not to hold a grudge against her, an even more outrageous incident occurred. Yang Yuyin tightened her grasp around his head, and in an instant, Zhaoyuntian's mind went blank, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. A sensation of softness enveloped him, rendering him breathless. "Let go of me, please. I can't breathe." Yang Yuyin remained blissfully unaware, still lost in her dreamlike state, resembling a charming little girl clinging to her plush bear, peacefully asleep. Countless boys envied that oversized plush toy for sharing a bed with a beauty. Yet, here was Zhaoyuntian, suffering in silence, thinking, this woman is clearly challenging my very dignity. As a man of principles and self-respect, he detested those who took advantage of him, and Yang Yuyin was not merely doing so. She was outright tormenting him, choking him, smothering him, constricting his waist. What is this? Oh my saliva! Yang Yuyin's drool trickled from the corner of her mouth, landing squarely on Zhaoyuntian's face. How outrageous! You dare to mock me with drool! This woman was devoid of any boundaries, cruel and merciless. Zhaoyuntian realized that if he didn't take action soon, he would be failing in his manhood. In an instant, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, his expression contorted with rage. Counting sheep, 1, 2, 3, 4, as the night wore on, the dawn arrived. When Yang Yuyin finally awoke, she opened her eyes to find herself hugging something solid. Upon focusing, she was astonished to discover it was a person. Zhaoyuntian. Startled, her lingering sleepiness vanished in an instant. The position made it evident that she had climbed onto him while he was asleep. Yang Yuyin felt an intense wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Not only had she never shared a room with a man before, but this entire situation exceeded her wildest imagination. She dared not utter a sound, fearing that if Zhaoyuntian woke, she would forever be unable to face him again. Carefully, she released her grip, making a tremendous effort to detach herself from him. Upon touching his face, she realized it was damp. She had drooled while asleep. How mortifying! Rushing to gather her scattered clothes, she made a beeline for the bathroom. Once Yang Yuyin departed, Zhaoyuntian opened his eyes and discreetly cast a glance, letting out a sigh of relief. From now on, I swear I will never sleep with a woman again. After freshening up, Yang Yuyin changed into a new outfit. Upon turning her head, she found Zhaoyuntian still sprawled on the floor and quietly exited the room. Just a couple of steps outside, she quickly returned, standing beside Zhaoyuntian, exclaiming, "Zhaoyuntian, wake up!" Zhaoyuntian had considered feigning sleep, but when Yang Yuyin panicked and kicked him with her toe, he sprang up like a fish out of water. "My sister is coming!" Hearing this, Zhaoyuntian immediately sprang into action, swiftly folding the mattress and tossing it into the corner, then diving onto the bed and covering himself with the blanket. The entire sequence was executed flawlessly. Without a hint of hesitation, Yang Yuyin watched in astonishment, her expression shifting as she began to comprehend the situation. Just then, Yang Yubing entered, cautiously peeking into the room. Spotting Zhaoyuntian on the bed and Yang Yuyin tidying up, she inquired, "Sister, is your husband still asleep?" "Yes," Yang Yuyin replied, her face flushed. Yang Yubing noticed her sister's bashful demeanor and grinned, teasingly saying, "Sister, you two have gone too far." Yang Yubing, unrestrained in her remarks, elicited a grimace from Zhaoyuntian, who remained hidden beneath the blanket. Yang Yuyin awkwardly cleared her throat, eager to shift the topic, and gently nudged Yang Yubing toward the door, saying, "Let your brother-in-law rest a bit longer. Let us step outside." "Sister, are you concerned about your husband?" Yang Yubing asked, a playful smile on her lips. That evening, as they prepared for the flight, Yang Yuyin's parents had packed a plethora of local specialties for her to bring back home. After all, they only returned once or twice a year, and it was a rare opportunity to enjoy hometown delicacies. Additionally, they took a family photo at a studio, with Zhaoyuntian included in the frame. This act unequivocally signified that Yang Yuyin's parents had fully embraced their unexpected son-in-law. That night, they shared a farewell dinner. Zhaoyuntian took to the kitchen, with Yang Yuyin assisting and Yang Yubing pitching in here and there. By the time dinner was ready, Yang Shuatsai, caught up in the moment, insisted on having a few drinks with Zhaoyuntian. "Kid, I'm entrusting my daughter to you. If you mistreat her, I won't let you off easily." Zhaoyuntian readily agreed, but couldn't help glancing at Yang Yuyin, who met his gaze, and a moment of quiet understanding passed between them. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, raising his glass. "Let us drink." Intoxicated, Yang Shuatsai was carried to his room by Zhaoyuntian. Meanwhile, Yang's mother discreetly slipped a bank card into Zhaoyuntian's hand. "Auntie, what is this for?" Zhaoyuntian asked, taken aback. "A man needs money to do things. You're young and have a bright future ahead. Do what you want. Here's 500,000. Consider it an investment from your aunt," she whispered, glancing toward the door. "Auntie, I absolutely cannot accept this," Zhaoyuntian protested, surprised by her generosity. He had never expected such kindness from her. And in that moment, he truly understood the challenges of being a mother. "Don't argue. Just take it," she insisted, shoving the cash into his pocket. "It's the same whether I give it to you or my daughter. After all, you two will marry in the future." Zhaoyuntian was unable to refuse before she ushered him out the door. Go on. Go on. If you don't hurry, you'll miss your flight." Afterward, Yang Yubing drove them to the airport. Throughout the journey, she was chatty and cheerful, saying, "Sister, prepare for me to come visit for a few days." Initially, both were lost in their own thoughts, but upon hearing this, Yang Yiyin perked up, asking, "When do you plan to come?" "Whenever I feel like it." "You won't mind, will you?" Yang Yubing teased. "Of course not. You're welcome to come anytime," Yang Yiyin replied, feigning calmness. "All right, you said it." Yang Yubing laughed, pressing down on the accelerator. On the plane, Zhaoyuntian handed the card to Yang Yuyin. She was taken aback, asking, "Why are you giving me this?" "This was secretly given to me by your mother. It seems to contain 500,000, labeled as an investment for me," Zhaoyuntian explained, bemused. Yang Yuyin was astonished but showed no intention of accepting. "We only have a contractual relationship. Once we land, we part ways. I can't accept this money. You should take it back," Zhaoyuntian insisted. Though he cherished wealth, he believed in earning it through honorable means. After all, this was business and principles must be upheld. "Just take it," Yang Yuyin insisted. Zhaoyuntian shook his head, adamantly stating, "What kind of joke is this? There's no way I can accept such a large sum." "Who says it's a gift?" Yang Yuyin retorted, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "What do you mean?" Zhaoyuntian inquired, puzzled. "Do you offer VIP services?" Yang Yuyin asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "VIP? You mean like a subscription service? For this 500,000, I could provide you with a year's worth of service. Available whenever you need," she continued nonchalantly, although her fingers tightened around the armrest. Zhaoyuntian found himself lost in contemplation. He had never considered the possibility of a VIP service at the outset of his business. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Many high-end service industries offer such options. "You don't have to give me an answer right away. I can give you time to think it over. Once you've made your decision, just let me know," Yang Yiyin said suddenly. Zhaoyuntian gazed at her, his mind racing with possibilities. After a moment of thought, he replied, "This VIP service isn't currently within my offerings, but after your suggestion, I see it could be worth exploring." Yang Yuyin's face lit up momentarily with delight before she quickly masked it, maintaining her composure. "Then let us not waste time. I should be your first client. Since I'm not looking for a boyfriend right now, having you around will save me a lot of trouble." "Agreed." Zhaoyuntian nodded. He suddenly recalled something and said, "However, I haven't established a standard for this service yet. 50,000 seems a bit steep. Then provide me with better service, Yang Yuyin replied without hesitation, her professional demeanor resurfacing. Zhaoyuntian chuckled, assuring her, rest assured, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Yang Yuyin nodded slightly, her gaze drifting as she pondered her thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhaoyuntian felt as if a whole new world had opened up before him. He realized that if there was a VIP service, perhaps he could delineate various service tiers in the future, such as bespoke or luxury packages. As they dove into discussions about business operations, Yang Yuyin offered several insightful suggestions. After listening to her, Zhaoyuntian felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. 2 hours later, the plane touched down. Yang Yuyin and Zhaoyuntian disembarked together, with her dragging along 2 pieces of luggage. At the exit, 2 of Yang Yuyin's friends awaited them. One was a short-haired beauty exuding an assertive aura, while the other, dressed in a sun hat and large sunglasses, was strikingly beautiful, though her features remained partially obscured. Yuyin, welcome back, the sunglasses-wearing beauty exclaimed, opening her arms for an embrace. Yang Yuyin stepped forward, sharing a warm hug, and they exchanged laughter and inquiries about each other's lives. At that moment, the sunglasses-wearing beauty glanced at Zhaoyuntian, her eyes narrowing slightly. She then whispered, So, you're the rented fake boyfriend? Zhaoyuntian paused momentarily, nodding silently. The sunglasses beauty scrutinized him from head to toe, clearly surprised. She had heard about Yang Yuyin bringing home a faux boyfriend but had not expected him to look like this. Well, how should I put it? By my standards, he doesn't quite measure up, she remarked. Miss Yang, since your friend has arrived, I'll be taking my leave, Zhaoyuntian suddenly announced, feeling no need to linger any longer. Yang Yuyin gave a slight hum of acknowledgement as Zhaoyuntian placed her luggage aside, offering a small nod to her other friends before turning to leave. After he departed, Yang Yuyin cast one last lingering glance back at him. Yuyin, did you really choose such a fake boyfriend? Your standards surely can't have dropped this low. The sunglasses-wearing beauty commented, now that Zhaoyuntian was gone. Since when did you become so superficial? Yang Yuyin retorted. The sunglasses-wearing beauty chuckled and turned to her other friend, saying, If you don't believe me, ask Nana for her assessment. As a police captain, she has an impeccable eye for character. Yang Yuyin inquired, Nana, what do you think? Nana hesitated for a moment before stating, that guy is quite lecherous. Huh? Both women were taken aback and the sunglasses-wearing beauty asked, How can you tell? Nana crossed her arms, murmuring when he saw Yuyin. His pupils dilated as he stared at her chest, and there were signs of excitement. Moreover, he lingered near her skirt and ankles for several seconds, and his mouth curled into a slight smile. When men are aroused, their Adam's apple tends to move involuntarily. He even exhibited signs of teeth grinding, a subconscious reaction driven by desire. Upon hearing this, Yuyin felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Shuddering involuntarily, learning this was far more unsettling than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Yang Yuyin merely laughed it off. Yuyin, that guy is a total pervert. How on earth could you spend so many days with him? Yuyin exclaimed in shock. Yang Yuyin replied, which man is not flawed? Lust is irrelevant. What matters is a person's integrity, not their actions, but their heart. Upon hearing these words, Xiaona turned her gaze towards Yang Yuyin, and she noticed a remarkable transformation in her closest confidant. Before returning home, she had been furrowed with worry, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Yet now, it seemed as though she had become an entirely different person, radiating the vivacity reminiscent of her youthful university days. You can't possibly have feelings for that guy, can you? Xiaona inquired slowly. Yang Yuyin's expression shifted instantaneously. A hint of panic flickered across her face as she vehemently denied. How could that be? Don't let your imagination run wild. The glamorous woman in sunglasses interjected, Oh please, that sneaky fellow who lurks about observing others must have a heart filled with the most vile and sordid thoughts. If you find him repugnant, why drag Yuyin into this? Surely, she must feel a wave of revulsion every time she pretends with that man. Yang Yuyin, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, promptly urged the two, Let us go. It has been far too long since the three of us have gathered. With Xian Ling becoming a big star and busy with filming, it is a rare occasion to reunite. Tonight, we shall drink until we can drink no more. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last met, Xian Ling murmured, wrapping her arm around Yang Yuyin's, her face aglow with joy.